Chapter 1. A Dream of 10,000 Years. Things have changed. Lu Su, you wretched maid. In an ancient room, Qin Yu awoke with a start, drenched in cold sweat, his lips still forming the word kill. Sweat soaked through his garments, and his scarlet eyes brimmed with an overwhelming aura of vengeance. He was Qin Yu, the revered supreme of the immortal path in the Nine Heavens Xian realm. The Lu Su he mentioned was his Dao companion, with whom he shared a bond spanning tens of thousands of years. Half a month prior, a mysterious ancient relic had suddenly emerged in the Nine Heavens Xian realm, prompting Qin Yu and Lu Su to investigate. However, they were unprepared for the unexpected fortune that awaited them. Qin Yu stumbled upon the legendary treasure, the Jiuzhou Ding. The Jiuzhou Ding was a coveted treasure, a vessel that contained the combined fortunes of the entire Jiuzhou and myriad realms. Its emergence rendered all challengers powerless. Yet, in the midst of Qin Yu's elation over acquiring this divine artifact, he was blindsided when his Dao companion, Lu Su, concealed the truth from him and spread word of his possession of the artifact, inciting countless powerful beings in the Nine Heavens Xian realm to hunt him down. Though Qin Yu possessed extraordinary strength, the relentless battles had left him both physically and mentally exhausted. Faced with the onslaught from the eight supremes of the Nine Heavens Xian realm and the treachery of his Dao companion Lu Su, he found no avenue for retreat and was ultimately forced to self-destruct the Jiuzhou Ding, perishing alongside Lu Su and the eight supremes. But unexpectedly, amidst the terrifying energy of the Jiuzhou Ding's explosion, he discovered he was still alive. "I'm not dead? No, wait. This is a place I inhabited 10,000 years ago." A tremor coursed through Qin Yu's body as he beheld his youthful hands reflected in the mirror, leaving him in a state of shock. The years he spent in the Nine Heavens Xian realm had frozen his appearance at the age of 40. Yet now, the mirror revealed a visage of youthful innocence, seemingly no older than a mere teenager. "I have returned to a time 1,000 years ago. Could the Jiuzhou Ding have transported me back?" Gazing at his reflection, a profound astonishment flickered in Qin Yu's eyes. Without hesitation, he directed his gaze toward his dantian. Indeed, within his dantian stood an ancient and heavy cauldron. This cauldron, possessing 3 legs, was adorned with intricate carvings of rivers, mountains, and flora, exuding an aura of profound Tao, as if a mere glance could ensnare one's very soul. The Jiuzhou Ding. Upon witnessing the cauldron, astonishment illuminated Qin Yu's face. He could scarcely believe that this legendary treasure had accompanied him back to a millennium prior. However, just as Qin Yu prepared to delve deeper into his discovery, creak, the sound of a door opening resonated through the air. Subsequently, a young maiden clad in a pale yellow gown, her skin as white as jade and her beauty unparalleled, rushed in, her expression a mixture of urgency and delight. "Brother, you are awake. How wonderful! You have been in slumber for 3 days and nights," the girl exclaimed with joy. "Yinger?" Upon seeing the figure before him, Qin Yu trembled, his eyes instantly welling with tears. A tidal wave of painful memories surged through his mind. His name was Qin Yu. He was the young master of the Qin family. At this moment, he was merely 18 years old. As the scion of the Qin family, Qin Yu possessed exceptional talent, having embarked on the path of martial arts at the age of 10, breaking through to the 8th stage of body refinement by 13, and achieving the esteemed realm of Qi entry at 15, an unprecedented feat in Songshan City's history. The martial path was delineated into various realms: body refinement, Qi entry, spirit communication, Dan transformation, master, grandmaster, dragon gate, saint king, and supreme. The chasm between each realm was akin to a vast gulf. For an ordinary individual to reach the 6th stage of body refinement by the age of 15 was already a hallmark of genius. Yet, Qin Yu had transcended his peers by an entire realm. Indeed, he was a prodigy. But what truly astonished the world was that, in his 18th year, he awakened an unparalleled divine pulse. This divine pulse was an exceedingly rare endowment, manifesting in but 1 in a million. Upon the announcement of this news, the entirety of Songshan City was set ablaze with excitement, and prophecies arose that the Qin family would soon produce a transcendent powerhouse. Yet, with greatness comes envy. Qin Ye's brilliance incited the jealousy of the elder faction within the Qin family, particularly the eldest elder's daughter, Qin Ye, who coveted the divine pulse within Qin Yu, plotting to seize it for herself. At that time, Qin Yu, naive and trusting, harbored no suspicions toward Qin Ye's advances. In no time, they became a couple. However, in the midst of an expedition, Qin Ye orchestrated a covert assault on Qin Yu. Not only did she order the destruction of his cultivation, but she also shattered his dantian with a single strike. The divine pulse within him was forcibly transplanted into Qin Ye's body by the eldest elder. Qin Yu, did you truly believe I had affections for you? Do not harbor such delusions. We exist in entirely different worlds. My approach toward you is solely for the purpose of your extraordinary divine pulse. With the divine pulse, the Qin family shall finally birth an unparalleled powerhouse. Alas, that individual shall not be you, but I, Qin Ye. Qin Yu, do not label me as cruel. The martial path is inherently ruthless. In light of the fact that you have contributed your divine pulse to me, I shall spare your life. Depart from the Qin family at once. Live as a mere shadow of your former self, and never return to Songshan City. Those chilling words echoed in his ears. Qin Yu could scarcely fathom that the once gentle woman who tenderly called him Brother Qin Yu could turn so callous. Following this incident, Qin Yu swiftly ascended to power within the Qin family, stripping Qin Yu of his title and appropriating all his cultivation resources for herself. His father, Qin Zhan, lost his position as clan leader due to this betrayal, eventually succumbing to despair. His younger sister, Qin Yinger, suffered a tragic fate, brutally slain by Qin Ye out of envy for defending Qin Yu. The successive losses of his family left Qin Yu utterly despondent, drifting aimlessly through life. Had it not been for the intervention of his master, the wandering Taoist, who guided him into the Nine Heavens Xian realm, Qin Yu would have remained forever trapped in despair. When he ultimately ascended to become the supreme of the immortal path, his first act was to return to the Xuanwu continent, seeking vengeance against Qin Ye and the eldest elder. But sadly, when he returned to the Xuanwu continent, he found that everything had changed. By then, Qin Ye and the eldest elder had perished for thousands of years, and the Qin family had faded into the annals of history. This event had always lingered as a regret in Qin Ye's heart. Now, upon witnessing his sister Qin Yinger once more standing before him, his heart brimmed with emotion. Yinger, rest assured, this time, your brother shall protect you. And as for Qin Ye, you are indeed correct. We are not of the same world, neither in the past nor in this life. You caused my family to fall apart, leaving me to languish in despair for half a lifetime. The accounts that remained unsettled in my previous life will now be reckoned. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes, a fierce glint igniting within. Brother, what is the matter? Please do not frighten me. Is it the loss of the divine pulse that has distressed you? Seeing Qin Ye's fierce demeanor, Qin Yinger expressed her concern, saying, Brother, do not fret too much. Father has since gone to the clan's ancestral hall. He is our clan leader, and with his intervention, he will surely reclaim your divine pulse. Yinger, I am fine. Observing her worried expression, Qin Ye's lips curled into a smile, his face brightening once more. However, it was then that a sudden realization struck him. His body jolted, and he urgently inquired, Yinger, what did you just say? Did you say Father has gone where? Father has gone to the ancestral hall to retrieve your divine pulse. Why do you ask? Qin Yinger replied, somewhat puzzled. Upon hearing this, Qin Ye's expression shifted dramatically. He recalled that today marked the day when the eldest elder and Qin Ye conspired to strip him of his title as heir. His father, Qin Zhan, would also be deposed as clan leader due to this event. From that day forward, his father would be left in despair, ultimately passing away with regret. This event marked the beginning of Qin Ye's tragic fate in his previous life. This is not good. Father is in danger. Yinger, you stay here. I shall return shortly. Qin Ye's countenance darkened as he spoke to the bewildered Qin Yinger before hastening toward the direction of the Qin family's ancestral hall without a moment's delay. Chapter 2. The Inversion of Truth, Qin Ye's Fury. At the Qin family ancestral hall, the former heir of the Qin family, Qin Yu, devoid of virtue and competence, of low character. Henceforth, he is stripped of his title as heir and shall never wield it again. The title shall be assumed by Chinya, the eldest elder, clad in a black robe and wearing a smug expression, proclaimed mockingly. Within the ancestral hall, a congregation of elders gathered. Among them sat a middle-aged man, aged in his 40s, whose face contorted with rage upon hearing the news. Eldest elder, what do you mean by this? Though my son Chinya's cultivation has been abolished, he has never heired during his years as heir. Why do you seek to strip him of his title today? The middle-aged man, contorted with fury and despair, shouted. He was none other than Qin Zhan, the current clan leader of the Qin family, and Qin father. Why? Upon hearing Qin Zhan's words, the elder's lips curled into a derisive smile as he remarked, the heir of the Qin family has always been determined by merit. Your son, Qin Yu, is nothing but a useless wretch now. What face does he have to continue serving as the heir of our esteemed Qin family? Indeed, no sooner had he spoken than the second elder of the Qin family chimed in. The position of the heir is crucial to the future of our clan. It is also the selection for our next patriarch. Your son, Qin Yu, has been rendered powerless, his dantian destroyed. He is nothing but a fool. Are we to allow him to continue occupying the position of heir? Listening to the elder's words, Qin Zhan's expression shifted dramatically. He clenched his teeth, seemingly wishing to retort, but no words escaped his lips for an extended moment. His tightly clenched fist fell weakly to his sides. It was not that he did not wish to defend his son, rather. He felt utterly powerless. Within the Qin family, the elder council were the true arbiters of power. They even possessed the authority to depose the patriarch. Had it been only the first elder, Qin Zhan might have had the strength to resist. However, faced with the collective pressure of the elder council, even he, as the patriarch, was rendered helpless. The first elder, Qin Hai, stood composed, flanked by a strikingly beautiful woman with a haughty demeanor. Chinya. Elder, since you have decided to strip the heir of his title, I cannot prevent it. However, I do hope that you will consider one matter. Qin Zhan inhaled deeply, his tone suddenly becoming humble. Oh, what matter is that? The first elder, Qin Hai, inquired with keen interest. I beseech the elder to restore my son's divine pulse. He is currently incapacitated, and without the divine pulse for healing, he will never be able to cultivate again. I implore you all, considering my years of toil for the family, to return the divine pulse to Qin Yu. I am willing to relinquish the position of patriarch. Qin Zhan took a deep breath, his eyes filled with humiliation. As the patriarch of the Qin family, he had always been resolute. No one had ever compelled him to bow his head. Yet, for the sake of his son, he chose to forsake his dignity. However, no sooner had he spoken than Qin Hai scoffed. Such foolish delusions. Qin Zhan, you are well aware of how much our family has invested in Qin Yu over the years. As his father, do you not bear any responsibility? Even if you refuse to relinquish the patriarch's position, I shall, along with the elder council, depose you. The first elder's face was filled with disdain. Qin Zhan's martial talent was not particularly remarkable at over 40 years of age. He remained at the 9th level of body refinement, likely never to reach the Qi transformation stage in this lifetime. His ascension to the patriarch was merely due to his acumen in business and the presence of a talented son. Now that the family's business had stabilized and Qin Yu had become a burden, Qin Zhan had long since lost his value to the Qin family. Upon hearing the first elder's words, the surrounding elders echoed in agreement. The elder speaks the truth. What is the divine pulse? It is a treasure of heaven and earth. Is it something that your disabled son can lay claim to? In our Qin family, only talents like Qinya are worthy of possessing the divine pulse. Out of respect for your former position as patriarch, I shall give you 100 taels of silver. Now, take your crippled son and leave the Qin family immediately. Then let Qinya assume her position as the new patriarch. The first elder tossed a banknote disdainfully, smacking it against Qin Zhan's face, his contemptuous demeanor akin to dismissing a stray dog. You people, do not go too far. The divine pulse rightfully belongs to my son. You may strip him of his title, but to deny him the divine pulse is truly intolerable. Qin Zhan roared, his eyes brimming with indignation. Silence. The first elder, Qin Hai, bellowed, reprimanding. Since Qin Yu is of the Qin family, all that he possesses belongs to the family. How the divine pulse is allocated is a matter for the Elder Council to decide. Moreover, any achievements Qin Yu has today are due to the family's nurturing. The divine pulse within him was also born from the resources of the Qin family. What claim does he have over it? Qin Hai sneered. Indeed, without our Qin family, Qin Yu would be but a stray dog. Were it not for the Qin family, he would have no right to the divine pulse. The second elder of the Qin family joined in the chorus. You people. As Qin Zhan gazed upon the shameless countenance of the elders, a tempest of rage surged within him, nearly bursting forth from his chest. The divine pulse. It was something determined from birth. Without Qin Yu's innate talent, no amount of cultivation resources could possibly manifest it. Yet these scoundrels dared to claim that his son merely benefited from the Qin family's fortune to possess the divine pulse. It was utterly shameless. Just as Qin Zhan was about to explode, the first elder suddenly chuckled softly. However, since you so desire the divine pulse, I could offer you an opportunity. Qin Zhan was momentarily taken aback. How about this? You first self-destruct your cultivation, then write a letter of commitment promising to transfer the patriarch's position to Qin Yu, and vow never to set foot in Songshan City again. Perhaps then, I might consider transferring the divine pulse back to Qin Yu. The first elder said with a smile. Boom! As these words fell, Qin Zhan's body trembled violently. Self-destruct his cultivation? Transfer the patriarch's position? This was pushing him towards a dead end. Gazing at Qin Zhan's pale face, the first elder smiled benignly. What? Are you unwilling? This is your only chance. If you miss it, your son will likely never regain the divine pulse. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhan's body quivered slightly. Having expended countless efforts to attain his current position, the notion of self-destruction was something he could hardly bear. Yet, when he considered that self-destructing his cultivation might restore the divine pulse to Qin Yu, Qin Zhan gritted his teeth and darkly inquired, Are you serious? If I self-destruct my cultivation, you will indeed return the divine pulse to my son? Of course. The first elder nodded indifferently. Very well. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhan forced a smile filled with despair and, without any hesitation, enveloped his right hand in spiritual energy, striking fiercely at his own chest. However, just as Qin Zhan's fist was about to descend, Father, no! A figure suddenly burst in from outside the ancestral hall. Qin Yu? Qin Yu furrowed her brow. She had thought that with Qin Yu's Dantian and divine pulse destroyed, he would be bedridden for at least half a year. She had not anticipated his swift recovery. Father, are you all right? Qin Yu hurried to Qin Zhan's side, and upon sensing the flow of spiritual energy within him, he breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. He had arrived just in time. He had prevented his father from making a foolish decision. How did you wake up? Seeing the sudden appearance of Qin Yu, Qin Zhan was both astonished and delighted. Under the tender gaze of Qin Zhan, Qin Yu's eyes grew misty. It had been a millennium. How wonderful it was to see his father again. Father, do not heed his words. Qin Hai is nothing but a despicable beast. He only wishes for you to self-destruct your cultivation to drive you out of the Qin family. Qin Yu turned his cold gaze towards the first elder in the distance. For some reason, as Qin Yu's piercing gaze fell upon him, the first elder involuntarily shuddered. That feeling, it was akin to being locked in the sights of a ferocious beast. You insolent wretch! Qin Hai is the first elder of our Qin family. How dare you speak of him so disrespectfully? Guards, throw this ignorant fool out! The second elder barked, commanding the two guards beside him. Among the elder council, the second elder was the closest ally to the first elder, especially now that both the first elder and Qin Yu held power. As a sycophant, he naturally had to perform well at this moment. Yes. As soon as he finished speaking, the two guards charged towards Qin Yu. Their bodies radiated with spiritual energy, the fierce winds billowing their garments as their right fists clenched tightly, glowing with a faint red light as they struck towards Qin Yu. Falling Star Fist. This was a high-grade yellow-tier martial skill. Martial skills are categorized into 4 ranks: Heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, each further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. Both guards had reached the 6th level of body refinement, and the ferocity of their fists seemed capable of tearing through the very air. Seeking death. Qin Ye's eyes darkened, murderous intent surging within him. Had it been the previous Qin Yu, he would have certainly been no match for these two guards. Yet now, he was the reincarnation of a supreme being, and to him, a mere yellow-tier martial skill was riddled with flaws. With just a glance, Qin Yu spotted over a dozen weaknesses in the falling star fist. Boom! Qin Yu did not evade. He, too, unleashed a punch. This brat dares to take it heedin'? Witnessing this scene, the gathered elders were momentarily taken aback, then could not help but scoff. These two guards were both experts at the 6th level of body refinement. How could Qin Yu, a disabled youth, dare to withstand their attack? He was truly courting death. However, the elders did not intervene. They had never held Qin Yu in high regard. If they could seize this opportunity to eliminate him, that would be ideal. But to the moment when everyone believed that Qin Yu was undoubtedly doomed. Crack! A sudden, crisp sound of bone fracturing echoed. Yet Qin Yu remained steadfast in his position. In stark contrast, the two guards had their right hands brutally shattered, their 5 fingers twisted in a grotesque manner. On my hand, a piercing scream reverberated through the ancestral hall. Qin Yu wore an expression of utter indifference as he raised his hand and struck. Slap! Accompanied by a dull thud, the bodies of the two guards were propelled like cannonballs, soaring a full 5 to 6 meters before crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud. Blood spewed from their mouths as their faces became swollen from the force of the blow. How is this possible? Witnessing this scene, the second elder was left utterly astounded. These two guards were his most capable subordinates. Even within the entirety of the Qin family, they ranked among the top 15. Yet, they had failed to withstand even a single strike from this so-called waste. Qin Yu? Chapter 3. The Blood of Youth, a life-and-death duel? You vile creature, how dare you slay my guard? The second elder roared, his eyes aglow with rage. Not far away, Qin Zhan was equally taken aback that he was aware of the prowess of these two guards. They were among the elite in the Qin family, that it was inconceivable that, even at his peak, Qin Yu could have dispatched them so effortlessly. Such a method was akin to a masterful assassination technique, swift and unhesitating. With not a trace of hesitation. How audacious of Qin Yu to strike within the ancestral hall. Do you understand the gravity of this place? To kill the guard of the Grand Elder is tantamount to defiance. It is an act of treason. Summon someone to bind this wretch. Such callousness must be met with severe punishment today, lest he become a scourge upon our Qin family. The Grand Elder's gaze was icy, his voice commanding. The surrounding elders echoed his outrage. Defiance? Old fool, did you not witness that it was these two ruffians who attacked me first? You, an old man, may have lost your wits, but have your eyes also failed you? Qin Yu scoffed, fixing his gaze on the Grand Elder. Qin I in his previous life. He had long since discerned the true nature of these people, and thus their rhetoric sparked no surprise, even in this new existence. A wild dog remains a wild dog, unchanged in the least. You insolent wretch, what did you say? Qin Hai trembled with fury, his complexion shifting from blue to purple, spiritual energy swirling uncontrollably around him. As if poised to strike down Qin Yu. Grand Elder, kill him. End this wretch. He is but a bastard. Let him perish. The second elder joined in the fray, his fierce gaze seemingly eager to devour Qin Yu whole. Witnessing this scene, Qin Zhan furrowed his brow and instinctively stepped forward to shield Qin Yu. Should these rabid dogs dare to lay a hand on his son, he would retaliate without hesitation. However, at that moment of palpable tension, a crisp voice shattered the silence. Enough! The speaker was none other than Qin Yu. Upon hearing her command, both the Grand Elder and the second elder instinctively fell silent. Qin Yu cast a derisive glance at Qin Yu, saying, You harlot, so you finally choose to speak? I thought you had perished. Hearing Qin Yu's mockery, Qin Yu's expression remained unchanged as she elegantly approached him. Her presence suffused with a faint spiritual energy, radiating a subtle glow, as though she were draped in an ethereal veil. This was the power of the divine pulse. After awakening her divine pulse, Even without deliberate cultivation, spiritual energy would naturally flow into her, forming a veil of energy around her. This was a privilege that should have belonged to Qin Yu. Qin Yu, I once believed you to be a person of reason. Yet you, like your father, are nothing but a barbaric savage. To cause a disturbance in the family ancestral hall is one thing, but to dare slay the second elder's guard. You possess an audacity beyond measure. Qin Yu's voice was cold, her demeanor one of condescension as she looked down upon Qin Yu. Ah, savage. Qin Yu erupted into laughter. You claim I am a savage? Qin Yu, you deceitful wench, how skilled you are at turning the tables. When I awakened my divine pulse, you and the Grand Elder were but dogs at my feet. You once said you would gather spiritual herbs, and without hesitation, I led you into the perilous beast-infested mountains. And what did you do in return? You sent people to ambush me, shattering my dantian. Subsequently, you forcibly took away my divine pulse. With such actions, you dare accuse me of being a savage. Qin Yu's gaze was laced with scorn as he regarded Qin Yu. As a supreme being of the celestial path, he prided himself on his unwavering resolve, yet the sight of Qin Yu ignited a simmering fury within him. How could one stoop to such depths of depravity? Silence. Qin Yu seethed, her eyes ablaze with fury. Qin Yu, the divine pulse is a celestial treasure. Even if it is derived from you, what right do you have to possess it? This world operates on the principle of survival of the fittest. Your divine pulse was taken from you, and you have no one to blame but yourself. What does that have to do with me? Qin Yu, upon hearing this, not only Qin Yu, but even Qin Zhan felt a surge of rage. What a wretched woman! She has stolen Qin Yu's divine pulse, yet now claims it has nothing to do with her. Well, you truly are a vile harlot. Qin Yu's anger morphed into a sardonic smile, his expression darkening. Since you say this world is one of survival of the fittest, let me ask you, do you dare to duel? At this declaration, Qin Yu and the others were momentarily taken aback. You wish to challenge me? Indeed. Did you not assert that this world is about the strong prevailing over the weak? Then let us settle this with a fight to the death. After this battle, we shall determine the rightful owner of the divine pulse, shall we? Qin Yu's gaze was resolute as he locked eyes with Qin Yu. In his previous life, it was precisely due to Qin Yu and the Grand Elder that his family had fallen apart, leaving him in despair. Even after ascending to the Nine Heavens mystic realm, he often awoke from nightmares, haunted by the memories of his father's and sister's tragic deaths. This time, given a second chance by the heavens, he vowed to eliminate the wretched Qin Yu. Yet, as his words fell, laughter erupted around him. Wretch, have you lost your mind? Do you think you are still the former heir of the Qin family? You are now devoid of a dantian and divine pulse. What can you possibly use to compete with Miss Qin Yu, a mere cripple daring to provoke the new heir of the Qin family? Truly unaware of your own mortality, even Qin Zhan cast a worried glance at Qin Yu, fully aware of his son's aversion to evil, yet he had not anticipated such recklessness. This act was tantamount to issuing a challenge to Qin Yu. Qin Yu's lips curled into a sinister smile, a glint of cold malice in her eyes. Since she had seized Qin Yu's divine pulse, whispers had circulated through the family and Songshan City, suggesting she was usurping power. The legitimacy of her claim to the heirship and divine pulse had been questioned. This had troubled Qin Yu greatly. Yet unexpectedly, this wretch had delivered himself right into her hands. Perfect! A month hence marks the family competition. If I can eliminate Qin Yu during this event, I will vindicate myself. Furthermore, it will silence those who dare to gossip behind my back, ensuring they remain forever mute. Very well. Since you seek death, I shall oblige. Let us set the time for the family competition in 1 month. I will personally ensure your demise, making it clear who the true prodigy of the Qin family is. Qin Yu's icy laughter resonated as she spoke that a word is a bond. Qin Yu casually remarked, before assisting Qin Zhan and turning to leave the Qin family ancestral hall that year. Why must you delay for another month? He attacked in the ancestral hall. I could have seized him then. Watching the two depart, Qin Hai furrowed his brow, his words laced with murderous intent. He is but a mere clown. Let him prance about for another month. Moreover, I wish to restore my reputation before the various families in Songshan City. The family competition in a month is the perfect opportunity. Qin Yu replied nonchalantly, as if Qin Yu were merely an ant she could crush at will. Very well, let that wretch prance about for another month. Once the time comes, I shall dispatch him. Upon hearing Chinya's words, the Grand Elder immediately grasped her intent, a sinister smile forming as a malevolent glint flickered in his eyes. Chapter 4. A Family in Turmoil, the Devouring Sky Overlord Technique. Having left the ancestral hall, Qin Yu returned to his modest courtyard that in stark contrast to Qin Yu's calm demeanor. Qin Zhan and Qin Inger appeared restless, their brows furrowed as they paced anxiously within the courtyard. After a considerable time, Qin Zhan shook his head, sighing heavily. You acted too impulsively today. Indeed, brother, you should not have challenged Qinya. Qin Inger chimed in, her face etched with worry. Having learned of her brother's challenge to that Qinya through their father, she understood that the family competition a month hence would ultimately determine the fate of the divine pulse. However, given that her brother's dantian was shattered, he possessed no ability to absorb spiritual energy. In contrast, Qinya was a natural talent of the Qin family, and with the divine pulse augmenting her, her rate of energy accumulation was beyond compare. With such a disparity, how could Qin Yu possibly defeat Qinya in the family competition a month from now? Father, you need not fret. Qin Yu replied with a faint smile, his expression indifferent. He was no longer the powerless wretch of his past life. As a supreme being of the celestial path, he had at least a myriad of methods to reconstruct his dantian. Brother, perhaps you should leave the Qin family. That Qin Yu is ruthless. You cannot match her. Leaving the Qin family may at least ensure your survival. Qin Inger's beautiful face was filled with concern, her dark eyes brimming with unshed tears. She knew all too well how cruel Qin Yu could be. Now that her adversary viewed Qin Yu as a thorn in her side, it was likely that she would not let him off easily during the family competition. Leaving the Qin family might be the only path to survival. Qin Yu shook his head and declared, Father, sister, I shall never depart from the Qin family. That I have awaited this opportunity for far too long. Over the years, Qinya and the Grand Elder have persistently humiliated us. My challenge to her is not merely about the significance of the divine vein. Rather, it serves to convey to the members of the Qin family that none shall dare to trample upon my kin. Those who dare to wrong my family shall be left with but two choices. Either kneel and bow their heads, or engage in a relentless battle to the death. Taking a deep breath, a fierce light surged in his eyes, emanating an indescribable aura of terror from his being. This was the majesty exclusive to the supreme beings of the celestial path. Observing his son before him, Qin Zhan's face revealed an expression of astonishment. For reasons unknown, he suddenly felt as if Qin Yu had transformed into an entirely different person, exuding an unquestionable authority and an unparalleled dominance. Contrasting starkly with his previous despondency, Well said, what a splendid declaration. At that moment, even Qin Zhan was moved, laughing heartily. What a powerful statement. Either kneel and bow, or engage in a relentless struggle. This is indeed my son. Qin Zhan, 4 days, they had been under the oppressive thumb of the Grand Elder and others, forced to swallow their indignation. Although Qin Yu's actions today seemed somewhat impulsive, they rekindled in Qin Zhan a long-forgotten fervor. When a scholar is enraged, he can spill blood for 5 paces. How much more so for a 7-foot warrior? A true man, when subjected to humiliation, has but 2 paths, to fight to the death or to perish. With a chilling gaze and a frenzy of murderous intent swirling in his eyes, Qin Yu continued. Hearing this, Qin Zhan felt a surge of comfort. Good lad, your words reflect your growth, that if your mother were here, she would undoubtedly feel immense pride. Very well, since you have made your choice, I shall not say more that a month hence, regardless of what transpires, I will stand by you. Qin Zhan patted Qin Yu on the shoulder, his face brimming with a smile. Thank you, father. Qin Yu replied gratefully, nodding. Silly child, why express thanks? Rest well. I have matters to attend to and shall not disturb you further. With a chuckle, Qin Zhan turned to leave. He recalled a time long past when he had aided an old friend who had once stated that he could be sought after for any matters in the future. Now, that old friend had transformed into one of the most powerful figures in Songsan City. To save Yuer, he would have to seek this individual. With that thought, Qin Zhan hastened toward the exit of the Qin estate. Qin Inger wished to say more, but upon seeing her brother's resolute gaze, she fell silent and followed her father out. That it was only after their departure that Qin Yu let out a long breath, his mind racing to devise a means of enhancing his cultivation. To slay Qinya within a month, I must at least reach the third level of the Qi entry realm, he murmured to himself. Although Qinya was currently at the first level of the Qi entry realm. With the divine vein in her possession, a month was ample time for her to ascend to the fifth level. In order to defeat her during the family competition, Qinya needed to attain the third level. Should this thought reach others, they would likely deem him mad. After all, Qinya was currently but a waste, devoid of any cultivation. To leap from the first level of the body refinement realm to the third level of the Qi entry realm in a mere month was indeed a fanciful notion. An idealistic dream. After all, there were over a dozen minor realms to traverse, not to mention a major realm. Even the most gifted prodigy of Songzhan City, Xue Fuduo, would struggle to achieve such a feat. Yet, Qin Yu's visage radiated confidence that in the next moment. His mind was flooded with a multitude of characters, intertwining and coalescing into a complete cultivation technique. The Swallowing Heaven's Tyrant Body Technique. This technique was discovered in his previous life within an ancient tomb, crafted by a supreme powerhouse from the primordial era. The Swallowing Heaven's Tyrant Body Technique was a pinnacle method among cultivation arts. It could not only effectively enhance physical strength, but also devour the spiritual energy of others for personal gain. Even certain magical beasts and artifacts could be consumed through this technique. In his previous life, it was this extraordinary power of devouring that allowed Qin Yu to ascend to the supreme realm within a mere 10,000 years, becoming one of the few experts in the Nine Heavens mystic realm. Alas, he had discovered the technique too late in his last life, having already practiced other arts, resulting in a less than pure cultivation thereafter. In this life, should he commence from the outset along the paths of devouring and tyrannical strength, his achievements would undoubtedly surpass those of his previous incarnation. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yu wasted no time and locked himself within his chamber to begin his cultivation of the Swallowing Heaven's Tyrant Body Technique. With a resonant hum, the technique swiftly activated, and a powerful force of devouring energy emanated from his body, spreading wildly in all directions. Boom! At that moment, the entire Qin estate seemed to tremble as if struck by an earthquake. A tremendous suction force, akin to that of a black hole, surged throughout the estate, voraciously consuming every trace of energy and spiritual power within reach. Within the Qin family's training room, several young disciples were seated in meditation, preparing for their daily practice. However, mere minutes later, they all opened their eyes in unison, astonishment etched across their faces. What is happening? Next, all the young disciples of the Qin family stood up in unison, their eyes wide with shock as they gazed around, sensing something ominously terrifying, their pupils dilating in alarm. What is happening? Why can't I absorb any spiritual energy? How strange! Why is the spiritual energy in the air so thin? This peculiar phenomenon was not confined to the training room. Every member of the Qin family engaged in cultivation at that moment sensed the bizarre occurrence. The once abundant spiritual energy of heaven and earth had vanished entirely. As if an invisible maw had suddenly appeared, devouring all the energy. What is going on? Why has the spiritual energy of the Qin family suddenly disappeared? Qinya stormed out of the training room, her eyes filled with anger. Just moments ago, she had been preparing to enter the training room to attempt a breakthrough to the second level of the Qi entry realm. To her dismay, despite circulating her technique for half the time, she had absorbed not a single shred of spiritual energy. Returning to the young master, we are also unaware of the situation, a guard replied, panic written on his face. Just now, all the spiritual energy within the Qin estate has abruptly vanished. This disappearance was not limited to the training room. The library, the arena, the protective family array, and even the surrounding areas of the Qin estate were all experiencing a loss of spiritual energy. What? Qin Ye's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. The Qin estate covered an area of over 1,000 square meters, harboring an immense reservoir of spiritual energy. What kind of person could mobilize such a vast amount of energy all at once? Could it be that a powerful figure had appeared near the Qin family? The Grand Elder furrowed his brow, unease shimmering in his gaze. Qin Ye, go, quickly investigate. Find out who is manipulating the spiritual energy. Report any developments immediately. Yes. The guard responded respectfully before hastily departing. Watching the guard's retreating figure, Qin Ye's brow furrowed slightly, a barely perceptible trace of worry flickering in her beautiful eyes, for reasons unknown. Today's events instilled in her a profound sense of unease. Unbeknownst to all, while the entire Qin estate reverberated with turmoil, the true orchestrator of it all, Qin Yu, remained engrossed in his cultivation. His body resembled a black hole, greedily devouring the surrounding spiritual energy. Every fiber of his flesh and bone, under the cleansing of the tyrant body technique, grew increasingly resilient and powerful. Yet accompanying this transformation was an unimaginable agony. After all, his dantian had been utterly shattered. To heal and restore it, he had to tear it apart and then reassemble it. The excruciating pain of tearing flesh was not something an ordinary person could endure. Ah! Qin Yu let out a howl that in mere seconds. He was drenched in sweat, his face contorted in agony. Yet he did not falter for an instant. Pain? What was pain compared to the humiliation faced by his father and sister in his previous life? What did his own suffering matter? Come on, you bastards! Unleash every technique you have. If I scream again, I am no longer Qin Yu. With a furious roar, the spiritual energy within him surged like crashing waves. Reaching unprecedented heights, the intense pain nearly caused him to lose consciousness. Yet the memories of past humiliations steeled his resolve. His meridians, flesh, bones, and even his organs underwent miraculous transformations in that moment. The shattered dantian in his abdomen began to coalesce at an observable rate. With every bit of spiritual energy absorbed, his dantian condensed further. Qin Yu's cultivation soared rapidly. Body refinement realm. First level. Body refinement realm. Second level. Body refinement realm. Third level. Body refinement realm. Fourth level. Body refinement realm. Seventh level. Boom! As a surge of spiritual energy reverberated, Qin Yu let out a long howl, his eyes gleaming with an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. Remarkably, his cultivation had ascended from the first layer of body refinement directly to the seventh layer. He had traversed 7 realms in a single bound. Chapter 5. The dragons fall into the deep pool. The mysterious woman, is this truly the 7th layer of body refinement in his chamber? Qin Yu exhaled deeply, feeling the surging power within him, a glimmer of delight illuminating his gaze. The sky-swallowing body art certainly lives up to its legendary status as the supreme martial art. In merely half an hour, it had transformed him from a shattered dantian into a formidable cultivator at the 7th layer of body refinement. If this news were to spread, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the city of Songzhan. Moreover, astonishingly, the spiritual energy absorbed through the sky-swallowing body art had been refined. This meant that the energy he consumed was entirely usable, and it was of the purest quality. He need not worry about the dangers of excessive absorption leading to an unstable cultivation. However, despite reaching the 7th layer of body refinement, Qin Yu felt it was still far from sufficient. In order to vanquish Qin Yu and reclaim his dignity, he required even greater power. The spiritual energy of the Qin clan had already been nearly depleted by him, and it would take at least a month to restore its original concentration. Clearly, he would need to find alternative sources of energy. Qin Yu murmured to himself, a contemplative look appearing in his eyes. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, a spark of realization flashed in his gaze. Yes, I recall that there is a beast mountain range within Songzhan City, merely a few dozen miles from the Qin residence, an ideal location to absorb energy. The Beast Mountain Range lies to the south of Songzhan City, characterized by treacherous terrain and perilous cliffs, often frequented by ferocious beasts, such that ordinary individuals would never dare to venture within. However, for martial artists, it is a veritable treasure trove. The energy contained within the Beast Mountain Range is immense, with its spiritual density several times that of the outside world. A martial artist training there for a single day would equate to 3 or 4 days of training elsewhere. For Qin Yu, it was an exceptional place for cultivation. Moreover, with the abundance of beasts within the range, should he manage to hunt and consume one, it would yield unforeseen benefits for his training. Excellent. In that case, I shall take a trip to the Beast Mountain Range. Qin Yu murmured. Without hesitation, he left a letter for his father and sister and made his way out of the Qin estate. Unbeknownst to Qin Yu, as he departed, several family guards suddenly emerged from a distance. Witnessing his departure with keen eyes, second elder, Qin Yu has just left the Qin family, seemingly headed towards the Beast Mountain Range. What? Upon hearing this, the second elder turned, disbelief etched on his face. What business does a lichen have in the Beast Mountain range? In the second elder's mind, Qin Yu was still a mere with a shattered dantian. Devoid of any cultivation, the Beast Mountain range was rife with danger. How could this young fool dare to venture there alone? If he seeks his own demise, I shall not be held accountable. The second elder's eyes glimmered with cold malice. This little wretch has harmed my guards during the family meeting, causing me to lose face. This time, he must pay the price with a cold snort. A glint of murderous intent flickered in the second elder's eyes. You go and form the Black Tiger Beast hunting team. Tell them I want Qin Yu's head. Upon completion, I shall reward them with 10,000 taels of silver. But the Grand Elder and the young master have instructed that we cannot act against this before the family tournament. One of the guards hesitated. What are you afraid of? If something goes wrong, I shall take full responsibility. The second elder's eyes darkened, his tone impatiently scolding. Understood. The guard, upon hearing this, ceased further objections, nodded, and hurriedly departed. Within the Beast Mountain range, numerous hunting teams made their living by slaying beasts, all of whom were daring individuals with blood on their hands. The Black Tiger Beast hunting team was among the best of these teams, led by the formidable Zhang Heihu, a master at the second layer of qi condensation. With him in action, Qin Yu's demise was inevitable. It seemed that even the most powerful beings would be unable to save this. On the other hand, Qin Yu remained unaware of the second elder's schemes. After 2 hours of trekking, he arrived at the outskirts of the Beast Mountain Range. The Beast Mountain Range stretched for thousands of miles, with towering ancient trees and steep peaks, home to many powerful beasts. Numerous martial artists also roamed this perilous territory. Within just a few minutes, Qin Yu had already encountered several members of various hunting teams. However, these hunters did not pose any threat to Qin Yu. They merely glanced at him before turning away. Naturally, even if these hunters harbored ill intentions, Qin Yu felt no fear. Although he was still at the 7th layer of body refinement, his prior experiences and martial arts knowledge allowed him to easily dispatch anyone who was not at the level of qi condensation. Soon enough, Qin Yu continued deeper into the mountains. The outer regions were predominantly inhabited by low-tier beasts with strength equivalent to the 1st or 2nd layer of body refinement. Qin Yu did not waste time on these creatures, for his true goal lay deeper within the Beast Mountain Range, the Dragon's Fall Pool. Qin Yu recalled that in his previous life, a beast hunting team had discovered a miraculous pool of water deep within the Beast Mountain Range. It was said that this water was derived from the blood of a flood dragon and contained immense energy. Immersing in it could extend one's lifespan for mortals and for martial artists. It could cleanse their marrow and enhance their cultivation. In his previous life, Qin Yu had contemplated using the water from the Dragon's Fall Pool to restore his dantian. Unfortunately, shortly after its discovery, a powerful sect suppressed it by force and claimed it as their own, thwarting Qin Yu's plans to mend his dantian. According to his memories from the past, the Dragon's Fall Pool had yet to be discovered in this lifetime. If I can absorb the Dragon's Fall Pool, I could at least reach the pinnacle of body refinement. A glimmer of determination sparkled in Qin Yu's eyes. Without further ado, he unleashed his spiritual energy, racing towards the direction of the Dragon's Fall Pool. Before long, a hidden valley appeared before him. The valley was lush with towering trees and countless thorns and vines. Without close inspection, it was nearly impossible to detect its presence. Splash! The sound of rushing water echoed from within the valley. Following the sound, Qin Yu ventured deeper. Moments later, the landscape opened up before him. A magnificent white waterfall cascaded down from a cliff hundreds of feet high, sending up countless sprays of water, enveloping the area in a mist of spiritual energy, a breathtaking sight to behold. However, what was peculiar was that as the water fell, it appeared colorless, yet midway through its descent, it transformed into a crimson hue, ultimately pooling into a blood-red basin below. The Dragon's Fall Pool. Seeing the crimson depths below, Qin Yu's eyes lit up that he could sense a terrifying surge of spiritual energy emanating from the pool, so potent that the surrounding flora appeared to thrive abundantly. This overwhelming energy invigorated the sky-swallowing body art within Qin Yu, causing it to operate uncontrollably, absorbing the spiritual energy around him. However, just as Qin Yu prepared to step into the Dragon's Fall Pool, a sudden sound sliced through the tranquility. Swish! Qin Yu's expression shifted, almost instinctively suppressing his presence to the bare minimum. Suddenly, a girl in a white dress appeared, her beauty ethereal, resembling a celestial maiden from the Moon Palace. As she gracefully soared through the is she flying? Could she be a master at the Dan transformation stage? Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback, his expression one of astonishment. Did I in the realm of martial arts? There are several stages: body refinement, qi condensation, divine connection, Dan transformation, master, grandmaster, dragon gate, saint king, and supreme. The first three stages involve the fundamental cultivation of the martial artist's physical form. Once one reaches the Dan transformation stage, a golden Dan is formed within the body, allowing the practitioner to transcend earthly limitations and achieve the ability to soar through the skies, a true immortal presence. Yet such powerful beings are exceedingly rare, and none have ever appeared in Songzon City. What could possibly bring such a figure here? What is she doing? Suddenly, Qin Yu's expression shifted as he witnessed something utterly astonishing. The girl in white, with her back to him, began to shed her dress, revealing her flawless skin and curvaceous figure, before slowly stepping into the dragon's fall pool. Submerged in the water, she emitted soft, breathy moans that made Qin Yu's face flush and his heart race. Qin Yu's body stiffened involuntarily, that he could hardly believe that this woman would undress before him. He had no doubt that if she were to discover his presence, her cultivation would grant her the power to annihilate him effortlessly. What in the world is happening? Qin Yu chuckled bitterly. Wait, could it be? Is she the legendary moon-cold immortal body, the fabled body capable of freezing the earth? Could it be that her immortal body is experiencing some affliction, requiring the healing powers of the dragon's fall pool? Qin Yu squinted his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within his gaze. Crack. As if to validate Qin Yu's suspicion, a chilling aura suddenly surged from within the woman. An ethereal coldness spread, swiftly freezing the surrounding flora that a haunting blue radiance enveloped her graceful form, waves of frigid air sweeping in all directions that moment. It felt as though the entire dragon's fall pool had succumbed to a winter's freeze. Damn it, she truly possesses the celestial body of the vast cold. This is the end. With such overwhelming chill, even if she doesn't discover me, I'll be frozen to death. Qin Yu's complexion shifted slightly, his heart racing with urgency. Who goes there? Show yourself. Just then, the woman in white seemed to sense something, abruptly turning around to reveal a flawless, breathtaking visage. Yet at that moment, her stunning face was marred by frost. Her bright eyes ablaze with fury. It's over. I've been discovered. A chill coursed through Qin Yu's heart. Chapter 6. An unexpected ambush. The despicable scoundrel. At this instant, beads of sweat began to form on Qin Yu's forehead. This woman was a formidable master, at least at the Dan transformation stage, and capable of flight. If she were to learn that he had been peeping at her, would he not be torn to shreds? In that moment, Qin Yu's gaze darted around, searching for the optimal escape route. As expected of a princess of the great Qian dynasty, that I never imagined that despite my profound concealment, you would still uncover my presence. Accompanied by an aged laughter, several figures suddenly emerged from a nearby location. Leading them was an unsightly man, his face marred by a large black mold. He hovered in midair, grinning widely to reveal a set of yellowed teeth, his eyes glinting with lascivious intent. Behind this man trailed 5 or 6 others, all clad in voluminous crimson robes, their faces obscured by black hats, and swords sheathed at their waists. However, what truly caught Qin Yu's attention was the grotesque mask embroidered on their robes. The Ghost-Face Sect? You again, Zhang Tianxiao. Upon seeing the sudden appearance of these figures, the beautiful woman's expression changed dramatically. The Ghost-Face Sect? At the mention of this, Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback. The Ghost-Face Sect is a notorious faction within the Great Yu dynasty, infamous for their practice of dark arts and their frequent commission of heinous acts. Why would they suddenly appear in the territory of the Great Qian dynasty? However, what astonished Qin Yu even more was the revelation of this mysterious woman's identity as a princess of the Great Qian dynasty. There was only one princess, named Ling Yue, that it was said that she possessed unparalleled beauty and exceptional talent, as well as the legendary celestial body of the vast cold, making her the jewel cherished by the royal family. Some even asserted that with her talents, she could surpass the ancestors of the great Qian and become the strongest warrior in the dynasty's history. Zhang Tianxiao, how dare you show your face again? Ling Youwei's delicate face darkened. Boom! A surge of overwhelming spiritual power erupted, causing the surrounding waters of the pool to churn violently to end the next moment. Ling Youwei donned a white dress and charged toward Zhang Tianxiao and his cohorts. Haha! Ling Youwei, I advise you to conserve your strength. If I were you, I would refrain from using spiritual power. Do you not feel the heat and weakness coursing through your body? Zhang Tianxiao said with a grin. Upon hearing this, Ling Youwei indeed felt a peculiar warmth emanating from her lower abdomen, as if all her strength was being drained away. What have you done to me? Ling Youwei's complexion shifted dramatically. The spiritual energy within her was dissipating rapidly. Ha ha ha! Have you only just realized? It is already too late. I was well aware that you would use this pool for healing, so I had previously infused a substance known as the Blissful Harmony water into it. Zhang Tianxiao laughed heartily. What? The Blissful Harmony water? Zhang Tianxiao, I will kill you. Ling Youwei's face turned as pale as a sheet, her delicate form trembling with rage. The Blissful Harmony water is a seductive potion used by the Ghost Face sect. Once ingested, it instills an insatiable desire for union in anyone. The disciples of the Ghost Face sect have used this very concoction to ruin many virtuous women. Ling Youwei, I have brought 5 or 6 disciples with me this time. If you do not wish to be violated, hand over your celestial body of the vast cold. Otherwise, I will ensure you experience the true meaning of earthly pleasure. Zhang Tianxiao laughed sinisterly, his gaze fixated on Lin Qingxue, filled with lewd intent. This time, they were acting under the secret orders of the great Yu royal family to seize Ling Youwei's celestial body of the vast cold. After painstakingly laying in ambush for half a month, they had finally found their opportunity. This time, they would not return without the celestial body. Zhang Tianxiao, you are dreaming, Ling Youwei exclaimed, continuously channeling her spiritual power to counteract the effects of the drug within her. But the more she exerted her energy, the more intense the heat within her became. Her stunning face flushed crimson, her eyes brimming with indignation. Zhang Tianxiao, if you dare lay a finger on this princess, the great Qian dynasty will pursue you to the ends of the earth. Ling Youwei gritted her teeth, her icy gaze locked on Zhang Tianxiao and his companions. Ha! Ling Youwei, this is Songzhan City, 100,000 miles from the great Qian capital. Even if I were to kill you, no one would know. Since you are so ungrateful, I will have no choice but to resort to forceful measures to claim your celestial body. But before that, I will enjoy your body thoroughly. Zhang Tianxiao chuckled sinisterly, his eyes gleaming with greed and desire. He had long heard tales of the great Qian dynasty's princess being an exquisite beauty. And seeing her today, Ling Youwei was even more stunning than the legend suggested. That face, that figure, was nothing short of perfection. And now, with her having ingested the blissful harmony water, her desires had reached their peak. It would not be long before this ice-cold beauty lost her reason and became a complete wanton. They say the princess of the great Qian dynasty is a rare gem. Today, I shall indulge myself. Rest assured, once the blissful harmony water takes effect, you will soon reach your zenith. At that moment, you will be utterly enamored by that sensation. Just once, and you will forever submit to me, becoming my sole plaything. Listening to the crude words echoing in her ears, Ling Youwei's eyes brimmed with shame and fury. The heat within her intensified, as if swarms of ants were crawling beneath her skin, an unbearable itch compelling her to shed her clothing. With a soft moan, her gaze grew increasingly dazed, her rationality being devoured by desire. Her hands began to tear at her clothing, revealing her pristine skin, her alluring form enough to drive anyone wild. Can you no longer hold on? Witnessing this scene, Zhang Tianxiao's lips curled upwards, his eyes gleaming with excitement. What ice-cold beauty! Before the blissful harmony water, she would only succumb. You lot, stay here and watch. I shall go enjoy myself. After I am done, I will let each of you have your turn. Zhang Tianxiao instructed his companions, unable to contain himself as he lunged toward Ling Youwei. But just as he was about to pounce, whoosh, a frigid aura surged through the air, transforming into a sharp ice spike that viciously aimed for Zhang Tianxiao's throat. Not good. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Tianxiao, as complexion changed drastically, instinctively attempting to evade. But it was too late. At this moment, he was less than an inch away from the ice spike, and due to his momentary lapse in defense, he had not summoned any protective spiritual power. Puffed. A soft sound echoed as the sharp ice spike pierced through Zhang Tianxiao's throat. Blood spewed forth like a fountain from his neck, staining his garments crimson. Master. Seeing this unfold, the disciples of the ghost-faced sect were taken aback. Instinctively rushing forward, whoosh, Ling Yue flipped her palm, conjuring several ice spikes that radiated a ghostly blue light, resembling lightning as they shot towards the group of ghost-faced sect disciples. These disciples, possessing merely the cultivation of the qi gathering stage, stood no chance against Ling Yue's assault. Amidst a chorus of heart-wrenching screams, several disciples fell to the ground, becoming lifeless, icy corpses. Why? Ling Yue, you treacherous wench! How dare you deceive us? Do you not realize that having ingested the blissful harmony water, you will surely die within half an hour if you do not engage in union? If you kill me, no one will come to your aid. Zhang Tianxiao clutched his throat, gazing at Ling Yue in disbelief, his eyes reflecting both terror and fury. But in the next moment, his voice fell silent. The ice spikes unleashed by Ling Yue contained the formidable power of her celestial body. The moment the cold energy infiltrated his body, it obliterated his internal organs and meridians. Even if a great Luo golden immortal were to arrive, they would be powerless to intervene. A mouthful of blood erupted from Zhang Tianxiao as he collapsed. Lifeless, his eyes widened, his face etched with unwillingness and regret. He had never imagined that he would meet his demise at the hands of a woman. Gazing upon the lifeless form of Zhang Tianxiao, Ling Yue exhaled a sigh of relief. However, at that moment, she could no longer contain herself. The insatiable fire within her coursed through her body, as if it sought to consume her entirely. Ling Yue emitted a soft moan. Her complexion flushed, her gaze hazy, accompanied by a chorus of soft whimpers. Her delicate hands roamed incessantly over her gown, before suddenly tearing it apart, unveiling a flawless and pristine figure. What the hell? Upon witnessing this scene, Qin Yu was momentarily stunned. What should he do? Should he save her? Given Ling Yue's current condition, if she did not ingest the antidote within 10 minutes, she was undoubtedly doomed. Moreover, she was a princess of the De Qian dynasty, possessing the legendary Guanghan immortal body. It would indeed be a tragedy for her to perish here. Yet, if he intervened, what if she discovered that he had seen her in such a state and, in a fit of rage, decided to kill him? Chapter 7. Yue's Sacrifice, the 9-transformation divine dragon. Deciding to act, Qin Yu sighed softly as he looked at Ling Yue in the water, and he then approached Zhang Tianxiao's corpse and rummaged through his storage pouch. Although the Hawan Extreme Joy water had potent effects, it was not without a means of resolution. Zhang Tianxiao's storage pouch should contain the antidote. However, just as Qin Yu's hand reached towards the pouch, a fragrant breeze suddenly wafted from behind him. Almost immediately, a pair of soft, delicate arms wrapped around his waist. That I want, the sultry voice echoed from behind. What the hell? Hearing those words, Qin Yu stiffened instantly. Before him stood Ling Yue, utterly bare, her snow-white skin fully exposed, her figure long and curvaceous, with enchanting eyes filled with a bewitching haze. She embraced Qin Yu tightly, her luscious red lips tantalizingly close to his ear. Whispering soft moans, the unique fragrance of youth emanated from her body, invading Qin Yu's senses. What the hell? Witnessing this, Qin Yu could not help but exclaim in shock. Despite having lived 2 lives, this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Especially with a woman as stunningly beautiful as Ling Yue standing before him in such a state, that it was only natural for anyone to struggle against temptation. Sister, please calm down. Although I do not wish to engage with you, I am still a man, that if you continue like this, I may truly lose control. Qin Yu growled, attempting to break free. Yet, he soon realized that he could not escape Ling Yue's grasp. The harder he struggled, the tighter she held on, resembling an octopus clinging to its prey. In the next moment, Qin Yu found himself pushed to the ground. With a tearing sound, Ling Yue effortlessly shredded his clothing, ensnaring him completely. Several hours later, Ling Yue, satisfied, drifted into a slumber, her face still flushed, droplets of sweat glistening on her exquisite features. Observing the sleeping Ling Yue, Qin Yu could only manage a bitter smile. Damn it, have I been violated? Sighing, he lamented, I can't even clear my name now. But I can't be blamed entirely. After all, it was you who initiated this. As he murmured to himself, he soon sensed something unusual. His eyes widened in astonishment. How did I reach the Qi entry stage? Qin Yu was shocked to discover that his cultivation had indeed advanced to the first level of the Qi entry stage. He looked down and saw that the waters of the falling dragon pool had become remarkably clear and transparent. The powerful energy within utterly vanished. Could it be that during that encounter, I absorbed the energy from the falling dragon pool? Qin Yu pondered. That was the only logical explanation. After all, the gap between the 7th level of body refinement and the Qi entry stage spanned 3 minor realms and 1 major realm. Ordinary energy could not facilitate such rapid advancement. Is this the heart of the flood dragon? At that moment, Qin Yu suddenly noticed a scarlet crystal materializing in his dantian. The crystal, star-shaped and emanating a radiant red light, exuded waves of intense heat. Indeed, it is the heart of the flood dragon. Qin Yu's expression brightened. The heart of the flood dragon was the source of the dragon's power. The terrifying energy contained within could elevate Qin Yu's cultivation to new heights. Moreover, as a royal beast, the flood dragon possessed a body as hard as iron. Thus, with its power, Qin Yu would gain formidable physical strength. Excellent. This is a tremendous gain. Qin Yu rejoiced, realizing that due to an unexpected turn of events, he had not only entered the Qi entry stage but also acquired the strength of a royal flood dragon. Determined not to linger, Qin Yu resolved to depart. As he gazed at the slumbering Ling Yue, he softly murmured, Ling Yue, though I have taken advantage of your body, I have also saved your life. From this day forth, we owe each other nothing. I hope you find happiness. With that, he bid farewell and swiftly vanished into the distance. Before leaving, however, Qin Yu made sure to take Zhang Tianxiao's corpse with him. After all, these individuals were formidable members of the Ghost Face sect, and absorbing their energy would significantly enhance his own cultivation. Once outside the falling dragon pool, Qin Yu sought a secluded cave where he laid down Zhang Tianxiao's corpse and began to search through their storage pouches to third-grade cleansing pills. There are actually over a dozen. Though they appear to be rather crudely made, the alchemist must be a novice. A high-level Xian rank technique? Unfortunately, it's written in gibberish that if one were to practice according to this method, they would likely never break through to the Dan formation stage. Additionally, a spirit-grade weapon, while its rank is not high, it is still decent enough that if sold in the black market, it could fetch several high-grade Qi-building pills. After perusing their belongings for a while, Qin Yu shook his head in resignation. Although the storage pouches contained numerous items, most were mere trinkets. To an ordinary person, they might be invaluable, but to Qin Yu, they were akin to refuse. Any random technique or pill formula in his mind could easily surpass these items. He decided to cease his examination and instead focus on the corpses of Zhang Tianxiao and the others that to him. Those bodies were the most precious treasures. With a rumble, the swallowing sky body technique began to circulate within him. As the devouring force surged forth, the corpses of Zhang Tianxiao and the others began to dissolve in an eerie manner. Their bodies transformed into streams of blood, all of which Qin Yu absorbed into his being. As the blood flowed in, not only was the energy of Zhang Tianxiao and the others consumed, but their lifetime memories and martial arts were also imparted to Qin Yu. Every deed they had performed and every place they had visited surged into his mind like a tidal wave. This was the terrifying aspect of the swallowing sky body technique. Swallowing people, swallowing souls, swallowing all of existence. Ha! Come forth, become my sustenance. Feeling his cultivation surge, Qin Yu could not help but laugh joyfully. However, just then, he sensed something peculiar within him. The energy that had been devoured started to split, with 90% of it flowing towards another area within his body. Is this the 9 provinces cauldron? Qin Yu's heart raced that he could see an ancient, imposing cauldron suspended in his dantian, trembling violently as it greedily absorbed the energy Qin Yu provided. The mountain and river totems on the cauldron flickered with an extraordinary light. 90% of the energy Qin Yu devoured was being consumed by this 9 provinces cauldron. Boom, boom! As the energy was absorbed, the 9 provinces cauldron emitted a series of thunderous roars, akin to a raging tempest. In the next moment, Countless characters suddenly appeared on the cauldron's surface, and a torrent of information surged into Qin Yu's mind. These characters intertwined before him, ultimately coalescing into a brand new martial art. 9 Transformation Divine Dragon Technique. Chapter 8. Youwei's Loyalty, the Imperial Capital Pact 9 Transformation of Divine Dragon Technique. Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback as he gazed at the martial art that had suddenly appeared in his mind. He recalled that he had never encountered anything resembling the 9 Transformation Divine Dragon Technique before. Could it be a martial art contained within the 9 Provinces Cauldron? His eyes sparkled with excitement. He remembered that the cauldron had been absorbing his energy moments ago. After consuming that energy, this martial art had emerged. This meant that as long as the 9 Provinces Cauldron absorbed energy, it could generate martial arts, filled with exhilaration. Qin Yu, being an esteemed figure in the realm of immortality, had seen and heard much, yet he had never encountered a treasure capable of producing martial arts. With that thought, Qin Yu eagerly began to study the 9 Transformation Divine Dragon Technique. Minutes later, after thoroughly reviewing the entirety of the 9 Transformation Divine Dragon Technique, his expression transformed into one of profound astonishment. What an intricate martial art! This volume of martial arts is undeniably more formidable than any that Qin Yu has ever encountered. It elucidates a secret technique that enables human warriors to merge with dragonkind, facilitating a transformation into a divine dragon. Upon successful transformation, the warrior's physique becomes as indomitable as that of a celestial dragon. Moreover, the warrior's strength is significantly amplified, increasing manifold. However, to cultivate this martial art, there exists a stringent prerequisite. One must obtain something related to the dragon lineage. Qin Yu has just devoured the heart of a flood dragon, making this martial art seem tailor-made for him. The 9 transformations of the divine dragon consists of 9 tiers. The Flood Dragon Transformation, Azure Dragon Transformation, Flying Dragon Transformation, Silver Dragon Transformation, Golden Dragon Transformation, Divine Dragon Transformation, Blood Dragon Transformation, True Dragon Transformation, and Ying Long Transformation. With each ascension, the warrior's power draws ever closer to that of a divine dragon. Ultimately, with the final Ying Long transformation, the warrior can even manifest the true form of the Ying Long, gazing down upon the myriad of beings. What a magnificent 9 transformations of the divine dragon. In that case, let us test its might. Qin Yu murmured, his eyes shimmering with intrigue. The surrounding area was desolate and devoid of human presence, making it an ideal locale for martial cultivation. With this thought, Qin Yu wasted no time and immediately commenced his training in the 9 transformations of the divine dragon in the dragon's descent pool. Ling Yuwei stirred from her slumber. Observing her disheveled garments and the throbbing pain emanating from below, she felt a surge of embarrassment and fury, her cheeks flushed crimson. Who could it be? How dare they rob this princess of her first night? Regardless of your identity, I shall certainly track you down and rend you limb from limb. Crack! An icy chill emanated from Ling Youwei's delicate form, freezing the surrounding flora into sculptures of ice, encasing the entire dragon's descent pool in frost. Yet in the next moment, a vague memory surged into her mind, causing her murderous intent to falter, and her expression grew peculiar. Oddly enough, it seemed that it was not someone else who had taken advantage of her. Rather, she had forcefully pursued another. How infuriating! Even if I did take the initiative, what of it? With my unparalleled beauty, anyone fortunate enough to unite with me has not suffered a loss. Moreover, I am not unreasonable. It was not entirely your fault. Why did you flee so hastily? I would not slay you. At most, I would merely vent my frustrations upon you. What a coward! Gazing at the disheveled footprints left by Qin Yu, Ling Yuwei felt both anger and amusement. Strangely, upon unraveling the circumstances, her heart was not as enraged as before. In fact, she found herself harboring an inexplicable lack of animosity towards the man who had claimed her body. A complex emotion quietly took root within her. Captain, according to our investigation, that Qin Yu has fled in this direction. This place is a dead end, surrounded by valleys. Should Qin Yu dare venture here, escape would be nigh impossible. At that moment, a voice echoed from afar, accompanied by the sound of footsteps. Ha! Excellent. If we can eliminate that Qin Yu, we can claim credit from the second elder of the Qin family. That would earn us a reward of a full 10,000 taels of silver. Enough for our Black Tiger demon hunting team to indulge for half a year. Ha ha ha. boisterous laughter erupted. Qin Yu, Ling Youwei's heart stirred. Could this Qin Yu be the one who had taken her first night? As she contemplated, 7 or 8 figures emerged from the thicket, approaching Ling Youwei. Leading them was a middle-aged man in his 40s. Exuding a fierce aura, wielding a massive battle axe, his cultivation evidently at the second level of the Qi condensation realm. Behind him trailed 6 or 7 martial artists, all at the 8th or 9th level of the body refinement realm. Such a formation could be considered among the elite in the entire Beast Mountain range. They were none other than the Black Tiger Demon Hunting Team, dispatched by the Second Elder to eliminate Qin Yu, with the leader being Jiang Heihu. Where is that Qin Yu? Why is there only a woman here? Jiang Heihu squinted his eyes, and upon seeing Ling Youwei standing at the edge of the dragon's descent pool, his eyes sparkled with delight. What a beautiful maiden! Not only Jiang Heihu, but even the members of the Black Tiger team were struck by her stunning beauty, Ling Youwei's exquisite features and ethereal grace. Clad in a flowing white dress, made her appear like a fairy descended from a painting, breathtakingly enchanting. Even Qin Yu from the Qin family paled in comparison. When did such a beauty emerge in Songzhan City? You lot, who is that Qin Yu just mentioned? Ling Youwei inquired. What do you wish to know? Little girl, you are exceptionally charming. Tell me, where do you hail from? Let me shower you with affection. Jiang Heihu chuckled lewdly, his eyes filled with lascivious intent. Qin Yu is merely a worthless waste, easily dispatched. However, a beauty like Ling Youwei is a rare find. Her flawless visage ignited a wicked thought within him. Seeking death, Ling Youwei's gaze darkened, her eyes flashing with murderous intent. Boom! A thunderous roar of spiritual energy reverberated as Ling Youwei soared into the air, treading upon the very atmosphere, charging towards Jiang Heihu and his companions. The chill surrounding her coalesced into sharp icicles, ruthlessly piercing towards Jiang Heihu and his men. What the hell? She's flying. You are a Dan transformation realm expert. Feeling the overwhelming surge of spiritual energy, Jiang Heihu and the others' expressions changed dramatically. They had never anticipated that this seemingly delicate woman was, in fact, a Dan transformation realm powerhouse. Damn it. What does it mean to be a Dan transformation expert? Within a radius of 500 miles, is there even another one? Who on earth is this girl? Accompanied by a chorus of anguished wails, Jiang Heihu and his companions found their limbs pierced by the icicles, blood erupting from their bodies like geysers. The bone-chilling cold surged through their wounds, freezing their meridians. Their lives were effectively ruined. Great lady, spare us. We were blind to your greatness. Please show us mercy and grant us our lives. As they witnessed Ling Youwei advancing towards them, Jiang Heihu and his companions finally succumbed to fear. Their eyes filled with terror as they repeatedly bowed and begged for mercy. I will ask one last time. Who is Qin Yu? Ling Youwei's voice was frigid, her gaze icy. Several icicles swirled around her, resembling an ice queen, instilling dread in all who beheld her. Heavenly Lady, that Qin Yu is the original heir of the Qin family. Due to an unfortunate incident, his dantian was destroyed and his meridians shattered, rendering him a waste. This is common knowledge in Songzhan City. His dantian destroyed, meridians shattered. Upon hearing this, Ling Youwei furrowed her brows, revealing a hint of regret in her eyes. What a pity! According to Jiang Heihu and his companions, Qin Yu was once a genius. Unfortunately, the dantian and meridians are vital to a warrior's existence. Once these are lost, even a deity would be powerless to intervene. What a shame that I had hoped to bring you back to the imperial capital and use my influence to help you rise to greatness. Yet, given the current circumstances, it would be best for you to remain an ordinary person. Ling Youwei shook her head gently and spoke softly. The imperial capital is fraught with peril. It would be far too dangerous for a waste like you. Nevertheless, since fate has brought us together, allow me to bestow upon you one final gift before I depart. With that, Ling Youwei raised her right hand. Swish, 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 several icicles shot forth, directly piercing the foreheads of Jiang Heihu and his companions. They had no time to react before their bodies stiffened, crashing to the ground, blood pouring from their 7 orifices, dead beyond revival. After dispatching these individuals, Ling Youwei soared into the air, heading towards Songzhan City. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Qin residence, she carefully placed her gold and silver treasures before the estate, leaving behind a note. For Qin Yu, these riches may hold little value for a warrior, but they should suffice for an ordinary person's later years. Ling Yue murmured, her eyes filled with complexity. Qin Yu, I hope you remain safe and sound, that I will return to the imperial capital to consult with my father about any means to restore your Dantian. If the opportunity arises, I shall return to Songshan City to seek you out. Having uttered these words, Ling Yue cast one last glance at the Qin family estate before she departed, her figure flitting away like a butterfly, soaring towards the imperial capital. Meanwhile, Qin Yu remained unaware of all that Ling Yue had done to AT this moment. He was still within the Beast Mountain range, diligently practicing the 9 transformations of the Divine Dragon. Roar! A thunderous dragon's roar reverberated throughout the valley. Chapter 9. The Despicable Villain. Unreliable Roar. The terrifying roar of the dragon echoed like thunder, striking fear into all directions. Wherever this sound traveled, the surrounding spiritual energy was violently stirred. And the very mountains, stones, and vegetation were shattered into fragments, erupting with a series of explosive sounds. Weaker demonic beasts were directly rendered lifeless, their internal organs ruptured, blood pouring from their 7 orifices as they fell dead on the spot. After a few seconds, Qin Yu finally released a long sigh, retracting the energy he had unleashed into his body. Indeed, the fearsome dragon's roar just now had originated from him. This technique was none other than the martial art inherent to the transformation of the Flood Dragon. Known as Dragon's Roar, the transformation of the Flood Dragon possessed 3 supreme skills: Dragon's Roar, Dragon's Fury, and true form of the Flood Dragon. The so-called Dragon's Roar allowed one to instantly gather the spiritual energy within and unleash it through sound. Ordinary warriors, if not careful, would find their internal organs shattered by this terrifying sound. The consequences could range from severed meridians to instant death. Even Qin Yu had rarely encountered such a formidable martial art. As for Dragon's Fury and true form of the Flood Dragon, he had yet to cultivate them, but their power would likely surpass that of Dragon's Roar by a considerable margin. The night had already fallen. It would be wise to spend the night here, that it would be a perfect opportunity to practice Dragon's Fury and true form of the Flood Dragon, and return to the city at dawn. Qin Yu murmured to himself. Nighttime was the favored time for demonic beasts to roam, and it was also the best time for cultivation. With this thought in mind, Qin Yu did not linger and immediately set off to begin his practice. Meanwhile, within Songshan City, as the sun set and darkness enveloped the entire city, only the flickering lanterns along the streets emitted a dim, yellowish glow to in the Fengyang restaurant. Within the VIP room, Qin Yu's father, Qin Zhan, wore a face full of ingratiating smiles, holding up a cup brimming with wine, and flatteringly addressed a middle-aged man. Master Su, I truly did not expect you to spare a moment from your busy schedule to meet with me. It is indeed an honor. Here, I toast to you. The middle-aged man, Su Ao, was the head of the Su family 10 years prior. The Su family was but a small clan in Songshan City, with neither status nor standing comparable to the Qin family. However, unexpectedly, Su Ao's 2 sons turned out to be exceptional talents. The elder son, Su Tian, was selected by the prestigious Langyu Academy in the imperial capital upon reaching adulthood, truly a prodigy. The younger son, Su Lang, while slightly less remarkable, was still a master at the 9th level of body refinement. Thanks to these 2 sons, the entire Su family rose rapidly, their business flourishing and their influence expanding. Now, the Su family had become a top-tier family in Songshan City, even overshadowing the Qin family to some extent. Qin Zhan had come this time hoping that, based on their past friendship, Su Ao would lend a hand to help restore his son's cultivation. After all, it was Qin Zhan who had facilitated Su Ao's son's entry into Langyu Academy 10 years ago by introducing them to the Academy's elders. However, as he gazed at the cup before him, Su Ao's eyes were filled with disdain and mockery. In the next moment, he raised the cup and with a swift motion, splashed the wine all over Qin Zhan's face. Qin Zhan's smile froze, but as he regained his composure, he dared not utter a word of complaint. Instead, he forced a smile and exclaimed with feigned excitement, Master Su, your splash is splendid. To be splashed with wine by you is indeed an honor for me. Qin Zhan, thank you, Master Su. Thank you. Haha. Upon hearing this, the others in the room burst into hearty laughter, their faces openly displaying mockery. Suppressing the humiliation within, Qin Zhan tilted his head back and drank the contents of his cup in one go. Then he took out a stack of silver notes and several medicinal pills from his pocket, forcing a smile that even he found repulsive, and humbly said, "Master Su, this is 100,000 taels of silver and a few third-grade medicinal pills. A token of my respect for you that I implore you, considering the favor I bestowed upon your son by introducing him to the elders of Langyo Academy 10 years ago." Bang! Before Qin Zhan could finish his sentence, Su Ao suddenly kicked him, sending him crashing to the ground. This kick was delivered with full force, and Qin Zhan felt his insides churn painfully, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Considering the friendship of 10 years, Su Ao sneered, his face contorted with disdain. "Qin Zhan, how dare you utter such words? 10 years ago, you had the world at your feet, while I, the head of the Su family, followed you like a dog. Indeed, you treated me well, always thinking of me whenever there was a benefit to be had. But do you know, your kindness only made me feel like a beggar. Utterly worthless. From that moment on, I vowed never to live in your shadow again." Su Ao let out a sinister laugh, his expression twisted with malice. "Nonetheless, I must thank you that if it weren't for your heartfelt kindness and your introduction to the elders of Langyu Academy, my Su Tian would never have entered the academy, and my family would not have achieved what it has today." Su Ao lifted a wine cup and poured its contents onto the floor. Grinning maliciously, "Now, lick it clean." Qin Zhan's pupils constricted, his fists clenching instinctively. The emotions of rage and humiliation burned fiercely within him. He longed to slay this beast. Once he had regarded Su Ao as a brother, always considering him in times of good fortune. Yet he never anticipated that his goodwill would be met with such a response. But he had to endure. Otherwise, what would happen to Qin Yu? Qin Yu was only 18. Still in the prime of his youth, before his wife departed, she had repeatedly implored him to take good care of Qin Yu and Qin Ying if he could help his son. What was a little humiliation in comparison? Taking a deep breath, Qin Zhan closed his eyes in agony, then slowly opened his mouth, lowering his head to the spilled wine on the ground, and no one could see the desperate pain etched on his face. For the sake of his son, for the sake of his son, it was merely humiliation, merely mockery. As long as he could help his son, he would willingly endure it all. As Qin Zhan's head continued to lower, Su Ao's grin widened, his excitement reaching a peak that it was as if witnessing Qin Zhan's humiliation was an immense source of pleasure for him. However, just as Qin Zhan was about to lick the spilled wine, a voice suddenly rang out. "Enough, father, let us not waste time. Let us proceed with the matter at hand." The speaker was a young man in his 20s, with delicate features dressed in a purple robe. None other than Su Ao's second son, Su Lang. Upon hearing this, Su Ao smacked his forehead as if recalling something important. Right. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten about this matter." He turned to Qin Zhan, smiling amiably. "Qin Zhan, let me be frank with you. There is indeed a way to save your son." "What way?" Qin Zhan's expression shifted slightly, and he quickly inquired. Su Ao's lips curled into a smirk. "A few days ago, my son Su Tian returned from Langyu Academy, bringing back a medicinal pill called the 8 Treasure Pill that is said to possess miraculous effects, capable of instantly healing ordinary injuries as long as they do not affect the heart pulse. If your son were to swallow it, it might indeed provide unexpected assistance." Upon hearing this, Qin Zhan's demeanor transformed with excitement. The 8 Treasure Pill. He had certainly heard of this medicinal pill. It was a 5th-grade divine medicine. There might not even be a second one to be found in all of Songzhan City. Although there was no evidence to suggest that the 8 Treasure Pill could repair one's dantian and meridians. It was undoubtedly a lifeline for Qin Zhan. But do not be too quick to rejoice that if you wish for me to present the 8 Treasure Pill to save your son, you must first agree to one condition. "What condition?" "Speak." Qin Zhan gasped, his face alight with eagerness. As long as it could save his son. He would agree to 1, 1,000, or even 10,000 conditions. It's simple that if you are willing to contribute your cultivation, my Su family will consider giving you the 8 Treasure Pill, Su Ao stated nonchalantly. Yet his words were earth-shattering. "What?" Qin Zhan's pupils contracted that why son Su Lang is preparing to break through to the Qi-gathering realm. But alas, he has yet to succeed. With just over a month until the Langyu Academy comes to recruit, he must break through during this period to have a chance at entering the academy. Therefore, the only solution is to utilize the method of imparting one's cultivation to infuse my son's body with your strength. Only then can he hope to enter the Qi-gathering realm in a short time and gain admission to Langyu Academy. Su Ao's lips curled upward, and he cast a meaningful glance at Qin Zhan. Boom! Upon hearing this, Qin Zhan's body trembled. Although Su Ao did not spell it out, how could he not understand? The implication was clear. He wanted him to partake in a method of imparting cultivation. How about it? If you are willing to contribute your cultivation, you can obtain the 8 treasure pill and save your son. Su Lang chimed in, his eyes glimmering with fervent excitement. Hearing this, Qin Zhan's fists involuntarily clenched tightly. Contributing cultivation. His cultivation was the result of decades of painstaking effort to reach this point. How could he bear to part with it? Yet, thinking of his son, thinking of the family competition a month away, Qin Zhan took a deep breath that I agree. Upon hearing these words, Su Ao and Su Lang both raised the corners of their mouths, their eyes brimming with excitement. Come forth. Quickly arrange the spiritual array. Prepare the enlightenment technique for the second young master. Half an hour later, Qin Zhan lay on the ground, drenched in sweat and looking utterly weak, having had all his cultivation forcefully drained, his body devoid of energy. In stark contrast, Su Lang exuded vitality, his spiritual energy rippling as he astonishingly reached the first level of the Qi entry realm. Qi entry realm. I have finally stepped into the Qi entry realm. Su Lang laughed heartily, his face radiating with the delight of spring. Beside him, Su Ao was equally ecstatic. The Langya Academy is the premier institution in the imperial capital. For an ordinary family, having even one member enter is a rare achievement. And now, the second son of the Su family is about to enter the Langya Academy. The Su family is destined to become the most powerful entity in Songzhan City. Qin Zhan, thank you for your contribution. My Su family is one step closer to dominating Songzhan City. Su Ao laughed joyously, his expression reflecting indescribable elation. With a grand wave of his sleeve, he tossed a stack of silver notes. Here are 500 taels of silver. Consider it your reward for assisting my Su family. Take the money and be gone. 500 taels? Qin Zhan's countenance changed dramatically. What do you mean, 500 taels? What about the 8 treasure pills? You promised me you would provide them. What 8 treasure pills? Su Lang frowned, coldly responding, the 8 treasure pill is a 5th-grade divine medicine. How can my Su family possess such a thing? Qin Zhan, have you lost your wits? Boom! Upon hearing this, Qin Zhan's expression shifted instantly. What did you say? You clearly stated that Su Tian brought back an 8 treasure pill that could save my son. It was for this reason that I agreed to transfer my cultivation to Su Lang. How can you go back on your word? Qin Zhan grasped Su Ao's pant leg, his face a mask of desperation. Qin Zhan, you must have misheard. When did I ever promise to give you the 8 treasure pill? Su Lang sneered. Indeed, the 8 treasure pill is a 5th-grade divine medicine. How could my Su family possess such a thing? Qin Zhan, I believe your age has dulled your senses. The crowd from the Su family erupted in laughter. Hearing this, Qin Zhan felt as though struck by lightning. It dawned on him that these treacherous scoundrels had never intended to assist him. All they sought was his cultivation. Qin Zhan roared, his eyes bloodshot with fury that a surge of rage flooded his chest. Like a madman, he lunged towards Su Ao and Su Lang. Beasts! You wretched beasts, I shall fight you to the end. His furious voice echoed throughout the chamber. Seeking death. A mere cripple dares to strike against the head of the family. Su Ao's disdain deepened as he raised his foot and kicked Qin Zhan into unconsciousness. A cultivation-less wastrel dares to shout at the head of the family. Since you fail to appreciate kindness, do not blame me for being ungracious. He glanced at the guards beside him, coldly commanding. Break his arms and legs and toss him at the entrance of the Qin family. Chapter 10. Qin Yu's Fury, slaying an elder with one hand. As dawn broke, deep within the Beast Mountain range, a powerful surge of spiritual energy swept through the air, causing the spiritual essence within a 10-mile radius to coalesce like a dragon, continuously spiraling into a vortex. The source of this vortex was, remarkably, a youth of 17 or 18 years. Damn it, this 9-provinces cauldron is insatiable. All the spiritual energy I painstakingly absorbed has been devoured by it. Qin Yu wore a look of exasperation. After an entire night of absorbing the spiritual energy from the Beast Mountain range, he found that the 9-provinces cauldron was like a bottomless pit, refusing to turn away any energy he gathered. Had he not fought desperately to seize it, he would have barely garnered a drop. Nonetheless, the spiritual essence of the Beast Mountain range was rich, despite much of it being consumed by the 9 provinces cauldron. Qin Yu still reaped substantial benefits. His cultivation had ascended from the first level of the Qi entry realm to the second level. At this pace, within 7 days, I should be able to reach the 3rd level of the Qi entry realm. Qin Yu, have you prepared to clean your neck for my slaughter? A cold glint flickered in Qin Yu's eyes as he murmured to himself. A faint vibration resonated from his dantian. Qin Yu quickly checked. And to his astonishment, the ancient 9 provinces cauldron emitted a glow once more, with the totems of mountains and rivers on it shining brilliantly. Something else is emerging? Qin Yu's expression froze, his breath quickening. The last time the 9 provinces cauldron reacted, it had manifested the 9 transformations divine dragon. What would it conjure this time? As excitement surged within him, the glow intensified, eventually erupting from his body and transforming into a 3-foot-long sword before him. The blade was a deep crimson, resembling congealed blood, intricately etched with flame patterns, exuding an intangible heat. The hilt, a fearsome Qilin head was carved, its eyes glinting with a chilling light that sent shivers down the spine. A terrifying aura emanated relentlessly from the sword. Is this a ground-level treasure? Qin Yu inhaled deeply, disbelief evident in his eyes. Treasures are categorized into 4 levels: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. The majority of weapons in Songzhan City are merely yellow-level treasures, with only a handful of prominent families possessing 1 or 2 profound-level treasures. The earth-level treasures, however, are lethal weapons capable of slaying gods and Buddhas alike. It is likely that not a single earth-level treasure exists within all of Songzhan City. Qin Yu's gaze darkened, his right hand instinctively waving. Swish! A fiery red sword light instantly shot forth from the sword. This strike did not utilize any spiritual energy or martial arts. It was merely a simple swing. Boom! With a resounding explosion, the ground nearby was instantly cleaved, creating a massive fissure that extended hundreds of meters in length. Trees and rocks on either side of the crack were similarly severed, as if the entire world had been split in 2. A magnificent sword. Qin Yu's eyes lit up, as expected of a treasure birth from the 9 provinces cauldron. Its power surpassed that of typical earth-level treasures. Moreover, this was without Qin Yu employing any spiritual energy or martial arts. Had he utilized his cultivation, that single strike could likely have broken every blade of grass within 10 miles. Since your hilt is crafted from a Qilin, from this day forth, you shall be named Qilin. Qin Yu murmured, satisfied as he stored the Qilin sword away. He then turned to depart the Beast Mountain range. He had been away for a full day and night, and it was time to return. If he delayed any longer, his father and sister would surely start to worry. After entering the Qi entry realm, Qin Yu's speed had drastically increased in just an hour. He had returned to Songzhan City. However, before he could step into the Qin residence, 2 guards from the Qin family approached from a distance, chatting and laughing along the way. What splendid weather today. So bright and sunny. Have you heard? It seems our family head has encountered some trouble. Family head? Which family head? Is that even a question? How many family heads can our Qin family have? Of course. It's Qin Zhan. Although the Grand Elder is in power, Qin Zhan is not abdicated, so he remains our family head. Boom. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu's expression changed drastically. His father was in trouble. Hey, you two, what exactly happened to my father? Qin Yu dashed forward, gripping one of the guards with urgency. Qin Yu? The 2 guards were momentarily taken aback by his sudden appearance, but they quickly regained their composure, hastily exclaiming, Qin Yu, you've finally returned. You must hurry back. Your father is in serious trouble. He sought medicine from the Su family for you, only to have his cultivation completely destroyed by them. They even broke his limbs. What? Qin Yu's body trembled, his expression darkening. The temperature around him plummeted. The terrifying aura he exuded caused the 2 guards to tremble involuntarily. As they looked into Qin Yu's eyes, they were horrified to see them turn blood red. Those eyes, filled with murderous intent, resembled those of a wild beast. Su family, seeking death. Within the main hall of the Qin residence, dozens of figures surrounded a bloodied Qin Zhan lying on the bed. The Grand Elder and the Second Elder stood at the forefront, regarding Qin Zhan with cold indifference. Qin Zhan of the Qin family, cultivation completely destroyed, bringing disgrace to the family. Henceforth, he is stripped of his title as family head and expelled from the Qin family. The icy voice of the second elder carried no trace of emotion. Why? Qin Inger protested, her large, dark eyes filled with grievance, tears streaming down her cheeks. That my father has made significant contributions to the Qin family. Half of the family's assets were built through his hard work. He deserves recognition for his efforts. He is now injured, and while you have already stripped him of his position as the head of the family, why must you also expel him? Within the petite frame of Qin Inger, it seemed as if boundless energy had erupted forth. She vehemently accused the assembly before her, denouncing the elder's injustice. She also condemned the unfairness of the Qin family. Silence, the second elder bellowed, his expression fierce as he reprimanded. Who are you, a mere insignificant creature, to speak at the Qin family's council? Get out. As he spoke, the second elder raised his hand and struck Qin's face with a resounding slap. Crack! The sharp sound of the slap echoed as it sent Qin Inger sprawling to the ground. Her right cheek instantly swelled, but she did not weep. Instead, she clutched her face tightly, glaring at the second elder. Oh, you little wretch! How dare you glare at me? The second elder sneered, preparing to strike her once more. However, just as his hand was about to land on Qin Inger's face, a hand suddenly shot out, firmly grasping his wrist. You old bastard, who permitted you to strike her? The icy voice resonated like a roar from the depths of hell. The second elder's hair stood on end in an instant. He instinctively turned to see a face filled with unrestrained fury, a countenance so dark it was beyond description. The crimson eyes bore into him with an intent to kill, akin to a wild beast. Qin Yu. Upon recognizing the newcomer, the second elder's face paled, his expression one of sheer horror. How could this brat still be alive? Hadn't he sent the Black Tiger Demon Hunt team to eliminate him? He was still alive? Before the second elder could process this shocking revelation, Qin Yu's right hand shot up, fingers splayed, infused with potent spiritual energy, and he struck the second elder's face with tremendous force. You dead bastard! How dare you lay a hand on me? The second elder scoffed, his eyes betraying disdain that a worthless cripple daring to confront him. Truly reckless. Yet, as that hand approached, the second elder's body trembled. Sensing the looming threat of death, his expression shifted drastically. No way, boom! A deafening crack echoed as the second elder's neck shattered. His head exploded like a watermelon, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere, staining the walls crimson. With just a single slap, the second elder fell lifelessly to the ground. This scene left everyone in the room utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 11. Revenge of a son for his father. A night of murder. Second elder, witnessing this, the onlookers were all taken aback. None had anticipated that Qin Yu's methods would be so ruthless. He struck without hesitation. They were even less prepared for the fact that the esteemed second elder of the Qin family had been killed by Qin Yu with a single hand. How could this be possible? The second elder was a master at the 8th layer of body refining. How could this brat have killed him? Shocked whispers filled the hearts of the crowd. Little did they know, Qin Yu had long since entered the Qi entry realm and had mastered the 9-turn divine dragon transformation, possessing the strength of a dragon, let alone the 8th layer of body refining. Even a Qi entry expert would be gravely injured or killed if caught off guard by such a strike. Qin Yu, you little wretch. How dare you kill in front of this elder? You've gone against heaven itself. Someone, seize this brat. I will flay him alive and dismantle his corpse. The elder Qin Hai's face darkened, his fury palpable. The second elder was his confidant and his staunchest supporter within the Qin family. Now that Qin Yu had killed him, how could he not be enraged? Yes. As soon as he spoke, 3 figures erupted from beside Qin Hai, charging towards Qin Yu. These 3 were elite assassins trained by Qin Hai, his most loyal subordinates. Each had attained the 9th layer of body refining, ranking among the top 10 experts in the Qin residence. In the next moment, the 3 surged from different directions, fists clenched tightly, striking towards Qin Yu's head with ferocity. Dragon Battle Fist. Boom, boom, boom. Their fierce punches, infused with terrifying energy, caused violent ripples in the surrounding space. The eyes of the 3 gleamed with murderous intent. They were clearly intent on taking Qin Yu's life. Brother, be careful. Seeing this, Qin Yu's expression changed drastically as she shouted in alarm. The Dragon Battle Fist was the most profound martial art of the Qin family. These three had mastered it to the great accomplishment stage. If they attacked simultaneously, just this one move could likely claim Qin Yu's life. However, facing the oncoming trio, Qin Yu did not flinch. He stepped forward, his right fist equally clenched, and struck at the nearest assailant. Bang crack! My hand, accompanied by a piercing scream. A vortex of energy exploded like a starburst, and amidst the howls akin to a slaughtered pig, blood spurted forth as fingers flew in all directions. The man's right fist was obliterated. Before the screams could subside, Qin Yu's left hand emerged like a specter, fingers curled into claws, radiating fierce, spiritual energy as it lunged towards the chest of the assailant on his left. In an instant, blood gushed forth. Qin Yu's left hand pierced through the man's chest. Then, with a fierce yank, he extracted a blood-soaked heart. Splatter! Blood sprayed forth like a fountain, staining the garments of those nearby crimson. In mere seconds, Qin Yu had grievously injured one and slain another. Such brutal methods left the onlookers in shock. No. Witnessing this, the last remaining assassin's expression shifted dramatically, terror evident in his eyes, that he instinctively turned to flee. But it was too late. In the next moment, Qin Yu's figure appeared behind him like a ghost. He raised his right palm and struck downwards towards the man's head. Dai-bing! A colossal sound erupted as the man's head burst like a watermelon. Blood and brain matter spraying forth, red and white splattering chaotically, the air thick with the stench of blood. How is this possible? Seeing this, the elder was rendered speechless. The surrounding elders turned ghostly pale, and the more timid ones collapsed to the ground in shock. Utterly stunned by the scene before them. Glancing at Qin Yu, he was drenched in blood, his white garments completely soaked through, hair disheveled, and his eyes bloodshot, radiating a chilling, murderous intent. He resembled a god of death incarnate. How could this brat be so formidable? Hadn't he been rendered incapable of cultivating? If it could be said that his killing of the second elder was a stroke of luck, then his current actions, slaying two men and gravely wounding another, were a resounding blow to the hearts of all present. Such ferocity was even more ruthless than before he had been incapacitated. Does anyone else wish to seek death? Qin Yu's expression darkened as he scanned the crowd with cold, piercing eyes. Those who met his gaze instinctively lowered their heads. Unable to bear his stare, enough. Just then, a deep voice broke through the tension. Qin Yu stepped forward, her face clouded with anger. She had been observing from the shadows, initially believing that the elder and others would teach Qin Yu a lesson. Yet, she had not anticipated that this fellow would unleash such terrifying killing intent. Even the assassins trained by Qin Hai were slain by him. Qin Yu, do not be deluded. Your father is gravely injured and utterly incapable of leading the Qin family. Do you seek to provoke the family laws? Qin Yu admonished coldly. The family laws? Qin Yu laughed mockingly. To hell with the Qin family laws. Whether I become the head of the family is not for you to decide. It depends on whether my father agrees. I tell you, until my father awakens, none shall dare to covet the position of head of the family. Otherwise, I will surely kill them. Qin Yu roared, his eyes blood-red. Features twisted in rage, resembling a beast driven mad. For reasons unknown, under Qin Yu's fierce gaze, a wave of inexplicable fear surged within Qin Yu. This fellow has gone mad. She had never seen Qin Yu so frenzied. Not even when he had been rendered incapable had he exhibited such madness. She could even bet that if she forcibly stripped Qin Zhan of his position as head of the family, this fellow would truly unleash his fury. Qin Yu, even if you can protect your father for a moment, you cannot shield him forever. According to the Qin family regulations, if the current head of the family is missing or gravely injured and cannot recover within 3 days, he must relinquish his position to a new head of the family. If your father does not recover in 3 days, he will still have to give up the position. Qin Yu ground her teeth, her expression grim as she spoke. However, in response to Qin Yu's words, Qin Yu remained expressionless, as if he had not heard her at all. His gaze remained fixated on his father, completely treating Qin Yu as if she were invisible. Witnessing this, a flicker of displeasure crossed Qin Yu's eyes. Yet, recalling Qin Yu's terrifying killing intent, she could not help but relent. We are leaving. Upon concluding her words, Qin Yu turned to leave the room, accompanied by a group of elders. Outside, the Grand Elder, his face marred by displeasure, remarked, that wretched creature has slain 2 of my loyal warriors. Are we to simply let him go? And what alternative do you propose? Chinya retorted with a cold snort, casting a wary glance at the individuals within the chamber. This wretched creature appears to have undergone a transformation that I can sense that his cultivation has seemingly returned. At this revelation, several elders were momentarily taken aback, then nodded in agreement that it was not merely Chinya who felt this way. Even they sensed that Chinyu had indeed changed. The murderous intent in his eyes was more potent than before his downfall. This fellow must have encountered some fortuitous event. Otherwise, such rapid progress in a short time would be inexplicable. Furrowing her brows, Chinya felt a surge of intense unease swell within her. After a moment of contemplation, she commanded, "Prepare 100,000 taels of silver for me. Over the next half-month, I shall enter the secret realm of the Dragon Martial Monument to cultivate. I will not emerge until I reach the 9th heaven of the Qi refinement stage." The Dragon Martial Monument was a sacred site for cultivation in Longwu City, said to be born from the will of heaven and imbued with formidable energy that a typical person could achieve the equivalent of 10 days of external cultivation by spending just 1 day inside. It was a favored training ground for many scions of noble families. However, the costs for training at the Dragon Martial Monument were exorbitantly high. Training for a single day would require thousands of taels of silver, a sum only a wealthy heiress like Chinya could afford. Gazing at the youth in the room, Chinya's eyes darkened as she murmured, "Chinyu, no matter what fortuitous event you have encountered, I shall not allow you to become an obstacle in my path. At the Qin family's grand competition in a month's time, I will ensure that you are trampled beneath my feet, never to rise again." Inside the room, Chinyu pressed down on his father's chest, a continuous stream of spiritual energy flowing from him into his father's body. "Brother, how is father?" Qin Inger asked anxiously, tears streaming down her face as she gazed at their father lying on the bed. "Do not worry, and her father is safe, that I have safeguarded his heart veins with my spiritual energy. In the short term, he will not be in life-threatening danger." After a few minutes, Chinyu withdrew his hand and smiled at Qin Inger. Though he wore a smile, a tempest of murderous intent churned within his heart. The Su family was truly ruthless. They not only robbed his father of his cultivation, but also shattered his limbs and severed his meridians. Had it not been for Qin Yu's experience from 2 lifetimes and his knowledge of medicine, his father would surely have perished today. "Su family, how do you intend to repay this debt for my father's suffering?" Qin Yu muttered, his eyes ablaze with fury. In the next moment, he suddenly stood up, seizing the Qilin sword beside the bed, and strode purposefully toward the door. "Brother, where are you going?" Qin Inger timidly inquired, watching her brother's retreating figure. Without turning back, Qin Yu calmly uttered 2 words, yet those words sent chills down Qin Inger's spine, making her blood run cold. To kill. Chapter 12. Terrifying power, shocking the entire venue. Within the Fengyang Tavern, revelry and merriment reigned. That Su family's second young master, Su Lang, held a beautiful woman in his embrace, preparing to pour wine into her mouth. Amidst the indulgence, many recognized Su Lang and flocked to offer their congratulations. "Congratulations, young Master Su. We hear you have entered the Qi refinement stage. Our Songzhan city is about to witness another dragon among men." Indeed, the Qi refinement stage is among the top ranks in our Songzhan city. How many spend their entire lives without attaining such a state? Youthful as he is, young Master Su has achieved the Qi refinement stage. Such talent is the envy of many. Listening to the endless flattery, Su Lang felt immensely proud. Speaking of which, I owe much of my success to that old fool, Qin Zhan. Had he not been foolish enough to come begging for medicine for his son, how could I have reached the Qi refinement stage in such a short time? Su Lang laughed heartily, his face alight with arrogance. Begging for medicine? For what? The crowd was puzzled that Su Lang scoffed, disdain radiating from him. Isn't it because of his useless son? That fool, Qin Zhan, ran to our Su family seeking medicine to save his son, that I told him I had the 8 treasure pill that could save his son's life. But the condition was that he must give me his cultivation in return. And to think that old man was so foolish, for the sake of his son, he actually surrendered his cultivation to me. How can there be such stupidity in this world? The assembly erupted in laughter, the atmosphere thick with mockery, that Su Lang smirked coldly. But thanks to that fool, I was able to attain the chi refinement stage so swiftly. Let me tell you, my father has already contacted an elder from the Langyu Academy, and the elder is on his way to Songsan City. Once the elder assesses my cultivation, I will be able to enter Langyu Academy for training and become one of its disciples. Gasp! Upon hearing this, the crowd instinctively inhaled sharply. Langyu Academy, that is the premier academy in the imperial capital. Truly a remarkable lineage from the Su family. The elder brother is a student of Langyu Academy, and now the younger brother is set to enter as well. The Su family is indeed thriving, with two young talents rising in succession. Haha, congratulations, young Master Su. It seems the day when your Su family dominates Songsan City is not far off. Do not forget us when that time comes. Admiring voices echoed from all around. Su Lang basked in their adulation, feeling untouchable. However, just as Su Lang reveled in his triumph, a tremendous crash resounded. The door to the private room was suddenly blown open by a formidable force. The terrifying shockwave scattering splintered wood in all directions. Who? The sudden commotion startled everyone in the room. Before they could react, a terrifying red sword chi surged toward them. Su Lang's expression changed, and he instinctively dodged to the side. Bang! The sword chi grazed Su Lang's body, cleaving a stone table beside him in two. Witnessing this, Su Lang's heart raced. What terrifying sword chi! Had he not reacted swiftly, that strike could have claimed his life. Who dares to ambush me? Su Lang's face darkened, fury etched upon his features as he glared toward the entrance. There stood a young man in black, quietly poised at the doorway, gripping a blood-red long sword that glimmered with a chilling light. Qin Yu, recognizing him, Su Lang was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's you, the useless one. Hearing this, his sycophantic friends joined in the laughter. It really is him. I thought a master had come to ambush us. What a fright. I'd heard he was stripped of his cultivation. I thought he'd be forever cowering in the Qin family's courtyard, that I never imagined he would dare to come out. And with a sword no less. Does he think himself a swordsman? What a pretentious act. Once a superlative genius they could only look up to, Qin Yu had now fallen from grace, and they seized the opportunity to humiliate him. As if only through mockery could they find satisfaction that I in the face of their derision. Qin Yu remained unperturbed, his expression calm as he fixed his gaze on Su Lang. His voice, however, was as frigid as ice. You stole my father's cultivation. Did you not? And if I did, Su Lang sneered. Your father willingly sold his entire cultivation for 500 taels of silver. This is known throughout the city. What? Do you have any objections? Su Lang's face was a mask of disdain. In the next instant, Qin Yu suddenly produced an object from his robe and, with a resounding clap, slapped it onto the table. The crowd leaned in to see. It was merely a piece of silver the size of a fingernail. What do you mean? Qin Yu. Su Lang furrowed his brow. This is 1 tael of silver, to buy your life. Qin Yu replied coolly. What did you say? Su Lang's face darkened. The other's expressions shifted as well. 1 tael of silver for Su Lang's life. Such an assertion was nothing short of blatant humiliation. You insolent wretch, say that again. Su Lang bellowed, veins bulging on his forehead. Yet in the face of Su Lang's enraged outburst, Qin Yu's demeanor remained astonishingly calm. Next he lifted his head, surveying the individuals in the room, then raised his hand to slowly begin counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 15. But upon finishing, Qin Yu reached once more into his robe, and, with a loud clap, produced a pile of silver coins. 15 taels of silver, to buy the lives of the remaining 15 people. With those words uttered, not only did Su Lang's expression darken, but the countenance of everyone in the room also shifted abruptly. Their eyes ablaze with uncontainable fury. 15 taels of silver, to purchase another 15 lives. An average life is worth merely 1 tael. Does Qin Yu regard them as mere dogs? You audacious wretch, do you believe yourself to still be the prodigy of the Qin family? I had thought to spare your wretched life out of respect for the contributions your father made to my cultivation, but since you are so ungrateful, do not blame me for what comes next. Su Lang sneered coldly. You have no idea how miserable your father was when I shattered his bones. He lay on the ground, begging me for mercy, resembling a stray dog. Ha! Those who insult my father shall die. Qin Yu's expression darkened, and he retaliated fiercely. It is you who shall meet death. Su Lang's gaze was filled with menace. In the next instant, he lunged at Qin Yu with the ferocity of a wild wolf. Boom! A violent eruption of spiritual energy erupted from Su Lang's previous position, creating two deep craters in the ground, causing the floor to splinter. Su Lang was enveloped by a faint layer of spiritual energy, akin to an invisible armor that shielded his body. The externalization of spiritual energy, a skill only attainable upon reaching the Qi-gathering realm. At that stage, a martial artist can manipulate spiritual energy at will. And the armor formed by this energy can withstand even ordinary Shin-grade artifacts. Boom! 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 In the next moment, Su Lang's right fist clenched tightly, spiritual energy surging between his fingers as he struck fiercely towards Qin Yu's face. Mountain-shifting fist, young Master Su, attack. Eliminate this wretch. Witnessing this scene, Su Lang's companions erupted with excitement, shouting and cheering. The mountain-shifting fist is an Shin-grade martial art of the Su family, renowned throughout Songshan City. Now, with the enhancement of spiritual armor, this punch could unleash a force of 1,000 pounds, sufficient to shatter Qin Yu's skull. Yet, as the punch approached, Qin Yu did not flinch. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes as he suddenly opened his mouth and roared at Su Lang. Roar! In that instant, it was as if the roar of a dragon reverberated through the air. The terrifying roar sounded like thunder, causing everyone present to tremble in shock. Boom! Su Lang's body jolted. The layer of spiritual armor enveloping him shattered with a resounding crash, disintegrating into countless fragments that scattered in the air. What? Su Lang's expression shifted dramatically. His spiritual armor had shattered. How could this be? Wasn't spiritual armor impervious to even Shin-grade artifacts? How could it break from merely a roar? Before Su Lang could recover from his astonishment, Qin Yu's fist was already crashing towards him. This punch carried the power of a dragon. This punch was imbued with vengeful fury. This punch was fueled by Qin Yu's boundless rage. Like a meteor, it struck Su Lang squarely in the face. Boom! His body was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing through the furniture in the room, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Su Lang spat out a mouthful of blood, several teeth knocked loose, his face a gruesome sight, drenched in blood. In his eyes, fear was unmistakably evident. How is this possible? I am a master of the Qi-gathering realm. How could I be defeated by you? He could not comprehend that hadn't Qin Yu's cultivation been rendered completely void, this duel should have been a one-sided slaughter. How could he be so utterly powerless before a seemingly crippled opponent? The onlookers were likewise rendered speechless, gazing at Qin Yu as if he were a monster. Qi-gathering realm? Qin Yu smirked, revealing a sinister smile. Who told you that you were the only one here at the Qi-gathering realm? What? Upon hearing this, Su Lang's pupils constricted. In the next moment, his features contorted as if he had witnessed something utterly inconceivable. To his astonishment, a faint layer of spiritual energy began to surge from Qin Yu's body. This energy enveloped him like armor. Externalization of spiritual energy. Qin Yu had actually entered the Qi-gathering realm. In that instant, the entire Fengyang tavern erupted in uproar. Including Su Lang, everyone was aghast, as if they had seen a ghost. Qi-gathering realm? How could this be? Your cultivation and Dantian were already destroyed. How could you possibly possess the strength of the Qi-gathering realm? Su Lang's voice was hoarse, his face a mask of disbelief. He could not fathom it. A person whose Dantian and cultivation had been destroyed could truly cultivate anew, and judging by Qin Yu's strength, he was even superior to himself. Have you finished your pointless chatter? If so, prepare to die. Qin Yu brandished the Qilin sword, poised to sever Su Lang's head. No, please. As he beheld the sharp blade of the Qilin sword, Su Lang's pupils constricted, terror flooding his eyes. Qin Yu, you cannot kill me. I am the second young master of the Su family. If you kill me, do you not fear the retribution of the Su family? Fear not, for once I slay you, it shall soon be the Su family's turn. Qin Yu remained unmoved as the Qilin sword descended mercilessly upon Su Lang's head. No, please. Qin Yu, my elder brother, is a student of the Langyu Academy. Ah! In a heart-wrenching scream, Su Lang's head was cleaved from his body, blood gushing forth in torrents from his neck like a fountain. He has killed someone. Witnessing this, Su Lang's sycophants turned ashen, cowering in the corners, trembling with fear. None had anticipated Qin Yu's ruthlessness. He spoke of murder and carried it out without hesitation. Su Lang was the young master of the Su family. Did he not fear the Su family's vengeance? Next, it shall be your turn. Qin Yu's cold gaze swept over the crowd, his murderous intent palpable. Qin Yu, you cannot kill us. We were merely gossiping behind your back. We have done nothing heinous. Your father's injuries have nothing to do with us. Surely you cannot be so unreasonable as to slay us as well. A group of sycophants, gripped by terror, mustered the courage to plead. Qin Yu's expression remained impassive. The Qilin sword, soaked in blood, appeared particularly sinister. I have proclaimed that those who insult my father shall die. In the next moment, Qin Yu surged forth like lightning, attacking the dozen figures before him, accompanied by the clash of sword energy. The room was soon awash with blood, the wails of the dying echoing incessantly. Minutes later, the dozen people, including Su Lang, lay lifeless, their bodies strewn across the floor, the walls of the room stained crimson with blood. Qin Yu consumed their energy one by one. Before long, the cultivation, essence, and all the memories of these individuals were entirely devoured by Qin Yu. After reaching the Qi-gathering realm, the rate of his advancement seemed to slow. Despite absorbing such a wealth of vitality, his cultivation had only progressed marginally. It appears that to enhance my strength, I must seek out those stronger than the Qi-gathering realm to consume. Qin Yu murmured. Though the swallowing heaven body technique was formidable, the majority of the energy was absorbed by the Jiuzhou cauldron, leaving little for Qin Yu. Casting a glance at the hotel owner, who was utterly petrified, Qin Yu tossed him the corpse of a third-tier demonic beast, stating nonchalantly, "Apologies for the destruction of your establishment. This third-tier demonic beast corpse shall serve as compensation for your losses." With that, Qin Yu turned to leave. The hotel owner, initially filled with dread, transformed into ecstasy upon hearing Qin Yu's words. The corpse of a third-tier demonic beast. It could fetch a price of over 1,000 taels. What are a few tables and chairs compared to that? This is a windfall. Meanwhile, within the Su family hall, a guard reported to Su Ao, "Report, Patriarch. An elder from Langya Academy has arrived in Songzhan City and is expected to reach our Su family within the hour." Excellent. Upon hearing this, Su Ao laughed heartily, excitement evident in his eyes. "Congratulations, Patriarch. Congratulations. Once the elder from Langya Academy arrives, the second young master's admission will be all but assured. From this day forth. The Su family shall rise to prominence in Songzhan City." Unrivaled. Listening to the jubilant chatter around him, Su Ao could hardly contain his exhilaration. Reflecting on a decade prior, when the Su family was but a minor clan, he now had two sons poised to enter Langya Academy. The Su family was finally on the path to glory in his generation. How could he not be elated? Moreover, he must thank Qin Zhan for his folly, were it not for his blunders. How could his sons have ascended to the Qi-gathering realm so swiftly? Indeed, Qin Zhan is the great benefactor of my Su family. I wonder how this esteemed benefactor is faring now. He is likely to be expelled from the Qin family soon, becoming a stray dog. Laughter erupted among the crowd, the Su family brimming with jubilant spirits. However, amidst the revelry, an out-of-place voice suddenly rang out. "Pardon me, but your son Su Lang may not have the opportunity to enter Langya Academy." Boom! As soon as the words fell, the gates of the Su residence were suddenly shattered by a tremendous force. Following that, a dozen gruesome objects flew in from outside. With a series of thuds, they landed right before Su Ao and the others. Su Ao glanced down, and his complexion turned as pale as a sheet. Lying on the ground were several bloody severed heads, and at the forefront was none other than his son Su Lang's head. Lang Su Ao cried out in despair, his gaze turning fiercely towards the entrance. "Qin Yu, is it you? You wretched beast! How dare you take my son's life?" Su Ao roared in fury, the veins on his forehead throbbing violently. That Su Lang had only just entered the Qi-gathering realm, and he was on the verge of joining the Langya Academy. The future of the Su family as the foremost clan in Songzhan City hinged entirely on Su Lang. Yet now, he had been killed. The hopes of the Su family had been shattered. How could he not be enraged? In stark contrast to Su Ao, who was blinded by rage, the elders and guards of the Su family wore expressions of sheer shock. Su Lang was a master of the Qi-gathering realm. Qin Yu was nothing but a waste. How could he have killed Su Lang? Qin Yu lifted his foot and, with a resounding boom, crushed Su Lang's head, his face cold as he spoke. Su Ao, my father once treated you like a brother. Yet you repay his kindness with malice, scheming to steal his cultivation and shattering his dantian, severing his meridians. How do you intend to repay this debt? Upon hearing this, Su Ao's brows furrowed. That's so. You have come seeking revenge for that old man. Su Ao scoffed coldly that I merely crippled his cultivation. Yet you have taken my son's life. Qin Yu, how ruthless you are. Ruthless? Qin Yu laughed menacingly, his face a mask of murderous intent. You repay kindness with malice, showing ingratitude, and yet you have the audacity to call me ruthless? Let me tell you today, aside from Su Lang, all of you shall perish. The entire Su family must pay with blood to atone for my father's wrongs. With that, Qin Yu ceased his words, his spiritual energy surging forth like a flash of lightning as he charged towards one of the elders. He then struck down with a powerful palm aimed at the elder's head. Bang! With a single blow, the elder's head exploded, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The Grand Elder, witnessing this scene, everyone gasped in horror, their eyes wide with disbelief. How had this boy made his move? His speed was astonishing. Before they could react, the Grand Elder of the Su family had already fallen. What was even more terrifying was that the Grand Elder, with his level of cultivation, had not even been able to withstand a single strike from Qin Yu. Could it be that this boy had regained his powers? They quickly looked up only to be struck dumb with astonishment. Qin Yu was enveloped in a layer of spiritual armor, spiritual energy manifesting. This boy had actually entered the Qi gathering realm. Boom! In that moment, every member of the Su family felt their pupils constrict, their hearts seemingly halting in their chests. Su Ao was utterly incredulous, staring in shock at the unfolding scene. How is this possible? Wasn't this boy crippled? How could he possess the cultivation of the Qi gathering realm? Before Su Ao could process this, Qin Yu, like a wild beast, charged forward. Not good, quickly kill him, Su Ao shouted in alarm. The other elders quickly reacted, channeling their spiritual energy to surround Qin Yu. Boy, even if you've reached the Qi gathering realm, it matters not. Both I and the second elder are at the third level of the Qi gathering realm. No matter how powerful you are, you cannot match the two of us. Su Ao sneered. The second elder surged forward first, wielding a sharp longsword, thrusting it swiftly towards Qin Yu's chest. Rain of swords. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, dozens of sharp sword energies erupted, like a fierce storm, violently stabbing towards Qin Yu's chest. However, an astonishing scene unfolded as these sword energies struck Qin Yu's chest. They failed to even pierce his skin. It was as if they had encountered solid metal, the sword energies fracturing into countless fine cracks. Bang! Bang bang! The next moment, dozens of sword energies exploded, scattering into fragments that slowly dissipated. How is this possible? The second elder was aghast. The rain of swords was the Su family's top-tier sword technique. It could easily pierce the spiritual armor of the Qi gathering realm. How could it not penetrate this boy's skin? Little did he know, Qin Yu had cultivated the 9 transformations of the divine dragon. While he had not yet reached the true form of a dragon, his physical resilience was beyond that of ordinary people. To think that a second-rate sword technique would hope to breach his flesh, it was utterly fanciful. Now it's my turn that a cold smile graced Qin Yu's lips as he revealed a chilling intent. He swiftly extended his hand, plunging it into the second elder's chest, and then exerted tremendous force. Splatter. Blood gushed forth, his body going rigid. The second elder's heart had been crushed by Qin Yu's sheer might. The second elder, seeing this, Su Ao instantly cried out in despair. Wretched beast! You dare to kill my Su family's second elder! With a mighty roar, Su Ao unleashed a powerful punch, infused with his rage, piercing through the air and sending ripples through the surrounding space, crashing towards Qin Yu's head. Qin Yu did not evade. He retaliated with a punch of his own roar. His fist, imbued with the power of the dragon, collided with Su Ao's. The wind from the impact rippled violently, as if a dragon's roar echoed in the air. Bang, crack. Accompanied by the sound of bones shattering, the explosive energy erupted like a supernova. Amidst the agonized screams akin to a slaughtered pig, blood splattered everywhere, and Su Ao's right fist was obliterated. Before Su Ao could even scream in pain, Qin Yu swept out a kick. Bang! Ah! With a heart-wrenching scream, both of Su Ao's legs were shattered by Qin Yu, the bones within his thighs reduced to splinters. Bang! With another punch, Su Ao's body flew backward like an arrow released from its bow. Whoosh! Before Su Ao could hit the ground, Qin Yu, swift as a specter, transformed into a blur, appearing several meters away, his right hand morphing into a claw, tightly gripping Su Ao's neck. No, feeling the choking sensation at his throat. Su Ao's face turned pale with terror as he pleaded, Qin Yu, you cannot kill me. I am your father's sworn brother. You cannot kill me. You dare to mention my father? Qin Yu growled darkly, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Sensing the overwhelming killing intent emanating from Qin Yu, Su Ao was paralyzed with fear, continuously wailing, Qin Yu, you cannot kill me. My son Su Tian is a student at Langya Academy. His cultivation has reached the 9th level of the Qi gathering realm. If you dare to kill me, Su Tian will not spare you. Upon hearing this, a smirk appeared on Qin Yu's lips. Perfect, he's coming that I'll deal with him too, crack. With those words, Qin Yu tightened his grip, snapping Su Ao's neck with a swift motion. Then, with a resounding crash, he flung the corpse out of the Su family estate. Chapter 14. The Arrival of the God of Slaughter. The Annihilation of the Su family. Family head. Witnessing this scene, the members of the Su family present all turned pale, their gazes filled with terror as they looked at Qin Yu. This boy's methods were too brutal. In just a few minutes, he had killed 2 masters of the Qi gathering realm. It was utterly unheard of. Qin Yu, stop. Do not kill me. This matter has nothing to do with us. It was all Su Ao and Su Lang's idea. You cannot kill us. Indeed, when your father was crippled, we pleaded for mercy on his behalf. We have merit in this matter. As they beheld Qin Yu approaching with a sword in hand, the elders of the Su family turned pale with fear and began to plead for their lives, some even babbling incoherently. Qin Yu had no time for their pleas that he raised his hand and struck down upon the gathered crowd. Bang, bang, bang. With a series of sickening cracks, the heads of the Su family elders were smashed, their bodies collapsing to the ground, reduced to lifeless corpses, crimson blood, mixed with brain matter and fragments of skull, splattered across the ground, filling the entire Su residence with a nauseating stench that in that moment, all the high-ranking members of the Su family perished. Yet Qin Yu's action showed no sign of slowing in the next instant. He felt the spiritual energy within him surge, the devouring power of the swallowing heaven body technique erupting like a nebula, wildly pouring forth. Wherever the devouring force spread, the surrounding space twisted violently, and the grass and trees were mercilessly drawn in, consumed as if everything in the world could be shattered. Amidst the enveloping devouring force, Su Ao and the corpses of the Su family's elders trembled violently. Streams of vital blood energy surged from their bodies, continuously flowing into Qin Yu. As time passed, the corpses visibly shriveled before their eyes in a matter of minutes. They had transformed into desiccated husks. Their bodies withered as if all moisture had been extracted. Qin Yu had reached the 4th level of the Qi gathering realm. Qin Yu exhaled deeply, halting the operation of the devouring sky body technique. Indeed, a master at the entrance realm was far more formidable than an ordinary practitioner of body refinement. Even after allocating most of his energy to the 9 provinces cauldron, he was still able to ascend to the 4th layer of the entrance realm. Such a rate of enhancement would surely astonish anyone. After slightly stabilizing the surging power within him, Qin Yu rose to his feet. It was time to attend to serious matters. With that, he grasped his sword and ventured deeper into the Su family estate. He had vowed that today he would atone for his father with the blood of the entire Su clan. It had to be the whole Su clan. Not a single soul could be spared. At this moment, although it was deep into the night, many disciples of the Su family were still engaged in their cultivation within the training chamber. The walls of the chamber were exceedingly thick, providing excellent soundproofing, so they remained oblivious to the events unfolding outside. Suddenly, a thunderous crash resonated through the air as the heavy iron door of the training room was kicked open, shattering into a multitude of fragments that rained down upon the ground. Who dares? The unexpected commotion startled everyone present. They looked up towards the entrance, only to be met with a terrifying sight that a strange figure clad in black stood at the threshold, his entire body smeared with blood. In his right hand, he wielded a sharp, long sword, its blade stained a deep crimson as well, A chilling aura of murderous intent mingled with a gust of frigid wind, causing everyone in attendance to shiver involuntarily. Chinyu, what are you doing here? A young disciple of the Su family, possessing a cultivation level of the 6th layer of body refinement, furrowed his brow and stepped forward, his face contorted with displeasure. Who permitted this useless wretch to enter? This is the Su family. Get out immediately. However, before he could finish speaking, a blood-red sword light suddenly sliced through the air. In a flash, the Qilin sword pierced through the throat of the Su disciple. A single strike to seal the throat. Yu, the young disciple, clutched his throat, blood gushing from his mouth, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at Qin Yudin. The next moment, his body collapsed to the ground. Lifeless! Witnessing this scene, the Su family members were rendered speechless, their faces pale as paper, their pupils dilating in horror. As members of the Su family, accustomed to a life of luxury, they had never witnessed such a bloody spectacle. Just moments ago, a lively clansman had perished before their very eyes. The gruesome sight inflicted upon them a terrifying visual shock. Ugh! Some of the more faint-hearted among them doubled over, retching uncontrollably, before they could recover from their fear. Qin Yu had already gripped the Qilin sword and charged toward the group of Su disciples. Swish! The long sword sliced through the air, flames scorching, quick, precise, and ruthless. Each strike landed with deadly accuracy. These Su disciples were merely practitioners of body refinement. The strongest among them barely at the 7th layer, completely powerless against the formidable Qin Yu. Please no. Spare me, young Master Qin. Heart-wrenching wails echoed throughout the training room. With each swing of the sword, blood splattered in every direction. This could no longer be considered a battle. It was a one-sided massacre. Qin Yu was consumed by a bloodlust. His eyes glowed with an endless crimson hue, akin to a ferocious beast driven by thirst for blood. Gazing upon the corpses sprawled in pools of blood, his heart harbored no pity, only hatred. He recalled the horrific plight of his father. He remembered the helplessness of his father. If it were not for these wretches, how could his father have endured such humiliation? Die for me. Qin Yu roared. Boom. The devouring power surged forth from his body, and the bodies of dozens of Su disciples exploded, showering the area with blood. The energy within them flowed into Qin Yu like an unceasing river. Just a little more, and I can step into the 5th layer. Qin Yu murmured to himself, after slaughtering everyone in the training room. He hoisted his sword and made his way to other parts of the Su estate. Did I end that moment? Qin Yu resembled a harbinger of death. The Qilin sword in his hand was akin to the scythe of a reaper, mercilessly harvesting the lives of the Su clan members, from the martial arts arena to the Grand Hall, from the training chamber to the scripture repository. Wherever Qin Yu traversed, cries of anguish and screams of terror filled the air. In less than half an hour, all 183 members of the Su family, regardless of age or gender, fell beneath the blade of Qin Yu. Blood stained his garments a deep red. The martial arts arena of the Su family was piled high with corpses. The vivid blood soaked into the ground, and the air was thick with the stench of death, standing amidst the heap of bodies. Qin Yu exuded an aura of murderous intent, as if a god of slaughter had descended. Boom! The energy of 183 souls surged into Qin Yu's body like an ocean tide. As the energy flowed in, his cultivation soared at a visible pace. Entrance realm 4th layer. Entrance realm 5th layer. Entrance realm 6th layer. Boom! With a resounding blast of spiritual power, Qin Yu's cultivation suddenly reached the 6th layer of the entrance realm. Chapter 15. Healing Father. The Elder appears. After absorbing the life force of the Su family, Qin Yu did not linger any longer. Sheathing the Qilin sword, he returned to the Qin family. Brother, you're back. Upon seeing Qin Yu's return, Qin Ying's face lit up with joy as she rushed to greet him. However, her expression quickly shifted when she noticed that he was drenched in blood, the crimson liquid thoroughly soaking his garments, creating a terrifying sight. Brother, what happened? Please don't frighten Inger. Observing her brother's gruesome appearance, tears streamed down Qin Ying's cheeks. Her eyes filled with worry. Inger, don't fret. This blood isn't mine. Qin Yu smiled gently, reaching out to stroke his sister's head. Still, Qin Inger was reluctant to believe him. After carefully inspecting Qin Yu's body and confirming that the blood was not his, she finally let out a long sigh of relief. Brother, you nearly scared me to death. Qin Inger raised her small fist and lightly punched Qin Yu's chest, her face etched with reproach. You left without a word, speaking of going to kill someone, and returned with so much blood. Do you have any idea how worried I was for you? Where on earth did you go? Nothing much, just took care of some matters, Chinyu replied nonchalantly, his expression resolute. Dittinger, don't ask too many questions. Just know that with your brother around, no one will ever bully you again. Whoever dares to lay a hand on you, I will ensure their entire lineage is exterminated. Hearing Chinyu's somewhat crude, yet domineering words, Chininger felt a warmth in her heart. She lowered her head, tugging at Chinyu's clothing. Her cheeks flushed as she said, Understood, brother. You treating the best. Chinyu smiled faintly, saying nothing more as he directly approached his father's bedside. Soon, his brow furrowed tightly. Although he had used spiritual power to protect his father's heart pulse, the severity of his father's injuries was truly grave. Not only had his limbs been rendered useless, but even his dantian had been shattered by the Su family. His injuries were likely even more severe than those he had once endured. Brother, today the physician came and said that father's injuries are too serious. It is uncertain whether he can survive. Even if he does, he will likely be left as a cripple, Chininger said, her eyes brimming with tears as she began to sob softly. She felt an overwhelming sense of hatred for her own powerlessness. With such calamities befalling their family, she was utterly unable to assist. Observing Chinyu's self-reproachful expression, Chinyu assured her sister, Don't worry. As long as I am here, father will be fine. The devouring sky body technique can heal any injury. As long as father is not dead, there is still hope. With that thought, Chinyu motioned for his sister to step back, then swiftly activated the devouring sky body technique. Boom! In an instant, a blood-red vortex erupted from behind Chinyu. Following that, a torrent of fierce energy surged forth from the vortex, rushing into Qin Zhan's body with reckless abandon. This energy was the very life force that Chinyu had devoured from the Su family members, specifically prepared for healing his father. Chinyu's delicate face was filled with astonishment. She had not anticipated that her brother possessed such formidable abilities that a few minutes later, Qin Zhan's complexion indeed began to improve significantly. Under the influence of this energy, the ruptured meridians and dantian within Qin Zhan were visibly mending at an astonishing rate. The life force was transforming within Qin Zhan's body into a continuous stream of spiritual power. The cultivation that Qin Zhan had previously lost was rapidly being restored at this moment. Seeing this scene, Chinyu's face beamed with joy. She could sense that her father seemed to be recovering considerably. But why hasn't he awakened yet? Looking at her father, who remained with his eyes tightly shut, Chininger asked in confusion that, of course, it's not that simple. Chinyu let out a bitter smile, realizing that his father's injuries were far too severe. Although he had managed to mend his father's physical body, his vital essence had also sustained significant damage, necessitating the use of a nurturing elixir for recovery. As he spoke, Chinyu's delicate face revealed an expression of distress. The nurturing elixir was a highly valuable potion that, in her efforts to treat her father, Chininger had already exhausted all her savings. There was no way she could afford the elixir now. Do not worry. I will find a way to procure the elixir, Chinyu said with a slight smile, seemingly aware of his sister's predicament, that he recalled that within Songzhan City, there existed a pill tower, renowned superpower on the Xuanwu continent. A sacred place long aspired to by alchemists. Their influence was vast, nearly permeating every corner of the continent. Within the pill tower, a diverse assembly of alchemists congregated, selling various formulas, potions, and alchemical materials, though these materials were exorbitantly priced. After annihilating the Su family, Chinyu had amassed a considerable fortune, making the acquisition of the nurturing elixir's ingredients feasible. It seemed that a visit to the pill tower was imperative for the following day. As he contemplated this, the news of the Su family's downfall swiftly swept through the streets and alleys of Songzhan City like a tempest, following shortly after their obliteration. Before the Su family estate, two shadowy figures appeared like wraiths. Upon catching the acrid scent of blood in the air, both men instinctively frowned. Elder Wu, the Su family has been exterminated, one of them stated, gazing at the mountain of corpses amassed on the ground, his eyes betraying his astonishment. The elder, known as Wu, was a man in his 60s, his hair as white as snow yet brimming with vitality, exuding an air of authority that he had come specifically from the Langyu Academy to assess Su Lang's cultivation level. But he had not anticipated receiving the news of the Su family's demise so swiftly upon his arrival. "Do you know who is responsible?" Elder Wu inquired. "That it appears to be Qin Yu from the Qin family," replied his subordinate, pausing momentarily before relaying the information he had gathered. Listening to the report, Elder Wu slightly nodded, a glimmer of understanding dawning in his eyes. Ungrateful and scheming, ultimately leading to the vengeance of the other party's son. The Su family's fate is indeed a result of their own actions. They cannot blame others for this. With a cold snort, Elder Wu surveyed the heap of bodies, devoid of any sympathy. Yet this Qin Yu, despite his youth, managed to slay 3 formidable masters of the entry realm. Such talent is truly unnerving. Elder Wu mused. Langyu Academy is among the nation's top-tier institutions, where talents abound. But to find someone like Qin Yu, who at merely 18 has slain 3 entry realm experts, is exceedingly rare. Even more remarkable is his ruthless methodology. He leaves no room for future threats. This is something many seasoned practitioners, even those who have trained for decades, may struggle to achieve. It seems Songzhan City has indeed birthed an extraordinary individual. Elder Wu chuckled softly, a spark of interest igniting in his eyes. Observing this, his subordinate also chuckled. "Elder Wu, could it be that you too have taken an interest in this Qin Yu?" "Of course, who does not admire a genius?" Elder Wu replied with a smile. "That on. Write a letter for me to the Academy's principal. Inform him that I shall remain in Songzhan City for the next few days and will not be returning." "Understood." Li Tian respectfully nodded in acknowledgement. Chapter 16. The Qin family's conspiracy, alchemical examination. "What did you say?" "The Su family has been exterminated." In the Qin family's ancestral hall, the Grand Elder Qin Hai's expression was taut, his gaze shadowy as water. The chilling aura emanating from him made those nearby unconsciously take a step back. The Grand Elder's eyes brimmed with shock and confusion. The Su family was a prominent clan in Songzhan City, with their eldest son Su Tian being a prodigy of Langyu Academy, and the second son Su Lang having recently broken through to the entry realm, who could possess the power to obliterate the entire Su family overnight. Grand Elder, according to our information, Su Lang was killed by Qin Yu at the Fengyang Tavern. Thus, it is highly likely that Qin Yu is the one who exterminated the Su family. A guard suddenly spoke up. "What?" Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder's complexion changed drastically. How could that be? How could Qin Yu possess such formidable capabilities? The Su family had 3 masters of the entry realm guarding them. But apart from Qin Yu, who else could harbor such deep-seated enmity against the Su family? The surrounding elders sighed in resignation. They too were reluctant to believe that it was Qin Yu who had annihilated the Su family. Yet given the animosity between the 2 families and the reports from their spies, it seemed increasingly plausible that I never expected this boy to have advanced to such a level, one elder remarked. "Let us not forget, he once killed our second elder with a mere palm strike. This young man may have encountered some fortuitous opportunity. Otherwise, how could he have progressed so rapidly?" The elders exchanged worried glances, their expressions betraying an instinctive fear. They knew all too well that during the decline of the Qin Zhan lineage, they had not shied away from kicking them while they were down. If Qin Yu truly rose to power, their fate would undoubtedly be dire. What is there to fear? The Grand Elder scoffed. Even if this boy regains his strength, what of it? Qin Yu has already gone to the Longwu Monument for secluded cultivation. And with her divine lineage, it won't be long before her cultivation reaches the 9th layer of the entry realm. At that point, Qin Yu will still be facing certain death. The Grand Elder's face darkened as he spoke. Upon hearing the name Qin Yu, the surrounding individuals gradually quieted, their expressions less fearful than before. "However, Grand Elder, to be safe, should we not contact Su Tian of the Su family?" Someone in the crowd suggested. Indeed, Su Tian is a student of Langyu Academy, reportedly having reached the 9th layer of the entry realm. He cannot possibly stand idly by after such a great upheaval in the Su family. Let us write a letter, urging him to return and eliminate this Qin Yu scoundrel. The Grand Elder's heart stirred at the people's words, finding their reasoning sound. "Very well. Qin Feng, this task is entrusted to you. Turn around and write a letter to Su Tian, detailing all of Qin Yu's actions. The more detailed and brutal the account, the better." "Yes." The guard nodded respectfully before promptly leaving, watching the guard's departing figure. The Grand Elder couldn't help but let out a cold chuckle, a ruthless glint flickering in his eyes. Qin Yu, this time, with both Qinya and Su Tian in play, even with 3 heads and 6 arms. You are destined for demise. The following morning, Qin Yu set forth for the Pill Tower without delay. The Pill Tower stood as a significant architectural landmark in Songzhan City, making it quite easy to locate. 10 minutes later, a towering structure, soaring 100 meters high and shrouded in darkness, loomed before him. Atop this imposing edifice hung a glimmering plaque, inscribed with 2 grand characters. Pill Tower. This is the place. Qin Yu thought, stepping forward without hesitation into the Pill Tower. Prior to his departure, he had already determined the elixir he intended to concoct that day, the 7-rank celestial god elixir. This elixir was the pinnacle of nurturing potions. A rarity even among 7-rank elixirs. Given Qin Zhan's current condition, absorbing a potion of too high a grade would obviously be untenable. The effects of the celestial god elixir were perfectly balanced, not too strong, not too weak. However, the sole predicament was that Songzhan City was a small locale, and the most skilled alchemists within the Pill Tower were merely 5th rank, that it would be utterly impossible for them to concoct a 7-rank celestial god elixir. The only solution lay in him purchasing the materials himself and crafting it on his own. Yet, to concoct elixirs, one must possess a cauldron. To obtain a cauldron, one must present an alchemist qualification certificate. Thus, the first task he needed to undertake was to pass the Pill Tower's alchemist examination to obtain the alchemist qualification certificate. Stop! What is your purpose here? As soon as he entered, a young maiden with a charming visage approached him. Glancing at Qin Yu with a hint of impatience, that if you wish to purchase elixirs, the first floor has a counter for that, that if you seek an alchemist to concoct potions, you must head to the 2nd floor's hall to find a suitable alchemist and pay the corresponding fee. If you have no business, kindly leave. The Pill Tower is not a place for just anyone to enter. The maid spoke languidly. Qin Yu, being young and dressed in plain attire, did not resemble a wealthy scion in her discerning eyes. Were it not for the Pill Tower's masteress decree that all visitors must be inquired about, she would have been disinclined to waste time on Qin Yu, not holding any grievances. Qin Yu straightforwardly stated, I wish to take the examination for the alchemist qualification certificate. Where should I go? Alchemist qualification certificate. As soon as these words were uttered, the maid's pupils constricted, her demeanor transformed into one of disbelief. Are you, perchance, the esteemed alchemist? Oh dear, how could I have failed to recognize your noble identity? If you wish to pursue the alchemist qualification assessment, simply ascend to the 3rd floor. I shall escort you there. The maid's face radiated with a smile, her attitude undergoing a complete metamorphosis. Gone was her previous disdain, replaced by an overwhelming respect. An alchemist. Such a figure is held in the highest esteem across the Xuanwu continent. Among 100,000 people, one might not even emerge. The reason is simple. The prerequisites for becoming an alchemist are exceedingly stringent. Beyond requiring exceptional talent, one must also possess both wood and fire attributes of true essence within their being. True essence is inherent to the soul, and most individuals possess only one type. Those who can hold 2 or more are exceedingly rare, let alone the combination of wood and fire. It can be said that the rarity of an alchemist is on par with that of a terrestrial-grade treasure. Even a mere 1st-grade alchemist is a being to be revered. Qin Yu nodded calmly, and under the maid's guidance, he proceeded towards the 3rd floor of the Dan Tower. Along the way, the gazes of the onlookers were filled with envy. The 3rd floor is where one undergoes the alchemist qualification assessment. Those who ascend are figures who have one foot firmly planted in the alchemical realm. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, the scene was not as resplendent as one might have imagined. Instead, it featured a spacious hall with only a handful of individuals present in the hall. 5 or 6 bronze cauldrons were arranged, each adorned with intricate patterns and totems, exuding an air of antiquity and weight. Behind one of the cauldrons sat a young man in his 20s, his face tense, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, his gaze filled with anxiety. The cauldron before him blazed with flames, seemingly in the process of concocting some elixir. Suddenly, a pained scream erupted from the young man. The cauldron before him emitted a muffled thud, as if something had scorched, and thick black smoke billowed forth, releasing a foul odor. Upon inspection of the cauldron, the elixir that had been under preparation was now charred and burnt, resembling a charred lump. 1st-grade body, refining pill. Concoction failure. This assessment is deemed unqualified beside the young man, A middle-aged man clad in black robes spoke coldly. "No, please." Hearing this, the young man's complexion changed drastically, and he pleaded desperately, "Master Lu Qing, grant me one more chance. I was unprepared earlier. I implore you, allow me to try again." The young man fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face. One must understand that there are only 3 chances to undergo the alchemist assessment. This time was already his last opportunity. Should he fail once more, he would forever lose the hope of becoming an alchemist. However, in the face of the young man's pleas, Lu Qing remained utterly indifferent, impatiently instructing the guards beside him, "Take him away." Yes, as soon as the words left his lips, 2 guards rushed forward, seizing the young man's shoulders and forcibly dragging him out. The hall echoed with the heart-wrenching cries of the young man. Witnessing this scene, the other candidates instinctively swallowed hard, their eyes betraying their terror. Goodness, this is overly stringent. Not even a chance for a redo? They had long heard of Lu Qing's ruthlessness, that he tolerated no nonsense. Today, witnessing it firsthand, it was indeed as brutal as the legends foretold. Alas, why is my luck so wretched? Of all people, I had to face this cold-faced judge. Amitabha, heaven, I beseech you, grant me passage. If I pass this assessment, I swear I shall abstain from both meat and women for 3 years. I would gladly live as a monk for the rest of my life. The voices of prayer echoed throughout the hall. Guided by the maid, Qin Yu approached Lu Qing. "Master Lu Qing, this gentleman has come to take the alchemist assessment." The maid spoke with utmost reverence. Her gaze towards Lu Qing filled with admiration. Lu Qing is one of the elders of the Dan Tower. Moreover, he is a 3rd-grade alchemist. In all of Songsan City, no one is unaware of his esteemed status. Upon hearing the maid's words, Lu Qing glanced at Qin Yu, casually remarking, "Is this your first visit?" "Indeed," Qin Yu nodded. "Since it is your first time, please join the queue over there. There are 3 candidates remaining for the 1st-grade alchemist assessment. Once they finish, it will naturally be your turn." Lu Qing gestured towards a location, preparing to leave. However, before he could take 2 steps, Qin Yu's voice rang out. "Excuse me, Master Lu, but I am not here to take the 1st-grade assessment. I wish to apply for the 7th-grade alchemist qualification." Chapter 17. The Heavenly Divine Pill Formula. The Tower Master shocked. "What did you just say?" As soon as Qin Yu's words fell, Lu Qing abruptly turned around. His eyes ablaze with astonishment. 7th-grade alchemist. In that moment, the expansive 3rd floor of the Dan Tower fell into a profound silence. All present stared incredulously at Qin Yu. The atmosphere is still as a midnight graveyard. "Young man, do you realize what you are saying? A 7th-grade alchemist. Do you comprehend the implications? The ancient Tower Master of Songsan City is merely a 5th-grade alchemist. Do you think you surpass the Tower Master?" The other candidates burst into laughter, gazing at Qin Yu as if he were a fool. If one truly possessed such ability, why bother with alchemist assessments? They might as well become the Tower Master. Even the maid beside Qin Yu was taken aback by his bold claim, her expression turning icy. She had assumed Qin Yu was here for the 1st-grade assessment, but to her surprise, he had audaciously declared his intent to attempt the 7th grade. Was he here to cause a scene? Lu Qing's expression also grew frigid. "Young man, this is the Dan Tower, not a marketplace that if you wish to act foolishly, I fear you have come to the wrong place." Qin Yu stepped forward, producing the prepared formula. "I am not here to cause trouble. I genuinely wish to take the 7th-grade alchemist assessment. This is the elixir I intend to concoct." Saying this, Qin Yu handed the formula to Lu Qing. The crowd erupted into laughter once more. Who would have thought this kid would double down? He even has a formula prepared. Lu Qing instinctively glanced at the document. However, upon reading it, he was struck with shock. This formula was written by you?" Lu Qing's gaze shot up, astonished as he regarded Qin Yu, as if he had encountered something unfathomable, his voice trembling. "Wait, stay right there. I'll be back shortly. Do not leave." Without waiting for Qin Yu to respond, Lu Qing clutched the formula and dashed up the stairs in a frenzy. Witnessing this scene, everyone was momentarily dumbfounded. What has gotten into Master Lu? Why is he in such a fluster? It was the first time they had seen Lu Qing display such anxiety. Could it be that this kid stole a formula? Haha! I remember that formulas belong to alchemists privately. If discovered, the thief could face imprisonment. Indeed, this kid must have pilfered the Dan Tower's formula. Otherwise, why would Lu Qing be so agitated, instructing him to stay put? It must be true. Listening to these comments, the maid beside Qin Yu turned pale as a sheet. Stealing a formula? Goodness, that is a grave offense. He could face execution. If the tower master learns I brought a thief into the Dan Tower, my future here will be in jeopardy. Enraged, the maid stomped her foot in frustration. Meanwhile, Qin Yu remained unperturbed, exuding an air of calmness, the pinnacle of the Dan Tower. Tower Master Gu Hai was engrossed in his duties when suddenly, Lu Qing burst in with urgency. Master, you must come quickly. Something monumental has occurred. What is it that has you in such a frenzy? Observing Lu Qing's anxious demeanor, Gu Hai furrowed his brow. Lu Qing, I have told you repeatedly, as alchemists, we must conduct ourselves with composure. Your impatience is unbecoming. Lu Qing swallowed hard. Master, a truly significant matter has arisen. A person just came to undergo the qualification assessment and presented me with a formula. You must take a look at this. With that, Lu Qing thrust Qin Yu's formula into Gu Hai's hands. Instinctively, Gu Hai opened it, and upon discerning the contents, he was taken aback, his entire being trembling in astonishment. This is the formula for the 7th grade Heavenly Divine Pill. Boom! At that moment, Gu Hai appeared as though struck by lightning, his eyes widening in disbelief, his hands quaking as he grasped the formula. Indeed, it is the Heavenly Divine Pill. Master, we have spent 10 years searching for the formula for the Heavenly Divine Pill. Finally, it has appeared before us. Lu Qing, equally exhilarated, exclaimed, the Heavenly God Pill is the pinnacle among restorative elixirs. It is said to possess miraculous properties that can heal any injury in an instant. Our alchemy tower has spent a decade in vain, striving to gather a complete formula. What we have managed to obtain are merely fragmented bits of information. How can one not feel elated to see the complete formula appear before us now? Gu Hai, suppressing his anxiety, meticulously examined the formula multiple times before exclaiming with excitement. It's genuine. Truly, several pieces of information on this formula align perfectly with what we have. This is indeed the authentic Heavenly God Pill formula. Lu Qing, from where did you procure this formula? Whoever could present the Heavenly God Pill formula must surely not be an ordinary person. Quickly, take me to meet him. Yes, Lu Qing, without a moment's hesitation, hurriedly escorted Gu Hai to the 3rd floor with utmost speed. Meanwhile, on the 3rd floor of the alchemy tower, Qin Yu, displaying evident impatience, directed his gaze towards a maid. How much longer must we wait for that Master Lu Qing? I am pressed for time. If he does not return soon, I shall take my leave. My father's health cannot afford any delays. Should Lu Qing tarry further, I will have no choice but to seek alternatives for concocting the Heavenly God Pill elsewhere. No, you cannot leave. Upon hearing Qin Yu's words, the maid became frantic. How do we know you are not the thief who stole the formula? If you depart, to whom shall I report? A thief of the formula? Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. I am unaware of what you speak. Kindly step aside. I am in a hurry. With that, Qin Yu prepared to leave, feeling quite dissatisfied with the absurdity of being accused of theft after having waited half an hour without any assessment. However, just as he moved to exit, several examiners encircled him, blocking his path. Wait, did we permit you to leave? With your guilty demeanor, could it be that you truly did steal the formula? They sneered, eyeing him with disdain. Are you not Qin Yu of the Qin family? Suddenly, someone in the crowd recognized him. As this revelation spread, the crowd collectively gasped in disbelief. Ha! No wonder he seemed familiar. It is our esteemed young Master Qin. I heard your father was crippled by the Su family. Why aren't you at home caring for him? What brings you to the alchemy tower? Surely, you do not aspire to become an alchemist? How preposterous! A mere wretch such as he, hoping to become an alchemist. One scoffed. I assert he must have pilfered the formula he just presented. Let us bind him and present him to Master Lu. Indeed, perhaps Master Lu will grant us another chance to retake the assessment. They all laughed maliciously, inching closer to Qin Yu, their eyes gleaming with menace. Despicable. Witnessing this scene, Qin Yu's expression darkened, and his hand instinctively reached for the Qilin sword. However, just as he was about to unleash his wrath, a commanding voice boomed, Halt! In an instant, Lu Qing rushed him like a gust of wind, followed by an elderly man in a long robe. his hair disheveled. That Gu Hai, the Tower Master? The crowd gasped, astonished that the revered Tower Master had come. Qin Yu, your time has come. One alchemy apprentice grinned maliciously, eager to report, Tower Master, it is this scoundrel. He disrupts the order of the alchemy tower and boasts of becoming a 7th-tier alchemist. Moreover, he has presented a formula that surely must have been stolen. Tower Master, your keen insight must not let him escape. Upon hearing this, Gu Hai's expression darkened, and he raised his hand, delivering a resounding slap. Keen insight? I see your foolishness. Gu Hai roared, then lifted his foot to kick the apprentice, sending him sprawling. Ouch! Why did you strike me? It was this scoundrel. The apprentice's protest was abruptly cut off as his eyes widened in shock, witnessing Gu Hai, who had just moments ago been furious, now smiling broadly as he approached Qin Yu. Young master, I am the Tower Master of the Alchemy Tower in Songzhan City. That my humble abode has not been properly prepared for your arrival. I beg your forgiveness, that I hope you have not been startled. Come, let me see if you have sustained any injuries. Lu Qing quickly summoned the finest physicians in the city to examine the young master. Should he suffer even the slightest harm, I shall ensure that the heads of these wretches are severed. Chapter 18. Gu Hai's Intervention. Qin Yu's courteous reply. The moment Gu Hai's words fell, the entire alchemy tower erupted in astonishment, with everyone staring, wide-eyed in disbelief at the unfolding scene. What is happening? The Tower Master is referring to this good-for-nothing as young master. Who is Gu Hai? The esteemed Tower Master of the Alchemy Tower. Even the city lord of Songzhan would treat him with deference. How can this fallen scion of the Qin family be addressed in such a manner? More astonishing still, Gu Hai is beaming with a smile, appearing to court favor with Qin Yu. Am I dreaming? Gu Hai, the Tower Master, is actually in deference to Qin Yu? The crowd's collective astonishment sent shivers down their spines. Qin Yu, with a cold smirk, remarked, I am not injured, but your people just accused me of stealing the formula and intended to deliver me to the city lord's residence for punishment, that I find such an attitude rather displeasing. What? Stealing the formula? Gu Hai's fury ignited instantly. The 7th-tier heavenly god pill is a divine concoction. Such a formula, if it were to exist in the world, would undoubtedly be fiercely protected by all factions. To accuse Qin Yu of theft is a blatant fabrication. Fools! Gu Hai raised his hand and slapped the apprentice once more. Irate, this young master is my esteemed guest. How dare you claim he is a thief? Get out of my sight this instant. From now on, you are forbidden from stepping foot in the alchemy tower. And you lot. Gu Hai pointed at the maid and several other apprentices, his voice icy. All of you, vacate the alchemy tower. From this day forth, none shall become alchemists without my command. The moment these words were uttered, the faces of the onlookers turned ashen. A Gu Hai's decree was a clear threat to their future prospects as alchemists, dooming them to a life devoid of such aspirations. In a state of sheer terror, they fell to their knees, pleading, Young Master Qin, we recognize our errors. We beseech you to spare us. We shall never act thus again. Yet Gu Hai paid them no heed, allowing several guards to drag the group away, their anguished cries echoing throughout the hall. Only then did Gu Hai turn to Qin Yu, his expression softening as he cautiously addressed him. Young master, these insolent fools have offended you. Please, do not take it to heart. I apologize on their behalf. Master Gu is too kind, Qin Yu replied, assisting Gu Hai to his feet. Though Gu Hai held a revered position as the Tower Master, he displayed remarkable humility in this moment. Observing this demeanor, Qin Yu deemed it prudent to set aside any grievances that as Qin Yu spoke. Gu Hai felt a wave of relief wash over him, his face brightening with a smile. Young master, regarding the formula for the heavenly god pill, I have a few inquiries I wish to discuss, if you would be so gracious as to indulge me. Certainly, Qin Yu nodded slightly. Splendid, Gu Hai exclaimed with delight. Lu Qing, quickly fetch the exquisite wine for my esteemed guest. Today I shall share a drink with you. Yes, Lu Qing, equally thrilled, promptly departed to fulfill the request. On the top floor of the alchemy tower, within a refining chamber, a time-worn cauldron stood at the center, exuding a rich aroma of medicinal herbs. Scattered about the chamber were various precious spirit herbs, each over a century old. However, within the cauldron lay a charred mass, emitting a pungent black smoke, clearly the result of a failed concoction. Qin Yu glanced at the cauldron and inquired, Master Gu, Were you attempting to refine the jade dew pill? Indeed. Gu Hai let out a bitter laugh and said, "To be honest, my lord, I too wish to concoct the heavenly god pill. Unfortunately, it is a 7th grade elixir, and my abilities are limited, rendering me incapable of producing it. Moreover, the formula for the heavenly god pill is exceedingly precious. I have searched for over a decade and have yet to find a complete recipe. To at this point, Gu Hai cast a deep glance at Qin Yu and remarked, "You discerned at a glance that I was attempting to refine the jade dew pill. You must be a seasoned alchemist yourself." Beside him, Lu Qing wore a look of astonishment. That it is worth noting that Gu Hai's attempt at creating the jade dew pill had utterly failed. The medicinal materials had been burned beyond recognition, and the scent had turned acrid and unbearable. Even a keen observer would likely not perceive this. Yet Qin Yu, with merely a glance, recognized it as the jade dew pill. Just this alone made Lu Qing acutely aware of his own inadequacies. Indeed, Qin Yu nodded. The jade dew pill is a 5th grade restorative elixir, sometimes referred to as a simplified version of the heavenly god pill. It is crafted from various medicinal ingredients such as Overlord's essence, heart-controlling grass, heavenly mountain snow lotus, and sunfire flower that it can effectively dissolve internal blood stasis and has remarkable restorative effects for certain internal injuries. Alas, you did not manage the flames properly during the refining process, and you also reversed the order of adding Overlord's essence and heavenly mountain snow lotus, which ultimately led to the failure of the pill. Oh, the order was reversed. Please, my lord, do elaborate. Gu Hai's eyes lit up, and he eagerly asked. Qin Yu nodded and explained, both Overlord's essence and sunfire flower belong to extremely potent medicinal materials. Either one alone could cause an overpowering effect. Therefore, when adding the sunfire flower, one should swiftly introduce the heavenly mountain snow lotus to counterbalance the potency with its icy essence, employing softness to overcome hardness. Unfortunately, after adding the sunfire flower, you not only neglected to add the heavenly mountain snow lotus, but instead introduced Overlord's essence. The properties of Overlord's essence are even more domineering than those of sunfire flower, and combining these two will naturally lead to excessive potency. Were it not for the decent quality of your alchemical furnace, the sheer strength of that overpowering potency would have shattered it. Listening to Qin Yu's words, both Gu Hai and Lu Qing trembled in their bodies, their eyes revealing newfound clarity. Brilliant, teacher! How did we not consider adding the heavenly mountain snow lotus after the sunfire flower? This aligns perfectly with what the alchemical texts describe. Balancing the properties of the herbs, employing softness to overcome hardness. Lu Qing exclaimed with excitement. The Gu Hai, too, trembled with enthusiasm, unable to contain the exhilaration in his gaze. What a masterful technique for balancing medicinal properties. What a brilliant application of softness overcoming hardness. I've been studying the jade dew pill for half a year, yet I never thought of this. In just a few short sentences, you have resolved a dilemma that has troubled me for months. Such expertise is truly unparalleled. Gu Hai took a deep breath and bowed deeply to Qin Yu. His address had shifted from my lord to master, that in his eyes. Anyone who could instantly identify the jade dew pill and suggest a solution must surely be a master alchemist of high renown. This title of master was one that Gu Hai wholeheartedly accepted. Beside him, Lu Qing was equally astonished. It was important to note that Qin Yu appeared to be no more than 17 or 18 years old. At such an age, most individuals were likely still mere apprentices in alchemy. Yet Qin Yu had effortlessly resolved the problem that had plagued his teacher for half a year. His prowess likely surpassed that of his teacher. What could his true identity be? A 6th grade alchemist? A 7th grade alchemist? A 17-year-old 7th grade alchemist had surely never appeared in the entire De Qian dynasty before. I am no master, merely someone with a bit of knowledge. Qin Yu stated calmly that I have come today solely to refine a heavenly god pill, that if you truly wish to express your gratitude, simply provide me with the materials needed for the heavenly god pill. Rest assured, master, we shall provide you with as many materials for the heavenly god pill as you require, and without charge. From this day forth, the alchemy tower shall be your second home. Whatever materials you need, simply let us know, and I will have someone deliver them to your residence immediately. Gu Hai replied with a broad smile, fully aware of the value of the young man before him. At merely 17 or 18 years of age, he possessed such profound skill. If you were to wait another 10 or 20 years, the entire Qin dynasty might not be able to contain such a prodigy. Now was the perfect time to cultivate a good relationship with him. Qin Yu could easily perceive Gu Hai's intentions, but he chose not to expose them. The Alchemy Tower was one of the most powerful forces in Songshan City. Having just been reborn, he lacked any substantial background. Having the Alchemy Tower as a support would undoubtedly facilitate his endeavors in the future. Since Master Gu is so sincere, allow me to offer you a gift. During the refining process, both Master Gu and Master Lu are welcome to observe. Qin Yu's simple statement struck Gu Hai and Lu Qing like a thunderclap. Boom! At that moment, both men trembled violently, their eyes wide with disbelief. Observe the alchemical process. Master Qin, are you truly serious? Gu Hai and Lu Qing simultaneously widened their eyes, their hearts racing with excitement. My heavens! This is the refinement of a 7th-grade elixir. They had never dared to hope they would be able to witness Qin Yu's alchemical process, for the heavenly god pill was far too precious. Generally, alchemists would never concoct such high-grade elixirs in front of outsiders. After all, it is a 7th-grade elixir. How many of those exist in the entire Qin dynasty? If they could chance upon observing even a fragment of the process and glean some knowledge, it would be immensely beneficial for their future endeavors in alchemy. Thank you, Master. Your kindness shall be etched in my heart, Gu Hai exclaimed, bowing with fervor. He then quickly urged Lu Qing. What are you still standing there for? Hurry and prepare the items that the Master requires. Yes. Lu Qing quickly regained his composure and, filled with excitement, rushed off to gather the necessary medicinal materials. My heavens! A 7th-grade alchemist is about to commence refinement. Such a momentous occasion is not something one encounters every day. Today is truly a fortunate day for me. Chapter 19. The Heavenly God Pill is complete. Gu Hai becomes a disciple. A moment later, Lu Qing returned with all the required materials for Qin Yu. Master, these are the medicinal ingredients you specified in your formula. Thunderstrike wood, dragon yang flower, serpent heart grass, and 5 directions celestial root, among 13 other types of herbs. Each type has been prepared in 5 portions. Should you require more, please let me know, and I shall procure additional supplies, Lu Qing said respectfully. That will suffice, Qin Yu replied casually, his eyes reflecting satisfaction as he surveyed the materials. Each herb boasted a high age and exceptional quality. It was evident that Lu Qing had meticulously selected the finest specimens to present to him. Without further ado, Qin Yu approached the alchemical furnace. Master, I will help you stoke the fire, Lu Qing exclaimed hastily. No need. Qin Yu shook his head. The next moment, he extended his right hand, and with a soft whoosh, a flicker of red flame appeared miraculously in his palm. The flame then surged forth, as though possessed by its own will, racing toward the base of the alchemical furnace, with a loud crash. The entire furnace was enveloped in a blazing inferno, emanating intense heat. Spiritual fire. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Gu Hai's pupils constricted. Lu Qing's expression froze, his mouth agape in shock as he beheld the radiant flames. Rendered speechless, the fire blazed fiercely at the base of the furnace, radiating a blinding light that was difficult to gaze upon. Gu Hai and Lu Qing felt an overwhelming dryness in their throats. Struggling to breathe, spiritual fire. It was indeed spiritual fire. Gu Hai inhaled deeply, his body trembling with excitement, his aged visage alight with fervor, his astonishment reaching dizzying heights. Spiritual fire is a flame imbued with intelligence. It merges with the soul, enabling the alchemist to harmonize their essence with the fire. With spiritual fire, an alchemist's control over flames would ascend to extraordinary levels, granting them unparalleled mastery. It is the powerful flame pursued by countless alchemists throughout their lives. Not to mention Gu Hai. Even within the entire Qin dynasty, it was unlikely that anyone possessed spiritual fire. Such flames are exceedingly rare. Besides requiring a formidable fire attribute essence, one must also encounter spiritual fire. Even if one did encounter it, the terrifying temperatures could incinerate anything in their path. It is nearly impossible for an ordinary person to tame. In truth, among countless alchemists, it is rare to find even one who possesses spiritual fire. Master, you have truly astonished me beyond measure today. Gu Hai chuckled bitterly, gazing at Qin Yu with a mix of shock and admiration. However, as the two engaged in this discussion, Qin Yu remained blissfully unaware. In his eyes, there existed only the alchemical furnace, only the spiritual fire, and only the art of alchemy. With the elixir in his sight and his heart set on it, Qin Yu had entered a state that was entirely beyond the reach of others. To put it plainly, he had become one with the elixir. The external world had ceased to disturb him. The flames beneath the alchemical furnace burned for an indeterminate duration, filling the small alchemy chamber with scorching heat. The oppressive warmth saturating the air and causing perspiration to pour from their bodies. Yet even under such conditions, Gu Hai and Lu Qing remained motionless, unwilling to depart. "Teacher, this temperature is simply too high." Lu Qing offered a bitter smile as Gu Hai nodded slightly and remarked, "This is only natural. The spiritual fire is no ordinary flame. Its temperature is sufficient to instantaneously melt a piece of steel. Even an ordinary person, if they venture too close, would suffer severe burns at this juncture." Gu Hai suddenly flicked his right hand, launching a pill that landed in Lu Qing's palm. "This is a second-tier cooling pill. If you ingest it, it will temporarily alleviate the burning sensation you feel." "Thank you, teacher." Lu Qing expressed his gratitude as he swallowed the pill. Sure enough, as the pill took effect, he immediately felt a refreshing coolness enveloping his body, providing an indescribable comfort. Meanwhile, observing Qin Yu, he suddenly flicked his right hand, and with a whoosh, a dark green herb soared from his grasp and landed within the cauldron. The searing flames instantly consumed the herb, melting it away. Witnessing this, Qin Yu remained calm and composed, methodically flicking out several more herbs. Thunderstrike wood, dragon sunflower, serpent's heart grass. Whoosh, 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 one after another, the herbs flew into the cauldron. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The intense heat swiftly transformed the 13 varieties of herbs into a concentrated essence, which then began to merge rapidly within the cauldron. The entire process unfolded with remarkable order. "Excellent." Gu Hai could not restrain his admiration, exclaiming, "To be able to refine so many herbs simultaneously, and each to perfection. A master indeed. Your control over the herbs has reached an unparalleled zenith." It is well known that refining herbs demands exceptional skill from an alchemist. Typically, alchemists refine one herb at a time, proceeding only after the previous one has been completed. Attempting to refine multiple herbs together can easily lead to overpowering potency, resulting in failure. Yet Qin Yu's ability to refine 13 herbs at once was unprecedented. Even with Gu Hai's extensive experience, he had never witnessed such a formidable feat. My heavens, what terrifying mastery over herbs this is. Lu Qing's eyes widened, filled with disbelief that as time passed, a rich aroma of herbs began to waft from the cauldron. Qin Yu's hand seals shifted continuously, alternating in speed, as he adeptly manipulated the fire, which split into delicate strands, enveloping all the herbs to extract their impurities, leaving only the purest essence of their medicinal properties. Buzz, buzz, as time progressed, a series of resonating hums emanated from the cauldron, with streams of spiritual energy surging forth, radiant light mingling with the rich scent of herbs, filling the entire room. The 13 herbs, under the compression of the spiritual fire, underwent continuous transformation and condensation. The fragrance became increasingly potent. Success is near. Gu Hai's eyes sparkled with excitement as he absorbed the rich aroma surrounding him. In response to Gu Hai's sentiments, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted from the cauldron. That moment, the aromatic essence reached its zenith, and brilliant beams of light burst forth from the cauldron, intertwining perfectly to form a golden pill that shot skyward. Qin Yu's hands moved in intricate patterns as he extended his right hand, catching the golden pill within his palm. "Teacher, the celestial god pill is complete." Lu Qing trembled with excitement, his eyes brimming with joy. Gu Hai, equally exhilarated, leaned in to observe closely. In Qin Yu's hand lay a resplendent golden pill, smooth and rounded, radiating golden light, its medicinal aura swirling freely. It truly worked. The celestial god pill has indeed been created. Gu Hai exclaimed, his face quivering with excitement. This was a 7th-tier pill. A 7th-tier pill. The collective efforts of all the alchemists in Songzhan City would scarcely yield such a divine concoction. Yet Qin Yu had accomplished it. "Wait, teacher." At that moment, Lu Qing seemed to discover something astonishing and exclaimed, "Teacher, this appears to be not merely a seventh-tier pill, but one that is infinitely close to an eighth-tier pill." What? At this revelation, Gu Hai's body trembled as he turned his gaze towards the celestial god pill. Indeed, he saw several purple patterns adorning the pill. In the realm of alchemy, determining a pill's S-tier is quite simple. It is based on the number of patterns present on the pill. One pattern signifies a first-tier pill, two patterns denote a second-tier pill, and so forth. Currently, Qin Yu's pill bore an astonishing 8 patterns, although the 8th pattern was faint and not fully manifested. It was nonetheless sufficient to demonstrate that the pill's quality had entirely surpassed the 7th tier, inching ever closer to the 8th tier. Truly, Master, you are a divine alchemist, a maestro of pills. Gu Hai could not suppress his thoughts. The celestial god pill is notoriously difficult to concoct, and to refine it beyond its inherent nature is a monumental challenge. If word of today's feat were to spread, it would surely cause a sensation throughout the entire Great Qian dynasty and the alchemical world. Suddenly, an idea surged within him. He clasped his fists and said, "Master, you are indeed a divine alchemist, and I hold you in the highest regard. I have a request, and I wonder if you might grant it." "Speak," Qin Yu responded casually, his spirits lifted by the successful creation of the celestial god pill. Taking a deep breath, Gu Hai seemed to make a momentous decision. The next instant, he knelt before Qin Yu with a loud thud. Bowing deeply, "Master, I beseech you to take me as your disciple." Gu Hai raised his head, his expression earnest and respectful. This unexpected gesture momentarily startled Qin Yu. However, he soon shook his head and replied, "Please rise. I have no intention of accepting disciples. You provide me with herbs, and I will teach you the methods of concocting the celestial god pill that we are even." With that, Qin Yu prepared to leave. "Master!" Gu Hai cried out, hastily clutching Qin Yu's legs, pleading fervently, "Master, please do not deny me. If you refuse, I shall kneel here until you relent. You have imparted the method for creating the celestial god pill, and such a kindness must be repaid. Otherwise, I would be no better than a pig or a dog. If you do not agree, I shall remain here, kneeling until my knees are worn and my legs are broken. Until you acquiesce." Gu Hai's eyes were filled with fervor. Though it was their first meeting, he understood deeply that Qin Yu's mastery of alchemy had already transcended the ordinary. Indeed, within the entire Great Qian dynasty, few could rival him. For Gu Hai, this was an extraordinary opportunity that he could not afford to let slip away. Should he become Qin Yu's disciple, his achievements in alchemy would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Observing Gu Hai's earnest demeanor, Qin Yu pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "Very well. Since you are so sincere, I shall accept you as a nominal disciple. Whether you become a true disciple will depend on your future performance." As a supreme figure in the path of immortality, Qin Yu's standards for selecting disciples were exceedingly high. His past disciples had all possessed remarkable talent or were formidable existences in their own right. Yet even so, many had clamored to become Qin Yu's disciple, even if only in name. Such a title would elicit envy among countless others. "Thank you, Master. By the way, may I know your esteemed name?" Gu Hai inquired, his heart brimming with joy. "Oh, why name is Qin Yu," came the reply. "Qin Yu? Could it be the Qin Yu of the Qin family?" Upon hearing this name, Gu Hai's expression changed dramatically. Chapter 20. Qin Zhan Awakens Wooden Shadow Heart Sutra. Qin Yu, Qin family waste. This name was well known throughout Songzhan City. Gu Hai had certainly heard of Qin Yu's reputation. "Indeed, that is I," Qin Yu said. "If you have any regrets, now is the time to withdraw." "Regret? Impossible, Master. Others may not recognize your greatness, but I certainly do. In my eyes, you are a divine alchemist, gifted beyond measure. It is laughable how the Qin family look down upon you, failing to perceive your immense potential, branding you as a waste. Such folly is unforgivable. Master, should I go and eliminate those from the Qin family to avenge you?" Gu Hai said, filled with murderous intent. "Indeed. How dare they insult our revered ancestor? Such an offense deserves the harshest punishment. Master, rest assured, give me half a day, and I shall ensure the Qin family vanishes from the map of Songzhan City." Lu Qing added, his expression grim, that I s Gu Hai's disciple. And with Gu Hai being Qin Yu's disciple, it followed that Qin Yu was his revered ancestor. To insult Qin Yu was to insult Lu Qing. To insult the entire Dan Tower of Songsan City. No need that I will personally handle matters concerning the Qin family, Qin Yu replied nonchalantly. Having completed the celestial god pill, I shall return to the Qin family now. Should you have any questions regarding alchemy, feel free to visit me at the Qin family at any time. Seeing Gu Hai's indignant demeanor, Qin Yu smiled lightly. Thank you, master. Gu Hai was overjoyed. Suddenly, an idea struck him. And he spoke up, Indeed, master. The reason I seek the Tian Shindan is that Lord Song has sustained severe injuries and requires this elixir for his recovery. Now that I have grasped the method of refining the Tian Shindan, I wonder if I could create one for Lord Song. If he were to learn that this recipe originated from your esteemed hand, he would surely be immensely grateful that he said this. Gu Hai cautiously glanced at Qin Yu. Although he had comprehended the general process of refining the Tian Shindan through observation, without Qin Yu's explicit command, even 1,000 boldness would not compel him to attempt refining the elixir for Lord Song on his own. You may decide on matters concerning Lord Song, Qin Yu replied, his expression impassive. Lord Song, known as Song Tianjiao, was the foremost powerhouse of Songsan City, reportedly having reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of Qi entry, mere moments away from the Dan transformation realm. Furthermore, the Lord's residence was the paramount force within Songsan City. In the face of such authority, both the Qin and Su families could only bow in submission. Had it been before his rebirth, Qin Yu might have found this Lord Song intriguing. However, now, with the soul of an immortal being residing within him, the mere title of a city lord held no significance. Whether the man lived or perished was of no concern to him. Understood. Gu Hai respectfully nodded, instantly comprehending Qin Yu's intentions. Subsequently, Qin Yu did not linger further and briefly elucidated some knowledge regarding alchemy before turning to leave. It was only after Qin Yu's figure had vanished that Gu Hai spoke solemnly. Lu Qing, prepare a set of materials for the Tian Shindan at once. I shall heal Lord Song's injuries tonight. Lu Qing nodded, her eyes shimmering with excitement. For over a decade, Lord Song had awaited the Tian Shindan. With its emergence, undoubtedly, Lord Song's heart would be filled with immense joy. Just then, Gu Hai suddenly added, keep a close watch on the Qin family as well, that if Master requires any assistance, you must strive to fulfill it. Gu Hai spoke gravely, that he had a premonition that with Qin Yu's capabilities, he would not remain confined to the small realm of Songsan City for long. Given time, he would surely soar to great heights, gaining renown across the world. Such an opportunity was invaluable for the Dan Tower. Even if it meant exhausting all resources, they must cultivate a good relationship with Qin Yu. Understood. Lu Qing nodded earnestly as the sun set like fire, casting deep shadows. Qin Yu returned to the Qin family in the evening. On the bed, Qin Zhan's pallor had significantly improved, his complexion becoming much more agreeable. However, due to the trauma to his soul, he remained unconscious, his eyes tightly shut. His sister, Qin Inger, lay beside him, sound asleep, her gentle breaths revealing traces of tears that had yet to dry. It was evident that she had just wept heartily. Qin Yu's heart ached at the sight. Brother, you're back. As if sensing his return, the little girl rubbed her eyes and spoke in a soft, sleepy voice. Yes, Qin Yu nodded, saying, I have retrieved the Tian Shindan. We can now heal father. As he spoke, he flipped his right hand, and a smooth, round Dan appeared in his palm, releasing a waft of fragrant aroma. On this Dan, 7 violet patterns could be distinctly seen. It was indeed the 7-ranked Tian Shindan. Seeing this spectacle, Qin Inger widened her eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, the 7-ranked Tian Shindan, brother, where did you procure this elixir? 7-ranked Dan. Now that was a true divine elixir. Not only was it rare in Songsan City, but even across the entire Deqian dynasty, such items were scarce. A single piece of this caliber could be worth a fortune. Qin Inger could hardly believe that Qin Yu had truly obtained the 7-ranked Tian Shindan. However, she did not dwell on this matter for long. Her heart was filled with overwhelming excitement. After all, the Tian Shindan was a 7-rank elixir, and with it her father would surely awaken. Brother, quickly administer the Tian Shindan to father. Right. Qin Yu nodded, without hesitation. He directly placed the Tian Shindan into his father's mouth. Boom! As the elixir entered his abdomen, a surge of terrifying energy erupted within Qin Zhan, the overwhelming power of the Dan sweeping through him like a tidal wave. Qin Yu's expression hardened as he pressed his right hand against Qin Zhan's chest. Using his internal spiritual energy to aid his father in absorbing the medicinal potency of the Tian Shindi An, as Qin Yu intervened. The chaotic energy within Qin Zhan's body swiftly transformed into order. Under Qin Yu's guidance, it unraveled into countless threads, rushing toward Qin Zhan's limbs and bones. Buzz! A faint glow enveloped Qin Zhan's form. Witnessing this scene, Qin Yu held her breath, not daring to make a sound. Fearing to disturb Qin Yu, that the moment when this glow reached a certain intensity, Qin Yu took a deep breath and suddenly formed a mysterious hand seal. Boom! In an instant, the terrifying energy of the swallowing heaven body technique surged toward Qin Zhan's limbs and bones like a tidal wave. Under this energy's cleansing, Qin Zhan's meridians seemed to be reborn, all impurities and stagnant blood thoroughly washed away. His cultivation level increased at a visible rate. 9th layer of body refinement. Qi entry realm. 1st layer of Qi entry. 2nd layer of Qi entry. Boom. With a resounding blast of energy, the entire room trembled. The moment Qin Zhan's cultivation reached the 2nd layer of Qi entry, he suddenly shook, and his previously closed eyes flew open. Father! Qin Yu exclaimed in joy. Looking at her father, who had opened his eyes, the little girl was overwhelmed with emotion, rushing forward to embrace him, her voice choked with excitement. Wonderful, father! You have finally awakened. Brother and I have been so worried these days. Qin Zhan blinked in surprising her. What are you doing here? He remembered going to the Su family. How had he returned to the Qin family? Seemingly perceiving Qin Zhan's confusion, Qin Yu spoke. Father, your limbs and Dantian were incapacitated by the Su family. It was the Qin family's guards who brought you back. But rest assured, I have healed your injuries, and your Dantian and limbs are restored. You are now fully recovered. What upon hearing this? Qin Zhan's eyes widened in disbelief. He quickly examined his body and, to his astonishment, found that his shattered Dantian and meridians had completely healed. Even more astonishing was that his cultivation had reached the 2nd layer of Qi entry. What on earth is happening? How did you accomplish this? Qin Zhan was filled with incredulity, excitement coursing through him. Restoring a Dantian was something that countless eminent doctors could not achieve. Moreover, Qin Yu had not only repaired his Dantian, but had also elevated his cultivation from body refinement to Qi entry. Such a feat was simply unprecedented. Yet he remained unaware that the swallowing heaven body technique Qin Yu practiced could refine all impurities. The reason Qin Zhan had been unable to break through to Qi entry was that the cultivation method he practiced was too rudimentary, resulting in residual impurities after each training session. Qin Yu's actions transformed these impurities into the purest spiritual energy. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for Qin Zhan to break through to Qi entry. Father, the cultivation method you practiced before was too basic. Each time you trained, it left behind a lot of impurities. This Divine King body refinement technique not only accelerates training, but also leaves no residual impurities. You should use it for your cultivation from now on. As he spoke, Qin Yu produced a scroll of the technique from his bosom and placed it in Qin Zhan's hands. Divine King body refinement technique? Qin Zhan murmured, instinctively glancing at the technique. However, just one look left him utterly astonished. What an incredibly profound technique. This level must be at least above Earth rank. Where did you acquire such a high-level technique? Qin Zhan asked in disbelief that as a martial artist, he could discern that the Divine King body refinement technique was an exceedingly advanced method. Not to mention the Qin family, even the entire Songzhan city would struggle to find such a refined technique. Indeed, brother, where did you obtain this? And what about that Tian Shindan? I heard it could be worth a fortune. Where did you get all these things? Upon hearing this, Qin Yu turned her curious gaze towards Qin Yu. Under the scrutiny of their gazes, Qin Yu felt a bit uneasy that he certainly could not reveal the truth of his rebirth. So he hastily fabricated a story. Ahem. It is like this, father, sister. Recently, I ventured into the Monster Beast Mountains for training and accidentally encountered a reclusive elder who claimed to be the emperor of the wild heavens. Possessing celestial skills and a plethora of powerful treasures, he saw our fated connection, so he restored my Dantian and gifted me several techniques in Dan, the Emperor of the Wild Heavens. Upon hearing that name, both individuals were struck with astonishment that in this world, those who can be referred to as an emperor are no ordinary beings. Across the entirety of the realm, Only 2 or 3 individuals hold such a title. All of these figures possess terrifying powers that transcend the heavens and the earth. It is not merely Songzhan City that lies within their grasp, but the entire Deqian dynasty could be extinguished with a mere snap of their fingers. Their names are known throughout the land, yet this Huang Tiandi is someone they have never heard of before. Nevertheless, Qin Zhan did not dwell on this matter, letting out a sigh as he spoke. Alas, I never anticipated that as a father, I would require my son as rescued at Ewer. I am truly sorry. I, your father, am of no use and can only hold you back. As he spoke, a look of guilt spread across Qin Zhan's face. Father, what are you saying? Qin Yu shook his head earnestly, replying, We are a family. There is no need for such distant words. You granted me life and nurtured me to adulthood. This kindness is something Qin Yu could never repay, even over 10 lifetimes. Indeed, father, why speak in such a manner? In our hearts, you will forever be the greatest, Qin Inger added. Listening to the words of his children, Qin Zhan felt a lump in his throat, nearly shedding tears. Yes, we are a family. No need for formalities. You are right. It is my fault. I misspoke. Here, go fetch that jar of daughter's red for me. Today, I am in high spirits and shall share a few drinks with your brother. Wiping away the tears at the corners of his eyes, Qin Zhan smiled at Qin Inger. Today, not only had he regained his health and cultivation, but his son had also recovered. Such double joy must be celebrated. However, upon hearing his words, Qin Ya's face turned serious as she feigned anger, saying, No way, father. Your health has only just recovered. How can you drink alcohol? Qin Yu also chuckled wryly. Yes, father. Although you have healed, it is still unwise to drink. It would be best to rest for a couple of days. After some time, I will accompany you for a drink until we are both intoxicated. Very well. Hearing their words, Qin Zhan smiled wryly, conceding to their concerns. Soon, after exchanging a few more words, Qin Yu took his leave with Qin Inger. Upon exiting their father's room, Qin Zhan also retrieved a scroll of cultivation techniques and handed it to his younger sister. Inger, your true essence is of the wood attribute. This Mu'in Heart Sutra is perfectly suited to your essence, that if you have no pressing matters, you should practice it at home, that the Mu'in Heart Sutra is an extraordinary technique cultivated by the legendary Wood-in Emperor in a past life. Capable of commanding the mountains and flora of the world, possessing unfathomable power. Coupled with Qin Ing's wood attribute essence, this technique is indeed a perfect match. Thank you, brother. Looking at the scroll in her hands, Qin Inger's face blossomed with joy, her happiness evident. Chapter 21. The Wrath of the Dragon God. Su Tian returns in the following days. Qin Yu resided in the room adjacent to his father's, traveling daily between the Qin family and the Dan Tower to prepare medicinal concoctions for his father's recovery. Through Qin Yu's diligent efforts, Qin Zhan's health visibly improved. Within the span of merely 2 days, he was not only able to move freely but could also engage in cultivation. In addition to the Divine King body refinement technique, Qin Yu imparted numerous martial arts to Qin Zhan, such as boxing and swordsmanship, enabling him to make significant progress. Concurrently, Qin Inger began her formal practice of the Mu'in Heart Sutra. Her talent was commendable, and with her wood attribute essence, she quickly adapted to the sutra. Within just a few days, her cultivation had ascended to the 8th level of the body refinement realm. It was likely that before long, Qin Inger would become a formidable master in her own right. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the Beast Hunter Mountains lay before them, a verdant expanse filled with lush trees, towering canopies reaching for the sky, and spiritual energy permeating the AIRWY this time. Evening had fallen, and most of the beast hunters had descended from the mountains, plunging the entire forest into silence. Yet at that moment, whoosh, a strange figure suddenly darted forth from the depths of the mountains. Upon closer inspection, it was a fire-red beast, bearing a head reminiscent of a tiger, its body cloaked in fiery scales, resembling flames in their intensity. The Burning Heaven Tiger. This was an 8th-level beast, equivalent to a 7th-level warrior in the Qi entry realm. Within the Beast Hunter Mountains, it was a dominant presence. However, at this moment, this imposing Burning Heaven Tiger wore an expression of panic, frequently glancing backward as if evading something, its eyes filled with terror. In the very next instant, whoosh, another fire-red figure burst forth from the depths of the mountains. This figure was unmistakably a youth of around 17 or 18 years, enveloped in a swirling mass of crimson smoke, as if ablaze, radiating a scorching heat. Strangely, the youth's pupils resembled those of a wild beast, with vertical slits. Waves of murderous intent emanated from those eyes. In the blink of an eye, the youth transformed into a streak of lightning. Appearing suddenly behind the burning heaven tiger, he then extended his right hand. With a swift motion, blood sprayed as the youth's 5 sharp nails, akin to blades, plunged deeply into the back of the burning heaven tiger. Grasping its heart, he tightened his grip. A heart-wrenching wail resonated through the heavens. After a violent struggle, the burning heaven tiger collapsed with a thunderous crash, lifeless. With a sigh of relief, the youth gazed at the fallen burning heaven tiger, murmuring to himself, "So this is the second layer of the Jiao dragon transformation, the wrath of the dragon. Indeed, quite powerful. That it goes without saying that this youth was none other than Qin Yu, who had been cultivating within the Beast Hunter Mountains in recent days. Qin Yu had been in seclusion, honing the 9 transformations of the divine dragon. After several days of training, he had completely mastered the second layer, the wrath of the dragon. This technique allows one to ignite their vital energy, unleashing a warrior's latent potential and significantly enhancing their power. The crimson haze enveloping Qin Yu was a result of his vital energy being ignited. The 9 transformations of the divine dragon truly live up to their origins from the 9 provinces cauldron. A single wrath of the dragon allowed my cultivation to soar from the 6th level to the 7th level of the Qi entry realm. Qin Yu murmured, a satisfied expression crossing his face as he regarded the fallen burning heaven tiger. The burning heaven tiger, an 8th level beast, was equivalent to a 7th level human warrior, even with Qin Yu's own prowess. While he could defeat it, it would require considerable effort. Yet, through the wrath of the dragon, he was able to dispatch it with ease. Although this enhancement in power lasts merely around 10 minutes. In the heat of battle, life and death often hang by a thread. Even a mere 10-minute boost is formidable. With a week remaining until the family competition, Qin Yu mused, if all goes well, he should be able to reach the 7th level of the Qi entry realm within this week. That time, bolstered by the wrath of the dragon, he would possess the strength of an 8th level warrior in the Qi entry realm. He wondered, what level has Qin Yu attained? She possesses a divine vein within her body, and with the resources of the Qin family at her disposal, her progress is unlikely to lag far behind his own. With that thought, Qin Yu ceased his delay and immediately ventured deeper into the mountains to commence his rigorous training. Meanwhile, 800 miles away from Songzhan City, a magnificent city stood tall. This city sprawled across tens of thousands of square miles. And atop its towering walls hung a radiant purple plaque, inscribed with 3 bold characters, Dragon Marshal City. Originally, Dragon Marshal City was merely a small town, covering only a few hundred square miles, significantly smaller than Songzhan City. However, a century ago, a towering stone tablet suddenly appeared within the city, buried beneath sand and soil, standing hundreds of meters high. What was truly astonishing was that this stone tablet was inscribed with dense verses. Warriors who sat beneath the tablet for an entire night found themselves ascending directly from the body refinement realm to the Qi entry realm. Others who trained beneath the tablet for 3 days experienced a leap from the 3rd to the 5th level of the Qi entry realm. Many individuals comprehended profound martial arts from the tablet and soon returned as powerful figures capable of dominating their regions. From this moment forth, the Dragon Martial Steel became a sensational phenomenon within the Great Qian dynasty, attracting numerous powerful individuals from all corners on a near-daily basis. Consequently, the entire Dragon Martial City experienced a surge in prominence, swiftly transforming from a humble settlement into one of the pivotal strongholds of the Great Qian dynasty. Naturally, such a formidable location was not one that ordinary folk could easily access. It is said that to cultivate by the Dragon Martial Steel for a single day, one would need to expend several thousand taels of silver. For an average person, even a year's labor might barely yield a mere 100 taels. Such exorbitant costs rendered entry a privilege reserved solely for the scions of noble families at this moment. Under the clear autumn sky, seated beneath the Dragon Martial Steel were dozens of figures. These individuals were clad in resplendent garments, unmistakably the offspring of affluent clans. Amidst this assembly sat a striking young maiden of 17 or 18, adorned in a flowing purple gown, her eyes gently closed, her beautiful visage imbued with a look of utmost seriousness. Powerful energy continually emanated from the dragon martial steel behind her, flowing into her being. Should anyone have been present at this moment, they would have been astonished to discover that beneath the maideness skin, a faint meridian appeared to manifest, radiating a dazzling luminescence akin to a rainbow. Resplendent in its myriad hues the energy surged within her. The brilliance of this meridian intensified, exuding an overwhelming divine aura. The next instant, a thunderous boom resonated, as if the very dragon martial steel trembled in response. Following this, the seated maiden suddenly opened her eyes, and within their depths flickered an otherworldly light. An indescribable aura of terror began to emanate from her delicate form. Those present who sensed this aura could not help but change countenance, their eyes revealing expressions of sheer astonishment. My heavens, has she reached the 9th level of the Qi entrance realm? They gasped. This young lady has actually made a breakthrough. How remarkable! Observing Qinya's ascension to the 9th level of the Qi entrance realm, the onlookers were agog with disbelief, recalling that she had only arrived at the dragon martial steel a mere fortnight prior, at which time she seemed to have only just entered the 1st level of the Qi entrance realm. In this brief span, her progress was as effortless as drinking water, propelling her directly to the 9th level. Feeling the surging power within her, Qinya's lips curled into a smile, her enchanting eyes glimmering with pride. The divine meridian truly lives up to its legendary status. She mused in just half a month, I have ascended 8 levels, achieving the 9th level of the Qi entrance realm. While the dragon martial steel has indeed played a role in this, without the divine meridian, such rapid advancement would have been utterly unattainable. In that moment, Qinya felt an unwavering conviction that her earlier decision to seize the divine meridian from Qinyu had been profoundly correct. Otherwise, with her innate talent, reaching the 9th level of the Qi entrance realm would have required at least 5 years. What is love? What is betrayal? As long as she could gain strength, she would cast aside everything. Qinyu, I have now reached the 9th level of the Qi entrance realm. Even within the entirety of Songzhan City, I am among the elite. With such formidable power at her disposal, she wondered what he could possibly use to compete with her. At this moment, she was overwhelmed with anticipation for the family competition scheduled for a week hence, eager to utilize her newfound strength to trample Qinyu beneath her feet and claim the divine meridian as her own forever. Suddenly, a voice of astonishment broke through the air. Qinya turned to see a man rushing towards her, bowing deeply in reverence. My lady, I am Qin Shan, a guard of the Qin family, sent by the Grand Elder to pay my respects. What has happened to my father? Qinya inquired coolly. Esteemed lady, the Grand Elder has instructed me to inform you that Su Tian of the Su family has returned. If you have completed your seclusion, please hasten back to Songzhan City to meet with the Grand Elder and Su Tian. Upon hearing this, Qinya was momentarily taken aback that Su Tian had returned so soon that a flicker of emotion crossed her eyes. This name was well known among the people of Songzhan City, that he was not only the foremost genius of the Su family, but also the brightest star of Songzhan City. At such a tender age, he had already reached the 9th level of the Qi entrance realm, and had been selected by the prestigious Langyu Academy in the imperial capital, becoming the first prodigy from Songzhan City to enter the academy in nearly half a century. It could be said that both Qin Yu and Qin Ye had merely lived in the shadow of Su Tian. Moreover, he had entered the 9th level of the Qi entrance realm years prior, and was now furthering his studies at Langyu Academy. After several years, his cultivation had likely reached unfathomable depths. Contemplating this, Qin Ye felt a twinge of sympathy for Qin Yu. After all, Su Tian's return was clearly aimed at that scoundrel, Qin Yu. Should Su Tian take action, even if Qin Yu survived, he would be left severely injured. With a cold smile, Qin Ye hesitated not, commanding, "Prepare the horses at once. Inform my father that I shall set off for Songzhan City today." Yes. Chapter 22. Qin Ye's return, ruthless schemes. At the Su family estate in Songzhan City, numerous lifeless bodies lay sprawled across the courtyard, each covered with white cloths that emitted a foul odor. The congealed blood had stained the ground crimson, and with each gust of wind, the air was thick with the stench of death. The Grand Elder, Qin Hai, stood before the bodies, his brow furrowed deeply, flanked by several high-ranking members of the Qin family. All wearied by shock, they had examined the bodies, each one having succumbed to a single deadly blow. Even more terrifying was the fact that the life essence of these individuals seemed to have been entirely drained, leaving them resembling desiccated corpses. They had seen many bodies before, yet none had ever exhibited such an eerie spectacle. Grand Elder, could this truly be the work of Chinyu? What kind of dark arts has this scoundrel practiced to be capable of siphoning human essence? The third elder spoke, his voice tinged with trepidation. Upon hearing this, Qin Hai shook his head, unwilling to accept that Qin Yu was responsible. Yet, based on the evidence at hand, it was highly probable that he was the culprit. How long until Su Tian arrives? Qin Hai inquired. He is nearly here. He has already entered Songzhan City and should arrive within the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Very well. Do not disturb the bodies. We shall wait for Su Tian to return. A stick of incense later bang. The door of the Su estate was suddenly kicked open, and a tall, young man clad in a blue robe burst inside. Upon seeing the numerous bodies shrouded in white cloth, his expression shifted dramatically, and he fell to his knees with a thud. Father, brother, I have returned too late. Who could have done this to you? He cried in anguish that I swear, whoever is responsible will face a fate worse than death. A heart-wrenching wail of pain echoed throughout the Su estate. Young master. Qin Hai approached, placing a comforting hand on the young man's shoulder. The individual before them was none other than Su Tian, the eldest son of the Su family. Su Tian's countenance was dark as storm clouds, his eyes a blood-red hue, brimming with an unquenchable fury. He turned to the Grand Elder, his voice icy as he demanded, Qin Hai, tell me, who has slain my father and brother? Who else could it be but that scoundrel, Qin Yu? Qin Hai sneered. What upon hearing this name? Su Tian's expression shifted dramatically. That you're saying it was Qin Yu from the Qin family. How is that possible? Su Tian could scarcely believe it. Isn't he supposed to have had his Dantian destroyed? How could he possess the power to kill my father and brother? Young master, the truth is as I have said, Qin Hai replied. That wretch has somehow restored his Dantian and even entered the Qi entrance realm. Not only did he slay your family, but he also killed our second elder. Indeed. The surrounding high-ranking members of the Qin family echoed in unison. This little beast has regained his cultivation. Our second elder fell at his hands. It is one thing to kill our second elder, but to think he would dare to take the life of the head of the Su family as well. Such a heartless, merciless individual must not be allowed to live. Listening to their words, Su Tian's expression darkened further, rage igniting within him. His fists clenched tightly, knuckles cracking ominously, as if he were on the verge of erupting. Qin Yu. Su Tian's lips curled into a cold smile. Very well. You dare to kill members of my Su family. You have truly crossed the line. In the next moment, Su Tian lifted his foot and strode towards the estate's exit. A chilling aura of murderous intent emanated from him, causing the very air around him to thicken. Those present could only watch in horror, knowing that Su Tian was set on vengeance, intent on avenging the fallen members of his family by slaying Qin Yu. However, just as Su Tian had taken a few steps, a clear and cold voice suddenly rang out. Wait a moment, young Master Su. As the words fell, a graceful figure emerged from outside the residence, revealing herself to be Qin Yu. Young Master Su, do you plan to kill Qin Yu right now? Qin Yu inquired. Why not? He has killed members of my Su family. Does this young master not have the right to take his life? Su Tian frowned. Of course you can. Qin Yu replied with a faint smile, but I advise you to remain calm for a moment. What you do not know is that I have already settled a life-and-death battle with Qin Yu, and it is set to take place a week from now during the family competition. That time, all the prominent families of Songzhan City will come to witness it. At this point, Qin Yu paused, her tone lightening as she continued. Therefore, I believe that instead of killing him directly now, it would be far more satisfying to tear him apart in front of the entire Songzhan City during our family competition. Wouldn't that be much more exhilarating than simply ending his life? Upon hearing this, Su Tian was momentarily taken aback, but then a cold smile crept into his eyes. Good. What a vicious tactic. Indeed, with his current strength. Killing Qin Yu would be an easy task, but that would not quench his thirst for revenge. Only by ensuring that he dies utterly and completely in front of the gazes of all Songzhan City could he relieve the hatred that festered in his heart. By the way, young Master Su, at that moment, Qin Hai suddenly interjected, that little brat has reached the Qi entry stage in such a short time. I suspect he must have acquired some extraordinary fortune. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to achieve such progress in such a brief period. What do you mean? Su Tian furrowed his brow. Haha, he must possess some remarkable treasure, Qin Hai sneered. Therefore, before killing him, we must pry open the secrets he holds. We need to understand how he could have advanced so rapidly. Listening to Qin Hai's words, the others nodded in agreement. Indeed, Qin Yu, that useless wretch, would die without much value. However, the secrets he possessed must be unearthed. That's simple, Qin Yu scoffed. Doesn't that brat have a younger sister named Qin Ying? I've heard that Qin Yu dotes on that wretched woman excessively. You all should send a few people to capture her. With that wretched woman in our hands, I refuse to believe that Qin Yu will not yield. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the crowd brightened, and Su Tian laughed heartily. Good. What a brilliant plan to kill two birds with one stone. First, we capture Qin Yu's sister and torment her thoroughly. Then, we lure Qin Yu over and force him to divulge all his secrets. Finally, once he has no value left, we will kill his sister right before his eyes. Let him die in endless agony and regret. This plan was indeed far superior to simply killing him outright. Qin Yu, you are truly a ruthless woman, Su Tian coldly remarked. Thank you for the compliment, young Master Su. Despite Su Tian's mockery, Qin Yu remained unperturbed, maintaining her graceful smile, though it bore the venomous undertone of a serpent. Chapter 23. The family competition commences. All parties gather. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a week had passed. Throughout this week, the Qin family was bustling with preparations for the family competition, and the elder had dispatched people throughout the city to promote the event, aiming to generate excitement and draw in more spectators. Within just a few days, over half of the families in Songzhan City had received invitations from the Qin family. Everyone knew that in 2 days a life-and-death duel would take place. This duel would not only determine the heir of the Qin family, but would also decide the ultimate fate of the divine pulse. With such a divine object as a stake, the competition naturally attracted considerable attention. Everywhere one turned, discussions about this competition were fervently underway, a testament to its popularity. However, Qin Yu was indifferent to the external promotions. At this moment, he remained engrossed in his cultivation. Not only he, but Qin Zhan and Qin Inger were also tirelessly honing their skills. After several days of training, the two had thoroughly mastered the Divine King Body Refinement Technique and the Wood Shadow Heart Sutra. In a secluded courtyard, Qin Inger sat upright, enveloped in a layer of green light, with tiny specks of luminescence shimmering around her delicate figure, dazzling like stars. Wherever the green light spread, the surrounding flora seemed to respond, bowing their branches towards her in reverence. In that moment, Qin Inger appeared to embody the goddess of life. Her every movement influenced the vegetation around her. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide, raising her right hand. She pointed towards a patch of empty ground. In an instant, an array of green vines erupted from the earth, intertwining and weaving under her control, ultimately forming a vine prison that enveloped a nearby stone. Wooden prison, Qin Inger called out sharply, clenching her fingers fiercely. With that grip, the vine prison instantly constricted inward, wielding an unimaginable force that crushed the stone into fragments. The shattered debris flew apart like rain. Excellent. Witnessing this, Qin Yu's face brightened, and he smiled with satisfaction. Inger, you have succeeded. You have mastered the second layer of the Wood Shadow Heart Sutra, the wooden prison. Yes, Qin Yu nodded excitedly, her face alight with joy. The Wood Shadow Heart Sutra comprised 8 layers. The wooden prison was the second layer. With mastery of the wooden prison, Qin Inger could manipulate trees from a distance, stealthily eliminating her enemies. It was indeed a powerful killing move. Boom! Just as the two were conversing, a sudden and violent roar echoed from afar. Qin Yu turned his gaze towards the source of the sound, only to see the door to his father's room being smashed open by a tremendous force, the splintered wood mingling with rolling clouds of smoke. Next, a tall figure emerged from the room, accompanied by Qin Zhan's hearty laughter. This is... Qin Yu paused in surprise, sensing the surge of energy emanating from his father. Father, have you broken through? Yes, I have. Qin Zhan laughed heartily. Your Divine King Body Refinement Technique is truly astounding. The speed of cultivation is several times faster than ordinary techniques. Just now, I have broken through to the 3rd layer of Qi entry. Qin Zhan's face was brimming with excitement. Qin Yu couldn't help but smile as well. Today was indeed a day of double happiness. Not only had his sister mastered the wooden prison, but his father had also advanced to the third layer of Qi entry. What a joyous occasion! All right, brother, we should hurry. At that moment, Qininger suddenly interjected, "Don't forget, today is the day of the family competition, and you still have to compete against that wretched woman, Qinya." Upon hearing the words family competition, the smile on Qin Yu's face gradually faded, and a spark of battle intent ignited in his eyes. The family competition. It has finally arrived. Observing the battle intent on Qin Yu's face, Qin Zhan expressed some concern. Do you think you can manage? I heard that Qin Yu recently went to Longwu City and seems to have gained considerable strength, that if you are not confident. Rest assured, father, Qin Yu interrupted, waving his hand confidently. I have complete assurance in this match. He had wandered the Nine Heavens mystic realm for countless years, haunted by nightmares every night. Even in his dreams, he envisioned slaying Qinya to avenge his family. Now, such an opportunity lay before him, and he would not let it slip away. Father, I have waited far too long for this chance. Today, either Qinya or I must perish on the arena. If you believe in your son, then please do not say more, Qin Yu declared. Seeing his son brimming with confidence, Qin Zhan's eyes grew slightly misty. This child, with his stubborn nature, is truly reminiscent of his mother. Very well. Since you are confident, I shall not say more. After the competition, I will bring out that jar of daughter's red wine to celebrate your victory. We shall not return until we are intoxicated. Qin Zhan laughed heartily. With that, the group did not linger any longer, striding purposefully towards the Qin family's martial arena. The Qin family's martial arena. A platform measuring several hundred square meters was already crowded with a throng of people. Looking around, one could see a sea of heads. Nearly all the members of the Qin family had gathered here, engaged in fervent discussions, creating a lively atmosphere. Today marked the family competition for the Qin family, a grand event held once every 3 years. Some individuals, who usually possessed decent cultivation, were eager to showcase their skills, while those who were less diligent appeared anxious and fidgety. The diversity of expressions was a sight to behold. After all, this competition was of paramount importance to many. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that this competition could very well determine the fate of many younger members of the Qin family, should they achieve remarkable success in the contest. They will undoubtedly be entrusted with significant responsibilities within the family, ascending to great heights, and perhaps even earning a place among the Council of Elders. Conversely, a failure in the competition would lead to their expulsion from the family, relegating them to mundane roles, destined for a life of mediocrity. This competition, without a doubt, captivates the attention of many. Not only the Qin family, but even several other influential clans have been drawn here, eager to witness the prowess of the younger generation of the Qin family. The Grand Elder, Qin Hai, along with numerous high-ranking members of the Qin family, stood at the entrance, graciously welcoming the arriving guests. Look, there comes the head of the Wang family, Wang Yulong. Suddenly, a group of individuals appeared not far away, led by a rugged middle-aged man in his 40s, sporting stubble and casually toying with 2 yin-yang beads. Exuding an air of dominance, upon sighting this man, Qin Hai swiftly approached him and cupped his fists in greeting. "Ha, Brother Wang, it is a pleasure to see you well. It has been months since our last encounter. Yet you remain as distinguished and spirited as ever. Ah, Grand Elder, you flatter me." Wang Yulong laughed heartily, declaring, "Bring forth the gifts." As soon as he finished speaking, a servant emerged, carefully carrying a gift box. Within the box lay 2 smooth, lustrous elixirs, 2 grade 2 longevity pills, wishing for the Qin family's youth to flourish. Gasp! At this revelation, the expressions of those present were filled with astonishment. Grade 2 pills? Goodness! The head of the Wang family truly lives up to his reputation, demonstrating great generosity. These grade 2 longevity pills are indeed top tier among second-grade elixirs. Even on the open market, they could fetch tens of thousands of taels of silver. Qin Hai beamed with delight. "Ha! Thank you, Brother Wang. Come now, let us escort Brother Wang to his seat." With that, a group of Qin family guards respectfully ushered Wang Yulong inside. Just as Wang Yulong stepped through the threshold, a steady stream of guests continued to pour into the Qin family estate. Look, it's the third-tier sect, Yinhai sect, the Liu family from Chifeng City, the Lei Bao from the Lanyue Martial Arts Hall, and even the master of the Bahuang sect, Zhan Bahuang. My heavens, the Qin family's influence is truly immense. All these notable figures within 100 miles have gathered to witness the competition. Indeed, one must consider who currently holds the reins of the Qin family. Why? Miss Qin has reached the 9th layer of the entry Qi realm. Moreover, she possesses a divine pulse. With such extraordinary talent, she is destined to become a formidable force. All these individuals are here for the sake of Miss Qin's prestige. The crowd buzzed with excitement, each exchanging comments, instantly igniting the atmosphere before the competition. Qin Hai stood at the entrance, tirelessly welcoming guests, his demeanor radiating joy in stark contrast. Qin Zhan and his companions remained overlooked, exuding an air of desolation, prompting one to question who truly commands the Qin family. Ditto, is that not our family head? I did not expect your recovery to be so swift. Truly like a cockroach. You just one die. Qin Hai approached, a smile gracing his features. The matter of Qin Zhan's recovery was no secret. It had already spread throughout the Qin family days prior. However, Qin Hai was somewhat taken aback. He never anticipated that Qin Zhan, having sustained such grave injuries, could manage to recover. What extraordinary fortune! Of course my father would not perish. How could he die when you, an old scoundrel, are still alive? Qin Inger scoffed, her tone sharp. What did you say? At her words, Qin Hai's expression darkened, his hand rising as if to strike her. However, before his palm could descend, Qin Yu stepped forward, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon Qin Hai. Old fool, do you seek death? In that instant, the atmosphere felt as if it had frozen. An indescribable chill emanated from Qin Yu, the oppressive aura causing even the Grand Elder's soul to tremble. His raised hand withdrew reluctantly. I shall not stoop to your level. Qin Hai sneered. You may revel in your arrogance now, but when your takes the stage, I wonder how long you can maintain that bravado. Everyone in Songzhan City knows that the Qin family is under the control of me and your. The guests here have come for our esteemed names. You are but a relic of the past, of no concern to anyone. After the family competition concludes, prepare to be expelled from the Qin family, forever relegated to the status of waste. Ha! With that, Qin Hai laughed heartily as he departed, his expression one of utter arrogance. Ha! That old fool is insufferably arrogant. Witnessing this scene, Qin Inger couldn't help but curse, her frustration reaching a boiling point. Beside her, Qin Zhan's countenance was equally grim. Qin Yu, however, remained composed, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes before vanishing. At that moment, a voice filled with excitement rang out from the entrance of the Qin family estate. The people from the Dan Tower have arrived. The master of the Gu Tower has come. With that proclamation, the already lively Qin family martial arts arena erupted into an uproar, akin to 1,000 waves crashing. Several imposing figures clad in uniform alchemy robes strode through the entrance. Their expressions haughty and commanding, to my goodness, they truly are from the Dan Tower. The one in front must be Master Gu Hai, correct? I can hardly believe it, Master Gu has come. At this moment, not only were the onlookers shocked, but even several elders from the Qin family were taken aback. It is well known that the Qin family, in the context of Songzhan City, is merely a second-tier power, barely scraping into the first tier. While the Dan Tower is a true top-tier force, towering above countless first- and second-tier factions. Their every move has the potential to shake the very foundations of Songzhan City. How could an ordinary family competition attract the attention of the Dan Tower? Could it be that the Qin family is on the verge of a transformation? However, the crowd quickly regained their composure and flocked forward, eager to curry favor with Gu Hai. After all, he is the master of the Dan Tower. If they can win his favor, their fortunes in Songzhan City would surely soar. Yet, Gu Hai seemed indifferent to the other attendees, his countenance cold and unyielding. His gaze scanned the crowd, as if searching for someone. Moments later, a look of delight spread across his face, and he hastened into the throng. Where is Master Gu going? The crowd was left bewildered. Then, they beheld Gu Hai approach a young man. The previously aloof expression on his face transformed into one of warmth. As he suddenly knelt before the youth, bowing deeply and exclaiming, Master Gu Hai pays his respects to his esteemed teacher. Chapter 24. Which of you is Qin Yu, Master Qin? Qin Yu had been meditating with his eyes closed when he suddenly sensed someone approaching. He opened his eyes to find Gu Hai kneeling before him, filled with reverence. Itsu. What brings you here? Qin Yu inquired, somewhat surprised that I heard that the Qin family is holding a family competition today. So I came to cheer for my esteemed teacher, Gu Hai replied cautiously, his eyes darting nervously toward Qin Yu, fearful that his impulsiveness might invoke the latter's ire. Yet, Qin Yu bore no sign of anger. He merely nodded and said, "Understood, please rise and speak." "Yes. Thank you, esteemed teacher," Gu Hai exclaimed, joy illuminating his face, and he quickly kowtowed once more to Qin Yu before cautiously taking a seat beside him. His demeanor was now one of humility, a stark contrast to the arrogance he had previously displayed, as if he were an entirely different person. Gasp. Observing this scene, everyone collectively inhaled sharply, their hearts momentarily halting in disbelief. "Teacher, I can't be hearing this wrong. Can I?" Master Gu Hai is addressing this young man as his teacher. "I believe I heard correctly." Master Gu Hai truly referred to him as his teacher. With this revelation, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of astonishment. Even Qin Zhan and Qin Ying were wide-eyed in disbelief. None could fathom that the esteemed Master Gu Hai not only appeared at the Qin family's competition, but also acknowledged Qin Yu as his teacher. What an absurdity! How could this be? How could Gu Hai recognize this insignificant wretch? The Grand Elder's expression darkened, shock flashing in his eyes. Yet he quickly approached with a forced smile. "Master Gu, have you perhaps mistaken this individual? This is Qin Yu, not your esteemed teacher." "Indeed, Master Gu. This young man knows nothing of alchemy. How could he possibly be your teacher?" "Surely, you must be mistaken," several elders echoed, their forced smiles betraying their disbelief. They could not accept that someone they had previously looked down upon had suddenly transformed into Master Gu Hai's esteemed teacher. How could this be? He knows nothing of alchemy? Gu Hai let out a cold snort. Have you ever witnessed someone ignorant of alchemy, capable of unleashing spiritual fire? What? The crowd was momentarily taken aback, before they could gather their thoughts. Gu Hai continued, "Have you ever seen someone unversed in alchemy master the flames of a Dan furnace to perfection? Have you ever encountered an individual who, lacking knowledge of alchemy, could forge a 7th-grade pill with their bare hands? To claim my master is ignorant of alchemy." Gu Hai sneered, his gaze filled with contempt as he said, "Do you not know that my master is a true master of alchemy, in terms of alchemical prowess? Even if I, Gu Hai, were to cultivate for 10,000 years, I would not even be worthy to possess a single strand of his hair. You few clowns, do you think yourselves worthy to judge my master? Get out of my sight. Dare to show disrespect to my master again, and I shall end you." Gu Hai's tone was grave, his eyes radiating a murderous intent. Each of his words struck the hearts of those present like a heavy stone. Spiritual fire, bare-handed alchemy, a master of alchemy? What on earth is happening? However, upon witnessing Gu Hai's furious countenance, the Grand Elder, despite harboring numerous questions, dared not utter another word, but he could only force a smile and turn to leave. Observing this scene, Qin Yu couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. This fellow truly knows how to make a scene. Yet, considering his good intentions, Qin Yu refrained from saying much. "All right, everyone has left, so please take a seat." "Yes, master." Gu Hai promptly sat down, expressing his dissatisfaction. "These old scoundrels dared to insult you. Were it not for your presence, I would have certainly twisted their heads off." Gu Hai was seething with anger. In his heart, Qin Yu was akin to a divine being. What is a god? It is someone who cannot be slandered by anyone. The Grand Elder's actions today undoubtedly offended the god in Gu Hai's heart. If Qin Yu were not present, he would not wish for his master to witness bloodshed. Otherwise, he would have truly twisted the head of Qin Hai. Observing Gu Hai's furious demeanor, Qin Zhan and Qin Ying were utterly stunned. The reputation of Master Gu Hai resounded throughout Songzhan City. They never anticipated that Gu Hai would show such deference to Qin Yu. Just then, the city lord of Songzhan, Song Tianjiao, arrived. A resounding voice suddenly echoed throughout the Qin family residence. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment, their eyes widening in disbelief. "Who? Song Tianjiao? The city lord has arrived?" They were all too familiar with the name. He was the lord of Songzhan City. Not only had he reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of Qi refinement, but he also commanded thousands of city guards. In Songzhan City, few dared to provoke him. "Grand Elder, it truly is City Lord Song who has come." They had not expected that even City Lord Song would personally attend the competition. "Your status must be quite significant," The third elder flattered with a smile, that my status. Qin Hai was momentarily taken aback that he did not recall any prior interaction with Song Tianjiao. After all, Song Tianjiao was a city lord. Whereas he was merely an elder of the Qin family, their statuses were worlds apart. Qin Hai himself had not anticipated that Song Tianjiao would come to the Qin family. However, he soon came to terms with it. After all, his precious daughter, Qin Ye, was a master at the 9th layer of qi refinement. Moreover, she possessed a divine vein, with an unlimited future ahead. In his view, Song Tianjiao must have come specifically to establish a good relationship for this reason. With this thought, Qin Hai felt a surge of pride. The city lord personally gracing us with his presence. This was an unprecedented event. Third elder, you were right. Quickly, come with me to welcome city lord Song. Qin Hai exclaimed, promptly making his way toward the entrance of the residence. Sure enough, he spotted a tall and handsome middle-aged man in a black robe, exuding an extraordinary demeanor, standing at the entrance of the Qin family. Beside him stood a stunning young woman in a flowing white dress, her long hair cascading elegantly, her delicate features adorned with a gentle smile, exuding grace and nobility. The two were none other than City Lord Song Tianjiao and his daughter. Song Wanyu, greetings, City Lord. Gu Hai clasped his fists and smiled obsequiously, saying, I heard others mention the arrival of City Lord, yet I hardly believed toc you in person is truly an honor for our Qin family. Gracing us with such glory. Gu Hai's face was full of flattery. Song Tianjiao cast a disdainful glance at him, unable to suppress a frown. Why is this fellow so talkative? Who are you? Song Tianjiao asked indifferently. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent. How could Song Tianjiao, who had gone to such lengths to visit the Qin family, claim not to recognize the Grand Elder? Ever since the Grand Elder took charge, whenever the Qin family was mentioned, he was the first person that came to mind. It could be said that he was more renowned than Qin Zhan, the head of the family. Qin Hai coughed lightly, forcing a laugh. City Lord, I am the Grand Elder of the Qin family. Qin Haido, you are the Grand Elder of the Qin family. Song Tianjiao raised an eyebrow, and a look of delight spread across his face as he said, My apologies for not recognizing the Grand Elder's identity earlier. I hope you can forgive me. Upon hearing this, Qin Hai's expression improved significantly, his posture straightening as he smiled. City Lord, you are too polite. However, I did not expect that our family would be hosting a grand competition today, and it would attract your esteemed presence. Had I known you were coming, I would have dispatched someone to welcome you at the City Lord's residence. Grand competition? Song Tianjiao was momentarily taken aback. What grand competition? You are not aware. Qin Hai felt a bit embarrassed. Song Tianjiao shook his head and replied, I apologize, Grand Elder, but I am unaware of any grand competition your family is hosting. I have come today simply to seek someone to as he spoke. Song Tianjiao's gaze shifted toward the crowd. The next moment, he suddenly bent down, deeply bowing to the assembled group. May I ask, who among you is Qin Yu? The Master Qin? Chapter 25, A Life-Saving Grace, a Visit from the City Lord. May I ask, who among you is Qin Yu, the Master Qin? The respectful voice resonated throughout the Qin family residence upon hearing this. Qin Hai's face suddenly froze. Not far away, even Qin Yu was left in a stupor, unable to regain her senses as the words echoed in her ears, while everyone was still in shock. Song Tianjiao bowed once more, respectfully asking, May I ask, who among you is Qin Yu, the Master Qin? Master Qin is here. A voice suddenly rang out, as Gu Hai pointed to Qin Yu beside him, saying, City Lord, this is Qin Yu, the Master Qin. It's him again. Witnessing this scene, the expressions of the crowd changed dramatically. First it was Master Gu Hai, now it was City Lord Song. Who on earth is this young man, that so many prominent figures would come to pay their respects? The eyes of the crowd widened, scrutinizing Qin Yu as if trying to uncover something extraordinary about this young man. Wang Yulong from the Wang family, Lei Bao from the Lan Yu Martial Arts Hall, and Zhang Bahuang from the Bahuang sect. That in that moment, every faction's gaze toward Qin Yu shifted. Song Tianjiao hurriedly approached the crowd and respectfully clasped his fists toward Qin Yu, stating, I am Song Tianjiao, the City Lord of Songzhan, and I have come to pay my respects to Master Qin. I have come to pay my respects to Master Qin. Song Wanyu also respectfully bowed. Her beautiful eyes filled with curiosity. She had long heard Gu Hai speak of a formidable alchemist in the Qin family, known as Master Q, In, that it was precisely because of this Master Qin that her family was able to procure the heavenly divine pill to heal Song Tianjiao's injuries. However, she never expected that this Master Qin would be so young. She had assumed he was an elderly man from his appearance. He seemed to be even younger than herself by a couple of years. "Do you have any business with me?" Qin Yu asked casually in his memory. He had no pressing matters with the city lord's residence. Upon hearing Qin Yu's inquiry, Song Tianjiao quickly replied, "Master Qin, you and I have come to express our gratitude." "Indeed, Master Qin," Song Yu chimed in hastily. "Do you remember the heavenly divine pill you crafted at the Dan Tower? My father, who fought in battles in his youth, has been suffering from lingering ailments, enduring excruciating pain every night, which can only be alleviated with the heavenly divine pill. It was thanks to your teachings on how to refine the heavenly divine pill that Uncle Gu was able to create it for my father." Listening to Song Yu's words, Qin Yu finally recalled that Gu Hai had indeed mentioned Song Tianjiao's need for the heavenly divine pill for his recovery. "Master Qin, you are my savior," Song Tianjiao exclaimed with overwhelming excitement. The next moment, he unexpectedly knelt before Qin Yu, filled with gratitude as he proclaimed, "Master Qin, had it not been for your intervention, I fear I would never have healed in this lifetime. You have given me my life. I, Song Tianjiao, shall forever remember your immense kindness." Song Yu also promptly knelt down, respectfully bowing her head to Qin Yu. Wow. Witnessing this scene, the crowd, which had just regained composure, erupted into a frenzy once more. "No way. Did I hear that correctly? This fellow Qin Yu actually saved Song Tianjiao's life. My goodness. How on earth did this young man accomplish such a feat?" At this moment, a shiver ran down the spines of the onlookers, and a cold sweat began to trickle down their backs, not to mention others. Even Qin Hai was wide-eyed, staring in astonishment at the scene before him. Who could have imagined? A mere few days ago, they had trampled upon this so-called waste, and now he had transformed into the savior of the city lord's mansion. Moreover, he had forced the dignified city lord to kneel and bow in reverence. If it weren't for the palpable sensations around him, Qin Hai would truly believe he was ensnared in a dream. However, amidst the crowd's astonishment, no one noticed a mysterious figure observing everything intently. "Elder Wu, never did I expect that Qin Yu not only possesses formidable cultivation, but also boasts such extensive connections. Even the city lord of Songshan has bowed to him." The speaker was a young man in his 20s, whose gaze towards Qin Yu brimmed with admiration. The one he referred to as Elder Wu was an elderly man of over 60, with a head full of white hair, yet exuding an aura of vitality and authority. This elder was none other than Elder Wu of the Langyu Academy. Upon hearing that the Qin family was holding a grand family competition, they had come to witness the event and were now witnessing this incredible spectacle. Nodding in agreement to the young man's words, Elder Wu reflected on the recent massacre of the Su family, still vivid in their memories. With his own strength, he had slain 3 formidable warriors of the Qi-gathering realm. Such an achievement, even within Langyu Academy, would shine remarkably bright. What astonished them even more was that Qin Yu was not only a powerful cultivator, but also a master alchemist, capable of refining 7th-grade pills with his bare hands. What does this imply? Even some seasoned alchemists in the imperial capital might struggle to produce 7th-grade pills. This Qin Yu is truly a rare gem. Elder Wu's voice trembled with excitement, his tone betraying his exhilaration. The young man beside him was taken aback, as he seldom witnessed Elder Wu in such a fervent state. The last time he had seen such enthusiasm was in the presence of the #1 prodigy of the Dacian dynasty, Ling Yue. Clearly, Elder Wu had genuinely taken a liking to this talent. Meanwhile, Qin Yu approached from a distance, gazing at Qin Yu with a murmured remark. "Qin Yu, I never imagined that in such a short month you would amass such profound connections that it seems I have truly underestimated you in just a month." He had not only restored his Dantian, but had also entered the Qi-gathering realm, forging ties with top-tier figures like Gu Hai and Song Tianjiao. This level of progress was enough to send shivers down even Qin Yu's spine. However, this only solidified her resolve to eliminate Qin Yu. This brat can only be arrogant for a while longer. Qin Hai sneered, declaring, "In this world, the martial path reigns supreme. No matter how many connections he has, if his cultivation is lacking, it is of no consequence indeed." Upon hearing this, several elders around nodded in agreement, echoing, "The Grand Elder speaks wisely. In this world, Only martial prowess is the foundation of one's existence. No matter how many acquaintances one has, it pales in comparison to cultivation, as long as you can defeat him in the competition. Gu Hai and Song Tianjiao will understand who the true prodigy is. At that time, will they not come to curry favor? The elders consoled themselves, feeling somewhat reassured. Unperturbed by their self-comforting, Qin Yu waved his hand, inviting Song Tianjiao and Song Wan Yu to take a seat. Master Qin, to express my gratitude for your father's life-saving grace, I present you with this string of phoenix tears, Song Wan Yu said, suddenly pulling out a blue necklace from her bosom and carefully handing it to Qin Yu. This string of phoenix tears was crafted by a senior artifact master in the imperial capital and contained 18 top-grade spirit stones. Wearing it not only nourishes the body, but also provides a degree of protection against harm. Gasp. Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively inhaled sharply, their eyes gleaming with desire. That a protective artifact and 18 spirit stones. Such a treasure must be worth at least 1,000,000 taels of silver. The so-called protective artifacts are a special kind of treasure. While they lack powerful offensive capabilities, they possess extraordinary defensive abilities. Capable of shielding their owner from harm, in critical moments, they can even save a life. Consequently, the prices of protective artifacts are exceedingly steep. Even one embedded with a single spirit stone would require tens of thousands of taels of silver. An artifact embedded with 18 spirit stones would undoubtedly demand over 1,000,000 taels of silver. This sum equates to a significant portion of many families' annual income. Nevertheless, although this protective artifact is precious, it pales in comparison to Song Tianjiao's life. Thus, Qin Yu accepted it with composure. In that case, I extend my thanks to City Lord Song. With that, Qin Yu took the necklace and casually tossed it to his sister. Qin Inger, among their family, Qin Inger had the weakest cultivation. Compared to him and their father, his sister was the one who truly needed the protective artifact. Wow! Thank you, brother. You're the best, Qin Inger exclaimed with glee, planting a kiss on Qin Yu's cheek. Witnessing this scene, those present felt a mix of envy and jealousy that a protective artifact worth over 1,000,000 taels was casually gifted to his sister. Truly extravagant. Soon after, as the guests gathered, the Qin family's grand competition officially commenced. The Grand Elder stood upon the platform, bowing to the assembled guests with a smile, saying, "Esteemed guests, I express my gratitude for taking the time out of your busy schedules to witness the Qin family's grand competition. I, Qin Hai, on behalf of the Qin family, thank you all. Without further ado, let the competition begin." With that, the Grand Elder received a slip of paper from the guards. The names inscribed on the paper were those of the contestants for the upcoming matches. Upon reading the names, the Grand Elder's expression shifted to one of intrigue, glancing toward a specific area in the crowd before chuckling softly. The first match, Qin Feng versus Qin Ing, Chapter 26. The young man is furious. The first match, Qin Feng versus Qin Ing, as the Grand Elder's words fell. All eyes in the audience turned toward Qin Ing, revealing a hint of amusement in their gazes. Ha! Who would have thought that the first match would feature Qin Ing? I heard she lacks any real talent for cultivation, and at present, she is merely at the 4th level of the body refinement realm. In contrast, Qin Feng has reached the 8th level of the body refinement realm. Although he may not match Miss Qinya, he is undoubtedly one of the few geniuses within our Qin family. Furthermore, Qin Feng is the son of the 3rd Elder. The 3rd Elder and Qin Zhan's faction have always been at odds. Yet the Grand Elder has arranged for them to face off. It seems this is intended to bring about Qin Ing's downfall. At this moment, the onlookers regarded Qin Inger with pity. Amidst their discussions, a young man clad in purple robes stepped forward, his demeanor radiating arrogance. This young man was none other than Qin Feng. Fenger, give it your all. In this first match, bring honor to your father. The 3rd Elder patted Qin Feng on the shoulder, encouraging him. Rest assured, father, she's just a woman. I could defeat her with one hand tied behind my back. Qin Feng smirked, his words dripping with disdain. As the prodigy of the Qin family, he had entered the 8th level of the body refinement realm last year. Among the younger generation of the Qin family, few could rival him. Naturally, he regarded Qin Inger as inconsequential. The 3rd Elder replied nonchalantly, "Of course, I know you will triumph, but I hope for more than just a simple victory." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng raised an eyebrow in surprise. Suddenly, A flicker of murderous intent surged in the third elder's eyes as he bore a sinister grin. I want you to kill that little wretch. Eliminate her, and Qin Yu will surely be unsettled and disheartened. At that moment, Miss Qin Yu can strike effortlessly. Realizing the implication, Qin Feng's face twisted into a malevolent smile, and no wonder the Grand Elder arranged for him and Qin Inger to face each other first. It was to disrupt Qin Yu's focus. Fear not, father. I will ensure she doesn't leave the platform alive. Qin Feng chuckled darkly, his eyes glinting with fierce intent. In the next instant, his figure transformed into a whirlwind as he rushed onto the platform. Observing Qin Feng on the stage, Gu Hai expressed his concerns. Master, this Qin Feng seems ill-intentioned. Miss Inger may be in danger. Rest assured, there is nothing to worry about. Qin Yu smiled faintly, exhibiting no concern whatsoever. Over the past few days, he had provided Qin Inger with specialized training, enabling her to cultivate the Wood Shadow Heart Sutra to the second level, significantly enhancing her strength. Qin Inger was no longer the frail girl perceived by outsiders. Observing Qin Yu's calm demeanor, Gu Hai chose not to speak further, though his eyes still betrayed a hint of worry. Soon, Qin Inger ascended to the arena, gazing at the youthful and delicate figure of Qin Inger. Qin Feng smirked with a hint of regret, saying, Little girl, you truly possess an admirable appearance that it's a pity that I, as your brother, will not show you any mercy. Otherwise, I might have considered making you my third concubine. Pa! Qin Inger retorted disdainfully. Is that so? Have you looked in a mirror? You resemble an underdeveloped toad and dare to boast. What did you say? At her words, Qin Feng's expression darkened, and he bellowed, You seek death. In the next moment, his figure transformed into a fierce gust of wind, charging toward Qin Ing. His right hand formed a fist, hurtling toward her face like a shooting star. Swift wind fist. Boom. Boom, boom. A terrifying energy, infused with a destructive gale, enveloped Qin Feng's right fist. The force of this punch was immense, weighing thousands of pounds. If it struck a person, they would either perish or be rendered incapacitated. It's over. Witnessing this scene, the crowd's expressions shifted, with some timid souls closing their eyes, unable to bear to watch the impending calamity. They could almost envision the tragic demise of Qin Inger. However, just as the fist was about to descend, a sly smile appeared on her lips, and a glimmer of cunning shone in her beautiful eyes. In the next instant, Qin Inger suddenly raised her jade arm, pointing decisively at Qin Feng's feet. Wooden prison! Puff, puff, puff! As her words fell, dozens of green vines burst forth from beneath Qin Feng, swiftly coiling around his body like ethereal serpents. What? Qin Feng's expression changed alarmingly as he instinctively attempted to free himself from the vines. Yet, despite their seemingly fragile appearance, these vines were as hard as steel. No matter how he struggled, he could not break free in the slightest. In the next moment, beneath Qin Feng's horrified gaze, Qin Inger raised her jade arm once more, enveloped in terrifying green energy, and pointed at him from a distance. Wooden passage, buzz! In an instant, the air trembled with a violent surge of energy. Slender branches suddenly appeared before Qin Inger. These branches, as if honed by a blade, were incredibly sharp, resembling daggers. With a wave of her jade arm, the branches shot forth like a tempest, imbued with a menacing intent, targeting Qin Feng. No, don't! As the scene unfolded, Qin Feng's complexion paled, emitting a terrified cry. But it was too late. The branches pierced into his flesh like daggers, leaving gaping red holes in his body, blood spraying forth like a fountain. The arena was filled with Qin Feng's anguished wails. His internal organs had been pierced by the branches, and his meridians severed. His life was irrevocably ruined. Feng! Witnessing this, the third elder roared in rage, his eyes bloodshot as he rushed forward. The others were equally startled, unable to fathom that Qin Inger, appearing so delicate, could unleash such a ruthless attack. With just a few moves, she had incapacitated Qin Feng. However, what truly shocked everyone was the overwhelming aura emanating from Qin Yinger's petite frame. 8th level of body refinement. Qin Hai's pupils contracted, and Qin Yu beside him also paled in disbelief. How could this be? This little wench had reached the 8th level of body refinement. The third elder's countenance soured, as if he had eaten something foul. He distinctly remembered that Qin Ing had been at the 4th level of body refinement not long ago. How could she have ascended to the 8th level within just a month? Unexpectedly, Qin Yu's sister is also a genius. and her methods are as ruthless as her brother's. Wu Chonglao narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of admiration shining in them. The Qin family truly harbored two remarkable talents. The 8th level of body refinement is not particularly exceptional in itself, but the key point is that Qin Inger was merely 14 or 15 years old. A 14 or 15-year-old at the 8th level of body refinement. Such talent could only be described as extraordinary. Moreover, the wood attribute technique she practiced, although Wu Chonglao was unfamiliar with it, was certainly not an ordinary method in his discerning eyes. "Father, it hurts so much." Qin Feng lay in the third elder's arms, blood gushing from his mouth as he cried out in agony. Seeing this, the third elder's eyes turned red with fury. "You little wench! How dare you harm my son? Guards, seize this little wench. I will shatter her bones to make her pay for my son's suffering." However, just as the guards prepared to act, a furious voice resonated. "Who dares?" In the next instant, Qin Yu's figure appeared on the arena like a phantom. "It's you. Qin Yu, what do you intend to do?" The third elder's expression shifted as he barked. "Your sister has harmed another. According to clan rules, her cultivation should be abolished. Do you wish to defy the clan rules?" "To hell with your clan rules." Qin Yu scoffed disdainfully. "In a battle, fists and feet have no eyes. Injuries are unavoidable. If blame is to be assigned, it can only be directed at your son for being inferior. He is simply too weak, you." Hearing this, the third elder's face flushed with anger. "Even so, we are all members of the Qin family. Why resort to such brutal measures? Clan competitions should be about restraint, not inflicting harm. Qin Yu's ruthless actions warrant her cultivation being abolished according to clan rules." Indeed, the third elder's words were reasonable. Qin Ing had acted recklessly, injuring a fellow clansman. She should be dealt with according to clan rules. And her cultivation abolished. The surrounding elders echoed in agreement. "Clan rules?" Qin Yu laughed, though the smile he wore was chilling. "You wretched creature, do you even deserve to mention clan rules? Let me ask you, why did Qin Feng resort to the dangerously high-risk swift wind fist upon entering the arena? Do you not realize that a single punch from it possesses a force of over 5,000 pounds? Any martial artist below the 7th level of body refinement would be unable to withstand such power. If it were not for my sister's fortuitous breakthrough to the 8th level, she would have either died or been gravely injured from that punch alone. If we are to speak of injury, then it is your foolish son who struck first. My sister acted solely in self-defense. What crime is there in that?" With each word, Qin Yu stepped closer, his formidable aura as overwhelming as a tide crashing down upon the third elder and the others. The oppressive force rendered the onlookers pale, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads. Qin Yu snorted coldly, stating, "This matter is a result of your son's own actions. He has no one to blame but himself. If you dare to continue your incessant prattling, do not blame me for being ruthless." With that, a scarlet longsword appeared in Qin Yu's hand, its sharp blade gleaming with a chilling light, an aura of death that seemed capable of tearing souls asunder. The blood-red blade, reminiscent of fresh blood, sent shivers down everyone's spine. In that moment, all present could not help but tremble, harboring no doubts that if the third elder uttered even a single word more, Qin Yu would indeed strike him down. The youth was furious. Chapter 27. High and low, life and death decided. Enough. At that moment, a crisp, cold voice interrupted the dispute between Qin Yu and the third elder. Qin Yu, having appeared at some point on the arena, cast a frosty gaze upon Qin Yu. "Young master." Upon seeing Qin Yu's arrival, the third elder's expression brightened instantly, exclaiming, "Young master, that little wench, Qin Inger, acted recklessly and cruelly. You must bring justice for me." As he spoke, the third elder broke into tears, resembling someone who had suffered an immense grievance. "Nonsense." Qin Inger fumed, her face flushed with anger, retorting, "It was clearly you who struck first. I merely acted in self-defense." Silence. Qin Yu's expression turned icy as she scolded, "This matter shall be determined by me, and you need not meddle." Afterward, Qin Yu turned her attention to the third elder, assuring him, "Rest assured, as the young master of the Qin family, I will not turn a blind eye to this matter." "Thank you, young master." The third elder's eyes lit up with joy upon hearing this, while his gaze toward Qin Yu turned sinister. The onlookers were equally intrigued. Eagerly anticipating how Qin Yu would address the situation involving Qin Yu and Qin Ing, in the next moment, Qin Yu suddenly stepped forward, fixing her gaze on Qin Yu, and said calmly, "Qin Yu, although there are some grievances between us, do not accuse me of partiality. The young master has always acted with impartiality, adhering strictly to the clan regulations. In today's affair, it is evident that Qin Inger was at fault first. She was the one who initiated the conflict, leaving Qin foam crippled. Thus, let me propose this." Qinya paused for a moment and said calmly, "You should have Qinya also forfeit her cultivation, break her own meridians and roots. Then she must kneel and bow to both Qin Foam and the third elder, admitting her mistake. This matter will then be considered resolved. What do you think?" Hiss, as soon as these words were spoken. The onlookers instinctively gasped, their eyes betraying their astonishment. To forfeit one's cultivation, to sever one's own roots, and to kneel and admit fault. While Qinya professed to uphold justice, this demand seemed tantamount to seeking Qin Inger's life. However, to everyone's surprise, after the command was issued, Qin Yu and Qin Inger remained utterly still, as if they had not heard Qin Yu's words at all. Upon witnessing this scene, Qin Yu's brows furrowed immediately. "Why are you not kneeling? Did you not hear the words of this young master? Kneel." Qin Yu scoffed disdainfully, slowly articulating, "I kneel to your mother." "What?" The moment these words left his mouth, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. Qin Yu's face turned a deep shade of anger. No one expected that Qin Yu would suddenly utter such a vulgarity. To kneel to your mother. It should be noted that all the guests present were esteemed individuals, known for their decorum and elegance, and had never before heard such crude language. "You dare insult me? I am the young master of the Qin family." Qin Yu's face blanched with rage, her delicate form trembling slightly. "The young master." Qin Yu smirked contemptuously, retorting, "What is a young master worth? I was a young master years ago. Back then you, Qinya, were merely a dog following behind me. What nonsense, young master. You treat yourself as a treasure. Such worthless things, even if gifted to me, I would not bother to accept. Furthermore, I advise you not to prattle in front of me. Others may buy your nonsense, but I, Qin Yu, do not, if you dare continue this nonsense. Whether you are a young master or a prince, I will take down one after another." Saying this, Qin Yu disregarded Qin Yu's furious countenance, seizing Qin Inger beside him and turning to leave. This scene left the onlookers dumbfounded. No one had anticipated that Qin Yu would dare to confront Qinya in such a manner. Although Qinya and Qin Yu were of similar age, she was, after all, a young master, especially in a world like the Xuanwu continent, where social hierarchy was paramount. A young master was second only to the clan leader. Typically, one would bow with reverence upon encountering a young master. Yet Qin Yu not only disrespected Qinya, but openly called her a dog. Such behavior was unprecedented, utterly tyrannical. "Qin Yu roared, her figure transforming into a whirlwind as she lunged toward Qin Yu's back. Her right hand curved into a claw, as if she wished to rip out Qin Yu's heart. However, before her hand could touch him, several figures suddenly surged forth, blocking Qin Yu's path. "Who dares harm my son?" Qin Zhan bellowed, raising his hand to deliver a mighty strike toward Qinya. Bang! This blow was unexpected. A terrifying energy erupted like a nebula between the two, the immense spiritual force swirling into a vortex, creating shockwaves that shattered the ground beneath them. Although Qin Yu's cultivation was slightly stronger, the suddenness of the attack caused her to stagger back a few steps. Upon sensing the aura emanating from Qin Zhan, her expression changed drastically. The third layer of the entry stage? How is this possible? The Grand Elder's expression shifted slightly, a look of astonishment filling his eyes. Qin Zhan has actually entered the entry stage. When did this happen? Humph. Qin Zhan snorted coldly, standing like a towering edifice before Qin Yu, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. "Who dares to touch my son?" Gu Hai stepped forward, his gaze indifferent as he addressed Qinya and the Grand Elder, stating coolly, "Who dares to harm my master?" Song Tianjiao and Song Wenyu also stepped forward, flanking him, and the guards of the city lord's mansion encircled Qinya and the Grand Elder, their icy voices echoing. "Who dares to harm the benefactor of our city lord's mansion?" Wow! Witnessing this scene, the gathered crowd erupted with excitement. Whether from first-tier or second-tier forces, Everyone looked on in astonishment. The Dan Tower, the city lord's mansion. Two top-tier forces had all come forth, all to protect Qinyu. They had been in Songzhan City for decades and had never seen anyone with such clout, capable of compelling both of the city's top-tier forces to act simultaneously. At this moment, even Qinyu felt a pang of anxiety within her heart, let alone the Grand Elder and the Third Elder beside her, both of whom now wore pale expressions, cold sweat beading on their foreheads. After all, if it was merely a matter of dealing with Qinyu, they might not have cared. But now, Qinyu was backed by the Dan Tower and the city lord's mansion. Both of these forces were the pinnacle of Songzhan City. Either one of them was not something the Qin family could afford to offend. Realizing this, Qinyu forcibly suppressed her fury, her murderous intent gradually receding as she forced a tense smile. Heh. Master Gu, Lord Song, since you both have spoken, I shall grant you face and let today's incident go. Saying this, Qinyu waved her hand, and the Qin family guards retreated accordingly. Seeing this, Song Tianjiao also gestured, and the guards of the city lord's mansion withdrew as well. The previously tense atmosphere began to ease. Yet in the next moment, Qinyu turned her gaze to Qinyu, saying, Qinyu, I truly did not expect that within just a month you could achieve such significant progress. Even Lord Song and Master Gu are willing to speak on your behalf. As for the matters involving Qin Feng and Qin Ying'er, I can overlook them. However, should we not come to a resolution regarding our own affairs? Of course. Qin Yu's expression remained unchanged, yet a hint of battle intent surged within his gaze. I have been waiting for your words. Good. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu's eyes also glinted with combativeness. If that is the case, then let us not waste any more words. Qin Yu, let us duel now. This battle will not only determine the victor, but also decide matters of life and death. It will likewise determine the final ownership of the Divine Pulse and the position of the young master. Do you have the courage to accept this challenge? Qin Yu stepped forward, her aura of the 9th layer of the entry stage pouring forth like a raging flood. Boom! Under the pressure of this terrifying force, both those on the stage and the distant martial elders' expressions shifted slightly. The 9th layer of the entry stage. This young girl is also at the entry stage. Martial Elder's expression flickered with surprise, his heart astonished. Qin's 8th layer of body refinement had already left people astounded. Not to mention, there was a prodigy like Qin Yu, who not only entered the entry stage at a young age, but also managed to slay the 3 masters of the Su family. And now another master at the entry stage has appeared. The continuous waves of shock had left Martial Elder feeling incredulous. What kind of fortune has the Qin family received? 3 prodigies in one family. It seems that Songzhan City has indeed given rise to some remarkable individuals. The young man beside him narrowed his eyes, slowly speaking. Just as everyone was discussing, Qin Yu stepped forward. Accept a challenge? What is there to fear? Accompanied by a scornful chuckle, a brilliant crimson Qilin sword suddenly appeared in Qin Yu's hand. The blade glinted coldly under the sun, emanating an aura of dread. In the next moment, Qin Yu raised the Qilin divine sword, pointing it at Qin Yu, coldly uttering 3 words. Come, accept your death. Chapter 28. The duel begins. Divine pulse power. Come, accept your death. Qin Yu's icy voice resonated throughout the arena. The fiery Qilin divine sword reflected a chilling glow in the sunlight, mingled with a sense of bloody menace, as it pointed directly at Qin Yu. The moment these words were uttered, the atmosphere of the Qin family's martial arts arena became palpably tense. All gazes turned fervent. Is it finally beginning? The battle of the most outstanding juniors of the Qin family. This confrontation will not only determine the future heir of the Qin family, but also the final ownership of the Divine Pulse. It can be said that 90% of the guests present were drawn here by this decisive battle. Accept death, Qin Yu sneered. With you, do you think you are worthy? In the next moment, a sharp long sword appeared in Qin Yu's hand as well. The sword measured 3 feet in length, its hilt and blade enveloped in a ghostly blue light, emanating a chilling aura that seemed to freeze the very air around it. The blue jade sword. Upon witnessing this, some of the younger members of the Qin family gasped in astonishment. The blue jade sword was a treasure procured by the Grand Elder at great expense from a weapon master in Tianqian City. It was said to be incredibly sharp, with 3 spirit stones embedded in its hilt. A true profound-grade treasure. Over the years, they had never seen Qin Yu draw this sword. it seems that this time, she is truly intent on killing. Boom! In the next moment, a resounding crash echoed. As Chinya emanated a terrifying aura, the overwhelming spiritual power surged forth, revealing her cultivation at the 9th level of the Chi-gathering realm. The temperature around the arena dropped significantly, sending shivers through the onlookers in that moment. Everyone felt a sense of dread. Suddenly, Chinya's figure appeared before Chinyu like a specter, with her blue jade sword wielded in hand. She struck with an indescribable ferocity aimed squarely at Chinyu's face. A sword that could split waves. Boom! The immense sword energy surged forth like crashing ocean waves from the blue jade sword. Its ominous presence akin to an explosion, seemingly capable of shattering Chinyu's head in an instant. However, just as Chinyu was resolute in her belief that her strike would vanquish Chinyu, he simply lifted the Qilin sword to deflect her blow. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted as the sword energies clashed, leading to an unforeseen turn of events. Cracks began to form on Chinya's blue jade sword. A cacophony of breaking sounds echoed all around. The delicate fissures spread rapidly across the blade, resembling a spider's web, quickly engulfing the entire sword in an instant. With a resounding bang, the blue jade sword shattered into countless fragments that clattered to the ground. In Chinya's grasp, her once mighty mystical treasure had been reduced to nothing but a bare hilt. How could this be possible? The crowd gaped in disbelief. Chinya's expression mirrored their astonishment. The blue jade sword was a mystical treasure of the Xian grade, the most formidable weapon of the Qin clan. How could it be so effortlessly destroyed by a single strike from Chinyu? What kind of divine weapon is this? It's nothing extraordinary. Witnessing this scene, Qinyu burst into laughter, recalling how she had previously felt anxious while hearing others praise the blue jade sword's might. Who would have thought it could not even withstand a single blow from her brother? Such trash. How can it even be called a divine weapon? But little did Qinyu know that Qinyu's Qilin sword was birthed from the 9 provinces cauldron, a celestial artifact, and thus, its creation far surpassed that of ordinary treasures. Not only is the Qilin sword of a higher grade than the blue jade sword, but even at the same grade, it is vastly superior. Next, it is my turn. Chinyu snorted coldly. His gaze shone brightly as a torrent of sword energy erupted from the Qilin sword, echoing with the distant roar of a Qilin. Before the onlookers, a fiery red Qilin seemed to emerge from the divine sword, charging fiercely toward Chinya. Roar! The sword energy tore through space, producing a sound akin to a beast's roar. This sword energy was imbued with an overwhelming and boundless spiritual force, instilling a sense of insurmountable dread. It felt as though this strike could obliterate all existence. Looking at this sword energy, Elder Wu's eyes widened in astonishment as he uttered in disbelief. Sword intent? It is said that when swordsmanship is cultivated to its pinnacle, one can generate sword intent. This so-called sword intent signifies the unity of the swordsman and their sword, reaching a transcendent state. It could even immerse those around into the swordsman's realm of understanding. The red Qilin was none other than Qinyu's sword intent. Elder Wu could hardly fathom that Chinyu had managed to envelop everyone present in his realm. What a terrifying state that is. It is well known that while swordsmanship is a path most martial artists undertake, it is also one of the most challenging to master. Typically, practitioners merely learn sword techniques without delving into sword intent, as the latter is exceedingly difficult to cultivate. An ordinary person could practice for a century and still not manifest a single trace of sword intent. Those who possess sword intent are rare sword masters. With a single strike, they can shatter myriad laws. If Chinyu were in his 70s or 80s, Elder Wu might not be so astonished, perhaps merely expressing admiration. Yet, it must be noted that Chinyu is merely 18 years old. An 18-year-old sword master. This is simply unprecedented. He has traversed the vast lands of the great Qian dynasty and has never encountered such a prodigy. At 18, with cultivation in the Chi-gathering realm. Not only is he an alchemist, but also a sword master. Chinyu, oh Chinyu, you have truly opened my eyes. Elder Wu murmured, at this moment. His gaze toward Chinyu was unreservedly filled with admiration. Meanwhile, witnessing the approaching sword strike, Chinya's expression changed dramatically as she hastily summoned her spiritual power to envelop herself in a suit of spiritual armor. The sturdy armor tightly shielded her form. Yet in the next instant, boom, The terrifying sword energy shattered her spiritual armor into countless fragments that slowly dissipated in the air. The ferocious sword energy pierced through the armor, carrying an indescribable brutality that sent Qinya flying. Cough! A mouthful of blood was expelled from Qinya as her aura weakened. How could this be? Your sword energy is so powerful. What martial art is this? Disbelief filled Qinya's eyes. The sword energy just now had instilled an unprecedented sense of danger within her. She could not comprehend how Qinya had acquired such a terrifying martial art. To kill you with my martial art. Qinya replied coolly, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. After all, Qinya was at the 9th level of the Qi-gathering realm and was protected by her divine pulse. Otherwise, that strike could have easily claimed her life. What a pity! To kill me with that martial art. Haha. Hearing this, Qinya burst into laughter. Qinya, although you have made rapid progress, I am still several realms above you. To think you could kill me with such a meager effort is truly naive. Qinya scoffed derisively. Did I end that moment? A dazzling array of 7-colored divine light surged around her, and under its radiance. Her injuries healed instantaneously. Not only did she recover, but her aura seemed even more potent than before. This is upon witnessing this scene, gasps erupted from the crowd. Divine pulse? It is said that the divine pulse harbors tremendous divine power, capable of instantly healing any injury as long as one remains alive. The 7-colored divine light enveloping Qinya emanated from her divine pulse. Cloaked in the divine glow, Qinya appeared like a celestial being descending from the heavens. A torrent of sacred energy surged forth. Without needing to be angry, she commanded authority. Chapter 29, A Duel of Talents. Terrifying indeed. So this is the legendary divine pulse, which can restore one's injuries and strength in an instant. Truly miraculous. No wonder so many seek to obtain the divine pulse. It is indeed a remarkable celestial treasure. Who would have thought that such a divine artifact would appear in the Qin family? After this battle, whether Qinyu or Qinya emerges victorious, both are destined to gain notoriety. The crowd marveled, for most had come to witness the fabled divine pulse and its extraordinary powers. Today's spectacle was indeed as wondrous as the legends foretold, broadening their horizons. The Qin family is truly remarkable, having birthed this unparalleled divine pulse. It seems my journey here was not in vain. Elder Wu could no longer remain calm. Although Gu Hai and others sat at a distance, they could feel the immense divine power emanating from the divine pulse. Just the ability to heal injuries instantly was enough to captivate them. No wonder the two prodigies, Qin Yu and Qinya, were compelled to fight to the death over the divine pulse. You've finally activated the divine pulse. Qin Yu had been waiting for this moment. Oof, Qinya scoffed, as the 7-colored light of her divine power enveloped her, lifting her slowly into the air. She looked down arrogantly at Qin Yu. Are you afraid now? However, it's too late for you to kneel and beg for mercy. Don't think that just because you've progressed rapidly, you can truly defeat me. You are too naive. Qin Yu, I could crush you as easily as squashing an ant. Whoosh! Suddenly, the 7-colored divine light around Qinya began to whirl rapidly. A powerful force stirred the air, ruffling everyone's clothing and hair. The energy surged, exerting an overwhelming pressure. This boy is likely finished. Alas, although Qin Yu may not match Qinya's strength, he is still a top-tier genius. It would be a great pity if he were to be killed by her today. Could it be? I wonder if kneeling down to apologize now would grant him a chance to survive. Didn't Qinya just say he had no chance? Moreover, their conflict has escalated into hatred. Today, it seems Qin Yu is doomed. The crowd couldn't help but feel a chill of apprehension for Qin Yu. Despicable and shameless. Stealing my brother's divine pulse and acting so proud. What gives her the right? Without my brother's divine pulse, what is Qin Yu worth? Qin Inger was seething with rage. Her delicate fists clenched tightly as she yearned to obliterate Qinya. Qin Zhan, too, bore an expression of fury. However, he firmly believed that his son would undoubtedly triumph over this woman today and reclaim the divine pulse. How dare she seize what belongs to me and still maintain her arrogance? Today, I shall witness whether it is you who perishes or I. Qin Yu scoffed disdainfully. Although the power displayed by the divine pulse left him in awe, the opponent's strength was still far beneath his own. Yet he was somewhat surprised by Qin Yu's adept mastery of the divine pulse. Indeed, she had put in considerable effort recently. The doomed individual should not be so presumptuous. Prepare to meet your end. At last, Qin Yu made her move. With her hands clenched in a fist at her chest, a terrifying force erupted from her hands. Then, with a swift motion, Qin Yu unleashed her fists, transforming them into palms. As a torrent of violent energy erupted, utterly astounding everyone present. The might of the divine pulse was indeed formidable. Even those at the divine realm would likely find it challenging to withstand such an attack. The elders of the Qin clan were instantly filled with elation, in their eyes. Having a prodigy like Qin Yu in the Qin family was a tremendous fortune. The future of the Qin clan was boundless. Qin Yu, this time, how will you contend with this? The grand elder of the Qin clan, Qin Hai, wore a smug expression, convinced that this battle would surely end in Qin Yu's victory, that he could almost envision the scene of Qin Yu being shattered by the overwhelming force of the divine pulse. An utterly harrowing sight. Qin Zhan and Qin Inger felt compelled to tense up. After all, once Qin Yu activated the divine pulse, her power had indeed surged significantly. They were uncertain whether Qin Yu could withstand such a powerful onslaught. Yet, at that moment, Qin Yu maintained his composure. It was crucial to note that he possessed the support of the 9 provinces cauldron's divine power within him. Although the force unleashed by the divine pulse was mighty, it was of an entirely different caliber compared to the divine power of the 9 provinces cauldron. However, if the divine pulse were to harness the power of the 9 provinces cauldron, it would be a different story altogether. Unfortunately, Qin Yu lacked the divine power of the 9 provinces cauldron, and her divine pulse was still in its infancy. Boom! Qin Yu made his move. However, instead of drawing his sword once more, he opted to utilize his devouring Titan body technique. Boom! With a resounding crash, an immense power erupted from Qin Yu's body. Immediately, he was enveloped by a powerful force, causing the surrounding air to become chaotic. Swirling and churning violently at his center, a colossal vortex of energy formed. Everyone was left utterly astounded. Such formidable devouring power. The crowd collectively gasped in admiration. Even Elder Wu was taken aback, his pupils dilating in shock. An 18-year-old youth possessed such astounding explosive power. It was simply unheard of. Yet, unbeknownst to them, what Qin Yu was currently employing was the devouring Titan body technique. Otherwise, they would have been left utterly speechless. Although Qin Yu had unleashed an overwhelming devouring force, to the onlookers, Qin Yu still seemed to hold the advantage. After all, she wielded the divine pulse. Regardless of how extraordinary Qin Yu might be, he could not possibly withstand her attack. It was a pity for this prodigy, as he was about to fall. Boom! However, in the next instant, the forces surrounding Qin Yu were swiftly dispersed as if they were stars. The heavens trembled and fierce winds howled. Had the spectators not hurriedly shielded themselves with their true energy, they too would have suffered. Devour! Qin Yu shouted, directing the devouring abyss toward Qin Yu. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! The devouring abyss began to consume everything as if it were a bottomless pit. In that moment, Qin Yu's divine power was suddenly drawn in by a tremendous force. Within moments, her divine power was entirely devoured. What is happening? Qin Yu was utterly astonished. Initially brimming with confidence, she was now thrown into a state of panic. Not only did her power fail to harm her opponent, but it was also consumed instead. This left her in a state of disarray. You think you could devour my power? You wish, Qin Yu roared, her entire body spinning into the air. Instantly, a radiant 7-colored light erupted, and beams of light shot forth like arrows, fiercely targeting Qin Yu. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! A torrent of light surged forth, bombarding the entire training ground. Everyone was deeply shaken by the spectacle before them. The might of the divine pulse was terrifying indeed. Devour! Qin Yu remained unfazed, regardless of how fiercely Qin Yu attacked. She was no match for him. He continued to exert force, and the potency of the devouring Titan body technique surged once more. Soon, the myriad beams of light were drawn into the colossal vortex as if attracted by a massive magnet. While Qin Yu remained unharmed, this scene astonished everyone yet again. What sort of strange technique is this? How could he effortlessly devour the opponent's divine power? It was simply inconceivable, utterly shocking. This young man was indeed hiding his strength. No one could have anticipated he possessed such formidable power. The crowd marveled in awe. I refused to believe this. Qinya was unwilling to accept her fate. She could not afford to be defeated by Qin Yu today. Otherwise, she would find it impossible to regain her standing. It was worth noting that the guests present were all esteemed figures from the upper echelons of Songzhan City. No matter what, she had to defeat Qin Yu. However, just as she prepared to unleash her power, she was astonished to discover that she could not muster any strength, that a force radiating seven-colored light quickly separated from her body, before Qinya and the others could react. The seven-colored divine power was consumed by Qin Yu. Qinya instantly lost all power, letting out a cry of despair as she fell to the ground, spitting blood. Hiss! The entire arena fell into silence, as if the very air had ceased to flow. Then, the crowd collectively gasped in astonishment, staring incredulously at the scene before them. Especially the elders of the Qin clan, who were utterly dumbfounded. They had never anticipated that Qin Yu would be defeated. Moreover, how could her divine pulse be siphoned away by Qin Yu? This was utterly beyond their comprehension. At present, Qin Yu was clearly suffering from severe internal injuries, unable to even rise. The outcome was evident to anyone with a modicum of sense. It was clear who had emerged victorious. The expressions of the Qin clan's elders were as grim as if they had swallowed something distasteful. This result was simply unbearable for them. This cannot be. This fellow cannot have defeated Qinya. What on earth is happening? Why has it come to this? Qin Hai's heart was in turmoil. Just moments ago, he had felt immense pride, only for his hopes to be shattered in an instant. His face was filled with disbelief, unable to accept this reality. Father, my brother has won. My brother has finally triumphed over that despicable woman. Qin Inger cheered excitedly. She had awaited this moment for far too long. Indeed. Qin Zhan nodded, stroking his beard, that I knew my son would emerge victorious. You have lost. Qin Yu approached Qinya, pointing his sword at her head, and spoke calmly. Qinya's expression was one of deep distress. Why? I have taken your divine pulse, rendered your martial prowess null, yet I still find myself defeated by your hand. How can this be? I am utterly unwilling to accept this. Qinya's face was filled with resentment. She could not fathom how it had come to this. What the hell? This fellow actually won. In the face of such overwhelming divine pulse power, he managed to secure victory with a single strike. How on earth did this happen? In that moment, the crowd erupted in a frenzy. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Like Qinya, they could not comprehend how she had held the upper hand, yet ultimately succumbed to this young man. Chapter 30. The Enemies Confront, shocking the entire arena. I told you, whatever you take from me, I will reclaim. Speak, how would you prefer to die? Qin Yu's countenance was as cold as ice, devoid of any emotion. He had finally witnessed this wretched woman brought L.O.W. in his previous life. She had caused him immense suffering. Countless nights, he had dreamt of personally slaying her in this life. He was determined to eliminate her in reality, ensuring she paid the price. Ha! Qinya laughed maniacally. You wish to kill me? We shall see if you possess the capability. Su Tian, what are you waiting for? Hurry and make your move. Qinya shouted into the crowd. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, a figure leaped from the crowd and swiftly approached Qin Yu. Qin Yu frowned. He recognized this person. That was none other than Su Tian, the foremost prodigy of the Su clan, a rare talent from the Langyu Academy. This individual had already been regarded as a genius, and after entering the Langyu Academy, he had undoubtedly become immensely powerful. However, his appearance did not surprise Qin Yu. He had anticipated this individual would emerge today. Qin Yu, you slaughtered my Su family members and annihilated my entire clan, that I have come today to ensure you suffer a fate worse than death, avenging my father and my brother. Boom! Upon finishing his words, the fellow's body trembled slightly, and in an instant, an overwhelmingly formidable force erupted from within him. My heavens! Could it be that yet another prodigy at the pinnacle of the 9th tier of the Qi entry realm has emerged? Moreover, he is at his peak state. How terrifying! It seems Su Tian's strength surpasses that of Qinya. It is likely that Qin Yu, that young lad, may not stand a chance against him, no matter how strong Qin Yu is. He is merely a practitioner at the 7th tier of the Qi entry realm, and the disparity in their powers is immense. Qin Yu is likely doomed, as Su Tian's prowess was unveiled. The atmosphere in the arena became electrified, with all present astounded by his capabilities. Even Gu Hai and Lord Song were left in utter shock. This fellow has evidently reached the 9th tier of the Qi entry realm. It appears that our master may be in peril. Gu Hai's anxiety intensified. Father, Master Qin might be in trouble. That individual is far too powerful. Should we intervene? Song Wenyu spoke with worry etched across her face. Song Tian Jiao furrowed his brow, uncertain of what course of action to take. Let us not panic. We must first assess the situation, that if Master Qin truly finds himself in danger, I shall be the first to charge forth. Rest assured, with my presence, I will ensure no harm befalls Master Qin, for he is our family's benefactor. As the city lord, Su Tian would surely not dare to disrespect me. Very well, we can only proceed this way for now. Song Wenyu replied with a nod, her gaze anxiously fixed on the martial arts arena. Father, it is Su Tian from the Su family, that he possesses formidable strength. Can my brother withstand him? Qin Inger expressed her deep concern. She had anticipated the duel to conclude swiftly, only to be blindsided by the arrival of Su Tian, the Su family's top talent. The fact that he was at the 9th tier of the Qi entry realm meant he could easily overpower her brother. How could she not be worried? Qin Zhan's expression grew grave. His brow knotted in distress that a surge of fury, accompanied by an aura of lethal intent, radiated from his eyes. The Su family had stripped him of his cultivation, rendering him a mere shadow of his former self. Had it not been for his son acquiring a fortuitous opportunity, he might have been a complete failure by now. The mere sight of the Su family ignited his ire. However, his foremost concern was for his son. This adversary is incredibly powerful. It seems his son is truly facing a formidable foe. Yet, he was at a loss for how to intervene, for his own strength was insufficient. Charging him would only result in his swift demise. Serving little purpose, that I am uncertain. We shall act based on the situation at hand, Qin Zhan replied with resignation. You have finally arrived. However, the troubles of your Su family are of your own making. Qin Yu remarked coldly. What did you say? Su Tian's pupils dilated in fury, rage igniting within him. You dare to kill my kin, and yet act so brazenly before me. I am at the pinnacle of the 9th tier of the Qi entry realm. To end your life would be but a mere blink of an eye. Furthermore, I stand on a different level than Qin Yu. I am a prodigy of the Langyu Academy. Today, I shall ensure your entire family pays the price. And you will suffer dearly. Su Tian's countenance darkened, and in that instant, an unparalleled ferocity, infused with a palpable murderous intent, erupted from his being. You need not intervene. This is a duel between him and me. There is no need for your interference, he declared, as Gu Hai and the others attempted to rush down to assist, but were dissuaded by Qin Yu. He possessed complete confidence in his ability to handle this adversary. He had cultivated the 9 transformations divine dragon technique and the heaven-swallowing overlord body art. With the assistance of the 9 provinces cauldron's divine power and the protection of the divine meridians, he believed that despite being at a lower cultivation level, he would not encounter significant difficulties in facing this opponent. This individual was merely a defeated foe, hardly deserving of fear. That Su Tian. You must exercise caution. This adversary is presently formidable and possesses divine meridian protection, that do not underestimate him. Cautioned Qin Yu, who had previously experienced the might of Qin Yu. She sensed that his strength was far beyond mere Qi entry realm classification. Now, with the devouring power of the divine meridian, his prowess was likely even more formidable. The most terrifying aspect was that divine meridians could enable one to recover instantly from injuries and regain strength. Thus, even though Su Tian's cultivation was 2 tiers higher, defeating Qin Yu would still pose a challenge that, of course, this was merely her conjecture. She hoped that Qin Yu was not as powerful as she feared. Upon hearing Qin Yu's warning, Su Tian scoffed dismissively. What are the divine meridians? I am not like you, a waste, having integrated the power of the divine meridian, yet still defeated by this fellow. Today, I shall show you how I will utterly vanquish him. Qin Yu continued to advise. Before you bring him to his end, you should interrogate him about any secrets he possesses, that he undoubtedly has other treasures. When I faced him earlier, I sensed other formidable powers emanating from him. That matter requires no concern from you. I know what I must do, Su Tian retorted, then turned his gaze toward Qin Yu. Did I in an instant? A murderous aura erupted from his eyes. Qin Yu, today marks your demise. He then drew his long sword with a flourish. launching a fierce thrust toward Qin Yu. Boom. The instant the sword was pointed, a powerful violet light surged forth from the blade. Simultaneously, the violet glow rapidly expanded, swiftly taking the form of a colossal violet sword. The sword energy coalesced into a blade, and the intent of the sword surged forth, warping the air and conjuring fierce winds. An overwhelming sword energy filled the arena. Had the spectators not quickly fortified themselves with their vital energy, they would have likely sustained internal injuries from the sheer force of the sword energy. What a formidable sword energy! The manifestation of sword intent. What an extraordinary display of power! Su Tian had comprehended sword intent to such an extent. He was truly deserving of being called the top prodigy of Songshan City. How terrifying! With such overwhelming strength, Qin Yu was doomed. This individual had unleashed sword intent to a truly horrifying degree. The onlookers were left in profound shock at this spectacle, witnessing the most potent sword intent they had ever encountered. Everyone felt a chill of apprehension for Qin Yu. Heh, Qin Yu sneered dismissively. This is merely par for the course. At that moment, he circulated his Dantian, activating the power of the Flood Dragon. Instantly, the strength of the 9 transformations divine dragon technique coursed throughout him, forming a faint protective barrier. This power was not solely from the 9 transformations divine dragon technique, but was a fusion of 3 formidable forces: the divine power of the 9 provinces cauldron and the power of the divine meridian. As Su Tian's overwhelming sword intent bore down upon him, Qin Yu remained still, patiently awaiting the assault. Crack! Just as everyone braced for Qin Yu's imminent downfall, a deafening explosion echoed as the sword intent sliced toward him, only to be repelled by an invisible, powerful force. This rebound sent Su Tian flying from the impact of his own sword intent, while Qin Yu stood unharmed, rooted in place. You wish to harm him? You ought to first inquire whether the 9 transformations divine dragon technique permits it. Shh. The arena fell into an eerie silence, as if the very air had ceased its flow. The stillness was palpable, and every gaze was wide with disbelief. Expressions of shock were etched on their faces, with some still unable to comprehend the situation, their minds in a state of utter bewilderment. This fellow emerged unscathed? That is absolutely impossible. One must remember Su Tian is 2 tiers above him. Heavens, how utterly unfathomable! Is this individual truly invincible? It is astounding. A practitioner of the 7th tier of the Qi entry realm has managed to withstand an assault from a 9th tier powerhouse with nothing but his flesh. This is truly unprecedented. After a moment, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of astonishment, unable to contain their shock. The recent events had left them breathless. The elders of the Qin family were particularly flabbergasted, their eyes wide with disbelief, cold sweat beading on their brows. They could hardly fathom that Qin Yu was so overwhelmingly powerful, far beyond their expectations. This was not merely talent. This was pure genius. At this moment, Elder Wu stood up, equally astonished. It seems this trip was not in vain. It is worth noting that Su Tian is a prodigy of the Langya Academy. Elder Wu's eyes gleamed with excitement. His heart raced with exhilaration. Chapter 31. Understanding Battle, Su Tian's Hidden Cards. The master truly is formidable. Not only is he exceptional in alchemy, but his martial arts are equally profound. Choosing him as my mentor was undoubtedly the correct decision. It is the most worthwhile choice I have ever made in my life for the Dan Tower. Gu Hai found it impossible to remain calm. He was utterly in awe of Qin Yu, as was Lu Qing, who was so shocked that her mouth hung agape, nearly dropping her jaw to the ground. Naturally, Qin Yu's expression was exceedingly grim. She gulped repeatedly in fear, realizing that Qin Yu's strength surpassed her expectations. Yet she never imagined it would reach such a terrifying level. It is worth noting that Su Tian was a formidable opponent at the 9th level of the Qi refinement realm, whereas Qin Yu was merely at the 7th level, and no matter how formidable he might be, it seemed implausible that he could withstand Su Tian's perfect sword intent attack, had she not witnessed it with her own eyes. She would never have believed such an occurrence could transpire, especially involving Qin Yu. The formidable display of Qin Yu instilled a sense of fear within her. What was that extraordinary move you just executed? Su Tian queried, astonished, his heart tinged with a hint of panic. This individual, merely at the 7th level of the Qi refinement realm, managed to physically resist his sword intent attack, and he had unleashed 90% of his power in that strike. Few in the entire Langyu Academy could withstand such a blow, and even the elders of Langyu Academy would struggle to fend it off effortlessly. Could it be that this fellow is even more formidable than the elders of Langyu Academy? Enough of the idle chatter. Unleash whatever techniques you possess, that I am eager to see just how capable this prodigious disciple of Langyu Academy truly is. Qin Yu retorted disdainfully that in truth he was somewhat taken aback by his earlier performance. For he had not anticipated that possessing a divine vein would significantly amplify his strength, but he had thought he might need to engage in a prolonged stalemate before being able to fully counter his opponent's attack. Yet he had effortlessly rebounded the opponent's force. This realization bolstered Qin Yu's confidence even further. Do not revel in your triumph just yet, that I have not deployed my full strength. I merely underestimated your capabilities. However, you shall soon learn what true power entails. With that, Su Tian transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the sky, that he then hurled his sword into the air, swiftly gesturing with both hands before his chest. In an instant, a blinding light erupted from the sword, and with a resounding explosion, it shattered that in the blink of an eye. The sword multiplied into several hundred, each enveloped in potent purple sword energy. The sword energy swirled, and the sword intent surged forth. This sword energy clones? Good heavens! Not only has Su Tian grasped formidable sword intent, but he has also mastered the art of sword energy clones. This is the pinnacle of swordsmanship. The crowd marveled. Indeed, this young man from Langyu Academy was astonishingly talented, having achieved such profound mastery at such a tender age, leaving everyone in a w. It seemed that Qin Yu would not be so fortunate this time. I find that hard to say. That lad from the Qin family often surprises us. Perhaps he may yet withstand Su Tian's onslaught. Another voice countered that I doubt it. The only reason he managed to withstand Su Tian's previous attack was that Su Tian was holding back. Now that he has unleashed his sword energy clones, with hundreds of swords attacking simultaneously, Qin Yu will surely be pierced through. The audience gasped, deeply shaken by Su Tian's overwhelming power. It appeared that Su Tian was genuinely exerting himself to the fullest, and Qin Yu's demise seemed imminent. Once Qin Yu fell, dealing with Qin Zhan and Qin Inger would be a simple matter. That boy deserved to die for slaughtering Su family's members and exhibiting such blatant disrespect towards us elders. He must not be allowed to live. The elders of the Qin family reignited their hopes, believing that Qin Yu's death was inevitable. The Jiyu Hai and Song Tianjiao, among others, felt their hearts leap into their throats, their palms slick with sweat. Qin Zhan and Qin Inger were engulfed in worry and fear, yet they understood that rushing in would be futile, for Su Tian's strength was too overwhelming. Qin Yu, how will you withstand this? Qin Yu wore a smug smile. Though she could not personally slay him, witnessing his demise would suffice for her satisfaction. At the same time, she was astounded by Su Tian's prowess, which seemed to position him as a top contender among the 9th level of the Qi refinement realm. Truly, he was the foremost genius of Songzhan City and a prodigious disciple of Langyu Academy. Even with her divine vein, she could not muster such explosive strength at that moment. Qin Yu furrowed his brow. Su Tian was indeed a genius, capable of merging sword intent and sword energy to such an extraordinary degree. Few across the continent could achieve this, requiring immense talent. Moreover, Su Tian was merely in his 20s. This individual was undeniably formidable, had he not relied on the power of the 9-tripod divine force, the divine vein, and the strength of the flood dragon. He would likely have found himself at a disadvantage. 100 swords piercing the heart. With a swift motion, over 100 swords, imbued with formidable sword energy and intent, rained down upon him like a torrential downpour. 9th transformation of the divine dragon. Qin Yu unleashed the same technique once more, but he initiated with a defensive stance, then transitioned to offense. That a radiant light erupted from his body as the powerful gale of the 9th transformation of the divine dragon enveloped him. With a cacophony of sounds, the swords, manifestations of potent sword energy, struck fiercely against Qin Yu's protective barrier. Although they failed to breach his defenses, they erupted in a flurry of explosions that left the audience momentarily stunned. It is my turn to strike. After neutralizing the opponent's assault, Qin Yu seized the opportunity without granting Su Tian a moment to react. With a sudden shake of his body, a powerful force erupted from within him, rapidly spiraling around him like a celestial dance. Soon, A devouring vortex unfurled its gaping maw, unleashing tremendous magnetic force towards Su At that moment. Su Tian felt his strength swiftly dissipating. You wish to consume my power? Dream on. Su Tian realized that Qin Yu was attempting to devour his strength, but he had long anticipated this move, as Qin Yu had previously used it to absorb Qin Yu's power and divine vein. With a smirk, he swiftly ingested a medicinal pill. Focus pill. Qin Yu quickly discerned what Su Tian had consumed. Had it not been for the focus pill, Su Tian would never have been able to resist the absorption of his power. It appeared this fellow was quite clever and had prepared for this eventuality. Had Qin Yu's realm surpassed Su Tian's, he could have continued to siphon off the latter's strength, but alas, his realm was inferior. What's the matter? Unable to absorb my power. Su Tian taunted, I observe your use of the devour technique when my father and brother perished, that I know not where you learned such peculiar skills. But I have long been prepared. Today, it shall be either your demise or mine. With that, Su Tian unleashed a furious assault with his sword, charging at Qin Yu with unrelenting force. Qin Yu summoned his own Qilin sword. Bracing himself to withstand this onslaught, boom, boom, boom. The two figures collided with the swiftness of lightning, their powerful forces clashing in a dazzling display of light that scattered in all directions, leaving the audience in a state of bewilderment. They could no longer discern the techniques exchanged between the two, only that they were evenly matched, their strengths balanced. After exchanging dozens of blows, neither side had emerged victorious. The duel between these two prodigies was indeed breathtaking. Who do you think will ultimately prevail? One inquired that I firmly believe Su Tian will win. That should be indisputable, came the reply that I hold a different opinion. I suspect Qin Yu may triumph, as he consistently surprises us with his capabilities. Another asserted, let us be realistic. Su Tian's strength has always surpassed Qin Yu's, that if this continues, it is undoubtedly Qin Yu who will falter, another chimed in. Though many agreed, they could not deny Qin Yu's remarkable talent. After all, despite being 2 levels lower than Su Tian, he fought to a standstill, akin to a 3-year-old child grappling with an adult. This alone indicated Qin Yu's exceptional gifts, as the crowd began to speculate. The majority believed that Su Tian would ultimately claim victory, given the disparity in their abilities. Meanwhile, Qin Yu likely could not endure for long to go. Master, go ancestor, go brother. Gu Hai and Qin Yu cheered for Qin Yu. Boom! At long last, after an intense exchange of blows spanning dozens of rounds, one of the combatants was sent hurtling through the air, ultimately crashing to the ground. Was it Su Tian? That scoundrel Qin Yu managed to send Su Tian flying once again. This fellow is truly formidable. He appears to be even stronger than we had anticipated. Could it be that Su Tian is destined to be vanquished by that rascal Qin Yu? If that is indeed the case, such an outcome would be utterly unexpected. Witnessing the spectacle, the crowd erupted in astonished gasps, while Gu Hai and Qin Ing cheered in exhilaration. Qin Yu has gained the upper hand. Surrender now. You are no match for me. Qin Yu scoffed, a frigid aura emanating from his eyes. Humph. Do you think I would concede so easily? You underestimate me. Su Tian retorted with a cold smirk, producing a pill from his possession. Chapter 32, A Dual Ascension. A frenzied assault, exploding dragon pill. Elder Wu recognized the crimson pill, his astonishment palpable. What is this exploding dragon pill? What effects does it possess? A curious onlooker inquired. Elder Wu explained, this pill can instantaneously enhance an individual's strength. On occasion, if a person's foundational cultivation is solid and the pill's effects are potent, it can lead to an immediate breakthrough to a higher realm. However, there are risks involved. If one's foundation is weak, one may be unable to control the pill's potent effects, potentially resulting in the shattering of their dantian and a complete loss of cultivation. Furthermore, after an hour of use, the individual will be thoroughly exhausted, possibly to the point of being unable to care for themselves. Upon hearing Elder Wu's explanation, the surrounding crowd was left in a W. It appeared Su Tian was indeed willing to gamble everything for victory, taking on such immense risks. Some members of the audience began to recognize the pill as well, leading to a chorus of sharp intakes of breath. Su Tian's strength was already formidable. If he were to consume the exploding dragon pill, wouldn't he become even more powerful? Naturally, Qin Yu recognized the pill immediately. Having seen much in his previous life, he understood well its significance. The exploding dragon pill was a third-grade elixir, Indeed, a remarkable item that could enhance the strength of martial practitioners instantaneously. Yet, its consumption could inflict significant harm upon the body, with numerous aftereffects. Generally, it would not be taken unless absolutely necessary, but he had not anticipated that Su Tian would be willing to wager his life on such a gamble. With a resounding crack, an overwhelming force erupted from Su Tian's body, manifesting in a spectacular burst. Immediately, spiritual energy swirled around him, and true qi surged forth that Su Tian's strength surged dramatically, and simultaneously, a violet aura enveloped him, forming a formidable barrier of wind. However, the violet halo was somewhat disjointed. Su Tian has actually broken through to the half-step deity realm. Heavens! To achieve such a leap to the half-step deity realm in an instant indicates that this pill is indeed extraordinary. And it is a testament to Su Tian's solid foundation. He is immensely powerful. My goodness, the half-step deity realm. What an immense strength. This places him far beyond that scoundrel Qin Yu. It seems that Qin Yu is in dire straits. Indeed, although the halo was not continuous, merely reaching the half-step deity realm makes Su Tian a formidable opponent. The disparity in their strengths is astronomical, and Qin Yu will undoubtedly be unable to contend with him. The crowd was left in awe, all concerned for Qin Yu's fate. They believed that he was now utterly outmatched by Su Tian. The elders of the Qin family were equally shocked, yet their expressions also betrayed a sense of pride. They saw a glimmer of hope. It seemed that Qin Yu was now without recourse that, of course, Su Tian's explosive power also astonished Qin Yu. With such terrifying strength now at Su Tian's disposal. Even during her peak alongside Qin Yu, she was uncertain if they could withstand him. She was convinced that Qin Yu was destined to fail. This fellow is truly despicable. He has resorted to using the exploding dragon pill. It seems that our master may be in trouble. Father, Su Tian has now reached the half-step deity realm. Qin Yu is likely unable to withstand this. We must devise a plan to assist him. Yes, I share your thoughts that I had not anticipated that Su Tian would resort to the exploding dragon pill. When he makes his move, we will strike while he is vulnerable. Gu Hai and Song Wenyu grew increasingly anxious, fully aware that Qin Yu was not a match for Su Tian. Thus, they resolved to lend their support. Qin Inger and Qin Hai stood ready, prepared to charge at Su Tian the moment an opportunity arose. Su Tian, the pride of Langyu Academy, had indeed consumed the exploding dragon pill without suffering any backlash or mishap. It appears this young man possesses a truly solid foundation and remarkable talent. Elder Wu could not help but marvel at the situation. Soon after, he began to worry for Qin Yu. This won't do. I must find a way to prevent Su Tian from harming Qin Yu. He is a rare prodigy, a gift from the heavens that must not be allowed to fall. Such a talent is a boon bestowed upon our Xuanwu continent. It cannot be permitted to perish at the hands of Su Tian. Ha ha! At this moment, Su Tian erupted into laughter, looking down on Qin Yu as if he were an ant. Qin Yu, I have now reached the half-step deity realm. Your mere 7th layer of Qi realm strength is utterly no match for me. With a mere flick of my finger, I could obliterate you on the spot. You will inevitably fall to my might. This time, I shall see how you intend to contend with me. The fact that Su Tian had advanced to the half-step deity realm indeed took Qin Yu by surprise. However, this did not signify that he was without recourse. Oh, is that so? Then it appears I must offer you a surprise of my own, Qin Yu declared, closing his eyes. Instantly, a blue light enveloped him. Transformation of the Flood Dragon, 3rd layer. Illusionary Flood Dragon. With a deafening roar reminiscent of a flood dragon, Qin Yu's form transformed into a shimmering blue dragon. The dragon's body appeared somewhat translucent, not fully materializing, yet an immense power radiated from him. His form was grand, with vertical pupils and red eyes, covered in shimmering scales, each glimmering with a faint blue glow. This blue luminescence signified spiritual energy. The dragon's tail swirled, causing the air to ripple and the wind to whip through their garments with tremendous pressure. Indeed, Qin Yu had managed to master the 3rd layer of the flood dragon transformation over the past few days. He could now manifest a dragon-esque form with his physical body. Although it was merely a translucent figure and not a complete embodiment, it was already exceedingly formidable. Now, with the illusionary flood dragon unleashed, Qin Yu's strength surged dramatically from the 7th layer of the Qi realm, to the 8th layer. In that instant, the arena erupted into chaos, with spectators left stunned, their eyes wide in disbelief. What is happening? How did Qin Yu suddenly transform into a dragon? My heavens, it is simply unbelievable. This fellow has actually become a dragon, and his strength has surged to a higher realm. How could he achieve this? This individual is indeed remarkable, having transformed into a powerful dragon. It is truly astonishing. The crowd gasped in amazement, their expressions reflecting sheer shock. The elders of the Qin family were utterly petrified, their eyes wide and speechless. Such a phenomenon was unheard of. Could this be the long-lost power of the Flood Dragon? This young man has actually acquired the power of the Flood Dragon. Elder Wu was equally taken aback. But soon he erupted into joyous laughter. This fellow can actually transform into a Flood Dragon, indicating that he must have acquired the power of the Flood Dragon heart. What a genius! To harness the power of the Flood Dragon requires extraordinary talent. He is merely at the Qi realm, but can withstand such immense power. And he has already refined the Flood Dragon transformation to the 3rd layer. This young man has provided me with so much delight. It seems I need not worry about his safety any longer. How many astonishing secrets does this fellow possess? Qin Yu was astonished. And then a realization dawned upon her. Could it be that this fellow's meteoric rise in strength is due to the possession of the Flood Dragon's power? At this moment, Su Tian's expression was far from pleasant. He felt an overwhelming pressure, one he had never experienced before. He was baffled by the peculiar powers that Qin Yu possessed, yet he could sense that his opponent's strength was evidently far more formidable than he had initially imagined. Nevertheless, he quickly regained his composure. Although his adversary had employed the dragon transformation technique to elevate his power to the 8th layer of Qi gathering, he remained merely at the Qi gathering realm. In contrast, Su Tian had already ascended to the divine communication realm, leaving a significant disparity in their strengths. Thus, Su Tian felt no concern, let alone fear. Boy, I didn't expect you to possess so many strange techniques. You have indeed surprised me. However, you remain nothing more than my defeated foe. Even if you transform into a dragon, I could effortlessly slay you. Since you are so fond of transformations, I shall send you to become a ghost. With that, Su Tian sprang into action, slashed through the heavens. He gripped his sword with both hands, raising it high. Then, bolstered by an immense sword aura, intent, and powerful true energy, Su Tian's strength surged to an unprecedented peak. The ferocity of his power erupted like a volcano. Everyone was utterly stunned, rendered speechless by the sheer terror of such destructive force. It was nothing short of terrifying. Boom! Before Song Tianjiao and Gu Hai could make their move. The violent energy had already cleaved toward Qin Yu. It was evidently too late to intervene. And even if they had, it was uncertain whether they could withstand this strike. Su Tian's might was formidable. After all, being a practitioner of the divine communication realm, he was likely the strongest present. However, in the next moment a shocking scene unfolded. Su Tian's ferocious assault failed to injure Qin Yu. The faint blue light emitted by Qin Yu's dragon scales completely negated Su Tian's attack. How could he remain unscathed? This was unfathomably powerful. The crowd gasped in disbelief, their astonishment transcending mere shock. It's impossible. Su Tian could hardly accept the reality he had just witnessed. He launched a series of relentless attacks. But no matter how fiercely he struck, Qin Yu remained unharmed. Roar! At that moment, Qin Yu finally countered. Chapter 33. Su Tian's humiliating defeat, a death threat. The dragon roared and soared into the sky, then descended like a storm. A tremendous force erupted from its claws, bearing down on Su Tian like a mountain. Su Tian felt an unprecedented sense of oppression, and terror began to grip his heart. Just as he prepared to retaliate, the dragon's claw descended upon him. Su Tian braced himself with both hands, attempting to withstand the onslaught. Yet he had grossly underestimated Qin Yu's strength. In mere moments, he found himself unable to endure, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Ugh! The next second, he was sent flying by the overwhelming power of the dragon, crashing to the ground and spewing blood profusely. It was clear that Su Tian had been defeated. Swish! Qin Yu retracted his dragon power, returning to his human form. Damn! Qin Yu has emerged victorious once more. This fellow had indeed claimed the final victory, and it was worth noting that Su Tian was a powerhouse of the divine communication realm. The outcome was utterly unbelievable, a shocking twist of fate. That kid, his explosive power is astonishing. He has triumphed over formidable foes from a higher realm. Indeed, I am equally astounded, despite being at a lower cultivation level than Chinya and Su Tian. He ultimately won the contest that a practitioner of the 7th layer of Qi gathering has consecutively defeated those of the 9th layer in half-step divine communication. This individual is nothing short of a monster. The crowd marveled, utterly taken aback by such an unexpected outcome. This moment, Qin Yu's strength had completely captivated everyone. The elders of the Qin family, particularly Qin Hai, were no longer arrogant but filled with dread. Qin Yu's victory was undoubtedly a harbinger of misfortune for them. Father, my brother has finally triumphed. He has defeated that despicable foe. Indeed, it appears that righteousness prevails over evil. That you has truly astonished me. He is a martial genius, perhaps a blessing bestowed upon our Qin family by the heavens. Qin Inger and Qin Zhan breathed a sigh of relief, soon followed by overwhelming joy. Master is indeed formidable. Having vanquished yet another expert, Lu Qin could not help but exclaim in admiration that, of course, just look at who his master is. Gu Hai bow in admiration. How could he not be powerful? Gu Hai beamed with pride. With Qin Yu's victory, they were finally at ease. You shall ultimately fall at my hands. Qin Yu approached Su Tian, his voice icy and resolute. But what if I were to tell you, you dare not kill me today? Su Tian retorted with a mocking laugh, displaying an obstinate defiance. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu scoffed dismissively. Why would I not dare to kill you? I shall send you straight to hell. Young Master Qin. Stand down. Just as Qin Yu prepared to cleave Su Tian's head, Elder Wu rushed forward. Young Master Qin, you truly cannot kill him. Qin Yu furrowed his brow, his expression grave. Who are you and why do you say I cannot kill him? Elder Wu hastily bowed. I am the Martial Elder of Langyu Academy. The Martial Elder of Langyu Academy? Good heavens. Even the elders from Langyu Academy have arrived. It seems today's Qin family competition has indeed attracted numerous prominent figures. The assembly buzzed with astonishment at Elder Wu's introduction. Nevertheless, Elder Wu paid little heed to their amazement. Young Master Qin, I advise you against this course of action primarily because Su Tian has powerful backing. Should you kill him, your future days may be fraught with difficulty. Elder Wu's intervention stemmed from his fear of potential repercussions for Qin Yu. After all, he was a once-in-a-millennium prodigy. Such talent must not be squandered. His purpose for being there was to recruit Qin Yu into Langyu Academy, so he could not stand idly by. Elder Wu's words had barely left his lips when Su Tian boldly declared, Qin Yu, I shall tell you the truth. During my years training at Langyu Academy, I have not solely focused on my personal cultivation that I am a member of the White Alliance, so if you dare, go ahead and kill me. This individual exhibited no sign of remorse or shame. Despite his ultimate defeat, he remained arrogant, bolstered by the powerful connections he boasted. Boom. The mention of the White Alliance sent the crowd into a frenzy. The White Alliance? That is the foremost faction of Langyu Academy. My goodness, Su Tian is actually a member of the White Alliance, which means Qin Yu would undoubtedly hesitate to strike him down. Is there even a need to say it? The White Alliance boasts many members, all of whom are top-notch experts. The leader is the scion of the Duke of the State, a force to be reckoned with. Indeed, the Duke of the State is a trusted aide of the great Qian Emperor, known for his military prowess and esteemed by the Emperor. Naturally, the Duke's heir commands respect and admiration, and even the elders of Langyu Academy must give face. It was unfathomable. No wonder Elder Wu rushed to intervene, that if Qin Yu were to kill Su Tian, the consequences would be dire, and the entire Qin family would likely suffer the repercussions. Qin Yu listened to the murmurs of the crowd. But soon, a smile crept upon his face that as a being reincarnated from the celestial Tao, he thought nothing of the White Alliance. Even all emperors combined would not dare to speak against him. How could a mere White Alliance instill fear in him? Moreover, Su Tian must die. The Su family must be eradicated. This was a sentiment he had expressed before. Those who insult my father shall be slain. Qin Yu uttered coldly, crack. In the very next moment, a resounding crack echoed as Su Tian's head was swiftly severed by Qin Yu's sword. The severed head tumbled to the ground, followed by a torrent of blood spraying forth. Those with weak constitutions screamed in terror. Hiss. At that moment, the entire arena fell into a profound silence, as if even the air itself had ceased to flow. Everyone seemed frozen in that instant. After a prolonged pause, the crowd gradually regained their senses. Hiss. That kid. He actually killed Sutin. Damn, is he out of his mind? Has he not heard of the White Alliance? This is it. He has truly stirred up a hornet's nest. The Qin family will undoubtedly face dire consequences now. Originally, this young man was meant to uphold the legacy of the Qin family, but instead, he has allowed this individual to ruin everything that I in a fleeting moment. A catastrophe has been wrought. This young man has displayed an audacity beyond measure. Alas, it is indeed true that a newborn calf knows no fear of a tiger. It seems this fellow has never heard of the Bi-Alliance. Or else he would surely be terrified. To offend the Bi-Alliance guarantees an utterly disastrous fate that I have heard tales of individuals who merely uttered a few disparaging remarks about the Bi-Alliance, only to find their heads displayed upon tree branches the very next day. This fellow has gone so far as to kill Su Tian. Can the Qin family escape the repercussions? This young man will undoubtedly meet a grim fate. Soon, a gasp of disbelief swept through the crowd. It was clear that Qin Yu's prospects had been irrevocably shattered, and the entire Qin family was destined for ruin. Everyone was sweating bullets for Qin Yu. This young man? He truly killed Su Tian. This individual must be a demon. Does he not understand that slaying Su Tian would bring about calamity for the Qin family? It is over. It is truly over. The Qin family has brought this upon themselves. The numerous relatives and elders of the Qin family were in a state of utter panic. This outcome was beyond their expectations and precisely what they dreaded most. Even if Qin Zhan were to reclaim his position of authority, they could only offer apologies and endure some punishment, or perhaps spend their lives serving Qin Zhan's family as sycophants. However, these were minor inconveniences compared to the severity of the situation. Yet, with Qin Yu having killed Su Tian, he has irrevocably offended the Bi-Alliance. The Qin family will assuredly face relentless turmoil henceforth. Even with the protection of Song Tianjiao, the city lord of Song City, and the Dan Tower's influence, they would likely find it impossible to evade this disaster. The Bi-Alliance comprises individuals who fear nothing, and moreover, the Lengia Academy stands as the pinnacle of the Xuanwu continent's educational institutions. Those individuals would certainly not fear the people of Song Mountain City, nor would they be intimidated by the Qin family. Additionally, it is unlikely that City Lord Song and the Dan Tower would intervene to safeguard the Qin family at this juncture. It is all but certain that they are doomed. Should the Bi-Alliance ever discover that the Qin family has slain Su Tian, it would be futile for them to flee to the ends of the earth. However, City Lord Song harbored a deep admiration for Qin Yu. He never anticipated that this young man possessed such courage and fortitude. With decisive brutality, overwhelming presence, exceptional talent, formidable strength, and a commendable character steeped in loyalty and righteousness. This individual, if properly cultivated, could undoubtedly rise to the status of Grand Marshal of Song Mountain City. He is truly a gifted talent bestowed upon them by fate, one not to be overlooked. This young man has indeed shown remarkable resolve. Standing beside Qin Yu, Elder Wu was equally astonished. Yet, Elder Wu also felt a flicker of pride in Qin Yu. This young man was distinct, unafraid of oppression. He acted with audacity, truly commendable courage. Qin Yu cast a cold glance at Su Tian's lifeless body. Suddenly, he shuddered, and a tremendous force erupted from within him. This immense power began to whirl around him like a cosmic vortex, opening a gaping maw of a consuming whirlpool that directed powerful magnetic forces towards Su Tian's corpse. The energy within Su Tian began to dissipate rapidly, descending through the realms of cultivation. Ninth heaven of Qi refinement. Eighth heaven of Qi refinement. Seventh heaven of Qi refinement. Ninth heaven of body refinement. In mere moments, all of Su Tian's spiritual energy and power were completely drained by Qin Yu. But this was only the beginning. Qin Yu was not merely content with siphoning off his adversary's strength. He aimed to consume everything until Su Tian was reduced to a puddle of blood. That moment, the crowd sensed Su Tian's cultivation level plummeting. They were astounded, hardly able to believe their eyes that if this continued, would Su Tian not be entirely drained of his spiritual energy, ultimately transforming into a mere husk. The thought was horrifying. As anticipated, Su Tian's power was entirely depleted, leaving him as nothing but a lifeless shell. Conversely, Qin Yu's strength surged in a matter of moments. His power ascended to unprecedented heights. With a resounding crack, an even more formidable force erupted from him, sending ripples through the air, warping the very fabric of space itself. Had Qin Yu broken through his cultivation? Had he truly ascended to the ninth heaven of qi refinement? How was this possible? In just a few breaths, this individual had elevated himself to a new realm. It was utterly inconceivable. Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would scarcely have believed such a phenomenon existed. What manner of arcane technique had he mastered? The ability to devour another's strength and swiftly enhance one's own cultivation was utterly unprecedented and terrifying. Though the onlookers were previously aware that Qin Yu could absorb his opponent's power to bolster his own abilities, they were still left in awe. Elder Wu, too, was wide-eyed with shock. Observing from such close proximity, he was left profoundly affected. This young man's capacity to consume energy had evidently reached extraordinary levels. Of course, Qin Yu did not cease his voracious consumption, but he intended to absorb everything from this individual until he was reduced to mere blood. At that moment, the spectators beheld with horror as Su Tian's body began to transform under the overwhelming force of absorption. His muscles swelled and subsequently tore apart, blood flowing freely from every inch of his flesh, melting away before their eyes, akin to ice dissolving in the sun. Such a gruesome spectacle left the audience in utter disbelief. The atmosphere was thick with silence. One could hear a pin drop. Even Gu Hai and his companions were rendered speechless. Astonished by the chilling scene before them, Jiu Hai had never imagined that his master could be so ruthless. Yet it was precisely this realization that made him understand the gravity of crossing his master. Those who dared to offend him were destined for a dreadful fate. As for the Qin family's younger generation, awaiting their turn to compete, they now lacked the courage to step forward. Each one trembled in fear, especially those who had previously tormented Qin Yu. Drenched in cold sweat, it was likely that the Qin family would not dare to speak ill of Qin Yu again after today. Although Qin Yu's earlier actions were vicious, Su Tian had brought it upon himself. The earlier scene had indeed frightened Qin Inger, but witnessing Su Tian's tragic demise brought her a sense of satisfaction. Such a person deserved this fate. And what of Qin Yu? It seemed it was now her turn to face misfortune. Father, do you think my brother will kill Qin Yu? Will her end be like Su Tian's? Qin Inger inquired of her father. Qin Zhan shook his head. I cannot say for certain, but I can tell from your brother's gaze that he will not spare Qin Yu. Umph. Qin Inger scoffed. Even if my brother does not kill her himself, I will take it upon myself to do so. That woman is cruel and treacherous. She stole my brother's divine pulse and crippled his martial arts, causing him immense suffering. She even conspired with the Grand Elder to force you to forfeit your powers, exiling us from the Qin family. Truly heartless that my brother may have acted harshly, but it was those scoundrels who forced his hand. Against such beasts, mercy is not an option. They must be eradicated. Qin Zhan refrained from commenting. Ultimately, he was indifferent to his son's actions as long as his children remained safe and happy. That was enough for him. Now it was your turn. Qin Yu, gripping the Qilin sword, approached Qin Yu step by step, an aura of murder swirling around him like a frigid mountain wind. In a previous life, it was this woman who had destroyed everything he held dear. How many nights had he spent yearning to bring her to justice? How often had he dreamt of delivering her demise? Now, in this second chance at life, he would personally exact vengeance upon this wretched soul and bring an end to the nightmare that had haunted him for so long. Please do not kill me. I can relinquish the position of head of the family to you. At this moment, Qin Yu trembled in terror, cold sweat pouring down her brow. Her eyes reflected the visage of death. Filled with utter dread, injured and unable to escape, she found herself cornered as Qin Yu advanced with the Qilin sword in hand. She could only submit and plead for mercy, hoping for a sliver of hope. Yet, her hopes were naive. How could Qin Yu ever forgive her? How could he ever let her go? This is impossible. I have declared before, today either you perish or I shall. Moreover, we have vowed to engage in a battle to the death, and the vanquished must inevitably meet their demise. Qin Yu's expression remained impassive, devoid of any emotion. Stop. At that moment, the elder Qin Hai, terrified, rose and shouted, Young master, it was all our fault. We have wronged you. As long as you do not kill my daughter today, We shall apologize in any manner you desire. She is his only daughter. If Qin Yu were to take her life, his existence would lose all significance. Spare your daughter. Qin Yu scoffed. Now you plead for mercy. How did you act when you harmed my entire family? Today, I shall not only slay your daughter, but you as well. Neither of you shall escape my wrath. I will first extinguish your daughter's life, and then come for you. Just as Qin Yu was about to act, Qin Hai suddenly fell to his knees with a thud. Did I kneel before you? I implore you, do not take my daughter's life. This is all my fault. I was the one pulling the strings from behind. She was coerced. If someone must die, let it be me. I willingly accept this fate. Qin Hai desperately pleaded for mercy. No. At this juncture, the elders of the Qin family hastily knelt as well, exclaiming, Young master, you cannot kill the elder. He is the backbone of our Qin clan. Without him, the entire family might falter. For the sake of us elders, spare them both. We beseech you. Let them live. They were merely momentarily misguided and do not deserve death. They will reform if given another chance. Ha! Qin Yu chuckled scornfully. To spare them for your sake, how commendably united of you! Of course, you would not want Qin Hai and Qin Yu to fall. Otherwise, you would be left unprotected within the Qin family, devoid of any backing. Besides, you have all benefited greatly from Qin Hai. Thus, his survival is paramount for you. Qin Yu, I admit my previous wrongdoings. We have wronged you, but please grant us one opportunity. Qin Yu wept, portraying an image of vulnerability. It is too late for mercy now. Qin Yu had no desire to engage in further discourse with these individuals. He wished to swiftly end this woman and conclude his nightmare. If you dare to harm my daughter, I shall kill your father. Just as Qin Yu was about to strike, Qin Hai's voice rang out once more. Qin Yu turned to see that Qin Hai had taken his father hostage. A knife poised at Qin Zhan's throat, threatening that should Qin Yu make a move, his father would perish immediately. Despicable. Qin Yu was taken aback by this underhanded tactic. It was utterly shameless. Suddenly, a figure leaped into action, hurtling towards Qin Hai. Do not move. Qin Yu executed a swift maneuver, grasping Qin Inger by the throat. Qin Yu, my father, and I do not wish for this course of action. It is you who has driven us to this impasse. If you desire your father and sister to live, you will heed my demands. Prepare 2 horses for us, and once we have safely exited the city, we will release your sister and father. Furthermore, you must not allow anyone to follow. Should I discover any treachery on your part, your father and sister shall meet their end. Qin Yu glared fiercely at Qin Yu, her lips curling into a wicked smile. She certainly would not release Qin Yu's father and sister so easily. Once they had departed with their hostages, they would eliminate Qin Hai and Qin Inger. Qin Hai smirked triumphantly. Qin Yu, I trust you do not wish to see your father and sister perish at our hands? We are merely exchanging lives. This is fair for all involved, and I hope you possess the wisdom to make the right choice. Infuriated, Gu Hai stood abruptly. Qin Hai, Qin Yu, you two are utterly vile. How could you stoop to such depths? If you dare to harm them, I, Gu Hai, will be the first to ensure your demise. You two are scoundrels capable of such shameless acts. Should you dare to act, I, Song Wan Yu, will ensure you meet a swift end. The righteous Song Wan Yu could no longer contain her fury at the actions of Qin Hai and Qin Yu. Even if Qin Yu had little connection to them, she could not stand by and witness such cruelty, especially since Qin Yu was her father's savior. Qin Hai, I advise you to tread carefully. Should any harm befall them, I will make certain you suffer greatly. Song Tianjiao also could no longer remain silent, shocked by the despicable actions of the elder of the Qin family. Such a contemptible individual was unworthy of holding the title of elder, let alone acting in this manner before him. Moreover, Qin Yu was a savior. He felt compelled to intervene. However, Qin Hai and Qin Yu remained unmoved, showing no signs of remorse that we have made our intentions clear. We will release them, but only if we are permitted to leave the city. Once we are safe, we shall free them. Otherwise, these 2 wretches shall perish alongside us. Qin Hai and Qin Yu were obstinate. Alas, individuals like you can only be changed through death. Qin Yu sighed in resignation. Suddenly, he raised his hand with swift precision, pointing decisively to in the blink of an eye. The Qilin sword transformed into a streak of crimson light, shooting towards Qin Hai and Qin Yu. Before they could react, the sword swiftly severed their throats. The blade then returned to Qin Yu's grasp. The entire sequence transpired in an instant, so rapid that it was beyond comprehension. With a splatter, as their throats were cut, blood erupted forth, and both collapsed to the ground, their eyes wide in shock. They struggled briefly before succumbing, unable even to close their eyes before their demise. Such swift swordplay, gasped the onlookers. None had anticipated the speed with which Qin Hai and Qin Yu had been slain. In another moment, Qin Yu's figure appeared before the elders of the Qin family, his face like ice, exuding an aura of lethal intent, the bloodied Qilin sword gripped firmly in hand, advancing towards them like a deity of death. The elders were paralyzed with fear, trembling uncontrollably, their faces pallid, cold sweat pouring down their brows, utterly terrified, hastily collapsing to the ground. Third Elder, it is now your turn. Qin Yu's words pierced through the air like an icy blade, nearly causing the Third Elder to lose control of his faculties. I was wrong. I beg you, young master, spare me. I shall never dare again. Before Qin Yu could even pose a question, the old man hastily prostrated himself in apology. He had no choice. Otherwise, he would surely meet his end. Then tell me, where did you err? Qin Yu's expression remained as frigid as frost, the blood still dripping from the Qilin sword. The Third Elder, now faced with the embodiment of death, felt his soul nearly escape him. I should not have conspired with the great elder against your father. However, before he could finish his sentence, Qin Yu delivered a powerful kick to his thigh. With a sickening crack, both of the Third Elder's legs were shattered, and he howled in agony. Qin Yu continued to question coldly. Now tell me, what other transgressions have you committed? The Third Elder shook his head vehemently. Young master, aside from that, I truly have done nothing else to wrong you. Please, young master, see the truth, you say? Qin Yu spat, delivering another kick that shattered the Third Elder's right arm, eliciting another anguished scream. Do not presume I am unaware of your insidious machinations. When I and Qin Yu ventured to the Beast Mountain, was it not your orchestration? Had you not schemed behind the scenes, would I have been rendered powerless and turned into a mere shell of my former self? You dare claim you have done nothing to wrong me. Your audacity is remarkable. For these offenses alone, you deserve to die. With a decisive crack, the Third Elder's head was severed from his body by the Qilin sword. Blood spraying forth, the gruesome scene horrifying enough to make some timid children weep on the spot. The elders of the Qin family were utterly petrified, their spirits in disarray. Although the matter did not directly concern them, they could not help but feel a profound sense of fear. They had not anticipated the ruthlessness with which Qin Yu would act, displaying not a trace of sentiment. When it came to killing, he showed no mercy. He was undeniably a cold and heartless harbinger of death. Before the crowd could fully comprehend the situation, Qin Yu directed his gaze towards the Fifth Elder nearby. Young master, I did not participate in anything. I truly did nothing. The Fifth Elder was horrified, hastily bowing in submission. His entire body was drenched in cold sweat, and his complexion was as pale as death. Overwhelmed by sheer terror. You did not participate. Qin Yu chuckled coldly. 2 months ago, the Qin family sought to cut off the cultivation resources for my sister and me, declaring that the Qin family does not support waste. Surely you must have been aware of this. The cultivation resources of the Qin family have always been under your purview. It is impossible that this matter does not pertain to you at that moment. The Fifth Elder felt as if struck by lightning, trembling uncontrollably, and he lost control of his bodily functions. He stammered, unable to form a coherent response, his mind consumed by terror. Qin Yu did not continue to question the Fifth Elder, but shifted his attention to the other elders. Sixth Elder, Seventh Elder, Eighth Elder, I trust you all possess sufficient self-awareness. When I, Qin Yu, was reduced to a waste, and my father nearly met the same fate, it cannot be that you were uninvolved. Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of how all of you conspired to humiliate our family. I have witnessed everything. Were it not for my fortunate restoration of cultivation, my father, sister, and I would have been driven to the brink by your despicable actions. It is your own extreme measures that have brought this upon you. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yu continued, let us do this. In light of your shared bloodline with the Qin family, I shall refrain from taking your lives. However, while death may be avoided, the consequences for your actions are inescapable. You shall each forfeit your martial prowess and sever your own limbs. Only then shall this matter be considered resolved. All the elders' pupils dilated in horror. They had not committed any excessively heinous acts. Had they, was such punishment not excessively brutal? To self-destruct their martial abilities and sever their hands and feet would render them invalid for life, confined to a bed for the remainder of their years. This existence was far more torturous than death itself. Qin Yu, we have already shown you considerable respect, and we have acknowledged our wrongdoings. Yet to think you would be so merciless, are you truly intent on exterminating us? At that moment, the fifth elder could no longer endure the humiliation. The thought of self-mutilation was more painful than death itself, and he resolutely refused to comply. However, before he could finish his protest, Qin Yu's blade fell, and his head rolled away. Blood spurted as the scene turned gruesome and horrifying, sending a wave of terror through the surrounding elders, causing many to lose control of themselves. This was the fate of those who spoke too much. They had a chance to survive, yet they chose to court their own demise. That, of course, if anyone wishes for death, I am more than willing to grant them a swift passage. I have no qualms about claiming a few more heads, Qin Yu stated, his tone as frigid as ice, his demeanor exuding an air of authority that left no room for jest. That I will do it. I will do it. The elders of the Qin family, with no other options left, could only comply in order to save their lives. They knew that any hesitation could lead to their own execution. Compared to death, becoming a cripple was not so terrifying after all. That in a short time, all the elders had rendered themselves powerless, their limbs severed. They had paid the price and received their just punishment. Qin Yu took a deep breath and then surveyed the members of the Qin family. That as for you, there is no need for further elaboration. As long as you recognize your missteps and remain loyal to the Qin family, dedicating yourselves wholeheartedly to its service, I shall not pursue past grievances. This is your final opportunity. I hope you will not disappoint me, for your fate will be no different. With that, the members of the Qin family hastily knelt, their voices trembling in unison. We dare not. We shall never again act against the Qin family, nor will we betray the young master. Rest assured, young master, we will never engage in such behavior. At that moment, Qin Inger stepped forward, hands clasped behind her back, her head held high as she declared, "Since my brother has defeated Qin Yu, he shall henceforth be the new head of the Qin family. Will you not promptly pay your respects to the new master? Must I instruct you on how to address him? Greetings to the master." The members of the Qin family echoed in unison, kneeling before Qin Yu. This scene was utterly shocking, compelling all to admire Qin Yu. He was gifted, formidable, decisive in his actions, and discerning in his affections. That it could only be said that they were utterly convinced. This young man is truly extraordinary. I have never admired anyone so deeply. That he is destined for greatness. The martial elder also praised him, acknowledging Qin Yu's blend of gentleness and severity, his decisive actions, and his clear sense of justice, not something an ordinary person could achieve. Moreover, Qin Yu was merely a youth, displaying a manner of conduct far beyond his years. Chapter 36. The Crowd's Flattery and Offerings Master. Regarding the competition, the sixth elder approached, trembling slightly. "Proceed." Qin Yu waved his sleeve. "Master, please take a seat." The seventh elder was quick to acknowledge, urging Qin Yu to sit in the seat of the family head, a position rightfully his. "I declare that the competition shall continue," the sixth elder announced loudly to the Qin family, and the competition resumed. Although the contest was not yet concluded, it was evident to all that Qin Yu would emerge as the victor. His prowess was evident to all, and it was clear that no one from the Qin family could rival him. When the competition concluded, Qin Yu claimed first place, with his sister securing the second position. The siblings had achieved remarkable results, completely transforming their standing within the Qin family. "Ha! Congratulations, young Master Qin." "Oh no, I should say Master Qin. Today, congratulations on securing first place in the Qin family competition. Indeed, Master Qin is exceptionally gifted and powerful. Your performance earlier left us in awe. We are truly impressed, Master Qin. This pair of Phoenix Jadeite is a token of goodwill from our Zhou family. Please accept it. This is a millennium-old spiritual herb from our Dongshan sect. A small token of appreciation. I hope Master Qin will graciously accept it. Master Qin, may I invite you to our Wangfu for a drink in the future? We are known for our hospitality, and our estate boasts century-old fine wines that I am sure you will enjoy." As soon as the competition concluded, representatives from various sects hurried to offer their congratulations and curry favor. They had no choice but to ingratiate themselves with the Qin family, now backed by such an extraordinary talent as Qin Yu, destined for greatness. Even the city lord of Song and the people from the Dan Tower lent their support, ensuring the Qin family would not falter in the future. Master, congratulations on reclaiming the divine vein and securing the final victory. Simultaneously, Gu Hai and Lu Qing approached, their faces beaming with smiles, sharing in the excitement of their master's triumph. Young Master Qin, congratulations. Before Qin you could respond, Song Tianjiao and Song when you joined them. Young Master Qin, would you be interested in becoming the Grand General of Song Mountain City? My father holds your abilities in high regard. Song Wan Yu said earnestly. Hiss. Hearing her words, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Becoming the Grand General of Song Mountain City was an extraordinary opportunity. If one performed well, there was a strong possibility of being summoned to the imperial capital as a general of the dynasty. A remarkable prospect indeed. It seemed that Qin Yu was destined for glory, and should he ascend to the position of general in the imperial capital, the entire Song Mountain City would undoubtedly bask in his glory. Master Qin, I understand this may present a difficult choice for you, Song Tianjiao said with a respectful smile. However, you are a rare talent, the first individual I have ever admired so deeply that if you are willing to become a grand general, I assure you that within 3 years, I will facilitate your promotion to the imperial capital as a general of the dynasty. With your strength, such an opportunity is assured. But I must ask, are you willing? Song Tianjiao's tone was earnest, and his demeanor was serious. It was evident that he genuinely wished for Qin Yu to become his great general, and he sincerely wanted to nurture him. Lord Song, I appreciate your good intentions, that I understand that you wish to provide me with a platform to showcase my talents, but my aspirations do not lie in that direction, and I have little interest in becoming a great general. I must apologize and hope for your understanding. Just as everyone assumed Qin Yu would undoubtedly acquiesce, his words left them utterly astounded. What? Young Master Qin actually declined. Is that possible? To become a great general? Especially with Lord Song's endorsement to the imperial capital. What an exceptional opportunity for advancement. And he simply refuses. Goodness, to turn down such a remarkable opportunity is beyond comprehension that I can scarcely fathom young Master Qin's reasoning. If it were me, I would accept without hesitation. The crowd was perplexed, unable to fathom why Qin Yu would refuse such an offer. That it was well known that attaining the position of a dynasty's great general was a matter of great prestige for one's family. Moreover, in this era, the influence of a great general could sometimes overshadow that of the emperor. After all, in this martial-centric continent, martial prowess and strength are of utmost importance. Even a monarch must regard a great general with a degree of trepidation and grant them due respect. Of course, Qin Yu's refusal stemmed from his own reasons. His ambitions did not revolve around the title of great general. Rather, he aspired to reclaim his former status as a supreme being in the realm of immortals. To expedite his return to that esteemed position, he needed to focus on restoring his cultivation and enhancing his strength. Thus, his primary objective was to engage in relentless training and improvement. The position of a mere great general held no allure for him. Song Wanyue and Song Tianjiao were momentarily taken aback, as they had not anticipated Qin Yu's rejection. However, while they could not comprehend his reasons, they respected his choice. Lord Song, I must say, this young man is not interested in becoming a general. What he values most are cultivation resources. At this moment, Elder Wu approached, raising his sleeves. Young Master Qin, congratulations. Your recent performances have truly opened my eyes. You have surprised me greatly. Elder Wu praised. Heavens, even Elder Wu from the Langya Academy has come to curry favor with Qin Yu. It is hard to believe. Elder Wu, a figure of great repute, commands respect across the continent. Indeed, one must consider the prestige of the Langya Academy, the foremost institution of the entire Deqian dynasty. Renowned throughout the land, to gain the favor of Elder Wu is no small feat. This young man is truly enviable. If only Elder Wu would bestow such attention upon me, I would wake from dreams with a smile. Elder Wu then produced an exquisite box. Inside lay a 1,000-year-old medicinal herb, which he had gathered from the Snow Peak Cliff. Today, I present this 1,000-year-old herb to you as a token of goodwill from the Langya Academy. Please accept it, young Master Qin. 1,000-year-old herb, the crowd gasped. This is a supreme spiritual herb for cultivators. The refinement of 1,000-year-old herb can lead to an immediate enhancement of at least one minor realm. It is worth noting that apart from a select few prodigies, most individuals require 2 to 3 years to elevate their cultivation by even a minor realm, especially after reaching the chi transformation stage. It can take 4 to 5 years to make such a leap. Furthermore, the 1,000-year-old herb not only facilitates rapid strength enhancement, but also promotes longevity and fortifies the body. This is a true treasure. For cultivators, it is an unparalleled resource. Yet, what astonished the crowd even more was that the elder from Langyu Academy had come to ingratiate himself with Qin Yu. This was something they had never anticipated. It seems the Qin family is poised for greatness, with the City Lord's support, the Alchemy Tower's backing, and now the Langyu Academy. With 3 formidable forces standing behind them, the Qin family's future is indeed promising. It appears they must now strive to win favor with the Qin family, particularly with Qin Yu, that if one can establish a connection with the Qin family, they need not fear being bullied or disrespected in Songzhan City. Elder Wu had initially intended to recruit Qin Yu into the Langyu Academy. However, due to Qin Yu's conflict with Su Tian and the enmity he incurred with the Bai Alliance, the Academy's foremost faction, he had to abandon that plan for Qin Yu's safety and instead chose to gift him this 1,000-year-old herb. Naturally, Qin Yu was more than willing to accept such a valuable offering. To refuse a generous gift would be foolish. Thank you, Elder Wu, for your kind gesture. I graciously accept. Qin Yu expressed his gratitude and, after receiving the gift, gestured for him to take a seat. Elder Wu, please take a seat. No need. Elder Wu waved his hand, that I have come today merely to observe Tio speak candidly. Young Master Qin possesses extraordinary talent and is a rare genius that if you devote yourself to cultivation, you will undoubtedly achieve great things. I have high hopes for you. However, I have pressing matters to attend to, so I cannot linger here. Should fate allow, we shall meet again. Elder Wu took his leave. Safe travels, Elder Wu. Qin Yu replied respectfully. Cough, cough. Young Master Qin, this is but a small token of my appreciation. Just as Elder Wu departed, Song Tianjiao presented an exquisite box. Inside was the core crystal of a 300-year-old beast, which served as a welcoming gift from the Song family to the Qin family. As Song Tianjiao made this gesture, the crowd erupted in astonishment once more. The core crystal of a 300-year-old beast is indeed a rare treasure. Encountering a 300-year-old beast is a challenge in itself, let alone acquiring its core. While there are many beasts, it does not mean that every one of them possesses a core crystal, which is only found in beasts over 1,000 years old. The core crystal represents the accumulation of spiritual energy within the beast and is the essence of its being. Refining this core crystal will undoubtedly enhance one's cultivation and lead to swift improvement. Lord Song's willingness to present such a precious gift indicates his high regard for Qin Yu. Moreover, this marks the second time Song Tianjiao has offered a gift today, inciting envy among the onlookers. Lord Song is far too generous. He has already presented us with one gift. To offer another is excessively courteous. This gift, I fear I cannot accept. As the head of the Qin family, Qin Yu felt it necessary to adhere to the etiquette of declining before accepting such offerings. Young Master Qin need not stand on ceremony. The previous gift was to express gratitude for your life-saving assistance, while this gift is a heartfelt offering from our Song family. If I, Song Tianjiao, do not present something, would that not be unbecoming? Thus, this gift is one that you must indeed accept. Young Master Qin, please accept this. It is my father's intention, as well as my own. Song Wanyue chimed in. Very well, then that I shall gratefully accept your generosity, Lord Song. Under the persuasion of Song Tianjiao and Song Wanyue, Qin Yu ultimately accepted the gift. Chapter 37. Journey to the Northern Wilderness. Gathering of Experts Master. I have come not only to witness your competition, but also to bring you some good news. This is equally a favorable development for all of Songzhan City. Ji Yu Hai rushed forward, his excitement palpable. In half a month's time, the Imperial Capital's alchemy competition will commence. It is said that the rewards are substantial. Should one secure first place, they will be awarded the corpse of a 1,000-year-old beast. Furthermore, the entire Songzhan City will receive a considerable influx of cultivation resources. With your alchemical talent, winning first place should pose no challenge, but if you can represent Songzhan City, it would be truly splendid. 1,000-year-old beast corpse, an abundance of cultivation resources. The prospect of such rewards is indeed enticing. It is essential to recognize that a 1,000-year-old beast is exceedingly rare, while a 100-year-old beast is already a remarkable find. A 1,000-year-old beast is an extraordinary prize that if one can refine the essence of a 1,000-year-old beast, their power will undoubtedly soar, surpassing even the benefits of the 1,000-year-old herb and the 300-year-old beast core crystal. Moreover, by utilizing the swallowing heaven overlord technique to absorb the energy of this 1,000-year-old beast, one can achieve even greater results. With a surge in energy, it's entirely possible to awaken the 9 provinces cauldron within. Given his alchemical aptitude, securing first place is virtually assured. Qin Yu realized that this opportunity was too valuable to overlook, and he nodded in agreement. Very well. Seeing his master acquiesce, Gu Hai was elated. With his master in action, those formidable alchemists would surely have to step aside. Excellent. I shall accompany you, as I intend to participate in the competition as well. After all, those who place in the top 10 will also receive generous rewards. I have not participated in previous years, but this time I am determined to join you and bring glory to our Songzhan city, especially for our alchemy tower. Upon witnessing Gu Hai imparting promising news to Qin Yu, Song Tianjiao, seated nearby, could no longer contain himself. Young Master Qin, I too have delightful tidings to share that a few days ago, I heard whispers that an ancient tomb has been discovered in Beihuang City. According to the accounts, the tomb is suffused with rich spiritual energy, undoubtedly harboring abundant cultivation resources, and perhaps even treasures. Ordinary individuals lack the requisite prowess to venture deep within, yet your formidable strength and exceptional intellect, young Master Qin, afford you the opportunity to delve into its depths. Might I inquire if this prospect piques your interest? An ancient tomb. In my previous life, many of my cultivation resources were sourced from ancient tombs and secret caves. For perilous locales often conceal vast troves of cultivation resources and rare treasures. Should it be true, as Song Tianjiao suggests, that the tomb is replete with spiritual energy, it would indeed signify a wealth of resources within. If I could enter the tomb and utilize the swallowing heaven body technique to absorb the spiritual energy, my cultivation would surely ascend rapidly. Moreover, with a stroke of fortune, I might even procure some treasures. It appears I must indeed embark on this journey. That is splendid. I am grateful to you, City Lord Song, for imparting this information. Once I attend to matters at home, I shall travel north to Beihuang City to explore the tomb. Qin Yu replied with enthusiasm. He had not anticipated that the family competition today would yield such an abundance of rewards, gifts of cultivation resources, and a wealth of promising news. This was truly an unexpected delight. However, City Lord Song, I would appreciate it if you could assign someone to guide us, so I need not squander time navigating the path. Qin Yu remarked that, Of course, Song Tianjiao chuckled. I shall send a skilled individual to accompany you. Just as he concluded his words, Song Wanyue stepped forward, clasping her hands. Father, may I escort them? I am quite familiar with the route to Beihuang City, and joining young Master Qin and his companions would also serve as excellent training for me. Perhaps I might even acquire some cultivation resources to enhance my own abilities. Song Tianjiao did not dissuade her, but he recognized that this journey north would indeed serve as a valuable experience for his daughter. And the adventure into the ancient tomb could yield fortuitous cultivation opportunities. Furthermore, with Qin Yu accompanying them, his strength formidable, intellect sharp, and character reputable, Song Tianjiao felt assured in trusting his daughter to him that he believed this would be a prime opportunity for her to hone her skills. Very well, but you must exercise utmost caution on this journey, Song Tianjiao affirmed. Thank you, father. I assure you, I will return safely. Song Wanyue expressed her gratitude. Turning to Qin Yu, Song Tianjiao continued, Young Master Qin, with my daughter accompanying you northward, I hope you will take it upon yourself to safeguard her well-being. This is a matter I entrust to you. Qin Yu nodded. Rest assured, City Lord, I shall ensure her safety and guarantee her safe return. Protecting Song Wanyue would pose no challenge for him. Though the ancient tomb may be fraught with peril, for him, an expert in ancient tomb exploration, it was hardly a concern. His experience was extensive. And he was far from being an ordinary individual that on the following morning, Qin Yu and his party set forth that he instructed his father to remain at home to manage the Qin family affairs while he and his sister, under the guidance of Song Wanyue and others, journeyed north to Beihuang City. This expedition promised to be fraught with excitement, yet also rife with opportunities and challenges. Qin Yu eagerly anticipated that this foray into the ancient tomb would yield the treasures he sought, making the journey worthwhile. By the way, yesterday, I perused a wealth of related materials and gained a general understanding of that ancient tomb that it is said to be the final resting place of a transcendent being, which accounts for the abundant spiritual energy emanating from it. Although the information is not exhaustive, I surmise that if it were not the tomb of a transcendent entity, such rich spiritual energy would not be present. Song Wanyue explained during their journey. Qin Yu nodded in agreement, as he found her conjecture plausible that in his previous life, he had indeed heard of an ancient tomb in Beihuang City, rumored to have bestowed great fortune upon those who ventured within, significantly enhancing their cultivation and ultimately elevating them to prominence in this realm. That if his assumptions were correct, this was precisely the tomb they sought. He had long desired to explore it, but at that time, he had been rendered powerless, lacking both the qualifications and strength to do so. He could only watch helplessly as others claimed the resources. Thus, this was a lingering regret from his previous life. This time, he was determined to seize the great fortune within the tomb, ensuring that it would not be appropriated by anyone else. After 4 days and nights of relentless travel, they finally arrived at Beihuang City. Initially, Qin Yu had assumed that they would be the sole group embarking on this exploration, but upon entering the city, he soon realized that they were not alone. Many others had come to seek the tomb's secrets. From all directions and regions, powerful individuals had gathered, each possessing considerable strength, with the weakest among them being at the first level of the Qianering realm. It appeared that competition for resources would be fierce. Upon arriving at the tomb's site, they were greeted by a throng of eager adventurers. The immense ancient tomb loomed like a hill upon the earth, with towering stone tablets standing upright like giants. The inscriptions etched upon these tablets were indecipherable to Qin Yu. They appeared to be in an indigenous script. Witnessing this spectacle, Qin Inger was momentarily taken aback. Heavens! I never imagined so many would come to explore the ancient tomb. It seems we have formidable competitors indeed. Qin Yu nodded. Indeed. Our quest to claim resources and obtain great fortune within the tomb will be far from the easy endeavor we envisioned, in addition to navigating the tomb's traps. We must contend with these formidable opponents. However, the influx of visitors only attests to the abundance of resources within the tomb. That may be true, but I believe our safety is of utmost importance. I hope we can all return home safely, Qin Inger stated simply, wishing for their safe return. Yet, Qin Yu's ambitions extended beyond merely securing the great fortune. He aimed to acquire as many cultivation resources as possible. He intended to seize everything within reach. Despite the multitude of adventurers present, few would likely match his strength. Moreover, with the divine vein coursing through his being, even if he were to sustain injuries, he could heal promptly. That he was practically immortal. This gathering of powerful adversaries is indeed formidable. At that moment, Song Wanyue spoke up, pointing to a bald man wielding a large sword at the forefront. That individual, I wonder if you recognize him. He is the leader of the Black Tiger Gang, a local of Beihuang City. That it is said he is quite tyrannical in this region and has recently broken through to the 9th level of the Qianering realm. Indeed, Qin Inger gasped in astonishment that he has attained the 9th level of the Qianering realm. It seems we are truly facing formidable foes on this expedition. Qin Inger marveled at the strength of the adversary they had encountered so soon after their arrival. It was quite intimidating. Qin Yu, however, furrowed his brow. The 9th level of the Qianering realm? A true powerhouse. Yet Song Wanyue shook her head and pointed in another direction. Everyone turned to follow her gaze. They beheld a young man clad in purple robes, gnawing on a chicken leg, appearing somewhat dim-witted. This fellow is the eldest disciple of the Tianshan sect, with cultivation that has reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Qianering realm. He possesses remarkable skills and is adept at using hidden weapons. Should we encounter him, it may prove quite difficult to contend with. Goodness! Qin Inger exclaimed once more, another powerhouse at the 9th level of the Qianering realm? What kind of individuals are we up against? In the entirety of Songzhan City, only top-tier experts possess such strength. That it was astounding that two had emerged simultaneously. This was indeed incredible. Moreover, I've heard that Ouyang Shui, the top genius of the West City, has also come. He is a fearsome powerhouse. What? Ouyang Shui is here as well? Qin Inger gasped. That individual is a top-tier expert, and it is said he has recently approached the half-step transcendent realm. His strength is terrifying. This is dreadful. A transcendent-level expert has also arrived that it seems we may not secure any resources at all. Our own strengths at the 7th and 8th levels of the Qi-entering realm pale in comparison to Yang Shui. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Look! Is that not Qinji Yunshan, the eldest disciple of the Qingshan sect? That young man is indeed a formidable expert at the Transcendence realm. Although he is merely a half-step into it, his strength is nearly on par with that of a first-tier master within the Transcendence realm. To think he has arrived from Qingyun Tian recently, he seems to have encountered a fortuitous event and mastered an extraordinary skill. I wonder if it is true. Goodness! Had I known so many powerful figures would be present. What was I thinking in coming here? I merely came to serve as cannon fodder, that I truly cannot fathom what treasures lie within this ancient tomb that could attract so many top-tier geniuses and experts. It seems today will certainly be a day of celestial battles. With this many masters gathered, there will surely be a spectacle to behold. How delightful and eagerly anticipated. The crowd gasped in awe. Engaging in animated discussions, Qin was utterly astonished. How could there be so many powerful beings, even half-step transcendence realm experts? Wu Ti that spelled doom for them. She knew her brother was strong. And in a one-on-one confrontation, these individuals might not even stand a chance against him. However, those vying for resources here would not engage in fair duels, for there are no rules in this place. If they were to encounter several strong opponents attacking together, her brother might find it impossible to prevail, perhaps even facing life-threatening peril. The mere thought of this filled her with trepidation. Brother, I believe those resources may not be worth such risk. Life is far more precious. With so many powerful figures here, competing against them could pose a tremendous challenge. Perhaps we should turn back. Qin was not afraid of death nor cowardly. Her concern was solely for her brother's safety. Qin Yu, however, merely smiled nonchalantly. Fear not. There is no need for alarm. Since we have already come, we shan't retreat. That I am aware these fellows are formidable, but we can seize resources while simultaneously enhancing our own strength. And soon enough, they shall not be our match. These individuals certainly did not intimidate him. They lacked the qualifications to do so. Nevertheless, he was quite surprised to see such a multitude of powerful beings gathered here. An ancient tomb belonging to a transcendence realm expert has attracted so many masters. It seems this tomb harbors secrets he is yet unaware of, undoubtedly containing abundant treasures. Look, the young master of the Wanlong Merchant Association. At that moment, the appearance of a figure sent the crowd into a frenzy. Everyone turned in unison towards the southeast. There, a young man clad in red was being carried on an open sedan chair by a group of burly men. The youth was handsome and exquisitely dressed, rolling an enigmatic jade bead between his fingers, exuding an air of aristocratic confidence that it was evident that he was the scion of a wealthy noble family. Good heavens! The young master of the Wanlong Merchant Association has also arrived. This is quite significant. The Wanlong Merchant Association is a powerful aristocratic conglomerate within the Dacian dynasty, firmly established throughout the realm. Indeed, their influence stretches far and wide, making them a true top-tier wealthy family. Who would have thought that the ancient tomb in Beihuang City would attract the young master of the Wanlong Merchant Association? It is truly astonishing. This tomb must contain something of great value. Otherwise, the young master would not have come. The presence of the Wanlong Merchant Association is certainly not to be trifled with. Although their young master may not be exceptionally powerful, there is likely no one here who dares to vie for resources against him. The crowd marveled, intimidated by the arrival of the young master of the Wanlong Merchant Association. With so many experts already present, their hopes seemed dashed, and now with the young master's arrival, what was left to compete for? It would be better to turn back. Entering would simply be a path to certain death. I shall withdraw as well. Whatever lies within no longer concerns me. I am unworthy to stand here. It would be better to hunt some beasts on the mountain and bring them back. With that, several individuals began to back out, realizing the overwhelming competition posed by such an assembly of experts, compounded by the presence of the young master of the Wanlong Merchant Association. Those of mediocre talent and humble backgrounds understood their own limitations and had no choice but to concede. However, those who remained were predominantly true experts, including some with significant backgrounds. There were also those undeterred by death or the ire of the powerful. Their courage was commendable, as death merely equated to a scar the size of a bowl upon their heads. To think that the young master of the Wanlong Merchant Association has also come along complicates matters. Even my father harbors a degree of trepidation towards the members of the Wanlong Merchant Association, primarily due to their vast influence, substantial wealth, and deep-rooted connections. Here, few dare to offend the members of Wanlong Merchant Association, let alone their young master. It seems this journey northward may indeed be fraught with peril. Song Wanyu began to feel a pang of panic, while Qinyu remained composed throughout. Nevertheless, the presence of the Wanlong Merchant Association's members did take him aback. Indeed, as others have remarked, it is unwise to provoke the Wanlong Merchant Association. They are known for their ruthlessness. Should they covet something, they will not allow anyone to seize it if anyone dares to contest with them or obstruct their endeavors. The consequence is invariably death. Even a Transcendence Realm expert would not be exempt. Anyone who dares infringe upon the interests of the Wanlong Merchant Association or act against their members will ultimately meet their demise, regardless of where they might flee. Yet, Qinyu harbored no fear. In his eyes, no one could intimidate him. That it is he who instills fear in others, he who makes them tremble, and he who is capable of ending lives. Just then, an elderly man clad in a white robe suddenly flew in from the horizon, landing atop a stone tablet, surveying the crowd. Elder Wu, what brings him here? Qin Inger instantly recognized the elder. Qin Yu was equally astonished. To encounter Elder Wu here was unexpected. What could his purpose be? Surely he is not here to compete for resources as well. Allow me to explain, Song Wanyu whispered. It is said that this ancient tomb harbors a wealth of treasures, and some individuals will stop at nothing to obtain them, employing all manner of underhanded tactics. There are even those who do not intend to enter the tomb, instead lying in ambush outside to seize treasures, or who, upon emerging from the tomb, seek vengeance on others to take their spoils. Such actions are grossly unfair, which is why a highly respected elder has been invited to oversee this exploration. To prevent these occurrences, after hearing Song Wanyu's explanation, Qin Yu and Qin Inger finally understood that it appears that Elder Wu commands great respect and affection. Otherwise, he would not have been invited to oversee the expedition. Elder Wu swiftly scanned the crowd, as if searching for someone, and soon his gaze locked on Qin Yu. Upon seeing him, Elder Wu nodded in satisfaction. Then, with a flourish of his sleeve, he addressed the crowd. I am Elder Wu from the Langyu Academy, and I have come today primarily to oversee this ancient tomb exploration. Now, I shall outline the rules. Within the tomb, there are no restrictions. As long as you possess strength, you may employ any means to seize treasures from within. All grievances shall be resolved within the tomb. However, once outside, no one shall seek revenge against another in private. Any violation of this rule will be considered an affront to me. Upon concluding his statement, Elder Wu waved his sleeve, and a beam of white light shot forth, instantly tearing through the spiritual energy barrier at the entrance of the tomb. The exploration of the ancient tomb officially commenced. With Elder Wu's declaration, the tomb explorers rushed in eagerly, fearing that if they delayed, others would seize the resources before them. Yet, Qin Yu remained unhurried. Based on his years of experience with tomb exploration, he knew that the entrance would likely contain no treasures. Such valuables are typically hidden within mechanisms. With so many people present, it would be unwise to rush in blindly. He preferred to wait until the crowd thinned before entering. Brother, why aren't we going in yet? Qin Inger inquired, puzzled by Qin Yu's hesitation. Qin Yu shook his head. There's no need to rush. There won't be any treasures at the entrance. Once they all entered, we can follow to that moment. Elder Wu approached, laughing heartily. On my way here, I heard you were also accompanying the expedition to Beiwang. I am delighted to see you have truly arrived. Subsequently, Elder Wu inquired, however, this exploration is filled with experts, and the tomb itself is fraught with dangers. Is it true that you, young Master Qin, are not afraid? Qin Yu smiled lightly. Elder Wu, do you truly believe I would fear such things? If I were afraid, I would not have traveled so far to reach this place. The exploration of the ancient tomb is precisely the thrill he seeks. Without danger, it would hold no interest for him. Ha ha! Young Master Qin, your courage is indeed remarkable. You are truly the foremost genius of Songzon City. It seems that I have not misjudged, for I firmly believe that young Master Qin will undoubtedly discover great fortunes within the tomb. Chapter 39. Entering the Tomb, a Land of Gold. I am deeply grateful for Elder Wu's trust and blessings, Qin Yu said, cupping his hands in thanks. Haha, young Master Qin is too kind that I shall not disturb your entry into the tomb. With that, Elder Wu soared back to the summit of the gravestone. Let us proceed. After exchanging one last glance with Elder Wu, Qin Yu led Qin Inger and the others into the tomb. As they entered, the scene before them suddenly opened up magnificently. The spacious cavern could easily accommodate thousands. Above, a skylight allowed beams of light to cascade into the chamber, barely illuminating the vast expanse. In the center, a stream flowed from east to west, cutting through the space. Spanning the stream was a stone arch bridge that on the opposite side, steep cavern walls held 4 arch chambers. Carved above each entrance were the words "Greed." Inside each chamber, an inky darkness obscured whatever lay within, evoking an unsettling sensation. Goodness, this is no mere tomb. It is a wondrous cavern, exclaimed one voice, that is a tomb of a martial artist at the divine realm, truly, this magnificent. Such extravagance is nothing short of grandiose. Clearly, this individual held a remarkable status, and thus, this tomb must harbor vast treasures. However, one pondered, why is there a stream flowing through the tomb? Water can create a damp environment, hastening the decay of coffins. What could the tomb owner possibly mean by introducing a stream and a stone bridge? What do you not understand about the words above the chambers? They signify the presence of abundant treasures, a testament to humanity's insatiable greed. Yet such caverns are often fraught with peril. Regardless, since we have arrived at this place, why should we fear danger? We shall not return without gaining something today. The crowd buzzed with excitement, utterly astounded by the scene before them. Which chamber shall we enter? They wondered that with greed inscribed above, could it be that the tomb owner has set traps to confuse those who seek to explore? This is my expertise. I am a feng shui master, and I can guide everyone in determining which chamber to choose at that moment. A middle-aged man clad in a Taoist robe stepped forward, preparing to utilize his mystical tools for divination. Boom! Before he could begin, an elder swiftly flew past him, standing before the central chamber. After calculating for a moment, he nodded and strode boldly inside. That elder just went in? Is he certain that the central chamber leads to the tomb owner's coffin? Someone questioned, filled with doubt. After all, he was merely an old man, and the crowd was unaware of his identity. That a bunch of fools. Do you not feel the chilly, damp wind blowing from the other chambers? The resting place of a coffin is typically dry and sheltered from the wind, but if you lack even this basic knowledge of feng shui, why attempt to explore a tomb? Scoffed the young master of the Wanlong Merchant Association. Mocking the crowd, he then pointed forward, commanding several burly men to advance onto the bridge. The young master of the Wanlong Merchant Association was experienced and well-versed in ancient tombs and antiques. Since he suggested the central chamber, it must indeed be the correct choice. That I concur that the central chamber is the right passage. Everyone, let us hasten our pace. If we allow those ahead to reach the treasures first, we shall be at a disadvantage. Thus, the crowd hurriedly followed suit, racing forward in a frenzy, fearing that any delay would result in losing the valuable treasures. Meanwhile, Qin Yu maintained his composure, lingering at the back. Brother, why do we not rush to the front? The earlier we get there, the more resources we can gather, that if we lag behind, those treasures may be snatched away. Qin Inger questioned, perplexed by her brother's unhurried demeanor. Qin Yu smiled gently, ruffling her hair. Silly girl, do you not realize this is a tomb? There are numerous mechanisms within, and rushing ahead may turn one into a test subject for traps. Moreover, treasures and resources are not so easily acquired. Fear not, my experience in tomb exploration far surpasses theirs. We shall be safe by remaining at the rear. Your experience is the most extensive, Qin Inger exclaimed in surprise. Brother, as far as I remember, you have never explored a tomb, have you? Where does your experience stem from? Qin Yu realized he had inadvertently let slip a secret. He could not reveal his identity as a transcendent being. I have never explored a tomb, but surely one can gain knowledge from books? He fabricated an excuse to placate his sister. Oh, I see now. Qin Yu nodded in understanding. Which chamber should we enter now? Should we follow them into the central one? Indeed. Let us proceed through the central passage. The young master of the Wanlong Merchant Association was right. Only a dry area could possibly house a coffin. The other chambers are evidently unsuitable due to the chill and dampness. Yet as Qin Yu and his companions entered the passage, they soon discovered it was no mere chamber, but a tunnel, stretching forward without end. After walking for a quarter of an hour, they finally spotted a glimmer of light ahead. Look, there is light ahead. It seems we are nearing an exit. Let us quicken our pace. I can sense that the treasures we seek may very well lie just ahead, that we must hasten, lest those behind us snatch away our spoils. As they quickened their pace, the narrowness of the tunnel allowed only four to pass side by side, compelling them to move cautiously forward. After approximately 15 minutes of running, the scene before them suddenly opened up once more. Yet, what lay before them left the crowd utterly speechless, an expansive cavern adorned with gold. Jewels and emeralds left them in awe. Heavens, what is this? The ground is covered in gold and emeralds. Are we to become wealthy? Aha! This is incredible, truly incredible. We have found treasures so swiftly, all filled with gold, emeralds, and pearls. I am destined to strike it rich. We are rich, rich. I shall amass great wealth. Once I carry these jewels out, let us see who dares to call me a pauper. The crowd erupted in euphoric cheers. Losing themselves in the frenzy, laughter echoing throughout the cavern, they surged forward, scrambling for the riches that in an instant. The cavern was filled with the clamor of gold clinking against gold. Even some of Song Wan-Yu's subordinates could not resist joining the fray. At that moment, only Qin Yu, Song Wan-Yu, his sister, and the young master of the Wanlong Merchant Association remained composed, refraining from joining the chaotic rush. A bunch of unrefined bumpkins. Is it merely gold and emeralds? My home is piled high with gold. Even my chamber pot is crafted from gold. The young master of the Wanlong Merchant Association scoffed, taking a moment to flaunt his wealth, but he then turned his gaze to Qin Yu. Questioning, kid, why do you not join the others in seizing the gold? Do you, like me, possess immense wealth? Qin Yu merely smiled faintly, that I have no interest in gold or jewels. The young master of the Wanlong Merchant Association burst into laughter at Qin Yu's words. How amusing! I never imagined there would be someone besides myself uninterested in gold, though I wonder if you are merely boasting. Qin Yu chose not to respond, disinterested in engaging with such individuals. For he truly held no fascination for material wealth. Absurd. He was a transcendent being. Such treasures held no allure for him. His purpose for coming here was to uncover the fabled great fortune and swiftly elevate his own prowess. He would not behave like those madmen rushing headlong into the fray. Are those elixirs? Suddenly, a voice cried out in astonishment, drawing everyone's attention. My goodness, the entire box is filled with elixirs, and they are all third-grade elixirs. The young man clad in a green robe opened the box, only to discover a third-grade elixir within, which sent him into a frenzy of excitement. Incredible! This place actually has elixirs, he exclaimed, laughing heartily. I too possess a box filled with treasures, and within it lie 3 third-grade elixirs. I am not alone in this fortune. The appearance of the elixirs rendered everyone around him utterly restless, their joy overflowing with disbelief at the existence of such treasures in this place, and in such abundance that as more individuals uncovered elixirs. One exclaimed, "My heavens, is that a 5th-grade elixir? Remarkable! To think that such a rare and exquisite elixir exists here, in a realm where they are seldom seen. What divine place have we stumbled upon?" With a laugh, he concluded, "It seems my arrival here was indeed fortuitous. I must search diligently, for there may yet be 6th or 7th-grade elixirs to be found." Upon hearing someone shriek in delight at discovering a 5th-grade elixir, the crowd descended into a frenzy, desperately scouring the gold and jade surrounding them. The allure of the elixirs was evidently far greater than that of gold and gems. After all, in this realm where martial prowess reigns supreme, only the strong can endure, and only they earn respect. Gold and jewels merely signify wealth and luxury. To that moment, the young master of the Wanlong Merchant Guild could no longer contain himself. He leapt from his palanquin and plunged into the throng, bellowing, "Clear the way! Do not dare to compete with me." His furious roar scattered the crowd, and he began frantically to claw through the treasure-laden ground like a mad dog. Even I could not resist the temptation. Even Song Wan-Yu succumbed, For these were elixirs, the irresistible allure for any cultivator. Regardless of the grade, even a first-grade elixir would incite madness, despite her usual composure. Song Wanyue found it impossible to resist such temptation. Wait. Qininger was about to rush forward when Qin Yu held her back. Brother, are you stopping me because there's danger lurking? She asked, her face filled with confusion. Indeed. Qin Yu nodded solemnly. Something feels amiss. With so much gold and silver, and an abundance of miraculous elixirs, yet devoid of any traps or dangers, this defies logic that I sense an underlying peril. Although Qin Yu had not ventured into a tomb for a long while, the instincts and experiences of his previous life remained intact. His intuition warned him that matters were not as simple as they appeared. Chapter 40. A Desolate Valley. Terrifying Beasts. The word greed inscribed at the entrance of the cave instilled a sense of unease within Qin Yu. In summary, he felt that the situation was undoubtedly fraught with complexity. Just because all seemed calm now did not guarantee future safety. Brother, look, they've taken all the jewels and elixirs, yet they remain unharmed. After a quarter of an hour, witnessing no signs of abnormality among the crowd, Qininger began to question her brother's earlier caution. Let us wait a while longer. I have little interest in these trinkets. Qin Yu replied nonchalantly, though he too harbored doubts. Could there truly be no issues? Nevertheless, he chose not to dwell on it. Once the treasures were plundered, the group continued onward. After traversing for about half an hour, they beheld a vast valley before them. The valley was lush with vegetation, and a stream meandered through, presenting a scene reminiscent of a paradise. Simultaneously, the echoes of beastly roars reverberated from within the valley. The crowd stood astonished, their mouths agape. They had not anticipated the existence of such an expansive valley within this ancient tomb. They wondered if they had stepped into another realm, or if this valley was indeed situated beneath the earth. If it were truly underground, it would be a marvel. The presence of such a spacious valley within the ancient tomb was simply unbelievable. Moreover, the valley brimmed with rich, spiritual energy, making it an ideal place for cultivation. Even if they could not uncover additional treasures, the discovery of this exceptional training ground would justify their expedition. Previous rumors hinted at spiritual energy emanating from this tomb, and it seemed that the source was indeed this valley. The crowd expressed their astonishment that I had thought this ancient tomb fraught with peril, yet the journey thus far has been remarkably smooth. Indeed, there is naught to fear. Those outside must have exaggerated the dangers. Perhaps they wish to deter us from claiming the treasures here. Let us proceed with caution. After all, this is an ancient tomb, and its vastness is still unexplored. We have yet to locate the tomb owner's coffin. So prudence is advisable. Nonsense. What could possibly go wrong? If there were true danger, why did we remain unharmed while seizing those treasures? Exactly. Do not engage in alarmist rhetoric. My instincts tell me there is no significant danger in this ancient tomb. We are simply overthinking. Some began to relax, believing that the tomb posed little threat, particularly for those among them who were exceptionally powerful. Even blindfolded, they felt confident in their ability to navigate without difficulty. However, just as discussions swirled among the crowd, a sudden beastly roar echoed from not far away. Before anyone could react, a figure lunged toward them, swiftly knocking down the young man who had been laughing heartily moments before. The sight of a grotesque, decaying creature, robust in form, savagely tearing into the prostrate youth sent waves of terror through the crowd. Its blood-red eyes and jagged teeth, combined with the black mist wafting from its body, were utterly terrifying. In an instant, the surrounding individuals recoiled in fright, but by the time they regained their senses, the unfortunate youth lay mangled, having been gruesomely devoured. What manner of monster is this? Where did it emerge from? Its appearance is horrifying. We must slay this creature at once. Yet as the crowd prepared to take action, a multitude of monsters surged toward them, sending everyone into a panic. What? There are so many. I knew there would be risks within this ancient tomb. What are we afraid of? We are elite warriors. These decaying creatures are no match for us. Let us strike together and reduce them to pulp. In an instant, weapons were drawn, and the group launched a fierce assault against the approaching horde of monsters. Protect the young master. Quickly, shield him. Seeing the chaos, the young master of the Wanlong Merchant Guild panicked. Boom! Just as he spoke, several formidable warriors surged forward to defend him. Meanwhile, Qin Yu wasted no time. He waved his hand, summoning an orange barrier that enveloped their group. Bang, bang, bang. The moment the monsters charged, they were sent sprawling by the impenetrable barrier. What a formidable shield! Both Qin Inger and Song Wanyue exclaimed in awe. Clang, clang, clang. Outside the barrier, the battle raged on as the warriors clashed with the monstrous horde. Yet, they soon discovered to their horror that their weapons were as ineffective against these creatures as striking iron. The monsters were impervious to their attacks, leaving the group in disbelief. They are invulnerable. "A look!" someone suddenly shrieked. The crowd turned their gaze to where the young man had pointed. To their astonishment, the youth who had been savaged by the monster suddenly sprang to his feet. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. And he'd just been devoured. How was he alive? But that was not the most shocking part. The next scene sent chills down their spines. The flesh of the young man began to decay at a visible rate. His pupils turned crimson, and his form distorted grotesquely that in mere moments, he transformed entirely into a monster, indistinguishable from the other beasts surrounding him. Understanding dawned on the crowd. These creatures were once humans, mutated into monsters. A single bite could lead to infection and transformation. The mere thought was terrifying to— Just then, another young man was tackled to the ground by a beast. His screams echoed as he struggled desperately, only to have his neck bitten through, extinguishing his life in an instant. Hiss! Witnessing the scene before them, the crowd gasped in terror, cold sweat beading on their brows. It was imperative to note that the young man who had just been slain was a formidable expert at the 8th level of the Qi realm. Yet, after being pinned down by the monstrous entity, he had been utterly powerless to retaliate, meeting his demise before he could even react. "Help! Save me!" At that moment, another unfortunate soul fell victim. The individual, having barely uttered a cry for assistance, found his neck bitten through by the creature, blood gushing forth in a gruesome spectacle, which left the more timid among them utterly horrified. Panic ensued among the crowd, particularly for the young heir of the Wanlong Trading Association, who trembled uncontrollably, sweat pouring from him. "Heavens!" Qin Inger exclaimed in sheer fright, her voice wavering. "If it weren't for my brother's immediate invocation of the Tiangang protective shield, we would surely have become monsters ourselves." Amidst the chaos, only Qin Yu maintained his composure. Though his expression was grave, his brows furrowed as if lost in thought. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Greed. He comprehended that these two words served as a dire warning. Should one succumb to the allure of greed, calamity would surely follow. "Everyone, swiftly cast aside your treasures, including pills. Be quick, or it will be too late." Qin Yu called out urgently. "What? Has that fool lost his mind? He wants us to discard our possessions? What do those monsters have to do with this?" Some scoffed, convinced that he sought to seize their treasures for himself, insisting they could not part with them. "Indeed, I have made a considerable effort to reach this place. I must return with my gold and jade. That imbecile. He is simply envious because he could not acquire any treasures himself. He wishes to trick us into relinquishing ours. Once we drive these monsters away, we will deal with him. I refuse to part with my belongings. These treasures are my lifeblood. I shall see what transpires." Such individuals were entirely unwilling to relinquish their possessions, even going so far as to believe Qin Yu was deceiving them. Qin Yu was rendered speechless. These fools were indeed valuing wealth over their very lives. Believe it or not, those creatures are coming for your treasures. If you wish to survive, cast them away. He issued a final warning. Chapter 41. The Crowd's Cowardice. Qin Yu gathers treasures. Despite his warnings, disbelief persisted among the masses. Clang. However, their skepticism did not extend to Song Wanyue and her companions. Song Wanyue quickly placed all the pills she had gathered into a box and flung it away. "You all should quickly take out your belongings and throw them as well." Heed Qin Xiaozhu's words. Previously puzzled by Qin Yu's lack of eagerness to seize the treasures, Song Wanyue now understood. He had foreseen the calamity that would ensue from those treasures and pills. This was merely her current hypothesis. Roar! The moment Song Wanyue and the others discarded their treasures, the advancing horde of monsters, upon sighting the treasures and pills on the ground, recoiled in fear, refusing to take another step forward. Witnessing this spectacle, the crowd was left dumbfounded. In a way, could it be that these monsters attacked us solely because we took the treasures? What are you waiting for? if you do not wish to transform into monsters. Quickly discard all your treasures. Soon, some began to follow suit, casting away their treasures and pills. Lo and behold, as they did so, the monsters hesitated, retreating instantly. Observing this, others hastily discarded their belongings. In no time, the monsters dared not advance further, eventually retreating altogether. What is happening? Why do these monsters disregard the treasures, yet attack us for taking them? Confusion reigned among them. You clever little brat, who would have thought you were so astute? No wonder you refrained from fighting over the treasures. It seems you understood they would bring about our doom. However, the crowd remained perplexed about the connection between the treasures and the monsters. Could you explain this to everyone? The young heir of the Wanlong Trading Association inquired, a newfound respect for Qin Yu blossoming within him. Previously dismissing Qin Yu as a fool for his indifference to the treasures, he now recognized that perhaps Qin Yu was the wisest among them. If I am not mistaken, these treasures likely belong to the tomb's master, and they bear his aura. The monsters are the guardians of these treasures. Should anyone disturb them, they will track down the thief and exact a price. Thus, the word greed at the cave's entrance served as a warning from the tomb's master, cautioning that greed would inevitably incur consequences. Upon hearing Qin Yu's explanation, enlightenment dawned upon the crowd, and they began to admire him. This young man, so knowledgeable at such a tender age, demonstrated that they had indeed underestimated him. He truly is a hidden talent. Who would have guessed he possessed such wisdom? If it weren't for his timely warning, we might have already transformed into monsters. At that moment, an elderly man clad in a Taoist robe approached Qin Yu, bowing in gratitude. Young brother, your knowledge is vast. Had you not alerted us, I might well have become a corpse by now. May I inquire your esteemed name? I wish to express my gratitude once we exit. Ahem. Before Qin Yu could respond, Qin Inger stepped forward proudly, declaring, he is my brother, Qin Yu, the young master of the Qin family from Songzan City. I am Zhou Changge, a wandering Taoist from Phoenix Mountain, who usually makes a living by reading fortunes and passing time. The old man introduced himself. What? So he is the renowned Taoist from Phoenix Mountain? Impressive. I have heard tales of him. They say he is not only an expert in feng shui, but also a skilled healer, capable of treating ailments and exorcising spirits. My word. He is a wandering Taoist, a figure of great renown. His reputation echoes throughout the Northeast, hailed as the foremost feng shui master. The crowd marveled at the old man's words. However, Qin Yu remained unaware of the old man's reputation, as none of it piqued his interest. Should they learn that Qin Yu was the supreme being of the celestial path, their astonishment would be unimaginable. Once the old Taoist finished expressing his gratitude, others stepped forward to thank Qin Yu as well, to which he humbly responded with a few words. Afterward, they continued their journey. Yet, following the harrowing experience, no one dared to act carelessly, as long as Qin Yu had not indicated it was safe to touch something. They refrained from doing so, fearing the onset of disaster. The valley was lush with vegetation, the environment somewhat humid. The paths were slippery, making traversal difficult. Look, over there, there's a pile of gold. Suddenly, someone in the crowd exclaimed. Everyone turned to follow the direction indicated, and indeed, by the stream's edge lay a glimmering pile of gold, dazzling in the shimmering water, as if beckoning them to approach. Yet, despite the allure of the gold, no one dared to venture forth. Moreover, beside the pile of gold lay a heap of human bones. Following their recent ordeal, everyone understood that these treasures were off-limits, as valuable as gold might be. Life held greater significance. Once life was lost, what use would any amount of gold serve? However, at that moment, one individual boldly approached the gold. It was none other than Qin Yu. The crowd gaped in astonishment. Bewildered, is he really going to collect that gold? Brother, come back. We cannot touch that gold, or it will attract the monsters. Qin Inger, fearing her brother had been ensnared by the allure of gold, rushed to stop him. Qin Yu merely smiled gently. There is no need for concern. This gold by the stream has already shed the master's aura, thus it will not attract the monsters. You can rest easy. Qin Inger was skeptical, but remained worried. Trust me, brother. I have experienced that if I say I will be fine, I will be. With that, Qin Yu strode confidently towards the gold, retrieving his storage pouch to collect the shimmering pieces one by one. The crowd was left dumbfounded. Hadn't he previously warned them against disturbing the treasures? Why was he allowed to collect them? Furthermore, This was merely a pile of ordinary gold, not any miraculous pills. What could possibly compel Qin Yu to gather it? Moreover, they were acutely aware that Qin Yu was not a man driven by greed. Otherwise, he would have contested them for the treasures long ago. Even the young master of the Wanlong Merchant Association wore a face of astonishment. Just earlier, he had lauded Qin Yu's intelligence, yet now he questioned how it seemed to have diminished. Did he not comprehend that disturbing these gold pieces would summon monsters? He simply could not fathom what Qin Yu was attempting to achieve. The crowd stood in a daze, yet not one dared to approach Qin Yu to seize the gold, for they feared that these riches would bring calamity upon them. Little did they know, Qin Yu's collection of gold was not motivated by avarice. Moments ago, he had utilized his spiritual sense to perceive that this gold was no ordinary metal. It was infused with a substantial amount of spiritual energy. Although it paled in comparison to the crystals of demonic beasts, absorbing and refining the spiritual energy contained within these gold pieces would undoubtedly enhance his strength significantly. When Qin Yu first sensed the surging energy within the gold, he was taken aback. However, he soon realized that this gold might have previously absorbed the blood of formidable demonic beasts, which contained immense spiritual energy. That it was likely that the gold had absorbed this energy, resulting in its extraordinary richness. In his past life, he had encountered metallic pieces capable of absorbing spiritual energy, and perhaps the same principle applied to this gold. After completing his collection, Qin Yu rejoined the crowd and continued onward. However, apart from Qin Inger and Song Wanyue, who dared to follow him closely, the others evaded him as if he were a harbinger of plague. Their primary concern was that, should those monsters attack Qin Yu, they might inadvertently suffer harm themselves. It seems this lad is courting death. That if my guess is correct, it won't be long before a monster suddenly strikes, one warned. Everyone, be cautious if you encounter gold or treasures. Do not act recklessly. Do not follow Qin Shaozhu like fools. If a monster bites you, you will find no opportunity for regret. Others nodded in agreement. Along their journey, they had encountered numerous treasures, yet all had been claimed by Qin Yu. From the beginning to the end, no one dared to contest him for them. Meanwhile, Qin Yu was amassing a remarkable bounty, collecting anything that contained even a hint of spiritual energy into his storage bag. Fortunately, his storage bag had a considerable capacity, able to hold over 10,000 pounds. Although it had a limited space, it still allowed him to gather a vast array of treasures without filling to capacity. However, as they observed Qin Yu emerge unscathed, some began to voice their doubts. Yet, despite their skepticism, they still refrained from collecting any treasures that no one could guarantee what might transpire in the next moment. An hour later, they finally traversed the valley, where a colossal cave appeared before them. Qin Yu, leading the way, cast a glance at the cave and strode inside, prompting the others to follow suit without uttering a word. The cave was shrouded in darkness, compelling the group to ignite torches and tread cautiously forward. The cavern was spacious yet damp, with slippery paths that made navigation challenging. A quarter of an hour later, they unexpectedly encountered a vast pool of water. Water droplets cascaded from the stalactites above, the rhythmic sound echoing throughout the cavern. Suddenly, Qin Yu halted in front of the pool. "Brother, is something amiss?" Qin Inger inquired, unable to suppress her curiosity at her brother's sudden stillness. Instantly, her heart filled with apprehension. "Nothing of concern. I merely find this place rather secure and intend to rest here for the night." Qin Yu replied, shaking his head lightly. Qin Inger exhaled in relief, having feared for their safety. "Since Qin Shaozhu deems this area safe, let us spend the night here." The young master of the Wanlong Merchant Association echoed her sentiments, urging everyone to settle down quickly. "Is this place truly safe? Could there be any lurking dangers?" Questioned a few skeptics. "I, too, find this location rather unsettling. It feels eerie, and I sense there may be monsters lurking within that pool." Despite their doubts, the majority chose to trust Qin Yu, having previously been saved by him. "If a few of you believe this place to be unsafe, you are welcome to proceed further. I advise you to remain. The day is waning, and those dreadful monsters often emerge at night. Continuing onward could lead you to encounter them. You need not counsel. Those few simply seek their own demise if they wish to court death. We cannot prevent them." After hearing these words, the hesitant individuals reconsidered their stance. While they did not fully trust Qin Yu, they were reluctant to venture forth alone. especially as their numbers were few. Staying with the larger group offered greater safety. There was strength in numbers, which would aid in facing any unforeseen circumstances. Thus, they decided against advancing and quickly set up camp alongside the others. Yet, apart from Song Wanyue and her companions, the rest still refrained from approaching Qin Yu too closely, fearing that the treasures he possessed might attract those monsters, for the sake of their own safety. They chose to keep their distance. Isn't it strange that lad has collected so many treasures along the way without facing a single monster attack? Could those treasures truly be harmless? Have we been overthinking this? One mused that I too have been pondering that if that's the case, we have certainly missed out. After all, he has gathered quite a bounty, another remarked. Who is this fellow? He seems to have an uncanny understanding of everything here. If those treasures do not bring him disaster, it indicates he possesses some remarkable abilities. Someone speculated that I suspect this matter is not as simple as it appears. Let us observe the situation. Perhaps he will be attacked by those monsters tonight. Came a voice of caution. Soon, murmurs filled the cave, yet Qin Yu paid them no mind. At that moment, a subtle smile graced his lips, a look of satisfaction and pride illuminating his face. These foolish individuals, still gripped by fear, appeared thoroughly intimidated by the monsters that it seemed those creatures had inadvertently aided him. Had they not terrified these people, he might not have acquired such treasures today. Brother, you must have garnered quite a haul today. Haven't you? Qin Inger seated herself beside Qin Yu, smiling as she inquired. Qin Yu nodded. Indeed, today's bounty is substantial. That he then retrieved his storage bag, weighing it in his hands, a look of contentment crossing his face. Today had truly been fruitful. Perhaps I should share a portion with you. Qin Yu produced a piece of gold from his storage bag. Never mind. You should keep it for yourself. After all, it was you who collected it. However, I believe your interest in it extends beyond its mere value as gold. There's some secret contained within. Qin Yu merely smiled knowingly. Choosing not to respond, he placed his palm gently upon the gold. And suddenly, it radiated a brilliant golden light, which shimmered with a hint of white mist. This is spiritual energy. Qin Inger gasped, her eyes widening in astonishment, not having anticipated that the gold contained such energy. The white mist thickened, gradually seeping into Qin Yu's palm, signifying the abundance of spiritual energy within the gold. Witnessing this spectacle, those around them were left utterly dumbfounded. What on earth is happening? Is there truly spiritual energy within that gold? It was astonishing. The gold was infused with an immense amount of pure spiritual energy, which if absorbed, would undoubtedly enhance one's cultivation significantly. Heavens. It appears this fellow was not after the gold itself, but rather the spiritual energy it contained, and I have never witnessed gold harboring such energy before. This truly expands my horizons, and no wonder he had disregarded everyone's warnings and insisted on collecting that gold. Who exactly was this individual? How could he discern the spiritual energy hidden within so effortlessly? If this were the case, he must have struck it rich today, having gathered numerous treasures along the way. Had they known this, they would have rushed to seize the treasures for themselves, regretting their hesitance now that if this lad absorbed all the spiritual energy from those treasures, his strength would surely skyrocket. The crowd erupted in awe, envious of Qin Yu's fortune. Some lamented their earlier timidity, questioning why they had not dared to contest him for those treasures. Certainly, there are those who do not harbor envy, for they remain preoccupied with the safety of Qin Yu. The treasures within possess spiritual energy, yet that does not guarantee immunity from the monsters they may attract. Everything remains uncertain. Only after tonight will it be revealed whether Qin Yu has encountered fortune or misfortune. Brother, it turns out you have noticed the spiritual energy within this gold. I truly did not expect such an abundance of spiritual essence to be concealed within it. This is indeed remarkable. It is my first time learning of such a phenomenon. Brother, how did you ascertain that this gold harbors spiritual energy? Qin Inger, brimming with excitement, could not suppress her curiosity. This is a secret of your elder brother. Qin Yu replied, keeping his counsel for prudence's sake, that of course, even if he wished to explain, he would find it difficult to articulate that he could hardly reveal that he is a supreme being of the celestial path. For only such a being could possess this ability, Qin Inger merely uttered in response. This box contains some treasures imbued with spiritual energy. You may refine them, Qin Yu stated as he approached Song Wanyue. Handing her the box, her astonishment. Song Wanyue had not anticipated that Qin Yu would bestow treasures upon her, and an entire box at that. Overwhelmed with gratitude, she hastily declined, saying, "How could this be? These treasures have been painstakingly collected by young Master Qin. I cannot accept them. Please, young Master Qin, take them back." Qin Yu chuckled gently. "Do you still worry that these treasures will attract monsters? Rest assured, they will not." Song Wanyue quickly shook her head. "That is not my concern. I simply believe I should not accept them." Qin Yu continued to persuade her. "You need not stand on ceremony. Previously, I accepted 2 gifts from your father. These are merely trifles in comparison. Moreover, you and your sister have accompanied me on this journey, enduring considerable hardship. Accept this as a token of my gratitude." As Qin Yu finished speaking, Qin Yu chimed in. "Sister Wanyue, do accept. My brother is generous to all his friends that do you not wish to acknowledge him as a friend." Under the combined persuasion of Qin Yu and Qin Inger, Song Wanyue reluctantly acquiesced. "Thank you, young Master Qin," she expressed gratefully, performing a respectful gesture. Qin Yu nodded and then handed another wooden box to his sister. "Brother, what is this for again? These are treasures you have diligently collected." "I cannot accept them," Qin Inger quickly protested. Qin Yu replied with a smile, "Sister, we are family. Must you be so formal? Furthermore, since Song Wanyue has already accepted, you should too. Otherwise, others might say, I only give treasures to others and neglect my own sister." "Very well." Qin Inger conceded with resignation and accepted the box. After offering a few words of caution to his sister, Qin Yu ventured alone to a secluded and tranquil spot, but he sought a solitary space to concentrate on his cultivation. As he found that distractions in crowded areas diminished his effectiveness. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yu began his practice that he aimed to refine all the treasures he had gathered. Since entering this ancient tomb, he sensed that it was even more perilous than he had envisioned. Although he had not encountered any particularly troublesome obstacles thus far, he could feel the underlying dangers lurking within the tomb, especially concerning were the individuals accompanying him, who occasionally cast furtive glances his way. They were all formidable experts. Should they choose to ally against him, he would indeed face a formidable challenge. While the likelihood of such an occurrence was slim, it remained a possibility. After all, aside from Song Wanyue and his sister, he trusted no one to thus. He must urgently enhance his strength. Without further ado, Qin Yu summoned a handful of gold and pressed his palm gently upon it. Whoosh! Immediately, the spiritual energy within the gold dispersed, transforming into white mist that entered Qin Yu's palm. In an instant, he felt waves of spiritual power surge into him, coursing through his blood and meridians. The cool, clear flow cleared his meridians, bringing about an indescribable sense of comfort. As his meridians opened up, Qin Yu sensed his strength beginning to rise, when the spiritual energy flooded his entire being and ultimately converged in his dantian. His cultivation progressed with remarkable speed. Indeed, he had not anticipated such pure spiritual energy residing within this ancient tomb. Its absorption was swift and exceedingly effective. It seemed that achieving a breakthrough to the next realm tonight would pose no difficulty. This was a splendid opportunity for advancement. Qin Yu felt immensely satisfied. Next, he absorbed all the spiritual energy from the treasures he had collected, draining every last bit, regardless of size, that he fully digested some spiritual herbs and medicines, leaving no residue behind. Boom! Approximately 2 hours later, an overwhelming force erupted from Qin Yu's body, shaking the cave walls with a resounding crash. The entire chamber began to tremble. Those martial practitioners who had been in slumber were abruptly awakened. What on earth is happening? Why is the cave shaking? It cannot be an earthquake, can it? It seems unlikely. There must be some other issue. Hurry, let us venture outside to ascertain the situation. In a state of alarm, they rushed out, eager to discover what had transpired. However, upon their emergence, the cave ceased its trembling. Yet a powerful force surged toward them, sweeping through the air like a tempest, lifting the hems of their garments. If they had not hastily summoned their true energy to shield their bodies, they might have sustained internal injuries from the impact. What is going on? Why is there suddenly such a formidable force rushing toward us? I cannot say. I have never been to this ancient tomb before and have no idea what is happening. This ancient tomb is fraught with peril. One moment we face monster attacks, the next the cave trembles. It seems we cannot afford to sleep too soundly at night. Should an earthquake strike and bury us here, it would be disastrous. Let us take turns on guard duty, should anything unusual occur. We must notify each other immediately, so we can rest easy. Thus, they commenced their rotation of vigilance. Qin Inger and Song Wanyue were meditating in their tent when the earlier tremors disturbed them. Upon learning of the cave's dangers, Qin Inger became increasingly anxious. The earlier disturbance may herald some ill omen. If an earthquake were to occur and the cave's ceiling collapsed, it would pose significant trouble. I wonder how my brother is faring. He has been in that spot cultivating all this time. Song Wanyue wore a worried expression as well, prompting them to send someone to investigate. Upon discovering that all was well with Qin Yu, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Since that is the case, let us expedite our cultivation and refine all these treasures before dawn, Song Wanyue suggested. Agreed, Qin Yu nodded. Thus, they resumed their absorption of spiritual energy and continued their practice. As for Qin Yu, he had already entered the second round of cultivation. Just moments ago, he had achieved a breakthrough, ascending directly from the 8th level of the Qi entry realm to the 9th level. His strength had risen to an entirely new tier. If others were to learn that he had progressed to the 9th level of the Qi entry realm in such a brief span of time, they would surely be astonished. After all, it had taken merely 2 hours for him to achieve this advancement, a feat that would seem utterly extraordinary to others. Qin Yu might very well be regarded as a prodigious anomaly. After half an hour, Qin Yu refined the remaining treasures, ensuring that nothing was left unprocessed. Seeing his strength surge rapidly, Qin Yu felt a profound sense of satisfaction. With the assistance of the Divine Pulse and the Juzhou Cauldron, coupled with the Devouring technique for absorbing spiritual energy, the results were remarkable. Moreover, the purity of the spiritual energy within the ancient tomb made absorption effortless. As a result, Qin Yu's advancement was swift. Had he not entered this ancient tomb today and discovered these treasures, it could have taken him weeks or even longer to reach the next realm. That he owed this fortunate opportunity to Song City Lord, who had informed him of this secret. Otherwise, he would have missed this chance entirely. After refining the treasures, Qin Yu retrieved a manual from his storage bag. This manual had been found near a pile of bones, and upon a brief glance, it appeared to pertain to puppetry. Thinking it might prove useful, he had collected it. The manual was yellowed and coated in dust. With a gentle breath, Qin Yu blew away the dust, revealing the title, Puppet Crafting Techniques. Qin Yu was slightly taken aback. He had not anticipated that this would indeed be a tome on the art of puppet crafting. Such a treasure was exceedingly rare across the continent. And even in his previous life, he had scarcely encountered such a secret technique that he recalled a formidable master of puppet crafting from his past, who, with mere puppets under his command, effortlessly vanquished millions of soldiers from various nations. These puppets were remarkably powerful, possessing a form of immortality, and were referred to as the Undying Puppet Army. Wherever the Undying Puppet Army marched, tremors followed in their wake. Thus, if he were to successfully master this puppet technique, it would undoubtedly be of immense benefit to him. This was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. With great urgency, Qin Yu began to peruse the pages. Undying mutants, he exclaimed in astonishment once more. It turned out that the puppets crafted from this secret technique were none other than the monstrous beings they had encountered earlier in the valley. These creatures were endowed with immortality and an indestructible physique, hence the designation of undying mutants. That it appeared that these monsters were quite formidable. Moreover, according to the manuscript, the strength of the puppets could be enhanced, correlating directly with the cultivation level of their master. The most fundamental material required for crafting puppets was, rather chillingly, human beings. How horrifying and cruel, Qin Yu lamented. However, what of it? Once he succeeded, he could slay those marauders, convert their remains into puppets, and subsequently assemble his own puppet army. The corpses of the marauders were of no consequence. Stowing away the manual, Qin Yu resumed his meditation, having absorbed the spiritual energy from the treasures. It was now imperative to digest it. The following day, brother, where are you? Qin Yu was roused from his reverie by a familiar voice. That we've finally found you. Everyone has begun preparations to advance further, so we hurried over to locate you. Qin Yu nodded in acknowledgement. Then let us set off immediately. And no sooner had he spoken than he was filled with delight upon noticing the significant improvement in the strength of his companions. It seemed the spiritual energy from the previous night's treasures had indeed aided them considerably. I am thrilled to see your progress, Qin Yu exclaimed. Qin Inger and Song Wanyue nodded in agreement. Song Wanyue expressed her gratitude. We owe a great deal to you. young Master Qin. The spiritual energy from those treasures has truly elevated our abilities. I have never absorbed such pure energy before. I shall find a way to repay your kindness once we are outside. I will ensure my father hears of your generosity, and we shall pay our respects in person. Qin Yu hastily waved his hand. No need for such formalities over a mere trifling favor. Come, they are awaiting us. We must hasten. Chapter 44. The unexpected discovery of spiritual fields and millennium spiritual herbs. With that, the trio departed together. Upon returning to their resting place, they found the others nearly ready. Wow, that kid truly hasn't encountered any mishaps. Could it be that he was not attacked by monsters last night? Is it possible that what that fellow said was true, that those treasures would not attract any beasts? It seemed they had overthought the situation. This individual was indeed remarkable, and they might have to rely on him for their safety in the future. Regret washed over them. Had they known those treasures posed no threat, they would have rushed forward to seize them. Instead, he had claimed them all for himself, which was infuriating. That I too feel discontent. But we must remain steadfast. According to my experience, the deeper we venture into the ancient tomb, the more treasures we shall uncover, so there is no need for regret. Seeing that Qin Yu was unscathed, the group marveled. However, after this incident, they gradually began to realize that Qin Yu was not as simple as they had initially believed. Once everyone was prepared, they continued deeper into the ancient tomb. The journey was smooth, devoid of any traps, yet the absence of treasures was disheartening. Just how deep was this ancient tomb? Where lay the coffin of the tomb's owner? Why did it seem as though they could never reach the end? Were they mistaken in their path? This place hardly resembled an ancient tomb. What does it matter? We shall press onward. We cannot simply turn back. They concluded that I end this ancient tomb. Fortune played a significant role. If that person's burial site were so easily found, it would have been looted long ago. That I wish I had not come. I am beginning to regret it. Many sighed. After such a lengthy trek, aside from Qin Yu, each of them had come away with little to show for it, and they had nearly lost their lives. They pondered the dangers that lay ahead. Feeling increasingly lost, after approximately another half an hour of walking, the space finally opened up before them. This a spiritual field? The group gasped in disbelief at the sight that unfolded. That a vast expanse of land, measuring at least 4 acres, lay before them, teeming with various spiritual herbs and plants. The air was thick with rich, spiritual energy, fragrant and inviting. This was a veritable paradise, although these were merely ordinary spiritual herbs. For a group that had harvested nothing thus far and had long awaited such a discovery, it felt like a delightful reward. At last, we have found treasures. So many spiritual herbs. I shall gather as many as I can. They exclaimed, rushing forward with fervor. And oh, one dare compete with me. I shall be the first to seize them. While the crowd clamored and lunged for the herbs, Qin Yu and his companions, along with the members of the Wanlong Commercial Association, stood composedly in place. Qin Yu refrained from charging in immediately because these spiritual herbs appeared rather mundane. To pick them individually and absorb them slowly would be an immense waste of time. The others held back, noting Qin Yu's calm demeanor, and thus maintained their composure as well. The young master of the Wanlong Commercial Association, like Qin Yu, looked down upon these ordinary herbs. Wait, as the frenzy ensued. Someone shouted, and the crowd fell silent. Young Master Qin has not acted. Did you not see? Drawing from their previous experience, they dared not act impulsively this time. That if Qin Yu refrained from joining them, it suggested that the spiritual herbs might pose a threat. Could it be that these herbs also attract those dreadful monsters? One tall, lean man fumed. If that is the case, then what is the point? After finally finding something valuable, we cannot even touch it. Young Master Qin, do you believe these spiritual herbs are problematic? The crowd turned to him, anxious. Qin Yu shook his head. There is no issue. I do not wish to compete for them, as they hold little significance for me. You may continue to gather. I will not contest. Upon hearing Qin Yu's words, the group sighed in relief and resumed their frenzied collection. You are quite intriguing. While others scramble for treasures, you hold back. Yet when they refrain, you step forward, the young master of the Wanlong Commercial Association remarked. Qin Yu merely glanced at him before dismissing him entirely. Are you deaf? Did you not hear our young master speaking to you? A burly man approached, shouting angrily at Qin Yu. Come back. However, before he could finish, he was called back by the young master of the Wanlong Commercial Association. This fellow is quite different and rather amusing. Would you care to introduce yourself? I am Wan Yunfei. What is your name? Wan Yunfei attempted to engage with Qin Yu, but Qin Yu had little interest in him. He recognized the man's character, untrustworthy and undeserving of his attention. Wan Yunfei, slightly displeased, was not accustomed to being so openly disregarded that in the entire Dacian dynasty, few dared to treat him with such contempt. Most people scrambled to curry favor with him, eager to become his sycophants. This fellow, however, had ignored him twice, which was an affront he found intolerable. Does he seek death? Yet he stifled his anger. The current situation was delicate. He needed to retain Qin Yu's favor for his own protection. After all, throughout their journey, Qin Yu had demonstrated considerable skill and experience, particularly in navigating this unfamiliar territory. Stand down. The burly man's companions were seething, prepared to teach Qin Yu a lesson, but they were halted by Wan Yunfei's furious shout. Young master, this fellow is so arrogant and shows you no respect. Why do you prevent us from dealing with him? Indeed, when we arrived, our master instructed us to never allow you to be wronged. Should anyone dare to disrespect you, we are to eliminate them without hesitation. That a few subordinates were baffled, unable to comprehend why their young master would endure the insolence of this young man, who had never before faced such humiliation. They should refrain from asking what they ought not to do. I require your guidance in my endeavors. Wan Yunfei was in a foul mood, and the words of these subordinates only served to inflame his anger further. The subordinates, frightened, promptly retreated and closed their mouths. Qin Yu glanced around but found nothing of interest, so he continued onward. A moving spiritual herb. Not long after, he suddenly spotted a spiritual herb darting about with remarkable speed. Its pace was so swift that it was difficult to notice unless one observed closely. Those around him were too preoccupied with frantically harvesting spiritual herbs and medicines to notice this elusive specimen. A moving spiritual herb. Has it gained sentience? Is it a millennium-old herb? Luck is on my side. Qin Yu was filled with delight, astonished to encounter a herb over 1,000 years old within this ancient tomb. If refined, it would undoubtedly enhance his strength significantly. That I shall claim you. Qin Yu immediately locked his sights on the target. Drawing from his past experiences, he seized the opportunity while the little creature was distracted and swiftly employed a binding technique to immobilize it. With the herb secured, Qin Yu hurriedly approached to pluck it from the ground. The plant's stem and leaves were green, yet its roots were red, the roots twisted like serpents, emanating a faint glow. Additionally, a rich aura of spiritual energy wafted towards him, indicating its substantial essence. Dragonheart orchid. Qin Yu quickly identified the type of herb. This dragonheart orchid was a boon for those in the physical cultivation realm. Qin Inger possessed a wood attribute physique. While she was flexible, she lacked resilience. That if he gifted this dragonheart orchid to his sister for refinement, her strength would undoubtedly see a significant increase, potentially aiding her in breaking through to the 9th level of physical cultivation. Chapter 45. A single strike defeats, leaving all in shock. You are fortunate indeed to have acquired a millennium-old dragonheart orchid. At this moment, Wan Yunfei approached in a sedan chair, his gaze fixated on the dragonheart orchid in Qin Yu's grasp, clearly coveting the herb. How about this? If you surrender the dragonheart orchid to me, I shall provide you with something you desire in return. As a trade, of course, as long as your requests are reasonable. I can accommodate you. Qin Yu ignored him entirely. Not this bothersome fellow again. Witnessing Qin Yu's dismissive attitude, the burly men were incensed, yet they dared not act rashly. After all, their young master had instructed them not to provoke this person without his permission. Thus, they could only endure their frustration. Is it merely money you seek? I offer you 100,000 taels of gold. Wan Yunfei spoke again. His desire for the millennium-old dragonheart orchid stemmed from its immense value. Several wealthy merchants had previously inquired about it, offering 500,000 taels of gold for a dragonheart orchid aged 500 years. Although the Wan family was already affluent, 500,000 taels was enough to entice them. With such a sum, one could nearly purchase half a small town. The allure was undeniable. Unfortunately, Wan Yunfei had never encountered a dragonheart orchid of that age until now. Discovering one over 1,000 years old was a delightful surprise. Moreover, this herb was even more valuable, promising substantial profits, potentially enough to buy an entire town. Thus, he was determined to acquire this millennium-old dragon-heart orchid at any cost. 100,000 taels of gold. Qin Yu chuckled. Had he been interested in wealth, he would have joined that group in seizing the gold. Besides, the gold he had amassed far exceeded that amount. Furthermore, Qin Yu knew just how precious this millennium-old dragon-heart orchid was. Having lived for over 1,000 years, he was more knowledgeable than this man. Not even 1,000,000 taels of gold could secure this herb, as it not only allowed for rapid cultivation, but also extended life and enhanced one's physique. In a world where martial prowess was paramount, cultivation and strength were of utmost importance. While gold held value, it paled in comparison to resources for cultivation. With strength, gold was easily attainable. Thus, would Qin Yu ever acquiesce to a mere 100,000 taels of gold? Then I shall raise my offer to 200,000 taels of gold. Surely that is generous enough? Wan Yunfei increased his bid, convinced that this young man would relent. You need not attempt to barter with me. I have no interest in gold, Qin Yu replied coldly. Wan Yunfei was immediately incensed. This fellow treated him with utter disdain. Even if he wasn't swayed by the 200,000 taels of gold, he ought to at least show him some respect. Were it not for the potential usefulness of this individual, Wan Yunfei would have simply taken it by force. His nature inclined him to seize without hesitation. And should there be resistance, he would resort to violence. Wan Yunfei suppressed his rage and increased his offer. I will give you 300,000 taels of gold, but no more. That I have already stated that I will not engage in a trade with you. Qin Yu replied icily once more at that moment. Qin Inger grew agitated as well. She stepped forward, fuming as she addressed Wan Yunfei. Have you not heard my brother's words? He has no desire to trade with you. So cease pestering him. Wan Yunfei sneered coldly, his eyes narrowing, a glint of menace flashing forth. Since you refuse to appreciate the situation, do not blame me for being ungracious. Qin Yu, while you possess some ability, you are but an ordinary person. That I am the young master of the Wanlong Merchant Association, and you are the first to show me such disrespect. Today, you shall learn the might of the Wan family. With that, he signaled to the burly men. You insolent brat, I have tolerated you for too long, daring to treat our young master with such disrespect. You are courting death. Today, if I do not dismantle you limb from limb, I am not a man. The burly men advanced, their gazes fierce, rage boiling within them. They had long awaited this moment to strike. Swish, in an instant, several of them lunged at Qin Yu. The commotion drew the attention of those nearby, who had previously been engrossed in harvesting the spiritual herbs, oblivious to the unfolding events. Upon realizing that the Wanlong Merchant Association had turned their aggression towards Qin Yu, they understood the gravity of the situation. Did that young man truly offend the young master of the Wanlong Merchant Association? It was evident from Wan Yunfei's expression that the young man had indeed provoked him. How could he be so reckless? Knowing full well the identity of his opponent, I thought the young master would refrain from striking, yet he has finally taken action. This young man is in for a world of trouble. The Wan family does not show mercy, and the consequences will be dire, that if he survives with a breath left in him, he will be fortunate indeed. Alas, such a promising youth, intent on self-destruction that he is clearly intelligent. Yet he invites calamity upon himself. Boom! Just as the spectators speculated, a resounding crash echoed as several burly men were hurled away by an overwhelming force. They landed with a thud, blood spewing from their mouths. Struggling momentarily before falling unconscious at that moment, all were utterly stunned, completely taken aback. Especially Wan Yunfei, who had yet to grasp what had occurred, found his subordinates defeated before his very eyes. What just happened? I barely saw the young man make a move, and those men were sent flying. Incredible! Is that young man truly so formidable? Bear in mind, those men were all at the 8th level of the Qi accumulation realm. Unbelievable! This must be a figment of my imagination. How could he accomplish such a feat? After a brief silence, astonished murmurs erupted, their faces etched with disbelief. Brother, you are remarkable. I never anticipated your strength had surged to such terrifying heights. Those men were all at the 8th level of the Qi accumulation realm, yet you defeated them with a single strike. If Father witnessed that scene, he would surely be just as astonished as I am. Qin Inger could not help but praise him, her joy genuine at her brother's newfound prowess. This young man possesses such formidable strength. It is utterly inconceivable. He is merely a brash youth. Wan Yunfei's heart was filled with shock, unable to believe that Qin Yu could possess such formidable prowess. Thus, it appeared that Qin Yu was not only intelligent, but also possessed remarkable strength, indicating that this individual would be a formidable adversary. From this moment forth, should you continue your incessant prattle, your fate shall mirror that of these individuals, perhaps even worse. Qin Yu cast a cold glance at Wan Yunfei, his tone laced with both threat and disdain. Wan Yunfei trembled with fury. As the esteemed young master of the Wanlong Merchant Association, he had never before been subjected to such humiliation. With so many witnesses present today, how could he possibly acquiesce? Therefore, regardless of the circumstances, he must ensure that Qin Yu pay the price, restoring his own face and dignity. Otherwise, how could he ever hope to dominate others in the future? You are playing with fire. Do not presume that defeating a few of my subordinates grants you the right to be so arrogant. He then turned his gaze toward the crowd. Whoever assists me in eliminating this scoundrel shall be rewarded with 10 6th-grade elixirs, a terrestrial-grade weapon, and an additional 20,000 taels of gold. Even if you do not slay him, anyone who lends a hand will receive a reward of no less than 1,000 taels of gold and a 6th-grade elixir. Boom! Just then, the ground suddenly began to tremble violently. Chapter 46. The coffin emerges. Black mist. What on earth is happening? Why has the ground begun to shake so violently all of a sudden? Could it be an earthquake? If it is indeed an earthquake, what will happen if the cave collapses? That would be rather dire. Could this be a portent of something? I have a foreboding feeling. The crowd was engulfed in terror. Should an earthquake occur, the entire tomb could collapse, sealing the entrance and potentially trapping them here forever. Boom! Before the crowd could regain their composure, another thunderous noise erupted. Instantly, they beheld a colossal entity slowly rising from beneath the earth, just beyond the precipice. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed to be a gigantic black structure, reminiscent of a castle, yet akin to an ancient tomb. Once the edifice fully emerged from the ground, the trembling ceased. Then, with another resounding boom, a massive fissure opened in the center of the enormous building, which should lead to the interior. The crowd was left in astonishment at the sudden appearance of this towering structure. They stood dumbfounded, struggling to comprehend the situation. What is this? How has such a dark and enormous object sprouted from beneath the surface? From a distance, it resembled a castle. Upon closer examination, it bore a striking resemblance to an ancient tomb. Could this possibly be the true burial site of the tomb's master? I suspect we are quite close. It feels as though this is indeed the tomb of a transcendent being. While the crowd marveled, Wan Yunfei and his companions rushed towards the tomb. Observing this, the others only then realized that this was the ancient tomb they had been seeking. That it appeared they had arrived at their destination. Within the tomb lay the treasures they desired. Let us not dawdle. They have already surged ahead. If we do not hurry, they may seize all the treasures. After Wan Yunfei and his group charged forth, those behind them followed suit in a frenzy. Brother, should we not follow them? That ominous structure, is it truly the tomb of the master? Inquired Qin Yu nodded. Based on my experience, this is indeed the ancient tomb of the master. And it is our ultimate destination. At last, we have found it. Qin Yu sighed in relief. Let us hurry. If they secure the treasures first, we will have to contend with them. Do not rush, since this is an ancient tomb. There will undoubtedly be traps. Based on my experience, they cannot easily claim the treasures. That it is safest for us to enter last. Upon hearing Qin Yu's words, Qin Yu and Song Wan Yu nodded in agreement. Placing their trust in him, as everyone else rushed ahead, Qin Yu, along with Qin Yu and Song Wan Yu, proceeded at a leisurely pace, exhibiting no signs of panic. Why is that Qin young master moving so slowly? Does he not fear that the treasures will be taken by others? What is it to you? This is not our concern. What we must do now is rush inside, or we may end up with nothing. The two youths lagging behind observed Qin Yu's unhurried demeanor, their faces displaying confusion. However, they did not dwell on it for long. After all, having come this far, they had no choice but to press forward. Within the ancient tomb, treasures undoubtedly awaited discovery. Although all were eager to acquire riches, once they entered the tomb, they immediately calmed down, recognizing that this was the burial site of the master, and traps were likely present. A careless mistake could lead to dire consequences. As they surveyed their surroundings, they found themselves in a vast hall, soaring to several dozen zhang in height and equally wide, capable of accommodating thousands. It was magnificently grand. What astonished the crowd was that such a grand hall had no supporting columns. An extraordinary feat, yet this was not the pinnacle of their astonishment. They noticed that the stone walls were adorned with intricate carvings of various patterns, each vivid and seemingly interconnected. Furthermore, these patterns exuded an air of profundity, suggesting hidden secrets. At the center of the elevated platform lay a black wooden coffin, surrounded by 4 tablets carved to represent the cardinal directions. According to the orientation of the tablets, the head of the coffin faced south while the feet pointed north, and it was slightly tilted. At last, we have found the coffin. How exhilarating, after so long. We have finally located the coffin. It was no easy feat. However, have you noticed that something seems amiss? Ordinarily, a coffin's head should face north while the feet face south, yet this transcendent being's coffin is oriented in reverse. I would not have noticed it had you not mentioned it. It is indeed peculiar. Could there be some hidden meaning? Or were the tablets initially placed incorrectly? As the crowd engaged in discussion, Qin Yu and his companions also arrived. Surely we have found the coffin. It appears this is indeed the tomb we seek. The body of the master must lie within, queried Qin Inger, her excitement palpable. However, the coffin's orientation is rather strange. Why does it face south at the head and north at the feet? This is quite contrary to feng shui principles. Song Wen Yu quickly noted the coffin's peculiar positioning. Indeed, I failed to notice this detail upon my initial entry. What could be the reason behind it? Qin Inger marveled in confusion. Qin Yu furrowed his brow. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. However, having seen even stranger occurrences, he was not overly astonished at last, we have located the coffin. We have finally discovered the tomb master's resting place. It seems we have not erred in our path. We have reached the final destination of the tomb and uncovered the master's coffin. I am certain that within lies a wealth of treasures, each one a rarity, if this is the case. Our journey here will not have been in vain. What are we still discussing? Let us hasten to open the coffin and claim the treasures. Should others seize them first, our efforts will have been for naught. Everyone halt, just as the crowd prepared to rush forward. One Yunfei's voice boomed, halting them in their tracks. The treasures within this coffin belong solely to me. One Yunfei. None of you shall dare to covet them. If you take one step closer, you shall find yourselves at odds with me. At that point, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Moreover, I am the young master of the Wanlong Merchant Association. Even if you manage to escape with the treasures, your fates will be sealed. However, should you assist me in obtaining the treasures, I will ensure you receive some benefits once I have exited. You are all intelligent individuals, and I trust you know how to choose wisely. Instantly, the atmosphere fell silent. No one dared to utter a word, for they were indeed wary of the Wanlong Merchant Association. As Wan Yunfei had stated, even if they managed to escape with the treasures, they would ultimately find themselves ensnared, left with nothing. Yet, they felt a deep sense of resentment and unwillingness, but were helpless to act against it. You lot, hurry and approach the coffin. Should you secure the treasures, I will also share a portion with you. Let us assess the situation first. Upon witnessing the group preparing to seize the treasures within the coffin, Qin Inger and Song Wen Yu felt an irresistible urge to rush forward and intervene. Yet they were halted by Qin Yu. Both Qin Inger and Song Wen Yu were obedient to Qin Yu's wishes and retreated without protest. The reason Qin Yu refrained from charging forward to claim the treasures was not out of fear of Wan Yunfei and his companions, but rather due to a sense of impending danger emanating from within the coffin. He had always trusted his instincts, which had proven remarkably accurate time and again. Moreover, this location was devoid of any moral compass. The act of theft, even to the point of murder, held no weight here. The group swiftly encircled the coffin and prepared to pry it open. Wan Yunfei, however, hesitated, gripped by the fear of potential peril lurking within the coffin. To personally unveil its secrets would be too reckless. With an audacious attitude, the group approached, disregarding the possible dangers, and forcefully lifted the coffin lid. Their inexperience was evident. Yet at the very moment they unveiled the coffin, a dense black smoke erupted from within, accompanied by a flickering purple luminescence. The black mist spread rapidly, engulfing the individuals in its sinister embrace. In the next instant, their bodies began to undergo a horrifying transformation. Chapter 47. The Stone Tablet of Heritage. An inherited legacy. Agonized screams erupted from the group, their voices raspy and reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. Startled, the onlookers instinctively recoiled, their eyes wide with terror. They beheld the grotesque sight of black liquid oozing from the flesh of the unfortunate souls. Reminiscent of ink, a most peculiar phenomenon. Simultaneously, their muscles began to dissolve at an alarming rate, melting away into the inky substance that in mere moments, the individuals had entirely liquefied into a puddle of black ink. The chilling scene left everyone gasping in horror. Qin Inger and Song Wenyu were equally horrified, their pupils dilating in fear. They had never witnessed such a terrifying spectacle. It was enough to send chills down their spines. Fortunately, they had entered last. Had they been the first to approach the coffin, they would have been the ones transformed into pools of black liquid. Qin Yu furrowed his brow. He had encountered this malevolent black mist during his previous explorations of tombs. It was the vengeful and malevolent aura of the tomb's master, having festered within the coffin for an extended period, rendering it highly toxic. Particularly at the moment the coffin was opened, the toxicity peaked. Once the poisonous black mist was unleashed, any corporeal form would be reduced to a putrid sludge in an instant, but he had not anticipated that this tomb's master harbored such profound resentment and malice, suggesting a life filled with unbearable tribulations. However, Qin Yu did not dwell on this. His primary concern lay with the secrets concealed within the coffin, that he pondered whether the coveted treasure he sought might be hidden within. What could that ominous black liquid signify? How terrifying! My heavens, one touch of that black mist, and one would be reduced to liquid ink. It is truly frightful. It is fortunate that I was not the one to open the coffin. Otherwise, I would have met the same fate as those unfortunate souls. As the crowd marveled at the unfolding drama, the black liquid swiftly seeped into the ground, vanishing without a trace. Subsequently, the black mist that had emanated from the coffin also dissipated. Is it safe now? With both the black liquid and mist gone, could it mean there is no longer any danger? I am uncertain, but given the circumstances, it seems that we may be in the clear. The absence of the black mist indicates that safety has been restored. That was indeed perilous. Had the black mist been more voluminous, we all might have been reduced to puddles of ink. After a moment of silence, the crowd began to stir. Brother, are you going over there? It is far too dangerous. Do not approach. Seeing Qin Yu stride toward the coffin, Qin Inger panicked. If that black gas were to escape the coffin once more, her brother would be in grave danger. There is no danger now. Qin Yu replied calmly that he had employed his spiritual sense to gauge the situation, confirming that the black malice and resentment had dissipated from within the coffin. With the threat seemingly eliminated, he felt emboldened to approach. Meanwhile, the others hesitated, unsure of their course of action, that if they followed Qin Yu and encountered the black gas, would they not share the same fate? They were not yet ready to meet their demise in this place. However, if they refrained from advancing and allowed Qin Yu to claim the treasures within the coffin, would that not render their efforts futile? Just as uncertainty gripped the crowd, a figure charged forward. That it was Wan Yunfei. That to hell with it. I am going for broke. Whether it belongs to the Wan family or the Wang family, I am here to claim the treasure today. None shall contest me. A burly man brandished a large blade and surged ahead. What are we waiting for? We must follow suit. If we do not act swiftly, we may miss our chance to claim the treasure. With that, the others hastened to join him. Let us follow as well, Song Wenyu declared, leading Qin Inger and the others onward. When they reached the coffin, they beheld the corpse of a middle-aged man clad in armor. The body was remarkably well preserved, appearing as if he had just passed away, with not a hair out of place. Everyone stood in stunned silence. Yet they had no time to ponder why the corpse showed no signs of decay. Their focus was solely on the treasure within the coffin. Only the treasure mattered. However, as they scanned the interior, they found no treasures whatsoever. The coffin was entirely empty, save for the lifeless body. Confusion washed over the crowd. What is the meaning of this? Where are the treasures? What happened to what we sought? Damn it, surely they are not toying with us? After all our efforts to reach this place, we end up empty-handed. It cannot be. Logically, there should be treasures. Could it be that this corpse does not belong to the tomb's master, but rather someone else? Or perhaps the treasures have already been claimed by others. Panic ensued as disbelief gripped them. They had risked their lives to arrive here, only to be met with the stark reality that there was nothing but a corpse. What a cruel joke. It is impossible. There must be treasures hidden within this individual's body. Perhaps a precious elixir lies within his mouth. I shall pry it open, even if I must dissect this corpse entirely. I will unearth the treasures. One Yunfei seethed with anger. Just as he was about to act, the corpse's eyes suddenly flew open, sending the crowd recoiling in terror, before they could process the shock. Two beams of white light shot forth from the corpse's eyes, enveloping them in blinding radiance. When they finally regained their sight, they found themselves in a realm of pure white, unable to discern any structures. It felt as though they had entered an illusion. Boom! At that moment, a colossal stone tablet materialized before them, towering 3 men high and as wide as one lying down. Strangely, the tablet bore no inscriptions, rendering it an enigma. Could this be the legendary stone tablet of inheritance? An old man stepped forward, marveling at the sight. The stone tablet of inheritance? What does that mean? Elder, could you elucidate further? The burly man clad in a tiger-skin coat inquired with curiosity. Stepping closer, legend has it that there exists a stone tablet capable of encapsulating the entirety of a deceased individual's knowledge and power. When a fated individual arrives, they may unlock the tablet to inherit the deceased's abilities. However, for one to embed their life's teachings into the tablet signifies that they were exceptionally powerful and deeply cultivated. Moreover, acquiring the powers within the tablet is no simple feat. It requires a destined individual. In all the world, there may only be one such individual. Others should not even dare to hope. Upon hearing the elder's explanation, the crowd finally grasped the situation. Simultaneously, they realized that the greatest boon within this ancient tomb was the accumulated knowledge of the tomb's master. Yet, their anger quickly resurfaced that if that is the case, what significance does this hold? If none of us are that destined individual, does it mean we shall all be denied the inheritance of this power? This is infuriating. Had I known it would come to this, I would never have come. It feels like a complete waste of my time. If we cannot obtain it, then let us simply destroy this stone tablet. The crowd was engulfed in fury, feeling utterly deceived. However, there were those who questioned the old man's words, believing he was merely leading everyone astray. Yet, as he stepped forward to touch the stone tablet, a formidable force instantaneously hurled him away, causing him to spew blood and collapse to the ground. Unable to rise, that I have stated before, this is the inheritance stone tablet. Only those truly fated may harness the power within. Others should not even dare to touch it. The old man reiterated his explanation. Whatever the case, since we are already here, I might as well give it a try. Perhaps I am the fated one. He mused that moment. Another youth approached, raising his palm towards the stone tablet. Boom! In an instant, a powerful force erupted, sending the youth hurtling backward to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. He had failed. Let me have a go. A burly man rolled up his sleeves and stepped forward, striking the stone tablet with a forceful palm. However, with a resounding boom, he too was flung away, one by one. More individuals stepped up to test their luck, yet none succeeded. The old man shook his head, sighing in resignation. It appears none among you are fated ones. Such probabilities are exceedingly rare. After all, there is likely only one person in the world destined to inherit all its power. Thus, it is perfectly normal that you are not the fated ones. As for me, I shall refrain from attempting, for I know I lack that destiny. Is there anyone else who has not yet stepped forward to test? Hurry up, or we shall leave this place. It is unwise to linger here. Danger may well be imminent. Just as the old man finished speaking, several more individuals rushed forward. The moment they touched the stone tablet, they were repelled by the overwhelming force, collapsing to the ground, nearly losing consciousness. Alas, it seems we do not have a fated one among us. Everyone should cease their fruitless efforts and return. The old man lamented once more. Brother, why not give it a try? I believe you might be the fated one, Qin Inger suggested as she stepped forward to Qin Yu. All right, I shall give it a shot. Qin Yu nodded and walked towards the stone tablet. Uncertain if he could obtain its inheritance, he had heard the old man's words. They rang true. This inheritance stone tablet indeed required a fated individual to acquire its legacy. However, one point the old man had failed to mention was that such power-type inheritance stone tablets could have more than one fated person. Sometimes there could be multiple individuals, recalling the memories of his past life. Qin Yu remembered that at this very moment, someone had discovered great fortune within the ancient tomb of Beihuang City, ultimately becoming a prominent figure in this continent. As for who that person was, he could not ascertain. Yet he sensed that the so-called great fortune might indeed be the inheritance of this stone tablet. This meant that among their group, there could be one individual destined to inherit the tablet's powers. As the previous individuals had attempted their tests, Chinyu observed from the sidelines, eager to discern who the fated one might be. However, none had succeeded. Now, only a few remained untested, some choosing to forego the attempt while others hesitated. Nevertheless, Chinyu resolved to give it a try. Why do you think this lad might be the inheritor? I sense he is extraordinary. Perhaps he truly is one-voiced. Come on, him? A fated one? I concede he is indeed clever. But intelligence does not guarantee he is the inheritor of this stone tablet, another scoffed. Indeed, I fear none among us stand a chance to inherit this power. Another chimed in that I wager this lad will certainly fail. In the next moment, he will be sent flying by that formidable force. Doubtful murmurs echoed around, for such rare occurrences were difficult to encounter. Yet in the next instant, all fell silent in astonishment that as Chinyu placed his hand upon the stone tablet. It did not repel him. Instead, a gentle radiance emanated from the tablet, and suddenly bolts of lightning surged forth, rapidly entwining around Chinyu's hand. In that moment, Chinyu experienced excruciating pain, causing him to cry out involuntarily. Before the crowd could react, a tremendous force erupted from the stone tablet, violently shaking the entire hall. Some managed to steady themselves, while others, caught off guard, were sent sprawling. "Brother, what is happening?" Qin, alarmed, rushed forward to pull Chinyu back, but was herself hurled away by the stone tablet's overwhelming force. Had it not been for Song Wanyu's timely intervention, she too would have fallen, bloodied and injured. Could it be that he truly is the fated one? The old man's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched the unfolding scene. What? That lad is indeed the fated one, absorbing the immense power from the stone tablet. It was inconceivable. How could he possess such luck? Why is it always him who reaps the benefits? Upon hearing the old man's words, the crowd erupted in excitement, astonished that Chinyu was the inheritor. Yet, resentment brewed within them, feeling as though all good fortunes had been snatched away by Chinyu. In the midst of the crowd's focus on Chinyu, a bolt of lightning shot forth from the stone tablet towards them. They recoiled in fear, but to their astonishment, the bolt veered unexpectedly and ultimately struck Wan Yunfei. Before he could comprehend the situation, the lightning had already penetrated his body. In the next moment, Wan Yunfei was yanked upwards by the lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he was drawn into the stone tablet. Simultaneously, Chinyu was also pulled within. The two vanished, and the lightning dissipated, taking the powerful force with it as the blinding light faded. The crowd found themselves back in the hall, but the coffin before them had transformed into the inheritance stone tablet. "Brother!" Upon witnessing her brother being absorbed by the stone tablet, Qin cried out. Just as she prepared to dash towards it, Song Wanyu restrained her. "Do not approach. Otherwise, you too will be repelled by that overwhelming force. Given your current condition, you cannot withstand such a force. What has happened to my brother? Why was he drawn into the stone tablet? Will he be able to return?" Qin was consumed by worry. Panic-stricken, do not fret too much, young lady. Your brother should be fine. The inheritance stone tablet does not harm individuals, that he is the inheritor of its power and is likely absorbing energy within. He will be released shortly. The old man reassured her. Upon hearing this, Qin felt a slight sense of relief. "Old man, did you not say there could only be one inheritor of this stone tablet? Why then has Wan Shao also been drawn in? Indeed, how can this be? Are both of them inheritors of the stone tablet?" The crowd, perplexed, pressed for answers. The old man nodded. "In truth, there exist certain types of power inheritance stone tablets that can have multiple inheritors, though the probability is exceedingly rare, which is why I did not mention it. Today marks my first encounter with such a phenomenon. It is indeed astonishing. Witnessing this occurrence is nothing short of a miracle." At this moment, within the stone tablet, Qinyu and Wan Yunfei found themselves in different realms of existence. Qinyu opened his eyes to find himself amidst a vast expanse of starry skies, surrounded by swirling spiritual energy, ethereal and elusive. Just as he pondered how he had suddenly arrived at this place, a deluge of information flooded into his mind. The martial god blood Azura. Soon, Qinyu was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the power within the stone tablet originated from the blood azura of the shadow puppet sect. Was it not said that the tomb belonged to a transcendent being? Could this information be false? Was the true master of the ancient tomb the blood azura and not that transcendent powerhouse? At that moment, a resounding voice echoed in his ears. I am the martial god blood azura, once a descendant of the imperial capital's shadow puppet sect. Due to my love for the daughter of a rival sect, I was shunned by my clan and relentlessly pursued that I fled to this place. Now, as my time draws near, I prepare to depart this world, regrettably leaving my wife and daughter in solitude. Today, I shall divide my lifelong knowledge into two parts and infuse them into the inheritance stone tablet, dispersing two strands of spiritual energy into the mortal realm. The fated ones who arrive here shall inherit my teachings at the same time. I hope that a fated individual can fulfill my wish and travel to the capital to assist in watching over my descendants. I entrust this to you. Suddenly, before Chinyu, two enormous tomes materialized, the Manual of All Puppets and the Supreme Body Refinement Technique. Chinyu was instantly filled with delight, for these were indeed advanced martial arts techniques. In a flash, the Supreme Body Refinement Technique shot off in another direction at an astonishing speed, ultimately vanishing into the vast cosmos, while the other tome flew directly towards Chinyu. The Manual of All Puppets? Could this possibly be the secret technique of puppetry? Upon opening it, Chinyu discovered to his astonishment that it indeed contained secrets regarding the crafting of puppets. Chapter 1. The Training Manual for Undying Mutants. Chapter 2. The Manual for Crafting and Cultivating Indestructible Puppets. Chapter 3. Replication and Enhancement of Puppets at Various Levels. Chapter 100. The Super Evolution of the Invincible Shiro Puppet. Satisfied with the table of contents, Chinyu nodded approvingly. This was vastly superior to the small manual he had previously found in the cave. With the secrets of the Blood Shura's puppetry, Chinyu's overall strength had ascended to a new level. It was only now that he comprehended the truth. This was indeed the ancient tomb of the Blood Shura, and oh wonder there were so many mutated puppets within the cave. While this ancient tomb could not be deemed overwhelmingly perilous, acquiring this tome was certainly no simple feat. Regrettably, the Blood Shura had divided his cultivation into two parts. Consequently, both tomes required two fated individuals to extract the steel, leaving him with only one to take. Nevertheless, Chinyu felt a sense of satisfaction. At the very least, this journey had not been in vain. Moreover, he had acquired a considerable amount of cultivation resources and treasures along the way, leaving him with no regrets. Boom! Just then, Chinyu was ensnared by a powerful force, and before he could react, he leaped out from the steel. Brother, are you all right? As soon as Chinyu emerged, Qininger rushed over to support him. You finally made it out. I thought you might not come back. Ooh, brother, I was truly terrified just now. She embraced Chinyu tightly, bursting into tears, genuinely shaken by the experience. That I am fine, Chinyu replied succinctly. As long as you are all right, that is what matters. You truly frightened me. Hearing that Chinyu was unharmed, Qininger breathed a sigh of relief. Brother, what did you experience within the steel? Did you receive a transfer of power? She asked curiously. Yes, I obtained a manual, but it is not convenient to reveal it now. I will show it to you once we return, Chinyu replied. Congratulations, young Master Qin. You have finally acquired great fortune. As soon as Chinyu finished speaking, Song Wen Yu stepped forward to offer her congratulations. Kid, hand over that tome quickly. At that moment, a bald man wielding a large sword approached, glaring menacingly at Chinyu. Threatening, do you know who I am? I am the leader of the Black Tiger Gang, with a cultivation level at the 9th heaven of the Qi entering realm. That if you are smart, you will hand it over, and perhaps I will spare your life. Instantly, Qininger was incensed. How can you be so brazen? That tome rightfully belongs to my brother as a transfer from the steel. Why should it be given to you? If you have the capability, go and retrieve it yourself. If not, how dare you attempt to seize it? Have you no shame? She scolded fiercely. Ha! Little girl, how can you speak so rudely? You likely do not know the methods of the leader of the Black Tiger Gang. If you force my hand, you will have no chance to regret it. The bald man laughed with pride. That tome is mine. No one shall contest it with me. At that moment, another individual approached, revealing himself to be the eldest disciple of the Tianshan sect. He casually lifted his purple robe, gnawing on a picked chicken bone while unsheathing his sword. Oh, the leader of the Black Tiger Gang? I am aware of the power behind you, but the Tianshan sect is not afraid of your Black Tiger gang. Today, do not attempt to seize that tome from me, or you will find yourself in deep trouble. My strength is at the peak of the ninth heaven of the Chi-entering realm, nearing the God-communicating realm, that if you wish to oppose me, you are not worthy. Quickly, others began to gather, all of them top-tier experts with formidable strength. You despicable and shameless people, who among you is so audacious? This is my brother's possession. Why should it be handed over to you? Back in the valley, my brother even saved you. You are truly ungrateful. Qin Inger, unable to contain herself, clenched her fists, wishing to teach these ruffians a lesson immediately. Unfortunately, her strength was insufficient to match them. Otherwise, she would have acted long ago. Hee little girl, have you forgotten Elder Wu's words? Within this ancient tomb, there are no rules. All grievances can be resolved here, that we are indeed grateful for your brother's assistance, and as long as he is willing to hand over that tome. We will not forget his kindness once we exit and will certainly repay him. Hand over the tome, or you will all die here. At that moment, beams of red light suddenly shot forth from the steel, piercing through the bodies of several individuals in front of them. Upon witnessing this, everyone felt a sense of foreboding and immediately raised their weapons in defense. However, those of weaker strength could not withstand it, ultimately being penetrated and collapsing with a scream. Boom! Observing the chaos, Qin Yu immediately summoned the Heavenly Gang to protect Qin Inger and the others. You foolish individuals attempting to seize the tome without my consent. Are you seeking death? Ah! At that moment, a maniacal laugh echoed from within the steel. Following that, a red figure burst forth from the steel. Qin Yu, did you not anticipate this? I too am one of the steel's inheritors. I have just acquired the formidable power of the Blood Shura, and my strength has now reached the first heaven of the God-communicating realm. None here are my match, that if you wish to leave alive. Hand over the tome in your possession, and I may spare you. Otherwise, today shall be your demise. With every movement, Wan Yunfei exuded a powerful force, oppressive enough to instill fear in everyone present. They had not expected that Wan Yunfei would gain such tremendous strength upon entering the steel. Previously, he had been the weakest among them. Now, he had become the strongest. This underscored the overwhelming power contained within the steel. The Blood Shura. Some noticed Wan Yunfei's mention of the Blood Shura and were immediately astonished, causing a stir among the crowd. The Blood Shura? Good heavens! Could it be the legendary martial deity from over 1,000 years ago? Indeed, it is him. Was it not said that the tomb's master was a God-communicating realm powerhouse? How has it transformed into the Blood Shura? We must bear in mind that the Blood Shura's power has already reached the Dan transformation realm. So this is the Blood Shura's tomb. Does this mean that Wan Yunfei has acquired the Blood Shura's power, enabling such a swift elevation? The power of the Blood Shura is indeed terrifying. Now, with Wan Yunfei's immense strength, it seems no one present could stand against him. Should he lay claim to Qin Yu's tome, he may very well become a prominent figure on this continent. No one anticipated that Wan Yunfei would emerge as the final victor, and now no one dared to contest him. The crowd swallowed hard. Even Qin Inger and Song Wan Yu were left speechless with fear. Brother, I never imagined Wan Yunfei's strength would surge so dramatically. This time, can you defeat him? If not, we may have no choice but to surrender the tome. Qin Inger gazed up at Qin Yu with concern. Qin Yu simply smiled, ruffling Qin Inger's hair, that do not worry. It is impossible for that fellow to snatch the tome from me, that as long as I am here. I will not allow you to come to harm. With that, Qin Yu turned his gaze toward Wan Yunfei, that I truly did not anticipate that you two would inherit the Blood Shura's power. However, while your strength has reached the first heaven of the God-communicating realm, it does not imply you can truly defeat me. Furthermore, this tome was bestowed upon me by the Blood Shura. Why should I relinquish it to you? Ha! You indeed have some guts, kid. Others tremble in fear at the sight of me, yet you dare to speak such words. Today, I am in a good mood and shall spare your life. However, I will not take the tome for free. Speak up. What do you desire? Pills, gold, or even beautiful women? Even power and influence? I will not deny you. Wan Yunfei is a man consumed by greed. Although he has now acquired the other half of Blood Azura's power, his insatiable desire compels him to seize Qin Yu's share as well. Having already obtained the legacy of Blood Azura's might, should he also acquire the martial inheritance, he would possess the entirety of Blood Azura's legacy. With the vast resources of the Wanlong Commercial Association at his disposal, he would undoubtedly become a paragon on this continent, a formidable figure who embodies both martial prowess and aristocratic influence, destined to traverse the vastness of the Dakian dynasty with ease. Furthermore, he might even surpass Blood Azura himself. Thus, no matter the cost, he must obtain the martial legacy of Blood Azura today. Qin Yu, feeling somewhat exasperated, thought to himself that this man was once again resorting to such antics that he had previously refused to trade his millennium-old Dragonheart Orchid, so why would he part with the cultivation manual of Blood Azura? This fellow must surely be a fool. Qin Yu had no desire to engage with this imbecile any longer. "Let us depart," he declared, turning to leave. He was unwilling to waste any more time here. Should this man insist on attacking him, he would gladly oblige. Despite Wan Yunfei having reached the first level of the Divine Connection realm, Qin Yu remained undaunted, for he was bolstered by several potent forces within him. Capable of contending with Wan Yunfei, at worst, he could handle this fool in a few exchanges. "Clearly, you are provoking me into action. Do not blame me for being ruthless." Wan Yunfei seethed with indignation. Despite his formidable strength, this man had the audacity to disrespect him. As the young master of the Wanlong Commercial Association, no one dared to treat him with such disdain. Now, in front of so many witnesses, this fellow was courting death. He vowed to eliminate this man today. "Prepare yourself." With an explosive burst of frustration, Wan Yunfei soared through the air, launching a powerful palm strike at Qin Yu. Instantly, a crimson light erupted, resembling a soaring dragon, laden with tremendous force as it hurtled towards Qin Yu. "Be careful." Qin Inger shouted in terror upon witnessing the attack. "Invincible Heavenly Gang." Qin Yu summoned the Heavenly Gang once more, enveloping them instantly, thus evading Wan Yunfei's assault. However, the might of Wan Yunfei was indeed formidable. His strike caused the Heavenly Gang's shield to tremble. "It appears you are intent on forcing my hand." Qin Yu's expression grew grave, his brows furrowing as a glimmer of killing intent emanated from his eyes. "Today, I shall end your life. Strike with all your might. I am eager to see the extent of your capabilities." Wan Yunfei scoffed, pride radiating from him. Chapter 50. Cross-Border Duel. 2 consecutive victories with a powerful leap. Wan Yunfei ascended, swirling in the air as torrents of red light burst forth like a violent storm, rapidly converging toward Qin Yu. The sheer ferocity of his power threatened to annihilate everything in its path. What overwhelming strength! No wonder he is a first-level Divine Connection realm expert. It seems this Qin Yu is doomed. The onlookers gasped, retreating in haste, fearful of being caught in the wake of such immense power. Meanwhile, Qin Yu did not immediately retaliate. He was gathering his energy, just as Wan Yunfei's force was about to strike. Qin Yu abruptly raised his hand, releasing the accumulated power. With a resounding boom, waves of force surged forth, swiftly forming a protective shield that as Wan Yunfei's crimson power collided with Qin Yu's shield, it exploded upon impact. Unable to penetrate, the crowd gasped in astonishment. This man actually blocked young Master Wan's attack. It's astounding. Young Master Wan is a powerhouse of the Divine Connection realm. Yet this fellow, seemingly of lesser cultivation, has managed to hold his ground. However, the spectators soon recalibrated their expectations, speculating that Qin Yu might not be able to sustain this for long. Even if he could withstand the onslaught, he would undoubtedly fall short of Wan Yunfei's prowess. Just then, the force emanating from Qin Yu doubled, swiftly overpowering Wan Yunfei's assault and launching a counterattack. Caught off guard, Wan Yunfei had no time to defend himself and was struck by Qin Yu's force. Yet, being a Divine Connection realm expert, he quickly regained his composure despite the injury. The onlookers were left speechless, incredulous at the sight before them. Wan Yunfei has been wounded by Qin Yu. How can this be? At that moment, Wan Yunfei was equally astonished. Despite Qin Yu's cultivation only being at the entry Qi realm, he had still managed to defeat him in their initial exchange. This was utterly unreasonable. "You are no match for me," Qin Yu stated matter-of-factly. "Humph," Wan Yunfei retorted defiantly. "What is there to be proud of? I merely let my guard down that I concede that you possess some skill, but to claim I am not your adversary is laughable. This time, I shall show you no mercy." "Die," Wan Yunfei bellowed, his palms swirling as a constellation of red lights enveloped him. rapidly coalescing into a vortex of energy. The potent force erupted from his being, stirring the surrounding air into chaos as the winds howled. Simultaneously, a luminous barrier materialized behind him, spinning like a celestial body, seemingly gathering immense power. With a thunderous roar, an unparalleled force shot forth from the barrier, racing towards Qin Yu like a comet. This moment, Qin Yinger's heart raced with trepidation, her nerves taut with anxiety, as she broke into a cold sweat. That Wang Yunfei's might was astonishing, and his explosive power was even more formidable. Clearly, his strength surpassed that of both Qin Yu and Su Tian combined, and even together, they would likely falter against him. Qin Yinger genuinely feared for Qin Yu, knowing that should this man unleash his full fury, their escape from this place would be impossible. Beside her, Song Wanyue clenched her fists in anxiety, swallowing hard in apprehension. Ninth transformation of the Divine Dragon, Coiling Dragon ascends. Qin Yu silently chanted, activating the power of the Coiling Dragon. This was the first time he approached the battle with such seriousness. Wang Yunfei was indeed a first-level Divine Connection realm expert, and the power within him stemmed from the legacy of Blood Azura, making him a force not to be underestimated. With a booming sound, Qin Yu rapidly channeled his energy, summoning the power of the Jojo Cauldron to concentrate his strength into his fist, unleashing a devastating punch. The explosive force surged forth with a thunderous clap, two powers colliding in a cataclysmic clash. The residual force rippled outward, prompting the quick-witted to drop to the ground for cover, while those slower on the uptake were violently hurled back by the shockwave, crashing against the walls and landing with a thud, some spitting blood, nearly losing consciousness. Another strike. Wang Yunfei knew the first attack had not guaranteed his victory, so he began preparing his second move the moment his initial strike was unleashed. Starfall Assault. This martial technique was a high-grade, Earth-level skill, capable of unleashing terrifying power when executed to its fullest potential. In an instant, red lights shot forth like stars, each carrying enough force to effortlessly obliterate a five-fold entry Qi realm expert. With Wang Yunfei launching his second attack, Qin Yu saw no reason to hold back. Though he could likely withstand Wang Yunfei's second onslaught, he sought a swift resolution. He had no time to waste on this man. Thus, he immediately launched his second assault. This time, he fused the power of the Coiling Dragon with the divine might of the Jojo Cauldron, alongside the devastating force of the Swallowing Sky Dominance technique. Achieving peak lethality. 3 formidable forces erupted simultaneously from him, that a blinding white light radiated from Qin Yu's hand, swiftly coalescing into a silver coiling dragon. With a deafening roar, the dragon surged forth towards Wang Yunfei's attack. The ensuing explosion reverberated through the cavern, shaking it violently as Wang Yunfei had yet to react when the silver dragon was upon him. The dragon collided with Wang Yunfei's chest with the force of 1,000 mountains, breaking a rib with its impact. Wang Yunfei cried out in pain, his body sent flying back, crashing against the stone wall with a resounding boom, causing the cavern to tremble as a deep dent was formed in the wall. Had he not quickly shielded himself with his power, he might have risked serious injury. This moment, an eerie silence enveloped the arena, pierced only by the sound of gasps from the crowd. Everyone stood in stunned disbelief, their eyes wide with shock to their astonishment. That fellow had once again triumphed over Wang Yunfei in a single move. That was utterly inconceivable that he possessed such formidable explosive power. His strength clearly transcended the level of cultivation he was supposed to have. How had he achieved this? In this cross-border confrontation, this young man had faced a practitioner of the Tongshan realm with his own cultivation at the rookie level, and had managed to win consecutively. Even if one were to recount this tale, it would be met with skepticism. That appeared we had indeed underestimated that lad from the Qin family. He was nothing short of a monster. After a moment of stunned silence, the crowd erupted in admiration. Following their duel, no one dared to belittle Qin Yu any longer. Oh yes, fantastic. My brother has won yet another round. He is simply incredible. Qin Yinger exclaimed, her heart swelling with pride. Go, brother. You can surely defeat that guy. After witnessing her brother's consecutive victories, she finally breathed a sigh of relief and began to leap for joy. Moments ago, she had feared for her brother's safety, but it seemed her worries were unfounded. His performance continued to astound her, bringing her immense delight. Song Wanyue also exhaled in relief, her face lighting up with a smile that reflected admiration. This is utterly impossible. How could you possibly withstand my attack? You cannot defeat me. It is simply inconceivable. Wan Yunfei was beside himself, unable to fathom how Qin Yu had bested him once more. He struggled to comprehend the source of Qin Yu's overwhelming explosive power. Could it be that this individual had been concealing his true abilities all along? Had his cultivation surpassed his own? I told you could never be my match. Today, I am in a good mood, so I shall spare you for now. With that, Qin Yu turned to leave. You shall not leave this place, Wan Yunfei bellowed in rage. He then addressed the crowd. Listen well, all of you. Whoever kills this guy shall be rewarded with 26 sixth-grade elixirs, along with 100,000 taels of gold and 2 earth-level weapons. Soon after, a sinister expression crossed his face. But let it be known, should anyone refrain from acting, I will not hesitate to personally eliminate him, tearing him apart and obliterating his entire family, while the timid among them might ignore the promise of reward. The threat of being slain by Wan Yunfei loomed large, for even if they managed to flee, they would still be pursued by the Wan family. Such was the nature of his intimidation. Isn't this typical of the Wan family's tactics? How despicably shameless. If you cannot win, then why not face me yourself? Qin Yinger erupted in anger, having never encountered someone so shameless. Song Wanyue was equally incensed. Wan Yunfei, on what grounds do we owe you our obedience? This is a matter between you two. What you desire is of no concern to us. At that moment, a young man stepped forward in defiance. However, before he could finish his sentence, Wan Yunfei flicked his fingers, and with a single motion, the young man was violently obliterated, blood and flesh scattering in a gruesome display. The crowd trembled in terror, rendered mute by the horrific spectacle. This is what happens to those who defy me. Now, hurry and take action, Wan Yunfei shouted angrily. Either way, death awaits that I have no choice but to fight for those hundreds of thousands of taels of gold and elixirs. I will kill this fellow with my own hands. None shall contest my claim. Under Wan Yunfei's coercion, the crowd erupted in a frenzy. They roared as they charged towards Qin Yu, a torrent of multicolored energy beams cascading towards him. Fear not, this rabble is no match for my brother, though we can simply watch from here. Intervening may only complicate matters for him, Song Wanyue thought, feeling the urge to rush in and assist him, but was held back by Qin Yinger. She had faith in her brother's strength, believing that their current position within the Tiangang protective barrier would keep them safe from harm, that if they charged out now, they would surely fall prey to attacks. And they would require Qin Yu's protection in such a scenario. Upon hearing Qin Yinger's reasoning, Song Wanyue regained her composure. Indeed, charging forth would render them a liability, distracting Qin Yu from his fight. It was wiser to remain within the barrier, ensuring their own safety first. They could intervene later if circumstances became dire. I intended to grant you a chance at survival, yet you insist on forcing me to kill you. So be it. Do not blame me for being ruthless, Qin Yu declared, his patience exhausted. Wan Yunfei's arrogance had led him to seek his own demise. 9 transformations of the divine dragon. Transformation into the flood dragon. Qin Yu resolved to waste no time and unleashed his most powerful technique. A resounding roar echoed as an overwhelming force erupted forth, shattering all incoming attacks. In an instant, Qin Yu ascended into the air, his body spinning rapidly as spiritual energy surged from within him. Concurrently, Qin Yu's form began to expand, azure scales emerging from his muscles. In a matter of moments, his physique was enveloped in shimmering scales, and his head transformed into that of a dragon while his legs morphed into a dragon's tail, ultimately becoming a magnificent flood dragon. With a mighty shake, the flood dragon unleashed its immense power, causing a shockwave that threatened to hurl the onlookers away had they not fortified themselves with inner strength. All present were left dumbfounded, their expressions a portrait of utter astonishment. Even Wan Yunfei stood agape, unable to comprehend the transformation before him. What is happening? How can this fellow have transformed into a flood dragon? It is unimaginable that someone could achieve such a metamorphosis. I have never witnessed such an extraordinary and formidable martial technique. Could this be the powerful skill bestowed upon Qin Yu by the Blood Azura? Gasps of awe filled the crowd as they marveled at the spectacle. How could a person possibly turn into a dragon? It defies belief, bordering on the supernatural. What manner of technique is this? Wan Yunfei stammered, panic creeping into his voice. He realized that Qin Yu was far stronger than he had anticipated, at the very least. He now felt a tremendous pressure, a foreboding sense of dread settling in. Could this truly be the legendary power of the Flood Dragon? At that moment, an elderly man gasped in astonishment, struggling to swallow. He continued, "Legend speaks of a power that can transform one into a Flood Dragon, bestowing unparalleled strength akin to that of a demon. Furthermore, upon acquiring the heart of the Flood Dragon, one can cultivate the 9 transformations of the Divine Dragon, rendering the body as resilient as steel, impervious to blades, and unbreakable. Now, this fellow has reached an astonishing level where he can physically transform into a Flood Dragon. This is undeniably formidable. We are in grave trouble." Upon hearing the elder's words, the crowd fell silent, trembling in fear and drenched in cold sweat. Clearly, they no longer dared to take action. "Forget all this nonsense. I am determined to end your life here and now," Wan Yunfei shouted, urging the others to act. Yet before he could finish, Qin Yu trembled with a surge of wild energy that pierced through Wan Yunfei's body. By the time Wan Yunfei regained his senses, Qin Yu was already upon him. As Wan Yunfei prepared to retaliate, it was too late. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Yu swallowed him whole. Gulp! In the next instant, Wan Yunfei's form was expelled by Qin Yu, crashing against the stone wall and collapsing to the ground, blood spewing forth, utterly incapacitated. The sight made it clear that he had been thoroughly defeated. With a flash of light, Qin Yu reverted to his human form and approached Wan Yunfei. A decisive victor in their confrontation. The outcome was unmistakable. Qin Yu had claimed another victory, while Wan Yunfei lay utterly vanquished. Seeing Wan Yunfei's fall, those present wisely retreated, acutely aware that pressing the attack would spell their doom. "I cannot accept being defeated by you so easily. Who are you? You are merely at the rookie level. How can you defeat me, a practitioner of the Tongshan realm? Have you been concealing your true strength all along? Why must you resort to such measures?" Wan Yunfei gazed at Qin Yu in terror, his voice trembling with questions. Now, he began to comprehend that Qin Yu was far more than what others perceived him to be. This individual undoubtedly harbored some monumental secret within him. Otherwise, such extraordinary prowess would be unfathomable, unless he were a monster. Does it truly matter? Just know that your demise is imminent, that if you have any final words, speak them now, and I shall convey them for you. Qin Yu's expression was grave, and his tone was frigid as he addressed Wan Yunfei, who pleaded, "Master Qin, Brother Qin, I implore you to spare me. I shall never dare again. I acknowledge my wrongs that as you can see, you have shattered my dantian and consumed my martial prowess. I have been rendered a mere husk, posing no threat to you whatsoever. I beseech you to let me go. I am willing to serve you like a beast of burden, to provide you with all that you desire." Wan Yunfei had completely capitulated, for he had no desire to meet his demise. Whether he genuinely wished to serve Qin Yu was another matter entirely. His only aim was to escape this place and return to the Wan family. Presently, he had no other choice but to grovel for his life, which was his utmost priority. However, Qin Yu paid no heed to this wretch's supplications, having already afforded him numerous chances. Now, this individual had thoroughly incited his wrath. How could he possibly let him go easily? Another opportunity. Qin Yu scoffed coldly. "I have granted you more chances than I can count. It is you who sought your own demise, and I shall not bear the responsibility for it. Individuals like you, if released, would only bring further harm to innocent souls that if you wish to survive, it is far too late." Chapter 52. Securing the Manual. Escaping the tomb, Qin Yu's face was devoid of emotion, resembling a deity of death as he loomed over Wan Yunfei, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression that was suffocating. Wan Yunfei panicked. He had thought that by submitting and bowing an apology, Qin Yu would grant him mercy. Yet the reality was starkly different. The Dio not strike. Just as Qin Yu was about to make his move, Wan Yunfei screamed desperately, "Do not forget, I am the young master of the Wanlong Merchant Association. The Wanlong Merchant Association holds considerable influence in the Dacian dynasty. Even the monarch must show us respect. Moreover, my father dotes on me. If he learns that you have slain me, he will not let this go unpunished. And the entire Qin family will be doomed. By then, if you wish to regret your actions, it may be too late." Before Wan Yunfei could finish his sentence, Qin Yu summoned the Qilin sword and swiftly severed his head in one clean stroke. "Such a loquacious fool," Qin Yu remarked with a nonchalant air. Gasp. Those around them were momentarily paralyzed with shock, their eyes wide and jaws nearly unhinged. They had not anticipated that Qin Yu would truly execute Wan Yunfei. It was well known that Wan Yunfei was the young master of the Wanlong Merchant Association, the son of the wealthiest merchant in the Dacian dynasty, and yet he was so easily dispatched by Qin Yu. The event was nothing short of astonishing. Everyone believed that Qin Yu had irrevocably crossed the line, fearing that his days ahead would be fraught with peril. They were uncertain whether it was Qin Yu's ignorance of the Wan family or his utter disregard for them. Now they realized that Qin Yu was even more formidable than Wan Yunfei, that he acted without hesitation, a clear indication of his audacity, unafraid even of the Wan family. Who was it that wished to confront me earlier? I now grant them the opportunity. Qin Yu turned to face the crowd, his gaze piercing and his demeanor commanding, as if an unparalleled sovereign had descended upon them. The potent aura he emanated was oppressive, rendering the onlookers breathless, too terrified to even exhale. Thud, thud, thud. As soon as Qin Yu's words fell, the crowd immediately prostrated themselves, fervently pleading for mercy. Please forgive us. We meant no harm. We were compelled. We shall never dare again. We implore you, Master Qin, spare us. You are magnanimous. Please allow us to express our eternal gratitude, that if you grant us mercy, we shall willingly serve you, even to the point of risking our lives, without a trace of complaint. The group was utterly paralyzed with fear, desperately begging for clemency, while repeatedly bowing their heads, blood spilling from their foreheads. Yet they cared not. They trembled uncontrollably, drenched in sweat. Qin Yu took a deep breath. Very well, that he had originally intended for them to forfeit their martial abilities. Yet within the ancient tomb, if they were to lose their powers, they would be unable to escape, that it would be more prudent to eliminate them altogether. Although he harbored disdain for these individuals, he was not inclined to extinguish their lives, especially since many among them had been coerced. Thus, Qin Yu decided to temporarily spare them, since you acknowledge your misdeeds. I shall grant you a reprieve, but do not mistake this as the conclusion of our affair. Once we are outside, should you continue to exhibit this disgraceful behavior, do not blame me for rendering you powerless. At this moment, the crowd collectively exhaled in relief and began to express their gratitude for Qin Yu's clemency. Qin Yu chose not to prolong the conversation. He turned and, bending down, searched Wan Yunfei's body, retrieving a tome titled Wuji Body Refinement Technique. This was a manual of the blood Azura, a treasure not to be squandered. He secured the manual in his collection pouch. Now he possessed both the legacy of blood Azura's power and martial teachings. Having acquired the totality of blood Azura's lifelong learnings was tantamount to inheriting all of his legacies. Brother, your performance was nothing short of remarkable, that I never expected you to defeat Wan Yunfei with such ease. Yet that fellow was truly foolish. Had he not provoked you, he might have preserved his life and taken this Wuji body refinement technique back with him, that if he had trained diligently, he could have potentially become a formidable figure in the Dacian dynasty. Alas, his greed led him to seek your life for another manual, resulting in his own demise. Now he has lost both his life and the manual, a total defeat. Qin Inger stepped forward, expressing her admiration. This is what they call reaping what one sows. One must not be overly greedy, nor employ unscrupulous means to seize what one desires, lest they meet a fate akin to that of this fool. Song Wanyue chimed in, intentionally amplifying her voice for the others to hear, a clear admonition veiled in metaphor. Then, with a furrowed brow, Song Wanyue expressed her concern to Qin Yu. However, Master Qin, having slain the young master of the Wanlong Merchant Association, it is certain that they will not let this transgression go unpunished. Moreover, the head of the Wanlong Merchant Association dotes on his son, and Wan Yunfei was the sole heir apparent. The repercussions of this deed may prove quite troublesome. Qin Yu merely smiled faintly. Let them come. A mere Wanlong Merchant Association is but a trifling jester in my eyes. Qin Yu, a reincarnated supreme being of the celestial path, retained an innate pride that would not wane. Furthermore, he spoke the truth. For the Wanlong Merchant Association to seek his life would be a fool's errand, as he regarded them with utter disdain. At that moment, Qin Yu approached the tombstone, kneeling before it and bowing his head. Having received your legacy, I shall consider myself half your disciple. Rest assured, once I reach the imperial capital, I will seek out your descendants, to care for them and fulfill your final wish, he silently vowed, then rose to his feet. Suddenly, the stone tablet began to tremble violently, and a deep rumbling echoed through the chamber. Not good. The cave is collapsing. We must flee at once, or we shall be trapped. Panic ensued as everyone scrambled to escape. We need to vacate this place. It's about to cave in. Qin Yu urged, leading Qin Inger and the others in a hasty retreat. They exited the ancient tomb. The structure crumbled entirely, the massive stone tablet collapsing alongside it, ultimately entombed beneath the earth, as if the site had never been a tomb at all. That was close. We nearly perished within the ancient tomb. Thankfully, we escaped in time. Otherwise, we would have met our end. The group, still shaken, felt the tension lingering in their nerves. You have finally made it out. Upon witnessing the group's safe emergence, Elder Wu sighed in relief, his expression brightening as he saw Qin Yu and the others unscathed. Elder Wu, we thought you had departed. Qin Inger smiled and remarked, indeed. Elder Wu nodded, stroking his beard with a satisfied expression. Seeing you all safe brings me great relief. Just now, I sensed a rich aura and immense power emanating from you. This signifies that you have undoubtedly reaped considerable rewards that I must extend my congratulations. Yes, Qin Inger affirmed. Elder Wu, you are correct. We have indeed acquired numerous treasures. It was well worth the endeavor. And what of the young master of the Wanlong Merchant Association? At that moment, Elder Wu realized that Wan Yunfei had not emerged, and thus hurriedly inquired with a hint of confusion. Oh, are you referring to that fellow? He perished within, and quite thoroughly at that. I suspect his body has been reduced to mere pulp by now. Qin Inger replied nonchalantly. What? Elder Wu exclaimed in astonishment. What happened? Did he meet with misfortune inside? I killed him. Qin Yu responded with a casual demeanor. Upon hearing this, Elder Wu's heart sank, sensing the gravity of the situation. Why is Elder Wu so alarmed? Did he have a rapport with that individual? Qin Yu inquired. Elder Wu shook his head. Not at all. I had no connection with that why concern lies solely with you. Young Master Qin, have you truly slain Wan Yunfei? Are you aware of the formidable forces backing the Wan family? If you have indeed taken his life, you may find yourself in considerable trouble. Realizing that Elder Wu was genuinely worried for him, Qin Yu smiled and waved his hand dismissively. Elder Wu, there is no need for concern. I am well aware of how to navigate this situation. If I feared the Wan family, I would not have acted against him. Rest assured, I shall be fine. As soon as Qin Yu finished speaking, Qin Inger interjected. Elder Wu, you cannot fathom just how vile that man was, that he sought to seize my brother's secret techniques and incited others to murder him. He made numerous attempts to harm my brother, who had already given him several chances. Moreover, did you not previously state that within the ancient tomb, there are no rules, and grievances can be settled at will? Thus, this is entirely of his own making. My brother bears no blame. Sighing, Elder Wu conceded. Very well. Should the Wanlong Chamber of Commerce come looking for you, simply tell them you are my friends, that I trust they will show me some respect and may assist you in resolving certain troubles. Thank you, Elder Wu. Qin Yu expressed his gratitude with a respectful gesture. Indeed. You must remain vigilant and watchful of unfamiliar faces around you, particularly those associated with the Wanlong Chamber and the Bai Alliance, who have a penchant for employing assassins. However, I can oversee matters concerning the Bai Alliance. Should anything arise, I will dispatch someone to inform you. As for the Wanlong Chamber, you must rely on your own caution. I have said all I needed to, and now I shall take my leave. With that, Elder Wu turned and soared into the sky on his sword. Finally, we can leave, brother. Let us return at once and share this good news with Father. I believe he will be overjoyed. Qin Inger exclaimed excitedly. Yes, let us return. Qin Yu nodded, gathering his emotions before setting off. The following midday, Qin Yu and the others arrived back in Songzhan City. Look, it's the genius of the Qin family. He has returned. Haha, young Master Qin, I heard you went to the Beihuang city to explore a tomb. Surely, you have garnered much from this venture. Upon seeing young Master Qin unharmed, relief washed over the crowd. For he was regarded as the foremost genius of Songzhan City, destined to be its pride. Young Master Qin, this is but a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it. As Qin Yu entered the city, a throng of people rushed to flatter and curry favor with him, that he felt somewhat helpless, aware that his exceptional performance during the family competition had drawn such attention, especially with the backing of Song Tianjiao and the Dan Tower. Yet he paid little mind to them. He had no time to spare and was eager to return home to ascertain the situation, fearing that the elders of the Qin family might plot against his father in his absence. Upon returning home, everything appeared normal, and seeing his father safe brought Qin Yu a sigh of relief. The elders greeted Qin Yu with obsequiousness and utmost politeness, indicating that his father had managed the Qin family with great competence. As soon as Qin Yu stepped inside, the elders flocked to him, eager to ingratiate themselves, transforming into sycophants. Not long ago, they had made every effort to marginalize him. That evening, "Father, within this bag are some treasures I uncovered from the ancient tomb. I present them to you now." Qin Yu produced a portion of the treasures and offered them to his father. Qin Zhan quickly waved his hands. "My son, you ventured northward and endured much hardship to acquire these treasures. Though I am your father, I have not contributed to this effort. I insist that you keep them for yourself. Your growth and strength brings me joy." Qin Yu urged, "Father, please accept them, that if you refuse, I shall feel quite unsettled. Moreover, I acquired quite a few treasures during my journey north. This small portion is of little consequence to me." "Very well." Reluctantly, Qin Zhan accepted the treasures under Qin Yu's persuasion. "Thank you, my son." Qin Zhan expressed his gratitude and received the treasures. "Sister, this manual on the boundless body refinement technique is a gift for you." Qin Yu decided to bestow this manual upon his sister. Knowing she would benefit greatly from it, that he had skimmed through it and discovered that it was a technique for enhancing physical attributes, rendering the practitioner impervious to blades and indestructible. Was this not akin to his own 9 transformations divine dragon technique? Of course, it could not compare, and even if his sister mastered it, it would not greatly aid him. Thus, it was more fitting for her, particularly as she was currently at the body refinement stage, making it ideal for her. Initially hesitant, Qin Inger eventually accepted the gift after her brother's repeated insistence. Once back in his room, Qin Yu promptly secured the doors and windows, then approached his bed. Reciting the incantation, light burst forth, and the corpse of one Yunfei lay before him. Indeed, it was the very corpse of one Yunfei, his head appearing alongside it. While others believed one Yunfei's body had been buried within the ancient tomb, they were unaware that Qin Yu had stealthily removed both the body and head using the puppet technique amidst the chaos of their escape. Qin Yu's intent in bringing this man's corpse back was to refine him into a puppet, for he possessed formidable strength. Although Qin Yu had absorbed most of his power, some remnants remained within him. Furthermore, as a successor of the Blood Azura, his physique was undoubtedly remarkable. Thus, Qin Yu sought to study and refine him into a puppet. Hoping for unexpected results, that he retrieved his small manual and the wand puppet manual, diligently studying them. Initially, he intended to refine Wan Yunfei into a second-tier puppet, but soon discovered that he lacked the qualifications for such an endeavor. Consequently, he could only transform him into a standard undead variant puppet. Following the manual's guidance, he reattached the head and spent some time crafting the puppet, assigning it a designation, AT. That moment, Wan Yunfei had entirely transformed into a grotesque, decaying puppet. "Squat down. Stick out your tongue. Bark 3 times like a dog. Lick my shoes." Regardless of Qin Yu's commands, Wan Yunfei complied without hesitation, obediently following his every directive, even if it meant degrading himself. Should the leader of the Wanlong chamber discover that his son had been turned into a puppet, controlled like a dog, he would surely be consumed by rage, perhaps to the point of having his heart burst. Qin Yu found the control of the puppet quite entertaining and summoned another puppet to join in the amusement, playing until late into the night before gradually succumbing to sleep. The following morning, as Qin Yu entered the hall, he was taken aback to find Elder Wu already seated there, engaged in conversation with his father. Qin Yu had not anticipated that Elder Wu would visit his home. He chuckled wryly, wondering how he seemed to encounter this old fellow everywhere these days. "Young Master Qin, I was aware you were resting, so I refrained from disturbing you. However, I have come today to discuss something important with you. Rest assured, it is certainly good news for you." As Qin Yu stepped into the hall, Elder Wu approached him with a smile. Qin Yu nodded and gestured for them to sit together. "What good news do you have for me?" "Elder Wu?" Qin Yu inquired with curiosity. Elder Wu cleared his throat. "It is this. I have come to invite young Master Qin to join the Langyu Academy. I wonder if this is something you would consider?" "Of course, if you do not wish to join, I shall not press the matter." Chapter 54. Accepting the invitation, strengthening cultivation upon hearing the news. Qin Yu was slightly astonished, He had not anticipated that Elder Wu would extend an invitation for him to join the Langyu Academy. For a moment, he found himself at a crossroads, uncertain whether to accept the offer. However, it was clear that Qin Yu ultimately leaned towards acceptance, for he would undoubtedly have no regrets, given the Academy's abundant resources for cultivation. If you choose to attend, you will have preferential access to various resources at Langyu Academy. I can assure you of that, Elder Wu stated earnestly, his demeanor indicating he was not jesting. Initially, Elder Wu had not intended to recruit Qin Yu into Langyu Academy. But his perspective shifted due to Qin Yu's recent conflict with the Wanlong Merchant Association, which placed him in grave danger of being hunted. Although there were individuals from the Bai Alliance within the academy seeking to pursue Qin Yu, at least within the confines of Langyu Academy, he could be monitored and protected. Moreover, Elder Wu seized this opportunity to recruit Qin Yu, confident that with his talent and abilities, he would undoubtedly become a shining star of the academy. Brother, this is a splendid opportunity. At that moment, Qin Yu strode in from outside. After greeting Elder Wu respectfully, she approached Qin Yu and said, Brother, you must seize this chance. Langyu Academy is the pinnacle of the Deqian dynasty's educational institutions. Renowned across the continent, many top talents from various regions aspire to attend, but have yet to find the opportunity. In Songzhan City, only a handful have been able to cultivate at Langyu Academy. Now that Elder Wu himself has come to recruit you, you must grasp this chance. With the rich resources at Langyu Academy, your progress will surely be rapid. After hearing this, Qin Yu nodded slightly, as his thoughts aligned closely with those of Qin Inger. Indeed, this was a remarkable opportunity. Langyu Academy represented the highest echelon of education in the Deqian dynasty, and its abundant resources were undeniably enticing. He yearned for strength and could not remain confined to Songzhan City indefinitely. Very well, I shall accept the invitation to Langyu Academy. But I have one condition, as long as Elder Wu consents. I will go, Qin Yu stated decisively. Ha! Elder Wu chuckled. Please, Qin young master, feel free to voice your request. Anything within my power, I shall certainly accommodate that I wish to bring my sister along, Qin Yu stated plainly. Of course, Elder Wu responded without a moment's hesitation, readily agreeing to as long as Qin Yu consented to attend Langyu Academy. He would accept even the most stringent conditions, and allowing Qin Inger to accompany him posed no issue whatsoever. Moreover, during the family martial arts competition, Elder Wu had witnessed Qin Inger's performance. While she might not have displayed exceptional talent, she was certainly qualified. For Qin Yu's sake, he was willing to make an exception for her admission. Qin Inger was taken aback, having not expected Elder Wu to agree so readily. She had assumed he would refuse, given the high standards for admission to Langyu Academy. Her qualifications were far from sufficient. Yet, to her astonishment, Elder Wu was willing to make an exception for Qin Yu's sake. What a delightful surprise. That's wonderful, Qin Zhan exclaimed, slapping his thigh in excitement. With this, both his son and daughter would attend Langyu Academy, a matter of great honor. This is truly extraordinary. Thank you, Elder Wu. I will strive diligently and will not disappoint your expectations. Qin Inger expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Elder Wu, should my son and daughter achieve success in the future, our family will never forget your kindness, Qin Zhan stated, presenting a 1,000-year-old spirit mushroom as a token of gratitude. However, Elder Wu waved his hand dismissively, saying, There is no need for such gifts, Qin Lao. The greatest reward for me is your son's admission to Langyu Academy. Rising from his seat, Elder Wu concluded, Now that our arrangements are settled, I shall take my leave. Once I have addressed my matters, I will send someone to personally escort young Master Qin and Miss Qin to the academy. Though Qin Yu and the others wished to see Elder Wu out, he graciously declined. What splendid news! Today truly brings double joy. I believe your mother will be equally elated upon hearing this, with hopes for your son to soar and your daughter to flourish. How fortunate I am to have you both! Qin Zhan exclaimed, his eyes brimming with tears of joy. Qin Inger, filled with excitement at the prospect of soon attending Langyu Academy, found her emotions overwhelming. She had long admired the academy, but had previously felt hindered by her lack of qualifications and talent. Now, as she stood on the brink of entering her dream institution, it was the happiest moment of her life. Due to Elder Wu's need to attend to business matters, it would take approximately a month before their departure. During this time, Qin Yu continued to cultivate in Songzhan City, that he took advantage of the interval to refine and utilize all the resources at his disposal. while also studying the blood demon technique. In just 7 days, Qin Yu managed to refine nearly all the resources he had acquired, significantly enhancing his strength in the process. Subsequently, he began to delve into the blood demon technique. Upon completing the Wan Gui manual, he utilized the power of his Jojo cauldron to upgrade the second puppet at last. 4 days later, Qin Yu successfully upgraded the second puppet to a second-tier status, naming it a Kuei. The newly enhanced immortal mutant bore little resemblance to its initial form. Its size had doubled, and its decayed skin transformed into a robust brown HUE. In its first-tier state, a Kuei could shatter a large stone with a single punch. Now, it could demolish 2 stones effortlessly and lift weights of up to 500 pounds. Such formidable strength would likely surpass even a first-tier martial artist. Moreover, the immortal mutant possessed a body impervious to blades and bullets, making it a force to be reckoned with even against a third-tier martial artist. However, Qin Yu was not content with merely that he aspired for his puppet's strength to rival that of a divinity-level expert. After the upgrade, he did not rush into further enhancements, as his current qualifications were still insufficient. Nearly half a month had passed, and it was time for Qin Yu to elevate his dragon transformation power. After 7 days of intensive practice, Qin Yu finally brought his dragon transformation to its peak state and broke through to the second layer of dragon power. This is as far as I can take the dragon transformation for now. The next stage requires the blood and flesh of a dragon, he mused. Now, he had improved himself as much as he could. In the days that followed, Qin Yu decided to focus on cultivating a new martial technique that he made his way to the family's scripture repository, seeking a technique suitable for his current stage of cultivation. The Sky Treading Map. Qin Yu was captivated by this manual and, after perusing the table of contents, nodded in satisfaction. This advanced Earth-level martial technique, once mastered, would enhance a martial artist's mobility, enabling them to instantaneously traverse dozens of meters in a short span. This would not only augment his attack speed, but also facilitate evasion and escape. Truly, a technique that allowed for both offense and defense. With this skill, Qin Yu could at least ensure his safety when facing formidable foes. "You're the one," Qin Yu declared, selecting the skill and commencing his training. After 3 days of dedicated practice, he finally mastered the technique. With less than 10 days remaining before their departure to Langyu Academy, Qin Yu chose not to rush into acquiring new skills, but rather to solidify his foundation and familiarize himself with his Qilin sword technique. At present, Qin Yu's cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the 9th tier of the Qi gathering realm. With another half-month of training, he would directly break through to the divine spirit realm, at which point he would become a formidable expert. Qin Yu eagerly anticipated the extent of his power upon entering the divine spirit realm. Regardless, he was now capable of easily contending with a second-tier divine spirit realm practitioner. Chapter 55. Arrival at the imperial capital, Mingjian Mountain Villa. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yu stepped out of the courtyard. Feeling the exhaustion from weeks of intensive cultivation at long last, he could take a moment to unwind. The sky was a brilliant blue, the air crisp and refreshing. The courtyard was filled with the fragrance of blooming flowers, occasionally accompanied by the melodic chirping of birds hidden among the foliage. The gentle breeze brought a refreshing sensation, and Qin Yu felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation. "Brother, Gu Hai from the Dan Tower is here to see you," Qin Inger announced, approaching him. "Why has he come?" Qin Yu inquired. "Brother, have you forgotten? The Imperial Capital Alchemy competition is just a few days away, and you promised the Tower Master you would participate," Qin Inger replied. "Thus, his purpose for coming this time is to accompany you to the capital, where you will participate in the alchemy competition together." Upon hearing Qin Ing mention it, Qin Yu suddenly recalled the alchemy competition, almost having forgotten about it entirely. "All right, I will go out to meet him now. You should hurry and prepare. After we have had our meal, we will set out with them." After speaking, Qin Yu strode out of the backyard. "Master, it has been so long since we last met. I have missed you dearly." Upon arriving in the hall, Gu Hai, with a beaming smile, hurriedly approached him. "Ancestor, I have missed you as well," Lu Qing said, her eyes brimming with tears. "Is it really that exaggerated? It has only been half a month since we last saw each other. It feels as though many years have passed," Qin Yu remarked. "Is Master prepared?" Before Qin Yu could respond, Gu Hai inquired eagerly. Qin Yu nodded. "Preparation has been satisfactory." "That is splendid. When do we depart?" Gu Hai asked with anticipation, "But we will set out shortly alongside you to the capital." Qin Yu replied succinctly. Good. Gu Hai nodded fervently. He had waited too long for this day, and he firmly believed that with Qin Yu accompanying them to the capital for the alchemy competition, they would surely return with commendable rankings. No matter what, their Dan Tower must shine brightly in this competition, that he had been diligently preparing for the alchemy competition these past few days. Although he could not guarantee a top 3 finish, he was confident in securing a position within the top 5 that after their meal, they set off. As they watched Qin Yu and the others depart until their figures disappeared, Qin Zhan finally turned to head back. Just as Qin Zhan was about to return to the city, 2 shadows suddenly flew towards him. 2 figures clad in black and masked obstructed his path. "Are you Qin Zhan?" one of the masked individuals asked, frowning slightly. "Who are you?" Qin Zhan's expression grew grave, sensing that these 2 were not to be trifled with, seemingly approaching him with intent. "Our young lady wishes to see you. Please come with us," the masked figures stated succinctly. Before Qin Zhan could express his confusion, the assailants swept back their sleeves to reveal their arms, which bore a striking tattoo. Ew. Qin Zhan was instantly filled with dread, his face paling, caught off guard. With a gulp, he struggled to swallow and, resigned, nodded. "Very well. I am willing to come with you, but before I leave, I wish to leave a letter for my son. That it won't take much time." The masked individuals exchanged glances, then nodded in agreement to Qin Zhan's request. Sighing, Qin Zhan finished writing the letter, took a deep breath, and then departed with the 2 masked figures. 3 days later, Qin Yu and his companions finally arrived in the capital. Indeed, the capital was a grand city. Upon entering the city gates, they were met with a scene of bustling prosperity. The streets were wide enough for 10 horses to walk side by side, resembling a grand plaza. Initially, the buildings were not very tall, only 3 or 4 stories high, but they were impressively uniform. That on both sides of the street were shops, brimming with various stalls. The cacophony of pedestrians' footsteps, the clatter of hooves, and the calls of vendors melded together, showcasing the lively atmosphere. It seems the capital is truly vibrant, far surpassing our Songzhan city by dozens of times. Qin Inger could not help but exclaim. Indeed, this is the imperial capital of the Dacian dynasty. How could it not be prosperous? Gu Hai replied. The splendor here is far beyond your imagination, and this is merely at the city gates. The deeper you venture, the more magnificent it becomes. The capital is vast. If you were to ride from the east to the west, even at the fastest pace, it would take 3 days and nights to reach the farthest point. As Gu Hai led the way, explaining, Qin Inger felt a surge of excitement within her. My goodness, I had no idea the capital was this immense. I feel as if today has opened my eyes to a whole new world. Qin Inger remarked, "Let us go. Since we have entered the city, we should first grab a bite to eat. That I will take you to the finest hotel here," Gu Hai said as he led Qin Yu and the others further north. After approximately half an hour of traveling, they finally arrived at the first hotel of the South Gate. The entire establishment boasted 5 stories, and its interior exuded luxury. Even the floors were paved with tiles. Those who frequented this place were predominantly wealthy or of high status. Gu Hai was certainly splurging this time, yet he was willing to spend any amount to please his master. Moreover, after participating in the alchemy competition, he would soon gain fame throughout the capital, making this expenditure worthwhile. Gu Hai ordered 10 dishes, each a signature specialty of the hotel, costing over 1,000 taels of silver. He then arranged the best accommodations for Qin Yu and Qin Inger, spending an additional 200 taels of silver. Initially, Gu Hai had intended to take Qin Yu and the others on a tour of the city, but Qin Yu expressed that they were somewhat fatigued from their journey and would have to wait until the following day. "The competition has been delayed by 7 days? Yes, understood." Early the next morning, Gu Hai's subordinates received the news and immediately reported it to him. Gu Hai was momentarily taken aback, but then nodded. In fact, the timing of the alchemy competition in the capital was not always fixed. Since the competition involved alchemists, it was well known that alchemists held a prestigious status throughout the Dacian dynasty and even across the continent. Some highly skilled alchemists held positions that surpassed even those of court officials. It is easy to see how much esteem alchemists are held in. Each year, top alchemists from various regions would converge for the alchemy competition in the capital. Some alchemists were even of significant importance to the court. If they could not arrive on time, the court would adjust the schedule accordingly. Hence, such occurrences were not unusual. What? The competition is postponed by 7 days? Upon hearing this news, Qin Inger raised her eyebrows in surprise. If that is the case, We may have to delay our entry into the Langyu Academy, that I will write a letter to Elder Wu of Langyu Academy to inform him that our entry will be postponed by 7 days. Qin Yu took out pen and paper, crafting a letter to Elder Wu, entrusting it to someone to deliver to Langyu Academy. After breakfast, Gu Hai guided Qin Yu and the others around the city. After a brief tour, they had spent a full 2 hours. Throughout this journey, Qin Inger was left utterly astonished. The capital's prosperity exceeded her wildest imagination. However, as they walked, Qin Yu felt a distinct presence of fire and wood element essence in the air, particularly rich in potency, that he also observed numerous alchemists clad in alchemy robes, indicating that the alchemy competition had indeed attracted many participants to that moment. A commotion suddenly erupted in a nearby square, and a crowd surged towards that direction. Curious, Qin Yu pulled someone aside and inquired, "Excuse me, what is happening up ahead?"